Chapter 1, Fraternity System? Lin Mo admitted that his ex-girlfriend, that bitch, broke his heart. However, what actually gave him more headaches than this failed relationship was his worrying mother. My emotional wounds haven't healed yet, but I'm forced by her to go on a blind date, under the pretext of getting out of the shadow as soon as possible. Sighing helplessly, the young man absent-mindedly stirred the coffee in front of him, constantly looking at the time. Logically speaking, the blind date partner should have arrived by now. At the same time, at the entrance of the cafe. "Hello babies, did you miss me? I am your beloved mower." A female internet celebrity with exquisite makeup is holding up her mobile phone and smiling sweetly at the camera. Today thank you Brother Crow for the sports car. Brother Crow is the most handsome. Mower made a heart shape with her hands to the camera, speaking in her signature baby voice, which gave the girls passing by goosebumps. After thanking her in a pretentious manner for a long time, she stood up straight, let go of the 2 tails of flesh that she had deliberately squeezed out of her chest, and said mysteriously, "Hey, kids, let's play something exciting today. The theme is the appearance of the Puxin man. Mower is going to pretend to be an amateur and go on a blind date to see how the other person reacts. Remember, this is a hidden shoot, and the other person is completely unaware." The barrage of comments immediately filled the screen. "Wow. Looking forward to it. Sister is so beautiful today. Go in quickly, and see who the unlucky guy is. Selling melon seeds and drinks in the front row." Mower glanced at the comments proudly. She was quite satisfied with the idea she came up with. Regarding today's so-called hidden shooting, the script had actually been prepared long ago, and even actors had been invited, in an effort to achieve the greatest program effect, no matter how exaggerated or explosive it could be. With an irresistible desire to perform in her heart, Moore adjusted the hem of her skirt and walked into the cafe in 10-centimeter high heels. She looked around and her eyes quickly locked on the thin boy in the corner who was wearing an ordinary white shirt and looking down at his phone. It must be him. Moore couldn't help but take a few more glances. He wasn't particularly handsome, but he had a clean look and clear eyes. He was the type that the more you looked at him, the more you liked him. She thought to herself that the actor arranged by the teen was quite good at pretending to be young, and he really looked like a college student. "Hello, I'm Moore, and I'm here for a blind date." With a swaying and ostentatious step, Moore took the initiative to walk to the boy and sat down. Lin Mo looked up and was slightly startled. "Hello, Lin Mo." The young man answered hesitantly. People are using stage names for blind dates these days? And Moore. Lin Majian's stupidity, which is unique to college students, made the other party laugh secretly. His acting is pretty good, and he pretends to be very convincing. Moore followed the script, sat down in front of him unceremoniously, and went straight to the point. "Nice to meet you." She smiled sweetly. "I am 24 years old and a jewelry designer. I usually fly to Paris and Milan to attend fashion weeks. I like traveling, fitness, and occasionally do charity work. I have a car and a house, and I have no shortage of material things, but I'm usually very busy with work. I hope to meet someone who really understands me, who can have common topics with me, and who can see the world together." Of course, she wrote all the characters in advance. The main purpose is to deliberately make oneself appear perfect in order to highlight the other party's absurdity and unrealistic nature, thereby causing controversy. In short, it can be summed up in 2 words: drainage. Looking at the other party's confident look, Lin Mo frowned secretly. It's not that the condescending tone annoyed him, but he instinctively felt that something was wrong. How should I put it? Although there was nothing wrong with the woman's conversation, he just felt that it was a bit fake, or even exaggerated. It's like rehearsing lines. But out of politeness, he still answered honestly, "I'm still in college, preparing for the 3rd year of postgraduate entrance examination." The barrage immediately exploded. This kid is addicted to pretending to be young, right? 3 years to prepare for postgraduate study? The useless man is confirmed. Moore quickly asked him why he failed the exam. A hint of pride flashed in Moore's eyes. This was exactly the effect she wanted. Retracting her glance at her phone, the woman did not follow the comments, but instead maintained the direction of the plot and said, "It's okay. It's good for boys to be motivated. I don't have high requirements for my partner. A betrothal gift of 66,000 yuan is enough. What matters most is the person's character. Moore is too kind. Where can you find such a good girl with 66,000 yuan in gifts now? If this man is still picky, he is really ungrateful." This is what I've been waiting for. Seeing that the emotions were almost piled up, Moore decisively struck while the iron was hot. Then, if we get married, do you have any requirements? She asked deliberately, waiting for the other party to say those straight male cancer remarks according to the script. As long as Lin Mo nitpicks at her and sets up a male chauvinist persona at this time, he can push the plot to a small climax, and those fans will definitely not be able to help but criticize him. However, the young man took out his mobile phone to check his savings, then scratched his head and said, I don't have that much money. Moore was silent. She frowned in dissatisfaction, not understanding why the actors invited by the team did not follow the routine. However, the response from the barrage was better than she expected. You can't even come up with over 60,000? You poor bastard. This kind of man deserves to be scolded. Why would a loser like you marry a wife? Why not let me do it? Getting something for nothing? Host, I earn 100,000 yuan a month, and you can pay whatever you want for the bride price. Just give me the coordinates and I'll go over. Unexpectedly, the effect was even better than the script she designed. Moore was very surprised. This little actor, there's something. Lin Mo didn't notice her. Because at the same time he said he had no money, a text message from the bank came through his phone. 10 million yuan was transferred to your account ending in 9527, and the current balance is 10,023,568.79 yuan. Lin Mo opened his eyes wide, thinking he was seeing things. At the same time, another mechanical voice sounded in his mind. Ding! The fraternity system has been activated successfully. The novice gift pack has been distributed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a property, 2 luxury cars, and 10% of the shares of Xingshan International Group. Tip: whenever the host shows care and love towards a girl, he will receive a wealth reward. Is this true? Pie in the sky? Lin Mo couldn't believe it. But then again, I have spent half my life doing good deeds and accumulating virtue, so it is only right that I get this reward. Hey, are you listening to me? Moore knocked on the table impatiently, interrupting his thoughts. Lin Mo came back to his senses at this point, looking at the internet celebrity in front of him with her exquisite makeup, and suddenly felt that her fake smile was particularly glaring. What did the system say just now? You can get rewards by caring about girls? Sorry, I was distracted. Lin Mo cleared his throat. I do have some ideas about the requirements for marriage. Moore's eyes lit up, thinking that they were finally getting to the point. She quietly adjusted the angle of her phone to make sure she could capture Lin Mo's most confident expression. Chapter 2: A small gift is not a sign of respect. Not my friend? You've become such a jerk now? And you still have requests? 666, I can't take out tens of thousands of dollars, but I still picked it up. Is this a boy? He lives up to his reputation. The comments were full of curses. First of all, the wedding house must be bought by me, and it must only be in your name. Lin Mo said slowly. At the same time, I calculated in my mind that this could be several times more than the expenditure. It is detected that the host expresses concern for girls, and rewards are accumulating. Yes, it works. That's impossible. Mo retorted subconsciously, then realized that something was wrong. What? You should just say it according to the words. Buy me a house? If you don't cause gender confrontation, how can I attract traffic and make a living? And in the live broadcast room, the screen was full of question marks. But Lin Mo wasn't done yet. The reward bar is not full yet, so he needs to work harder. In the meantime, I have a few requests. Lin Mo stared at her and said seriously, I am a bit chauvinistic. You must listen to me after marriage. This time, Moore's eyes finally lit up. Finally started to recite the lines. Ha, look how I perform. The woman was very happy in her heart, but she looked unreasonable on the surface. She picked up the coffee in front of her and was about to splash it on Lin Mo's face. As for whether the coffee is hot or not, it's not her fault. For an actor, professionalism is a basic quality. I took my money, so what's wrong with a little hardship? At worst, she can give me a few $100s to compensate for the burn. Anyway, as long as this wave of traffic can be successfully diverted, the traffic obtained can at least push her from the second tier to the first tier. Those big internet celebrities will do anything to get traffic. That's the trend, so it's not her fault. As a result, as soon as Moore's hand touched the cup, she was held down by Lin Mo. Don't worry, just listen to me. At this moment, he was very close to the camera, and the young man's profile appeared particularly clear under the soft light of the restaurant. The high-nose bridge, deep eyebrows, and slightly pursed thin lips revealed a hint of coldness. The comments in the live broadcast room, which were about to start criticizing, became a little distorted after seeing this beauty. "Well, I have to say, she does look pretty good. Mom, I want to get married." Actually, judging from his appearance, he shouldn't be a bad person. It's normal for men to have some flaws. It is really good looking. The more you look at it, the better it looks. "Sister Anchor, which coffee shop are you guys in? How about I go and try it? I think I can afford it." It is obvious that some female fans are being controlled. Of course, there are a few that are particularly eye-catching, and they insist that the host help them ask whether it is 0 or 1. Imoa was actually a little dazed by the shaking. I thought after taking a closer look at this young actor, he was quite to her taste. Lin Mo continued to make his demands. "After we get married, you have to spend at least 1 million every day, otherwise you will be disrespecting me and you must accept the punishment." What punishment? Moore asked in surprise. 2 million a day. Reward progress increased by 15%. The female internet celebrity's pupils trembled. She was completely confused now. Her trembling eyes scanned the comments in the live broadcast room, and sure enough, her fans had already gone wild. "Aw, brother, punish your sister hard. He is so handsome, has so much money, and speaks so domineeringly. He is exactly what I like. Can you soz and heat control yourself? Do you really believe what he says?" More comments were speechless. "A hanging wire, better than the inverted one. You can't even afford a 60,000 yuan gift, don't you think it's fake to brag about this? Is this guy crazy?" As expected, the lower-class boys are both ordinary and confident. Moore felt that there was some truth in what they said. Let us not talk about whether this actor is handsome or not. The main thing is that she didn't even have 60,000 yuan before, and now she is asked to spend millions a day. She didn't even dare to write this in the script. What does 1 million mean? That's a full 365 million yuan in annual consumption, which, converted into cash, is enough to fill the trunk of an SUV. What I mean is, even if you're just acting, there's no need to be so exaggerated, right? Moore couldn't help but ask, "You just said you were a college student, where did you get so much money? Did your family run a company?" She didn't even have the courage to ask if he opened a bank. "Oh, it's not that I don't have a job, I just work part-time at Mishuai City and occasionally play the role of Snow King." Moore was happy. "Then is it worth it for you to keep talking about millions?" The implication is, "Brother, please tone it down and stop being so exaggerated. It's all true." Okay. Moore got angry. After all, she has been in the internet celebrity circle for many years, and she has encountered the issue of actors changing the script before. "You like changes, right? Then I'll just go along with it. See who suffers. Lin Mo, right? I've written down what you just said. If even a single word of yours is false, I'll take you to the police station and accuse you of fraud." Moore crossed her arms across her chest, with an expression that said, "Let me see how you cover up your lie." She thought to herself, since the actor didn't follow the script, then don't blame her for exposing the fake on the spot. The audience still loves to watch this kind of drama where fake rich people fail. Scammer. Absolutely a scammer. Part-time job at Mishuai Ice City? I am dying of laughter. Even the Snow King is richer than you. Anchor, call the police. This pretentious guy should go to jail. The barrage of comments was scrolling wildly, and the number of people in the live broadcast room had exceeded 100,000 plus. Moore was so happy watching this. Regardless of whether Lin Mo is a liar or not, she is sure to get this wave of traffic. Seeing that she didn't believe him, Lin Mo directly showed the balance on his phone. Moore stared at the 1 million balance and squinted her eyes. Just as she was about to say something, Lin Mo spoke first. "You must suspect that I photoshopped the picture." What a coward. Can't pretend anymore? Took a screenshot. We'll post on Weibo to expose the fake news later. Let's do this. Lin Mo suddenly looked up and pointed at the luxury apartment building across from the restaurant. Do you see that building? Moore and the audience in the live broadcast room were stunned. I see. Then what? Lin Mo did not answer, but directly opened the smart home app on his mobile phone, tapped it with his fingers, and operated it a few times. Then, the lights of the entire building opposite suddenly began to flicker regularly, and finally formed two huge illuminated words "More," which was extremely luxurious and eye-catching. This is the property the system gave him, Kingawan building in the city center. Fuck. What the hell is this operation? I'm nearby. It's real. It's not a special effect. Just checked, that's Galaxy Bay, starting at 200,000 per square meter. The coffee cup in Amor's hand fell to the ground with a thud, splashing her pink high heels. But she didn't care about all that. She stared at the light show on the building opposite with her eyes wide open and covered her mouth. A small gift. Lin Emo said lightly, "Do you believe that I am rich now?" Amor suddenly realized that she might have recognized the wrong person. That actor in front of her might be a real rich man. When she looked at Lin Emo again, her eyes had completely changed. I'm going to touch up my makeup." Moore hurriedly grabbed her bag and rushed to the bathroom. She wanted to contact the team immediately to find out more about this man. If it's true, then God was very kind to her, and let her encounter the hidden version. She must seize this opportunity. Chapter 3: Marriage Cooperation Agreement. In Moore's live broadcast room, the barrage of comments has gone completely crazy. "I want to get married, I really want to get married. He is not only handsome and rich, but also romantic. I am so envious of him for the light show. Can you please stop being a fangirl? This is a solid script. I already told you I was nearby and saw everything, why are you still making up a story? That's right, if you can't do it yourself, don't assume that others can't do it either. That's really embarrassing." Lin Emo currently knows nothing about this live broadcast or the fact that he is about to become famous. Seeing that the other person went to the bathroom, he turned off the lights and played with his phone waiting for someone to come back. But it's not that he really wants to get married. Stop joking. He never liked this woman. All he did just now was just showing off for the system reward. As for getting married and giving 1 million every day? Haha, he's not an idiot. When the reward bar is full this time, Lin Emo will pat his butt and leave immediately. Just as he was calling out the system in his mind to check how much space was left on the reward bar, a folder was suddenly placed in front of his desk. Looking up, he saw a cold and beautiful woman sitting opposite him, examining him sharply. She was wearing a black suit skirt, her skin was as white as snow, her facial features were sharp, and her eyes and eyebrows revealed an aura of majesty without even being angry. Her long black hair was neatly tied up, and her diamond earrings and platinum necklace were low-key yet extraordinary. She has an emerald ring on her slender fingers, her eyes are as sharp as a knife, and her aura is so strong that people dare not approach her easily. Lin Emo? The other party spoke, his voice cold and crisp. Lin Emo was stunned for a moment, then nodded subconsciously, "It's me, who are you?" The woman nodded slightly, took the initiative to open the document, and pushed it in front of him. "I am Su Qinghan, the president of Xingchen International Group. Take a look at this agreement. If there is no problem, sign it." Lin Emo subconsciously felt that the other party was here to recruit. He did not rush to open the agreement, but first confirmed, "Boss Su, did you recognize the wrong person?" "No." Su Qinghan shook his head lightly, pointed to the agreement on the table, and motioned him to take a look first. Lin Emo glanced down and immediately raised his eyebrows. The content is roughly as follows: Su Qinghan hired him as her nominal husband for a period of 1 year, paying him 500,000 yuan a month. During this period, he needs to cooperate with her to deal with the family's pressure to get married. Your main job this year is to help me deal with the elders at home. Are there any other questions? There are so many problems. He was just here for a blind date and to please his mother. He had no intention of getting married, and he certainly didn't want to be mistaken for a marriage transaction partner. Just as I was about to frown and refuse, I suddenly caught a glimpse of the short video pushed to my phone. The video showed the blind date between him and Amor. The title reads, "Shocking. Mysterious rich man spends millions to propose marriage on blind date." Fuck you? Lin Emo finally came to his senses. He said he always felt something was wrong. It turns out that someone was using it to increase traffic. So? Lin Emo looked at the expressionless female president opposite him, and suddenly felt absurd. Wow, I went out for a blind date and was mistaken twice in a row. What is the probability of this? I never thought that such a bloody scene would happen to me. Lin Emo pondered that based on the reaction of the female internet celebrity just now, it was very likely that she regarded herself as an actor in a script. Then the person in front of me probably also mistakenly thought that he was a tool in the fake marriage. Okay, you all use him as a gun, right? Feeling a little angry, Lin Mo sneered. But in a flash, he suddenly remembered the reward given by the system before. 10% of the shares of Xingchen Group? Then wouldn't I be a shareholder of Su Qinghan? Thinking of this, Lin Mo suddenly had other thoughts in his mind. Why not just get more money from them? Lin Mo raised his head and looked at the woman, his lips curled up. The agreement can be signed, but the conditions must be changed. Su Qinghan frowned, looking somewhat displeased. Just think that the other party is greedy and wants to raise the price. Even if it was a fake marriage, she didn't like such a spineless and unruly man. Without saying anything else, Su Qinghan prepared to leave and asked his secretary to look for other candidates. But before she could stand up, she heard Lin Mo say, the amount clause also needs to be changed. Change it to you spending 2 million for me every month. If you agree, I will sign. Su Qinghan thought he was sick. She believed that there should be no young master in the upper circles of Linjiang City whom she didn't know. But she had never seen the person in front of her. Lin Mo watched her reaction carefully, knowing that she didn't believe it. He took out his mobile phone and opened the stock software. Let me prove it. As he said that, he flipped open the stocks of Xingchen Group and sold them directly. Su Qinghan looked surprised and speechless. How do you prove this? Soon, the cell phone in her bag started vibrating. When she took it out, she saw that it was a call from her company secretary. Boss Su, this is bad. Our group's stock price has suddenly experienced abnormal fluctuations. Someone is selling a large amount of our stocks. The secretary's anxious voice came from the other end of the phone. Su Qinghan's pupils shrank slightly, and he looked in disbelief at Lin Mo, who was leisurely playing with his mobile phone across from him. Stop. She said hastily, I believe it. Ha, you're still quite single. Lin Mo was happy. He operated his phone again and bought back all the stocks he had just sold at a high price. On the other end of the phone, the secretary's voice was even more shocked. Boss Su, what the hell? Those stocks that were sold were suddenly bought back at a high price, and now the stock price has returned to normal. Su Qinghan hung up the phone and re-examined the seemingly ordinary young man in front of him. She tapped the tabletop lightly with her slender fingers and said in a cold voice, What on earth are you? Before she could finish, Mo came back from the bathroom after touching up her makeup. When she saw Su Qinghan sitting opposite Lin Mo, her face suddenly changed. Miss, it's not good to seduce someone else's fiancé, right? Mo walked over quickly and questioned Su Qinghan in a bad tone. Su Qinghan raised his eyebrows, his eyes wandering between the two of them. Fiancé? Lin Mo chuckled, Ms. Moore, you got the wrong person. This is my fiancé. He pointed at Su Qinghan, then looked at Moore. As for you, using me to get live streaming traffic, shouldn't we settle the score? And Moore's expression froze. Fuck. It's a reversal. It turns out that the internet celebrity is a liar. That female president is so handsome. This plot is more exciting than the TV series. Looking at the boiling comments in the live broadcast room, Moore's face turned pale. This is bad. When she realized that she was exposed, Moore also realized that she seemed to have gotten into some big trouble. Chapter 4, The Wrong Person. A trace of panic and shame and anger flashed across Moore's face. But when she glanced at Su Qinghan, who was sitting in her seat, looking cool and dignified, sipping coffee, she suddenly felt a surge of nameless jealousy. Isn't it just about being prettier, having a better figure, and having a better temperament? I've been working so hard here for a long time, and you come out halfway and want to eat something ready-made? Moore made up her mind. If she doesn't get this rich guy by her side today, she will never be able to stay in the live streaming circle again. Moore deliberately straightened her chest, lifted her hair, and looked at Lin Mo timidly. I admit that I recognized the wrong person at first. But I really came here for a blind date, and I just wanted to record my wonderful life through live streaming. Whose good life? Lin Mo smiled and asked back, mine, or yours? There was something behind these words, which made Moore's face turn pale, and also made Su Qinghan, who was watching the fun at the side, curl his lips slightly. This young-looking man actually has some admirable qualities. His speech was neither tepid nor fiery, but merciless. His conversation was well-mannered, but unpleasant. At least, when faced with emergencies, one can be aggressive while remaining calm. Don't panic, Moore. We support you. Show your strength and drive that vixen away. Host, you must not give up. We are all waiting to see you marry into a wealthy family. Stop arguing. Can anyone tell me how rich that man is? The above person, go search for Galaxy Bay yourself. I guarantee you will be scared to death. Oh, stop making a fuss. I almost cried when I saw the host. Moore took a look at the various outrageous comments and knew the nature of the fans. Feeling guilty, she quickly closed the live broadcast room. The audience was watching with great interest, but at this moment they suddenly wailed. The originally high enthusiasm was extinguished in an instant, and was replaced by all kinds of complaints and curses. Some people can't wait and are ready to go to the scene to find out what's going on. This plot is so exciting, I am waiting for the follow-up development. Damn, why is the screen black? Is it off the air? No, I'm determined to watch this episode, no one can stop me. I have already left. I am going to watch it live and share my viewing experience with everyone at that time. Moore doesn't realize that she has already caused trouble for her fans. Now, she only cares about the rich man in front of her. Moore bit her lips tightly, she knew that she had really messed up this time. But she really was unwilling to give up. She had finally met such a rich bachelor, how could she give up so easily? Although being an internet celebrity can make money and may provide a chance to rise to the top overnight, isn't that better than her working hard all day writing scripts and doing live broadcasts? I believe that by then, when she does live broadcasts, it will really just be a record of a beautiful life. With a roll of her eyes, Moore put on a pitiful expression again and looked at Lynn Mo pleadingly. Lynn Mo, I know what I did was wrong at first, but I really like you. I promise that I will never do a live broadcast again. I will treat you wholeheartedly. Please give me a chance, okay? As she spoke, she was about to reach out to grab Lin Mo's hand. Su Qinghan, who had been watching the show from the side, finally lost his patience. She really didn't want to get entangled in this bloody drama. Putting down the coffee cup made a crisp sound, interrupting Moore's performance. Mr. Lin, it's getting late, let's go. She stood up, her tone calm, yet with an unquestionable majesty. In fact, it wouldn't be a big deal even if I didn't sign with Lin Mo. But this shareholder who suddenly appeared made her very curious, and his personality was also to her liking. So, she wanted to see the background of this low-key young man in front of her. Lin Mo shrugged and said to Moore, you heard it too. The owner disagrees. Showing a sense of belonging and sovereignty to Su Qinghan, the reward bar is critically hit, increasing by 66%. This reward progress has been completed, and the system rewards are being distributed. Lin Mo was happy in his heart, but he didn't know that Su Qinghan was almost laughing because of him. From the fiancé just now to the main person now, it sounds as if she had an affair with Lin Mo in advance. However, Lin Mo stood up without further ado. At this moment, Moore, who had been ignored, burst into a complete outburst of jealousy and anger. She stood up suddenly, pointed at Su Qinghan, and screamed, "Bitch! You vixen! You must have used some despicable tricks to seduce him. I've seen a lot of women like you. They pretend to be noble on the surface, but who knows how slutty they are behind the scenes." Moore's words were extremely vicious. The coffee shop fell silent in an instant, and everyone was stunned by this sudden change. Su Qinghan's face darkened, and a hint of anger flashed in his beautiful eyes. She had never been insulted like this in her life. Just when she was about to open her mouth to fight back, Lin Mo took the lead and stood in front of her. Do your fans in the comments know about your behavior? Lin Mo's voice was not loud, but it carried a palpitating sense of oppression. Do you want me to send this clip out for people to see? Moore's face suddenly froze. I've been polite enough to you, don't take it for granted. After saying that, Lin Mo raised his hand to push her away, nodded apologetically toward Su Qinghan, and motioned for him to follow him and leave. Su Qinghan looked at Lin Mo for a long time, then glanced at Moore, and felt that there was no need to lower himself to compete with such a person. It's too cheap. So, he obediently stood up. Until the two left, Moore stood there, looking at their backs with gritted teeth. If it were her usual temper, she would have thrown a tantrum and started swearing in the street. Who knows, he might even encourage fans to engage in cyber violence. But faced with the wealth displayed by Lin Mo, she didn't have the courage. That's Galaxy Bay. She had heard a lot about this kind of hidden tycoon. The more low-key the boss is, the more powerful his methods are. If you really offend the other party, not only will you not have a chance to be with him, but you won't even know how you died. After asking for her teeth for a long time, Moore finally dared to stamp her feet fiercely and cursed helplessly, men are not good things, they only care about looking for pretty ones. She completely forgot that it was actually because of her youth and beauty that she was able to gain a foothold in the anchor circle. After leaving with Su Qinghan, Lin Mo said to her apologetically, "I'm sorry, President Su, I made you laugh." Su Qinghan had indeed seen quite a few jokes. "But I'm still prepared to say a few polite words." Unexpectedly, before she could speak, Lin Mo changed the subject, "But actually you really recognized the wrong person. My name is Lin Mo, but we have the same name. I am still in college." This time, it was Su Qinghan's turn to be a little bit defeated. "You." She seldom expressed her emotions to others, and when she felt she was being fooled, she didn't know what to say for a moment. After holding it in for a long time, they could only glare at each other, then turned around and walked away without saying anything more. But she didn't expect that the other party would be so shameless as to hold her back. Chapter 5: Let Go. Let go of your hands. The female president's voice was already a little chilly. Lin Mo immediately let go of her hand and raised it to her shoulder to show that he had no intention of harassing her. "I want to say that I'm not kidding you. What I just said is true. I am willing to reach an agreement with you. We can deal with each other's families, and I have money, so I won't covet anything from you." Su Qinghan looked at him for a few seconds, as if he was re-examining the boy in front of him. She took steps and stopped, sold and stopped, and finally returned the item, sighing helplessly. "Will there be a next time?" The female president surrendered. Her time is precious, and she doesn't want to waste it looking for a cooperative marriage. What's more, what Lin Mo said also touched her heart. Indeed, a partner with strong financial conditions is more reassuring. Lin Mo knew that he had succeeded, and immediately smiled, "I promise not." Finally, the official and coldly written marriage cooperation agreement was handed over. But at this moment, oops! A very deliberate scream broke the warming atmosphere between the two. A cup of still hot coffee was accurately poured over him. He stepped back a few steps in panic, wiped his body, frowned and looked up. When he saw the person coming, his face became even darker. Why is it that all the ridiculous plots in this world are pouring out one after another as if the wholesale button has been pressed? Xiao Wanru? His ex-girlfriend was standing on the side of the road, holding a coffee cup with an innocent look on her face. "Ah! Lin Mo?" There was just the right amount of surprise and embarrassment on Xiao Wanru's face. However, when she spoke, her eyes were not looking at Su Qingxue, but she glanced in the direction of Xinghuan with her peripheral vision. Needless to say, she came here specifically to accidentally meet her ex-boyfriend. She was watching short videos today and accidentally saw a live broadcast segment. The familiar figure made her recognize Lin Mo at a glance. The flames of jealousy instantly burned her reason. She couldn't believe that the poor boy who was dumped by her had turned into a wealthy man worth over 100 million? I'm sorry. I didn't mean it." Xiao Wanru looked apologetic, her big eyes looking pure and innocent, like a little deer in the woods. She firmly believed that as long as she showed a little weakness and pretended to be pitiful, Lin Mo would definitely come running to coax her like before. "After all, if you lick the dog to the end, you will get everything. Lin Mo, are you okay?" "It's all my fault. I didn't mean it. How about I help you wash your clothes? I know you liked my washing the most." Xiao Wanru looked at Lin Mo pitifully, with the words "come and comfort me" written all over her face. She had even thought of the next scenario. Lin Mo would definitely say distressfully, "It's okay, how are you? Are you burned?" Then she took the opportunity to propose a reconciliation, crying about how helpless she was in the beginning. As a result, she never expected that before Lin Mo opened his mouth, a cold voice sounded first. "Mr. Lin has quite a few romantic interests." Su Qinghan's tone was indifferent, and it was impossible to tell whether he was happy or angry, but it carried an invisible sense of oppression. She glanced at Xiao Wanru unhappily and said lightly, "No need. It's not someone else's turn to wash my fiancé's clothes." "Fiancé?" Xiao Wanru said, and then seemed to react, her eyes widened instantly. "Fiancé?" Her incredulous gaze was not directed at Su Qingxue, but at Lin Mo. "What? You have a buyer so soon?" "I was dumped by myself just 2 days ago." I looked at Su Qinghan again. She had a beautiful appearance, noble temperament, and an innate sense of superiority in her every move. This made her even more jealous. Why? Why could Lin Mo find such an excellent woman just after being dumped by her? Lin Mo, who is she? When did you have a fiancé? Did you come here on purpose to piss me off? When she asked this question, Lin Mo hadn't answered yet, but she believed it first. He nodded in agreement. Yes, that's right, you must be looking for someone to make me angry. Lin Mo didn't know whether she was angry or not. But he himself was pissed. Even Su Qinghan's face darkened slightly. But Xiao Wanru was still acting there, with a face full of grievance. I know you are still angry with me. But at the time, I really had no choice. You love me so much, can you bear to see me suffer? As she spoke, she pretended to wipe away her tears, as if she was the victim. Lin Mo was disgusted by her words. This woman was so shameless that it was simply beyond the sky. He was too lazy to waste time talking to her and interrupted her casting. Xiao Wanru, save your breath and stop making yourself sound so great. I gave up the postgraduate entrance exam for you, but you turned around and followed someone else. Why are you coming here to pretend to be affectionate now? Don't disgust me. I'm afraid I'll vomit at night. In contrast, when he was facing Imoer, his words were merciless. Because that anchoress eating manners were at most ugly, but the one in front of him really made him sick. The expression on Xiao Wanru's face froze instantly, and a trace of resentment flashed in her eyes, but it was quickly replaced by grievance. Lin Mo, how can you say that to me? That's enough. Lin Mo interrupted her impatiently and directly took Su Qinghan's hand. Boss Su, let's go. Don't waste time with this kind of person. After saying that, he walked towards the roadside without looking back. But before he could reach the side of the road, a flashy red sports car suddenly braked and stopped in front of the two men. A young man wearing a designer suit and with a slicked-back face got out of the car. Brother Howren. When she saw the person coming, Xiao Wanru suddenly jumped over and hugged the person's arm. This scene almost shattered Su Qinghan's three perspectives. She looked at Lin Mo, who had a disgusted expression beside her, and asked, what is she doing? That man is her adopted brother, and they have an illicit relationship. Lin Mo didn't elaborate, because even saying it made him feel like vomiting. He was such an idiot when he was dating Xiao Wanru. He didn't see that this bitch was a snob and a lover of the rich, and he didn't see the ins and outs between her and his adopted brother. He just treated one as his girlfriend and the other as his younger brother. At that time, Lin Mo worked to support them both. The reason why he failed the postgraduate entrance examination many times was that before each exam, these two siblings deliberately made trouble for him, making him in a bad state. Anyway, whenever he thought about what happened, he felt so angry that his teeth itched. Chapter 6, Claiming Sovereignty. Hey, Lin Mo? Xia Haoren placed his hands casually on Xiao Wanru's waist and tilted his head lazily. Why, you won't give up? Do you have to pester our Wanru? Xiao Wanru immediately said in a coquettish voice, Brother Haoren, I have already broken up with him a long time ago, but he is still like this, how annoying. Xia Haoren snorted in his throat, his contempt almost overflowing. He raised his chin towards Lin Mo's washed-out t-shirt. With this outfit, even the garbage collector on the street looks better than him, right? Wanru, your vision before, tisk. Xia Haoren turned to Lin Mo and said, I heard that you have been taking the postgraduate entrance examination for several years, but you didn't pass a single one? Is your brain not good enough, or is it that you are not destined to be rich? Xiao Wanru was giggling beside her. Yes, Lin Mo, stop daydreaming and look at your own weight. My brother Haoren is so powerful now. In the business circle of City A, if he stamps his feet, many people will tremble with him. Besides, what is brother Haoren's status? What about you? How can a poor guy living in a shabby rental house compare with you? You can't even pay the rent for your shabby place, right? You might be kicked out one day. TSK, so pitiful and ridiculous. She said with undisguised sarcasm, but I still wish you good luck in your next postgraduate entrance exam. Don't fail again, hee hee. Lin Mo tightened his fingers one by one and clenched them into fists. He used to be poor and indeed naive. But now he is no longer the soft persimmon that can be bullied by anyone. Lin Mo felt a surge of anger rushing up his chest, and just as he was about to speak, Xia Haoren suddenly stopped, and his attention was directed to a place not far behind Lin Mo. Su Qinghan just stood there quietly, his figure tall and straight, with a kind of coldness and aloofness that kept strangers away from him. Xia Haoren's breathing seemed to be tripped by something and paused slightly. Who is this lady? Xia Haoren's voice changed tone, and the harshness and contempt he had shown towards Lin Mo just now disappeared completely. He put on a well-rehearsed smile. Hello, my name is Xia Haoren. May I ask your name, young lady? My car is parked right over there. If you don't mind, why don't you go up and sit for a while and have a drink? Xiao Wanro stood aside, looking a little unnatural. Xia Haoren flirted with another woman right in front of her. She's a woman who's much more outstanding than her. She still tried hard to use her facial muscles to force a relatively sweet smile. Yes, my brother Haoren's car is not something that ordinary people can ride in. It's very comfortable inside. Su Qinghan didn't even bat an eyelid. There was no unnecessary expression on her face, which was enough to dim everything around her in an instant. No need. The smile on Xia Haoren's face suddenly froze. In Jiangbei, there are few women who can resist such a generous invitation from Mr. Xia. This woman refused to even give him a straight face and rejected him so straightforwardly? You. Xia Haoren's Adam's apple rolled. Oh, you have quite a personality. Having been humiliated in public like this, Xia Haoren's disguise of being elegant and graceful was apparently unable to maintain. He stared at Su Qinghan's slim yet distant back and let out a light snort from his nose. Lin Mo, don't think that you can be safe just because you have a pretty girl by your side. He transferred all his unhappiness onto Lin Mo. No matter how beautiful she is, what does it have to do with you? And you will always be that useless piece of shit who can't get into graduate school. Xiao Wanru was laughing so hard that she was shaking with laughter. Lin Mo, did you hear that? Brother Haoren said you are nothing. What can you compare with Brother Haoren? I advise you to get out of here and stop getting in the way. She said this, deliberately lowering her voice. By the way, Brother Haoren just recently won a big project, and it's just a few small goals. What about you? Are you still worried about the rent for next month? What a poor creature. Lin Mo's chest heaved violently. He raised his head, his jaw clenched tightly. You're done? Xiao Wanru was stunned by his sudden momentum, but then she curled her lips and wanted to say something else. But Lin Mo didn't give her a chance. He stared at Xiao Wanru's face, which was twisted with pride, with a sinister smile on the corner of his mouth. Xiao Wanru, who the hell are you? He took a step forward, his momentum overwhelming. Are you qualified to point fingers at me and criticize me here? Without me, you wouldn't know where you'd be now. Do you think that now that you are with a rich man like Xia Haoren, you can write off all the dirty deeds of the past? Have you forgotten the time when you couldn't even afford a decent coat and begged me for help? The blood color drained away from Xiao Wanru's face in an instant. Her lips trembled as she tried to retort, but she couldn't utter a word. Lin Mo sneered and turned to look at Su Qinghan. He took out a pure black card from his pocket and handed it to Su Qinghan. For you. Su Qinghan was slightly startled and looked at him in confusion. She didn't understand why Lin Mo suddenly gave her a card. This is my betrothal gift. Lin Mo added. Su Qinghan's originally puzzled look froze instantly, and he understood what Lin Mo meant in an instant. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly. She was happy to cooperate with him and fight back against these hateful people. Seeing that she accepted it, Lin Mo smiled. He took off his coat and gently put it on Su Qinghan's shoulders. It's windy here, be careful not to catch a cold. Su Qinghan's body stiffened slightly, but she soon relaxed. Lin Mo's body temperature was on her coat, and in the cool night breeze, she actually felt a little warm. She looked up at Lin Mo with a complicated look in her eyes. What on earth does this man want to do? At this moment, a clear reminder sound that only Lin Mo could hear suddenly rang in his mind. Ding! The fraternity system detected that the host was declaring sovereignty against the target person Su Qinghan. The reward bar was critically hit, increasing by 70%. Ding! The fraternity system detected that the host was caring for the target person Su Qinghan. The reward bar was critically hit, increasing by 80%. This reward progress has been completed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the development rights for the North City project. At this moment, Xia Haoren's cell phone suddenly rang. It was his assistant calling. Boss Xia. Something big has happened. We just received news that the main body of the new city development project in the north of the city has been directly changed to Lin Mo. There is no big boss named Lin Mo in Jiangbei, so which Lin Mo is this? Xia Haoren's face turned pale instantly after hearing the assistant's words, and his hand holding the phone was shaking. A project worth hundreds of millions of yuan was gone just like that, and it was given to Lin Mo? Which Lin Mo? Who else could it be except this loser in front of me? He suddenly raised his head and looked at Lin Mo in horror. How is this possible? Xiao Wanru also heard the voice on the phone, and the smile on her face completely froze. What on earth did this loser whom she had always looked down upon do? Chapter 7 Invited Actors. Xia Haoren's hand holding the phone trembled even more violently. He looked at Lin Mo suddenly. In addition to the initial shock in his eyes, there was now a hint of vigilance. How is it possible? How could this rubbish get the project in the north of the city? He had indeed said in front of Xiao Wanru and even in the circle that he was determined to win the project in the north of the city. But only he himself knows how many eyes are watching this project. He is just flattering himself and bluffing. How can he be completely sure? Now it was taken away by that loser Lin Mo? No. Impossible. Xiao Wanru screamed, her voice a little distorted. This is impossible. Lin Mo, did you hear wrong? Or is your assistant crazy? How can the North City project be given to you? Who the hell are you? She really couldn't accept this fact. How could a piece of trash she got rid of, a poor guy she thought couldn't even afford a decent piece of clothing, get a project worth hundreds of millions? Who am I? Lin Mo sneered. I am now at least the person in charge of the Changbei project. And Mr. Xia, the one you're with, has been watching this project for more than half a year, but he hasn't made a single cent. Xia Haoren's face turned pale, and his hands at his sides were clenched into fists. Being mocked in person by Lin Mo, a waste whom he looked down upon, was such a great humiliation. Xiao Wanru was so angry that she was shaking all over and pointed at Lin Mo's nose and cursed. You're talking nonsense. This must be a coincidence. There's more than one person named Lin Mo in the world. You are qualified for this kind of project? Are you worthy? She just didn't believe it. She would never believe that this was Lin Mo's ability. Believe it or not. Lin Mo shrugged. But you are right. Your brother Haoren really can't get this kind of project even if he wants to. As for whether I am worthy of it. Now the facts are in front of us, aren't they? When Xiao Wanru heard what Lin Mo said, she was so angry that she almost lost her mind. She turned to look at Xia Haoren beside her, and was about to urge him to find a solution quickly, or at least say something tough, but she found that Xia Haoren didn't even look at her. His eyes were fixed on Su Qinghan, who was beside Lin Mo. Su Qinghan has outstanding looks and a cool temperament. He is the type who can attract attention wherever he goes. That look filled with naked desire made Su Qinghan feel extremely uncomfortable from the moment it appeared. Seeing Xia Haoren's lustful look, Xiao Wanru suddenly felt a surge of anger in her heart. How could she forget that Xia Haoren is a man who can't change his bad habits? He can't walk when he sees a beautiful woman. Moreover, Su Qinghan's cold and noble temperament was something she could never imitate no matter how hard she tried. Xiao Wanru glanced at Su Qinghan, then looked at Xia Haoren's behavior, and the evil fire in her heart became even stronger. Oh, I see. I was wondering why you were shaking all of a sudden. It turns out you're having a gigolo, Lin Mo. She deliberately raised her voice to ensure that people around her could hear her. However, I advise some people not to get complacent too soon. Do you think she's a decent person? She relies on that face to get the money from some old man. I think so. How can a young woman have so much money to start a company? It's probably the inheritance left by some dying old man. Maybe it's from a widow who's waiting for a man to die. The more Xiao Wanru spoke, the more relief she felt. The frustration she had felt at the impact of Lin Mo and the North City project disappeared at this moment. These dirty words poured into Lin Mo's ears without missing a word. The aura around Lin Mo suddenly turned cold. He stared at Xiao Wanru's face, which was twisted with jealousy, and his anger rose instantly. Watch your fucking mouth. Just as Lin Mo was about to step forward, a slightly cool hand gently rested on his arm. It's Su Qinghan. She didn't make any unnecessary movements, but just calmly held him. Then she turned to Xiao Wanru, who was still feeling smug. My lady, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say anything you want. You said I hooked up with old men, cheated them out of money, and became a widow? Where's the evidence? She took out a business card from her exquisite handbag without haste. With a twist of her fingertips, the business card flew accurately and landed on the table in front of Xiao Wanru with a slight pop sound. Look carefully, who am I? Xiao Wanru was stunned by the sudden aura and subconsciously picked up the business card of extraordinary texture. With just one glance, the pride and sarcasm on her face seemed to be frozen in an instant. The business card design is simple and elegant, with only a few lines of words on it. Su Qinghan. There is a line of small words below, president of Su Group. Su's group, president? Xiao Wanru's voice was shaking so badly that she couldn't even utter a complete sentence. Her mind was blank and buzzing. Su Group. That was a giant standing at the top of Jiangqing's business world. Even if she was ignorant, she had heard of the Su Group. And the woman in front of him is actually the president of Su Corporation? That's right. Su Qinghan nodded and looked at Xiao Wanru coldly. Defaming others requires legal liability. Especially in public, malicious attacks on others' personalities are more serious. She paused slightly, glanced at Lin Mo, and added calmly. As for your doubts about his ability, I can tell you, Mr. Lin Mo, not only is the Changbei project under his full responsibility, he is also a shareholder of the Su Group. The business card in Xiao Wanru's hand fell to the ground with a click. Her face turned pale in an instant. She opened her mouth but couldn't utter a word. What Su Qinghan meant was that Lin Mo did not rely on hanging out with women, but that he had extraordinary abilities. Xia Haoran's pupils suddenly shrank. Su Group? What the hell is going on? When did Lin Mo climb up the big tree of Su Group? Su Qinghan glanced at Xiao Wanru and Xia Haoran, whose jaws almost dropped to the ground in shock, but his expression remained calm. She had no interest in being entangled with such a person for too long. She gently pulled Lin Mo's sleeve, signaling him to leave. From the moment Su Qinghan grabbed his arm, Lin Mo's mind had undergone some subtle changes. It turns out that the feeling of being protected by others is quite good. Especially being protected by someone as arrogant and cold as Su Qinghan. He looked at Su Qinghan's profile and found that she still had no expression. He couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth and his smile deepened. Seeing Su Qinghan pulling Lin Mo and turning to leave, Xiao Wanru suddenly reacted. The great resentment and strong jealousy made her not care about her face. She took a sudden step forward, stretched out her arm, and blocked the two men's path. Wait. You can't leave. The president of Su Group? A shareholder? Do you think I will believe it? You must have colluded with each other. She glared at Lin Mo and then turned to Su Qinghan with a resentful tone. Lin Mo, stop pretending here. You are a waste. Without a woman to help you, you are nothing. This woman, what kind of CEO of Su Corporation is she? Maybe she is an actress you paid for. Xiao Wanru has completely lost her mind. She cannot accept the facts before her and can only slander desperately. Chapter 8. This time I hit a complete wall. Lin Mo almost couldn't hold back his laughter. He has seen many idiots, but this is the first time he has seen something so outrageous. Even at this point, Xiao Wanru was still resisting, using such a flawed excuse to cover up her ridiculous jealousy. Su Qinghan had lost his last bit of patience with Xiao Wanru's unreasonable demands. She opened her red lips slightly. Actor? Do you think I need to hire an actor to act with me? Just at this moment, there was a slight movement at the restaurant door. A middle-aged man wearing a neat black suit, neatly combed hair and white gloves walked in. The man walked straight to Su Qinghan and bowed slightly, his tone respectful yet steady. Miss, the car is ready, the master ordered you to go back early. Butler Wang? When Xia Haoran saw who was coming, his voice changed, his legs went weak, and he almost collapsed on the spot. Butler Wang. This is the famous Butler Wang of the Su Group. In Jiangqing's circle, who doesn't know the importance of the Su family's steward Wang? He is a butler in name, but in reality he is the person that Mr. Su relies on the most. Within the Su Group, his words are sometimes more effective than those of some vice presidents. No matter how stupid Xia Haoran was, he wouldn't be so blind that he couldn't recognize this big shot who could shake the Jiangqing business community with just a stomp of his feet. This time I've hit a complete wall. He was so bold as to be sarcastic to the person who really had the final say in the Su Group and even questioned his identity. Xiao Wanru was about to speak when Xia Haoran suddenly grabbed her arm with such force that she gasped in pain. Brother Haoran, why are you crazy? Xiao Wanru shouted in a low voice, suppressing her anger. Shut up. You are an idiot who is always causing trouble and can't do anything good. Xia Haoran lowered his voice. Do you know who you are talking to? Why don't you apologize to President Su? Apologize? Xiao Wanru was a little confused. She looked at the pale-faced Xia Haoran, then at the indifferent Su Qinghan, and the imposing butler Wang. Her mind was in a mess. She didn't understand why Brother Howran, who was so majestic on weekdays, suddenly became so cowardly. Su, Mr. Su? Xiao Wanru repeated subconsciously. Seeing her stupid look, Xiao Haoran got so anxious that veins on his forehead started throbbing. He no longer cared about his face now, he just hoped to appease Su Qinghan, this big Buddha, as soon as possible. He pushed Xiao Wanru away, took a step forward, and bowed deeply to Su Qinghan. Boss Su. Boss Su, please have mercy on me. My sister, she is ignorant and outspoken. Please don't bother with her. I apologize to you on her behalf. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. He even wanted to reach out and pull Su Qinghan's sleeve. His humble appearance formed a sharp contrast with his previous arrogance, which caused many people around to sneer at him. Su Qinghan didn't even bother to give him a sidelong glance, and only told Butler Wang, Uncle Wang, I don't want to see them here again. I understand, Mississippi. Butler Wang bowed slightly and turned his gaze to Xiao Haoran and Xiao Wanru. The professional smile was still on his face, but it was like a layer of frost, without any warmth. Please, both of you. Please don't disturb our young lady, and don't disturb the other distinguished guests from having a good meal. Xiao Haoran didn't dare to say any more nonsense, and nodded repeatedly, yes, we'll leave right away, right away. We won't disturb President Su, we won't disturb him. He suddenly grabbed Xiao Wanru, who was still unwilling to give in, and dragged her out of the restaurant with almost all his strength. Brother! Let me go. I won't leave. What right do they have to chase us away? Xiao Wanru's sharp screams pierced the restaurant, and she struggled with her hands and feet. Xiao Haoran only wanted to protect himself at this moment, so he didn't care about her dignity. The strength of his arms almost crushed her bones. His jaw was clenched tightly, and the muscles around his cheeks jumped. The words came out from between his teeth, shut up. Don't drag me with you if you want to die. Eyes from all directions pierced them. TSK Tisk, where's that arrogance from just now? Why are you like a defeated rooster now? Why did you have to provoke the guy from the Su group? I'm afraid it will be difficult for me to survive in Jiangcheng from now on. That woman insisted that they were hired actors. Her face must have been swollen from the beating. It's so funny. Lin Mo leaned sideways, following the fleeing figures of the Xia brothers and sisters with his eyes, a faint smile on his lips. He turned and looked at Su Qinghan. Su Qinghan stood still. She turned her head slightly and said to Butler Wang, Uncle Wang, you should go back first, Mr. Lin Mo and I still have something to discuss. Butler Wang's bowing posture froze for a moment, and then he immediately returned to his usual humility. Okay, Mississippi. I'll wait for you outside. After he finished speaking, he retreated quietly. The restaurant returned to peace. Su Qinghan turned his gaze back to Lin Mo, his voice as cold as before, your ex-girlfriend has a lot of resentment. There was no further emotion in her tone. Lin Mo stretched his shoulders, his tense nerves relaxed a little, and his tone became lighter. There are always some people in the world who can't bear to see others comfortable. Today, thank you President Su for helping me out. There was some sincerity in these words. Although Xiao Wanru's entanglement was unpleasant, Su Qinghan's thundering methods crushed all the troubles, and this efficiency was indeed refreshing. It's just a piece of cake. It's just that I don't like unnecessary delays. Su Qinghan's tone was calm. She paused and looked at Lin Mo for a moment, with a scrutinizing tone in her voice. But you, the pretty boy, acted quite devotedly. Lin Mo heard this. Not only was he not annoyed, but he went along with her words, with the corners of his lips curved up to just the right degree, neither flattering nor unfriendly. Mr. Su, you are too kind. Since I am doing pretty well as a gigolo, I wonder what Mr. Su thinks about the marriage contract we discussed earlier. Su Qinghan's eyes were calm as he looked at Lin Mo carefully, from head to toe. Under the light, he had an upright posture, clear features, and simple but neat clothes, which really aroused people's imagination. The Xia siblings' misbehavior just now made her feel that the man in front of her was far from being as harmless as he appeared. Su Qinghan looked at Lin Mo, and after a moment's silence, she finally spoke. Okay. I basically agree to your terms. She took out a document and a small recorder from her handbag and pushed them onto the table in front of Lin Mo. Prenuptial agreement, take a look at it. If there's no problem, we'll sign it. To avoid unnecessary trouble later, I will record the conversation. Chapter 9 Happy Cooperation. Lin Mo tapped the document with his fingertips. This woman was indeed very straightforward in her work style. He picked up the stack of papers and flipped through them quickly. The terms are not complicated. The parties will not interfere with each other in the division of property after marriage and will cooperate in acting when necessary. He doesn't care about these. No problem. Lin Mo put down the document, picked up the pen and signed his name at the end. Su Qinghan then signed and pushed one of them to him. It's been a pleasure working with you. It's a pleasure to work with you. Lin Mo raised his lips and put away the agreement. The two exchanged contact information. Su Qinghan's mobile phone number and WeChat are both extremely simple, and his profile picture is a default gray color. I have something else to do at the company, so I'll leave first. She stood up and picked up her handbag with quick and decisive movements. I'll see you off, Mr. Su. Lin Mo also stood up and sent Su Qinghan to the restaurant entrance as the night grew darker. Boss Su, take care. If you need my cooperation in anything, feel free to call me. Lin Mo's voice was not loud, ensuring that she could hear him. Su Qinghan paused for a moment, without looking back. He just said him softly, and his figure quickly disappeared into the night. The evening breeze brought a hint of coolness. Ding! Detected that the host showed concern for Su Qinghan, reward bar plus 0.5. The mechanical prompt sound didn't sound so harsh to Lin Mo. He flexed his wrists and decided that this was a good deal. The cell phone rang without warning, breaking this brief peace. Two words were jumping on the screen, Mom. Lin Mo pressed his temple and answered the call. Hey, Mom. Lin Mo, you little brat. How wild have you been? I asked you to go on a blind date, but where are you? The girl An Zhang introduced to you has been waiting for you in the cafe for 2 hours. 2 hours? The girl's face has turned blue. Are you trying to piss me off to death? Let me tell you, that girl is so nice, she's quiet and gentle, and has a stable job. The familiar roar from the other end of the phone arrived as expected. Lin Mo moved the phone a little further away and let his mother continue talking at full speed. Who would have thought that he, who had just signed a billion-dollar contract, was now being criticized by his own mother for a blind date? This feeling, TSK. Mom, calm down first. I'm not a strong man sent from the sky. No, I'm stuck with an extremely urgent matter. He spoke vaguely. How can such a big thing be as important as your lifelong event? Of course not. There are so many things more important than my lifelong event. Lin Mo lowered his voice and muttered, I'll explain to Aunt Zhang later, apologize to that girl, and treat her to a meal, okay? Apologize? Is it useful to apologize? You kid, you don't care at all. I worked so hard for you. Lin Mo listened to his mother's scolding and looked in the direction where Su Qinghan left, but the cold figure was long gone. Okay, Mom, I really have something to do here. I'm going to hang up first. I'll talk to you later. You should go to bed early and don't get angry. Without waiting for the other party to flare up again, he decisively ended the call. My ears are finally at peace. Lin Mo let out a long breath, and the phone screen lit up again. A WeChat message. Sender, Ms. Zhou. Lin Mo's fingertips paused above the screen. Lin Mo, are you free tomorrow? I have sorted out the key points of the professional courses you missed before. Let's go to the library to review them together. At the end of the message, there was an emoticon of a nodding rabbit. Postgraduate entrance examination. He looked at the message, the light from the screen illuminating his face. The senior student helped him a lot, but at that time he couldn't give any substantial return except saying thank you. He always remembered this favor. He sighed softly and thought, forget it, it would be good to go and meet him and thank him in person. Senior, I'm free now. Where are you? I'll come to see you. Lin Mo replied. Soon, Sister Zhou sent a location, which was a cafe near the postgraduate entrance examination institution. Lin Mo put away his phone and hailed a taxi on the side of the road. Master, go to this address. Although I now have 2 luxury cars as rewards from the system, it is impossible for the cars to appear around me out of thin air. The taxi turned several turns and soon arrived at the destination. Lin Mo paid the fare, and just as he got off the car, he noticed that something seemed to be wrong at the entrance of the postgraduate entrance examination institution. Several men and women in institutional uniforms were surrounding a thin girl, speaking to her in an unfriendly tone. Zhou, I'm telling you, if you can't pay the money today, don't blame us for not following the contract. What do you mean by 2 days of grace? Do you think we are a charity? That's right. Allowing you to pay in installments was already the greatest kindness our organization could offer. You yourself have no money, but you pretend to be the one to pay for your poor junior? Now you know how it feels to not be able to pay it back? Poor junior? Lin Imo paused, his eyes suddenly turned cold. Senior Joe begged, Manager Zhang, Sister Wang, I will make up the difference as soon as I get paid next week. It's really just 2 days away. Please be flexible. Accommodate? If you accommodate us, we'll be left starving? Manager Zhang waved his hand impatiently. Stop talking nonsense, either pay the money now, or we will inform the school of your situation and make you famous in the school. You, how could you do this? Senior Joe's voice became tearful and her eyes were red. Stop. The shout was not loud, but it caused the hand that was about to grab Zhou Min's arm to stop in mid-air. Lin Mo pushed aside the uniformed men and women and stood in front of Zhou Min. When Zhou Min saw him, her cheeks flushed instantly, and she called out in a panic, Lin Mo, why are you here? Why am I here? The man called Manager Zhang glanced at Lin Mo and then sneered. You are her junior who borrowed money everywhere, right? It just so happens that she owed our organization money, and I heard that she paid for it for you? Now she can't pay it back. What do you think about this matter? Lin Mo ignored his noise and turned to Zhou Min, lowering his voice, Senior, what's going on? How much do you owe them? Zhou Min lowered her head even lower, her fingers twisting the corners of her clothes helplessly, the sound so soft that it was almost inaudible. It's the tuition for the postgraduate entrance examination class I signed you up for. I chose to pay it in installments, and I still have 3,000 yuan to pay for the last installment. I want them to give me 2 days. By the end of her speech, her voice was choked with sobs. Lin Mo's chest rose and fell slightly. Chapter 10 Must Apology. By the end of her speech, her voice was choked with sobs. Lin Mo's chest rose and fell slightly. In installments. Pay for him. It turned out that what the senior student paid for him was not the extra pocket money she mentioned, but she paid it in installments herself and silently took it on for him. And the reason? Lin Mo was not a fool. He could hear the sarcasm from the words of those agency personnel. You are pretending to be a big shot and helping your poor junior to pay for it. When he thought about the excessive care and help his senior sister usually gave him, an idea gradually became clear in his mind. An inexplicable emotion surged in my heart, a little sour, but also a little touching. Senior, I should have paid for this. After saying that, he turned back and faced Manager Zhang, and said calmly, 3,000 yuan, right? I'll give it to you now. Manager Zhang and the woman next to him called Sister Wang looked at each other and saw some surprise in each other's eyes, but more of disdain. Oh, that's easy for you to say. Sister Wang said in a shrill voice, looking Lin Mo up and down, can you afford it? Don't just pretend to be rich, and finally have to rely on your senior sister to beg for mercy. That's right, Manager Zhang crossed his arms and spoke in a businesslike tone, we don't sell on credit here. The contract is written in black and white. Extend the time? There are hundreds of people in our organization, and they will all starve to death? Zhou Min's eyes turned red with anxiety, and she tugged at Lin Mo's arm. Lin Mo, don't be impulsive. I can handle it, just go away and leave me alone. Lin Mo patted the back of her hand gently, signaling her to be at ease. He took a half step forward and completely protected Zhou Min behind him. Money, not a penny less. But before you give me the money, you guys have to apologize to my senior first. Apologize? Sister Wang raised her voice by 8 octaves, and said sarcastically, boy, do you understand the situation? She owes us money. We are the creditors. It is only natural for her to pay back the money, why should she apologize? Manager Zhang also snorted coldly, I think you are trying to delay time on purpose? If you don't have money, just say so. Don't act like a big shot here. Zhou Min's face was pale as she tugged at Lin Mo's clothes, her voice filled with tears. Lin Mo, forget it, let's pay back the money, don't argue with them. Lin Mo didn't look at Zhou Min, but just stared at the faces opposite him, and every word he heard was extremely clear. I'll say it again. I will give you the money. But you must apologize for your verbal insults to my senior. Otherwise, you won't get a penny of the money today. And, I promise that you will pay the price for what you just said. You, who are you trying to scare? Sister Wang yelled, but her confidence was obviously weakened, and her voice unconsciously lowered a little. Manager Zhang frowned and stared at Lin Mo. this guy doesn't seem to be bluffing. But looking at his student outfit, he doesn't look like someone with a good background. But what if I really run into a tough guy? It's not worth it to make a big fuss for such a small amount of interest. He cleared his throat and forced a smile. Classmate Joe, just now, we might have spoken a little harshly, don't take it personally. Wang Fong apologized to classmate Joe and let this matter go. Sister Wang was not happy, but under Manager Zhang's warning eyes, she still lowered her head reluctantly and mumbled incoherently, "Sorry, I'm sorry." Lin Mo raised his eyebrows slightly. "Speak louder, my senior sister didn't hear you clearly." Sister Wang's neck stiffened suddenly, her face twitched a few times, and the words of defiance rolled on the tip of her tongue, but she swallowed them back, only her voice rose higher. "I'm sorry. Miss Zhou, we were wrong." Manager Zhang had a smile on his face, but the smile was not reflected in his eyes. He quickly tried to smooth things over. "Yes, Miss Zhou, I'm really sorry. It's our poor service attitude. Please forgive us." Zhou Min stared blankly at the dramatic scene before him. These two people were so domineering just now, but now they changed their expressions. The change was so fast that she couldn't wrap her mind around it, and her eyes involuntarily turned to Lin Mo. Lin Mo took out his mobile phone without any hesitation. He tapped the payment code shown by the other party and paid with his fingertips. 3,000 yuan has arrived via Alipay. Manager Zhang smiled from the corners of his eyes and eyebrows. "Oh, this student is really straightforward. Why not just do this earlier?" Lin Mo didn't even spare him a glance, he just looked at Zhou Min and said softly, "Senior, let's go." Zhou Min still looked at Lin Mo in a daze, with a thin layer of heat on her cheeks. Just at this moment, a long-lost electronic sound exploded in his ears, with an irrepressible excitement. Ding! The host is detected to be grateful and successfully helps the opposite sex who once helped him out, triggering the hidden fraternity mechanism. Ding! The host's personality charm has been slightly improved. Ding! The system reward amount has increased dramatically. The host is rewarded with 5 million yuan in cash. It has been deposited into the system-linked bank card. A series of prompt sounds hit Lin Mo's mind like a heavy hammer, causing him to lose consciousness for a moment. 5 million. Just because I helped my senior sister pay back a mere 3,000 yuan? This system is really interesting. Lin Mo turned his face away. Zhou Min looked distraught, with a hint of confusion still on his face. Something in his heart moved slightly. He has never forgotten the scene when his senior schoolmate came to his aid in times of need. Zhou Min looked at Lin Mo and let out a long sigh, and his whole body relaxed. Lin Mo, today, thank you so much today. If it weren't for you, I really don't know what to do. Her voice trembled slightly. Lin Mo's lips curled up into a smile, revealing a row of white teeth. Senior, if you keep saying such polite things, it will be too formal. He looked at her slightly red eyes and thought to himself that a mere $3,000 was nothing. The senior student lent a helping hand to him when he was in the most difficult time. This friendship is far more valuable than money. Now that I have enough money, I must treat my senior sister to a good meal to show my appreciation. Come on, this matter has been resolved, we must celebrate. I'll treat you to a good meal, so you can calm down. No need, really. Zhou Min waved his hands quickly, looking quite embarrassed. I don't have much appetite. Besides, I should be the one treating you. You've helped me so much. She subconsciously touched her pocket. Lin Mo understood her thoughts too well. Senior sister is a person who always considers others first. He pretended to be relaxed and said, Senior, this is too polite. There is a restaurant that has great food, just follow me. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Mo reached out and gently held her wrist, not giving her a chance to refuse, and pulled her towards the street corner. Zhou Min felt the warmth of his palm on her wrist, and the heat seemed to climb up her arm to her cheek, making her face feel a little hot. Her steps were a little hurried, but she still followed involuntarily. Lin Mo took Zhou Min into a Chinese restaurant with an elegant facade. This restaurant is well known near the school. Its decoration and dishes are all of high quality, and the consumption level is far beyond the students' usual meal standards. The smooth stone steps at the restaurant entrance slowed Zhou Min's pace and his heart sank. Lin Mo, this place, isn't it too expensive? Let's just go have a bowl of noodles, or a random dish from a roadside stall. Chapter 11, The Situation at the Senior's Home. She knew that Lin Mo was never well off and really didn't want him to spend so much. Lin Mo ignored her hesitation, pulled her over the threshold, and said to the waiter who came over, "Hello, please arrange a quieter private room." The waiter looked at the two of them. Lin Mo was dressed ordinary, and Jo Min was even more plain, but she still maintained professional courtesy. "Okay, both of you, please follow me." In the private room, the bone china tableware glowed softly under the warm yellow light. The elegant arrangement made Jo Min feel even more restrained. She was at a loss as to where to put her hands and feet. The waiter handed over the menu. She opened it carefully and took a quick glance, and the number on it made her heart skip a beat. The price of almost every dish was enough for her to eat in the cafeteria for several days. "Lin Mo, the food here is really too expensive." Jo Min pushed the menu towards Lin Mo, lowering his voice. "Let's go somewhere else. I really don't mind eating anything." Lin Mo just smiled gently and pushed the menu back in front of her. "Senior, just order. I'll pay for today. Don't forget, I told you before that when I have money in the future, I will definitely treat you to a good meal." It is detected that the host expresses concern for girls, and rewards are accumulating. But Jo Min still hesitated. It's only been a few days, how could Lin Mo suddenly become rich? In her heart, she didn't believe that Lin Mo could afford this meal. Lin Mo was also a little helpless. He couldn't just reveal his cards and say that he had a magical system that could earn him millions with just a simple operation. That would scare the senior sister silly on the spot. He didn't explain anymore, but simply took the menu and said to the waiter standing beside him, "Give me one portion of your signature dishes. Also, some seasonal vegetables and a mushroom soup." When the waiter heard him order several hard dishes in one breath, his fingers holding the order pen paused, and his attitude towards Lin Mo was obviously much more serious. "Okay, sir, what would you like to order for drinks? Give me a bottle of red wine that has a good reputation in your store, but not too strong." Lin Mo thought for a moment and added, "Given today's atmosphere, perhaps being a little tipsy could help the senior sister relax more." "Okay, sir, please wait a moment." The waiter bowed and left. Before long, dishes that looked delicious and smelled good were served one after another. The presentation is exquisite and the aroma is tempting, instantly whetting one's appetite. The red wine has been decanted, and the waiter gently pours it into a highball glass. The dark red wine gleams charmingly under the light, exuding a mellow fruity aroma. "Come on, senior, try this, it's their signature dish." Lin Mo took the initiative to pick up a piece of fresh fish meat for Jo Min and put it on the bone china plate in front of her. There was a table full of delicious dishes in front of him. Jo Min's nose was filled with the aroma of food, and his nerves, which had been tense due to debt collection, unconsciously relaxed. She picked up the chopsticks and took a small bite. The taste was indeed much better than the fast food she usually ate in the cafeteria. The two of them ate and chatted, and Lin Mo subtly changed the topic and asked about the senior's recent situation. "Once I start talking, I can't stop." When Lin Mo asked her casually why she would get involved in such a loan sharking business, Jo Min's fingers holding the red wine glass slightly tightened, and she gently took a sip of the wine in the glass, but suddenly she got stuck. The warmth brought by the little bit of alcohol may have played a role, allowing her to find an outlet for the emotions that had been pent up in her heart for a long time. She was silent for a long while before she spoke softly. Actually, it's because of my dad. Jo Min's father, a hopeless gambler. Not only did he lose all his family fortune over the years, but he also owed a lot of gambling debts. Those vicious debt collectors would come to harass us every now and then, smashing our things and threatening us. Our home was in chaos and we never had a moment of peace. Her mother has been in poor health and has been relying on medicine for years. Her younger brother is still in high school, so it is a time to spend money. The burden of the family's life fell almost entirely on her thin shoulders. This time, he owed money outside again, and those people said that if he didn't pay it back within 3 days, they would. Jo Min's voice was choked with sobs and her eyes were red. "I really had no other choice. I paid him back part of the money right after I got my salary. The remaining gap was too big, and the bank loan threshold was too high. That's why I thought of those small loan companies, thinking of using them as an emergency measure first." Listening to the senior sister's intermittent confession, Lin Mo's brows were twisted into a knot. He never imagined that the situation at his senior's home had become so corrupt. But even so, when he was worried about the registration fee for the postgraduate entrance examination, the senior student actually wanted to help him pay for it. An indescribable bitterness suddenly surged into Lin Mo's heart. He originally thought that the senior was just temporarily short of money, but he never expected that she had already been struggling on the edge of the cliff. Lin Mo put down his chopsticks, took out a somewhat old envelope from his backpack, and gently pushed it in front of Jo Min. "Senior, this is the money you paid for my postgraduate entrance exam. Please count it." Jo Min froze in his tracks and waved his hands quickly. "Lin Mo, this is not urgent, you use it first, I." "Take it, senior. Thank you so much for last time, otherwise I don't know what I would do." He reached into the backpack again and pulled out another brand new envelope. "Senior, take this and go pay back those loan sharks first." Senior Zhou's attention fell on the two envelopes on the table. Her eyes became even redder. She was at a loss. "Lin Mo, this is not okay. I can't ask you for more money. You have helped me enough. Senior, we are friends, aren't we?" Lin Mo said gently. "Besides, I do have the ability now. You should solve the current trouble first, and we can deal with the other things later. I can't just watch you being forced into a corner by those people, can I?" He pushed the envelope forward again and insisted, "Take it, or I won't be able to eat this meal in peace." Sister Jo was touched by Lin Mo's firm attitude, and thinking of the dire situation at home, she finally couldn't hold back her tears. She picked up the envelope, her fingers trembling slightly, her voice trembling with a heavy nasal tone. "Lin Mo, I really don't know what to say. Thank you so much. Show your concern and reward for Jo Min. The reward bar will be critically hit, increasing by 40%. This reward progress has been completed, and the system rewards are being distributed." The cold mechanical prompt sounded in his mind again, but Lin Mo didn't even raise his eyelids. Since he accidentally bound this system, he has heard similar prompts too many times, and he has long gone from being surprised at first to being accustomed to it now. At this moment, his attention was more focused on the senior student who was crying across from him. The door of the private room was violently opened by someone from the outside with a crash. Chapter 12. Today, I will not hit a woman. Xia Wanru and Xia Haoran came in one after another. The two were still talking and laughing before they came in, but when they saw that it was Lin Mo sitting in the private room, their laughter stopped abruptly. Xia Wanru's breathing became suffocated. Xia Haoran even subconsciously shrank his neck. The lesson I received this morning was quite severe. But when they saw clearly that the person sitting opposite Lin Mo was just a quiet girl and Su Qinghan was not there at all, Xia Haoran's arrogance emerged again. He leaned against the door loosely, raised his chin in the direction of Lin Mo and Jo Min, and spoke in a strange tone. "Oh, Master Lin has changed his taste? Your rich sister is not available to feed you today, so you are going to fish for innocent female students instead?" Lin Mo stopped moving. He hated Xia Haoran's sarcastic emphasis the most. "I thought they were just two mad dogs that weren't tied up. You're not welcome here, get out." Xia Haoran's neck turned red from choking. Just as he was about to spit it back, Xia Wanru walked in. She didn't look at Lin Mo, but went straight to Jo Min. "Lin Mo, why don't you introduce me to her? Who is this, sister?" Lin Mo looked at Xia Wanru coldly. "This is none of your business, get out of here as far as you can." Xia Wanru's face changed, her eyebrows raised, and her voice suddenly rose. "How come it's none of my business? I'm your girlfriend. Why can't I ask who you're with?" Jo Min was already feeling upset because of the things happening at home, and being stared at like that, she didn't know where to put her hands and feet. She twisted the corner of her clothes unconsciously with her fingers and lowered her head even more. Lin Mo's eyes became even colder, and he sneered, "Girlfriend? Xia Wanru, it seems that your memory is not very good. We have broken up, and now you are just my ex-girlfriend. You have no right to ask about my affairs." Xia Wanru's eyes flickered over Lin Mo, and a hint of sneer appeared on her lips. "What? Are you tired of playing with rich women like Su Qinghan and want to change your taste? A pure schoolgirl? Lin Mo, I really underestimated your ability. What, are you addicted to gigolos? You fall in love with every woman you meet, and you really don't care about your dignity for money?" Without waiting for Lin Mo to speak, Xia Wanru spoke to Jo Min again, her voice not loud but powerful. "Miss, I kindly advise you to open your eyes. Lin Mo is already in a relationship. You are so eager to get close to him, aren't you afraid of being called shameless and treated as a mistress? How can you live your life in the future?" Jo Min's whole body froze. Her cheeks first lost their color, and then a burning sensation surged up from the base of her neck, burning the tips of her ears red. She was so anxious that tears were about to fall. No. Lin Mo, he is not what you said. We are fine. Jo Min lowered her head even more. She just wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. She had been trying hard to hide her feelings for Lin Mo. Now being pointed at in the face and called hooker and shameless in public was more embarrassing than a slap in the face. His lips were trembling and his eyes turned red before he could say anything. Xia Haoran interrupted at the right time, shaking his head, looking like he knew Lin Mo very well. "That's right, sister, you are still too naive." He pointed at Jo Min and said, "Don't be fooled by his pretense. That's all fake. I'm telling you, this kind of person will do anything for money. Don't be fooled by him." Seeing Jo Min looking like a frightened little white rabbit, Xiao Wanru felt more and more proud. The curve of her lips deepened a little and her tone became more harsh. "Humph, who knows if he saw that he had a golden thigh like Su Qinghan and thought that he could get some benefits by following him, so he rushed to pay for it?" She glanced at Jo Min with contempt, then glanced at Lin Mo with a hint of undisguised contempt in her eyes. "One of you will do anything for money, and the other one is just trying to get a piece of the pie. In the end, neither of you is a good person." Lin Mo stood up with a bang, and the legs of the chair made a harsh sound as they scratched the ground. He could tolerate Xiao Wanru and Xia Haoran scolding of him as much as they wanted. To him, these two were no different from stray dogs barking on the roadside. But they shouldn't throw dirty water on the senior. "My senior sister is such a nice person. She is quiet, works part-time to pay for her studies, and also has to take care of her family. When has she ever suffered such humiliation?" He had treated her to a meal out of kindness, hoping to make her relax, but ended up making her suffer such filthy treatment. Lin Mo felt a surge of inexplicable anger rising up, burning his temples. "Xiao Wanru, watch your fucking mouth. I'm treating my senior sister to a meal, how does that bother you? Is it your turn to rant here? My senior sister and I are innocent. We are not like some people who are willing to sell everything for a little benefit and have no shame at all. Do you think everyone is as dirty as you and want to get close to any male you see? You are slandering me." Xiao Wanru was so angry at Lin Mo's merciless retort that her whole body began to tremble, and a few strands of her carefully groomed hair fell loose. When Xia Haoran saw Lin Mo's angry look, the smugness on his face suddenly subsided a bit. He took a step forward and stared at Lin Mo with gloomy eyes. "Lin Mo, you'd better understand your own identity," he said with a warning tone. "Don't think you can be arrogant just because you have a backer. This is not the place for you to act wildly." Xiao Wanru touched Jo Min behind Lin Mo, and her voice changed. "I think this vixen is shameless. She seduced you even though you, Lin Mo, have a girlfriend. This bitch deserves to be beaten." Before she finished her words, Xiao Wanru suddenly raised her hand and slapped Jo Min in the face. Jo Min let out a short ah and instinctively closed his eyes. Lin Mo moved even faster. He took a step forward, protecting Jo Min behind him, and took the full force of Xiao Wanru's slap. Bang! The crisp sound was particularly loud in the private room. Xiao Wanru's hand slapped Lin Mo's chin firmly. A burning pain exploded from his jaw, and Lin Mo's head was tilted to one side. Ding! The host has been detected to have made maintenance actions, and the actions meet the system recognition standards. Reward, 100,000 renminbi. The bonus has been directly transferred to the host's bank account, please check it. He slowly turned his head back and pressed the tip of his tongue against the inside of his swollen left cheek. His entire aura sank, making it hard to breathe. Lin Mo, you. Xiao Wanru did not expect that Lin Mo would take the blow for Jo Min. Her raised hand was still frozen in mid-air. When she met Lin Mo's cold eyes, she felt a chill on her back. I won't hit a woman today. Lin Mo spoke word by word. Take this barking dog of yours and get out of my sight now, immediately. Get out. Chapter 13, Galaxy Bay arrived. When Xia Haoran saw Lin Mo getting beaten, he didn't back down. Instead, he took a step forward and stuck out his neck. Lin Mo, don't be so shameless. You are flirting with other women here. If Su Qinghan finds out, he will kick you out. I don't know how you can still be so arrogant. Lin Mo snorted briefly and was about to speak when the door of the private room was pushed open from the outside. The restaurant manager's forehead was covered with sweat. He rushed in with two burly security guards, obviously having heard the noise inside. Oh my dear guests, please let us talk, please don't get angry. The manager put on a professional smile and looked at several people. As soon as he saw the obvious red mark on Lin Mo's chin, his calves began to cramp. It's over, this is a big deal. The two security guards were very tactful. They took a few steps forward and quietly separated Xia Haoran, Xia Wanru, and Lin Mo. The manager bowed almost 90 degrees to Lin Mo. Mr. Lin, I'm so sorry. We were negligent and disturbed your meal. Look, as an apology to you, we'll give you a 20% discount on today's meal. You? 20% off? Lin Mo snorted and didn't even look at the manager. His eyes were still fixed on Xia Wanru and Xia Haoran. Why would I care about your discount? I only have one request. From now on, these two people are not allowed to appear in this restaurant again. They make me sick. When the manager heard this, beads of sweat rolled down his forehead even more. He didn't dare to say anything and nodded repeatedly. Yes, Mr. Lin, don't worry. We will definitely do it. We promise. We promise that we will never let these two step into our store again. After saying that, he immediately turned around, signaled to the two security guards, and raised his voice. What are you still standing there for? Please get these two distinguished guests out. Xia Wanru was so angry that she was shaking. She wanted to make a scene, but Xia Haoran grabbed her arm. Let's go. As if it's not embarrassing enough. That bastard Xia Haoran is not completely stupid. He is destined to get no advantage here today. If he continues to make trouble, he will only lose face even more. He spat in Lin Mo's direction, and was then politely invited out by two security guards unwillingly. The restaurant manager bowed and apologized again, then led the people out of the private room quietly and closed the door with extra care. The surroundings suddenly became quiet, with only Lin Mo and Zhou Min left. Zhou Min seemed to have just recovered from the chaos and took a few steps to Lin Mo's side. She raised her hand, her fingertips a little unsteady, and tried to touch the place where Lin Mo was hit. Lin Mo. Are you okay? Does it hurt? Why did you block that blow for me? It must have been pretty heavy. Seeing her almost crying, Lin Mo felt a little soft in his heart and shook his head gently. He no longer had the ruthlessness he had just now. It's okay, it's nothing. He took Zhou Min's hand that was suspended in mid-air and slowed down his voice. I have thick skin and flesh, what's the harm of getting hit? It's better than hitting you. But... Zhou Min's eyes turned red and she felt upset. It's all my fault. If I hadn't been here, you wouldn't have run into them, let alone. Senior, this matter has nothing to do with you. Lin Mo interrupted her. He raised his chin towards the door and said, See? I kicked those two guys out. They won't be able to come into this store from now on. Can you eat in peace now, senior sister? Zhou Min looked at him pretending to be relaxed, and the guilt in her heart did not diminish at all. Instead, her guilt became even more agitated because of his protection. Lin Mo. Really, thank you so much. She said softly. Why are you being so polite to me, senior sister? Lin Mo took out a tissue and handed it over. Wipe it quickly, the food is almost cold. Fill your stomach first, then you will have the energy to think about other things. Perhaps it was because he had been depressed for too long, or perhaps it was because the alcohol gradually took over his head. Zhou Min slowly relaxed and drank one drink after another without stopping. Two blushes appeared on her cheeks and her eyes began to wander. Before I knew it, the bottle of red wine was empty. Zhou Min probably drank too much and rubbed his temple uncomfortably. Then he took off the pair of black-framed glasses on his nose and casually placed them on the table. When she looked up at Lin Mo again, Lin Mo paused slightly. Without her glasses, Senior Zhou seemed like a different person. Without the lenses blocking her view, her almond-shaped eyes became even brighter, and beneath her small nose were slightly plump lips, stained bright red by the alcohol. The blush on her cheeks became even more obvious due to the alcohol, making the skin seem to almost glow. Lin Mo glanced at her face twice more. The gentleness that was usually hidden by knowledge and frames was now revealed undisguisedly. Zhou Min seemed to have noticed something as well. She lowered her eyes unnaturally, and fiddled with the hair around her ears aimlessly with her fingers. Lin Mo coughed lightly, breaking the brief stagnation. Senior, drink some water, slowly? He pushed the water cup on the table to her hand. Zhou Min took it, sipped it, her voice vague and a little nasal. Dizzy. She raised her hand and pressed her eyebrows, her movements much slower. Then stop drinking and take a rest. Lin Mo lowered his voice and said, Shall I take you home? The time shown on the watch on my wrist is indeed late. Zhou Min slowly raised his head, his eyes a little scattered, and looked at him for a few seconds before he said him softly and nodded. Lin Mo called the clerk over to settle the bill, and then carefully supported senior sister Jo, who was already a little unsteady on her feet. System: the completion rate of the phased goal escort senior sister has been improved. Outside the restaurant, as the evening breeze blew, senior sister Jo's body swayed even more violently, with most of her weight on Lin Mo's arms. She mumbled something, but not a single word could be heard clearly. I hailed a taxi and took the person to the dormitory building. Lin Mo patted her shoulder gently. Senior sister, we're here. Jo Min opened her eyelids with great effort and recognized the dormitory building. She said in a weak and mosquito-like voice, Lin Mo. Thank you, thank you. You're welcome. Come on up. Seeing that she could barely stand on her own, Lin Mo let go of her hand. System prompt: the core event protecting the senior sister has been completed. The reward has been settled. System reward: a single-family villa in the suburbs. The relevant property rights documents have been encrypted and sent to your personal terminal. Please check them. As soon as the prompt sounded in his mind, Lin Mo's steps suddenly stopped. Suburban villa? He took out his cell phone, opened the map app, and casually searched for the villa area in the city. Tisk, it's a bit far. This place would be a good place for my parents to come and live here in their old age. His fingers slid aimlessly across the screen, stopping on the three words Zingawon. That valuable house, and that luxury car that has never been seen. He glanced at the time on his phone screen. It wasn't too late yet. Master, let's go to Zingawon. Lin Mo reported the address to the online taxi driver he had just called. Chapter 14, Senior. Don't be afraid. The car blended into the torrent of lights in the city late at night, and the light and shadows outside the window changed. Lin Mo leaned back in his chair, his fingers tapping unconsciously on his knees. In just a few days, life seems to have completely changed. After about half an hour, the car slowed down significantly and drove into an exceptionally quiet area with soft street lights and neatly trimmed green plants on both sides. We've arrived at Galaxy Bay. The driver reminded. At the entrance of the community, several security guards in neat uniforms stood in standard postures, and their aura was different from that of the security guards at the entrance of ordinary communities. Lin Mo rolled down the window and gave the room number and his name. The leading security guard looked him up and down, his eyes resting on his casual clothes for a moment, before he picked up the intercom to verify. After a while, the security guard put down the walkie-talkie, his expression changed immediately, he walked over quickly, and even took the initiative to open the back door for him. Mr. Lin, welcome back. Your identity has been confirmed, please come in. The voice was much more polite than before. Lin Mo didn't say much and got out of the car. This change in attitude is quite interesting. The online hailing taxi slowly drove through the gate and headed along the flat and clean road in the community. Along the roadside are carefully tended landscape trees and some indecipherable art installations, standing silently in the night. In the distance, lights are sparse among the buildings. The car stopped in front of the target building. A man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, who looked to be around 40 years old, immediately came forward, followed by two property staff members. Mr. Lin, right? Hello, I'm the property manager here, my last name is Lee. Manager Lee smiled and held out his hand. Is this your first time here? Our property management provides 24-hour butler service. If you have any needs, just call me anytime. Manager Lee. Lin Mo shook hands with him. Manager Lee bowed slightly, made a pleased gesture, and led Lin Mo to the lobby. The lobby has a considerable ceiling height, the floor is so bright that people's shadows can be clearly reflected, there are paintings hanging on the walls, and a faint fragrance floats in the air. The elevator runs silently, the space inside is much more spacious than outside, and there is soft music lingering in my ears. The elevator stops at the designated floor. Manager Lee stopped in front of a dark-colored door that looked quite heavy. Mr. Lin, this is the one. The style of the door looks simple, but the material used is extraordinary. Lin Mo had just taken 2 steps forward when an inconspicuous small screen on the door suddenly lit up and a facial recognition scanning box popped up. Manager Lee added, Mr. Lin, your information should have been entered into the system. You can just stand here. Mr. Lin, here it is. Manager Lee bent over, followed the voice in front of him, ran to the entrance wall in small steps, and lightly swiped his finger on the touch panel. Shwa! The light seeped out from the grooves of the roof and the cracks in the walls, soft but illuminating every corner clearly. The whole space suddenly became bright. Lin Mo stopped. He took a few steps forward. The surface of the ground beneath his feet felt thick and soft, and made almost no sound when he stepped on it. The living room, or rather, this place that was so empty that made him feel a little uneasy, had a wall gone and replaced by transparent glass. He slowly walked to the cold glass and placed his palm against it. The buildings below, now standing quietly in an orderly manner, seemed much smaller. Mr. Lin, this top-floor duplex has a construction area of 380 square meters. It has smart home furnishings throughout the house and a unique security system. Manager Lee's voice was chattering in the back. Lin Mo didn't look back immediately. The numbers and nouns floated into his ears and then dissipated. The small partition room in the university town is so cramped that you have to be careful even when turning around. He took a breath, turned around, and asked in a flat voice, "Where's the bedroom?" Hey, hey! This way, please." Manager Lee responded repeatedly, and hurriedly trotted ahead, pointing the way. "The master bedroom is over here, and the dressing room and bathroom are independent. The second bedroom and study are on that side. The master bedroom also has an entire wall of glass." That cloakroom was much larger than the entire place he had rented before. In the bathroom, a bathtub is recessed into the floor. Lin Mo nodded slightly. "Mr. Lin, if you need to purchase anything in the future, or need housekeeping services, private chefs, etc., just ask our property management." Manager Lee's tone became a little warmer, catching Lin Mo's subtle reaction. Lin Mo didn't respond, but walked back to the window of the master bedroom and looked outside. "Manager Lee." He spoke. "Nothing, you go back first." "Well, okay. Mr. Lin, you can get familiar with it slowly. If you need anything, just call me anytime." Manager Lee responded repeatedly, took 2 steps back, bowed slightly, and gently closed the door for him. The door closed softly. The room suddenly became quiet. Lin Mo let out a long breath. The leather sofa in the living room has fine leather texture. He walked over and sat down. The body sank slowly and was wrapped in a comfortable softness. The next afternoon, just as Lin Mo finished his last bite of rice, the screen of his cell phone suddenly lit up and vibrated non-stop. Senior Joe Min. Lin Mo put down his chopsticks and answered the call. "Hello? Senior, what's wrong with you? What happened?" he said in a gentle voice. The voice on the other end of the phone was not the senior sister's usual voice, but a loud bang, followed by the sound of porcelain breaking, sharp and piercing. The woman's crying and the man's roaring mixed together and rushed over. "You stupid girl. Have you gotten too cocky? Just because you made a few bucks, you dare to deny your father? Ha! I'll beat you to death." Then, Joe Min pleaded with a heavy nasal voice, "Help! Stop! Stop hitting me! Dad! I beg you. Didn't I give you all the money? Give it all to me? Bullshit! What can you do with that little money? You jinx! Hand over the money. All of it. Not a penny less. I was wrong. I know I was wrong. But I have nothing left, really, please let me go." Joe Min's voice was full of despair. Lin Mo jumped up from his chair, holding his phone tightly in his hand. "Senior." "Joe Min. What's going on? Where are you? What happened?" Joe Min seemed to have heard his voice clearly, and cried, "Lin Mo. Save me, he came to ask for money again. I paid back all the money he owed me before, and he knew I had money, so he came to make trouble again. Woo-woo, he said he wanted to sell me to pay off his gambling debts. CAO." Lin Mo let out a low curse from his throat. That gambler. Chapter 15, 1 million? Do you deserve it? Senior. Don't be afraid. I'll be there right away. Are you home? Is the address still the same? Lin Mo was very fast and rushed to the door. "Well, at home. Lin Mo, come quickly. I'm scared." Joe Min's voice was shaking. "Lock the door and hide. I'll be there soon." After Lin Mo shouted this, he rushed out. Without even having time to put on his coat, he just threw on a thin shirt over his t-shirt and ran downstairs. The car rewarded by the system. In the underground parking lot, the black car with smooth lines was quietly lying in the parking space. Lin Mo suddenly opened the car door and got into the driving seat. The moment the engine started, he almost stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. The car rushed out. It had to be fast. Senior Joe Min's home is in the old city, not too far from Lin Mo's dormitory area, but the road is narrow and winding. Relying on his familiarity with the route and the performance of the car, Lin Mo managed to cut a path through the congested traffic. Turning into the familiar shabby alley where my senior schoolmate lives, the sounds of things being thrown and people being beaten and scolded can be clearly heard from a distance. There were a few people standing sparsely at the entrance of the alley, craning their necks to look inside, but no one dared to step forward. Lin Mo ran as fast as he could, following the sound. Rushing downstairs, I saw a figure swaying in the window on the second floor. The shrill cries and violent curses continued. Lin Mo rushed up the stairs in 2 steps. On the door panel of the senior sister's house, there were several fresh footprints. He raised his hand and slammed the door. Boom! 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 Senior! Joe Min! Open the door! The noise in the room suddenly stopped. A few seconds later, the door was violently yanked open from the inside. A middle-aged man who was so thin that he looked unrecognizable was standing at the door, with disheveled hair, red eyes, and reeking of alcohol. He was wearing a dirty, torn vest, and his exposed arms were as thin as firewood sticks. He stared at Lin Mo impatiently. Who are you? Why are you knocking? And had a mouthful of yellow teeth. Who are you? Why are you knocking? A mouthful of yellow teeth. Lin Mo ignored his impatience and said in a cold voice, Where is Joe Min? The man's cloudy eyes rolled around, looking at Lin Mo from top to bottom. Lin Mo was dressed simply, but the bunch of car keys on his wrist was eye-catching. Friend? The man grinned. Boyfriend? The fierce look on his face disappeared, replaced by a slick one, and he muttered, I was wondering where this damn girl got so much money. I thought she was really capable, but it turns out she caught a rich husband. When he looked at Lin Mo again, the calculating intention was not concealed at all. Since he's Xiaomin's boyfriend, that's great, it just so happens that something happened at home. Since you're here, shouldn't you show some respect? Lin Mo turned sideways, pushed him aside and rushed in. Ouch! Behind him was the dull thud of the man falling down, and a string of obscene words. Lin Mo didn't even turn his head. The room was in a mess, with furniture toppled over and broken porcelain and tiles all over the floor. Jo Min was curled up in the corner of the living room, hugging her knees and burying her face in her arms. Her thin clothes were torn to pieces and her shoulders were heaving violently. Lin Mo walked over and squatted down. Senior sister. The familiar voice penetrated the fear, and Jo Min raised his head suddenly. Her face was covered with traces of tears. When she saw Lin Mo, she was stunned at first, and then burst into tears. Lin Mo took off his thin coat and covered her with his warmth. He reached out and gently touched her cold arm. Senior, don't be afraid, I'm here. It is detected that the host expresses concern for girls, and rewards are accumulating. The system prompt sound flashed through his mind, but Lin Mame didn't even move. He helped Jo Min sit down on the only relatively intact chair. Senior, how are you? Where are you hurt? Lin Mo. You're here. Jo Min's voice was soft and trembling, with a crying tone. It was obvious that she had not recovered from the shock. She just shook her head gently. I'm fine. Before he could finish his words, a sharp and harsh voice came from behind him. Oh, you're hugging me? Do you think you're a living Buddha? The gambler dad rubbed his sore waist and limped over. You're dressed up like a gentleman, and you're here to give money to this damn girl? You should have said it earlier, so I wouldn't have to bother with it. He spoke foul language, and his turbid eyes moved back and forth between Lin Mo and Jo Min, making people feel sick. Filthy words poured into his ears and Lin Mo stood up suddenly. Lin Mo. Jo Min exclaimed, instinctively grabbing his arm, his voice trembling. Lin Mo didn't respond or look at her. Bang! A muffled sound. A solid punch. The man didn't even make a sound as he fell backwards. The back of his head hit the wall with a thud and he slid down to the ground. Ouch! He covered his face, bright red nose blood gushing out from between his fingers, staining his hands. You dare to hit me! The gambler dad was in so much pain that his facial features shifted and he barely supported himself against the wall to try to stand up. Hit you? Lin Mo's voice sounded like it was pulled out of an ice cellar. I'm going to kill you, old dog, today. The gambler dad staggered against the wall and wiped the blood off his face. Seeing the red on his hands, he became furious, but when he saw Lin Mo's expression that looked like he wanted to skin him alive, he shrank his neck again. His eyes rolled and he held again in a hoarse voice, "All right. You hit me, huh? Pay me. If you don't pay me today, I won't let you go. Pay compensation? Ha!" Lin Nemo took a step forward, grabbed the collar of the greasy, torn vest, and lifted the man up effortlessly, with his toes off the ground. "Okay, if you want money, I'll give it to you. But this money is for you to get out of here. Take the money and disappear from Jo Min's sight. Never show up again, and don't even think about taking a penny from her." Lin Nemo retracted his hand, and the man's neck was strangled so hard that he rolled his eyes and made a gurgling sound in his throat. "If I find out that you dare to bother her again, or touch her hair, it won't be as simple as today." Lin Mo's voice was very low, and every word was cold. "I will let you know what it means to live a life worse than death." That ruthlessness made the gambler father tremble all over like a sieve. He nodded desperately, his voice unclear. "I heard it clearly. I'm leaving. I'm leaving right now." Although he said this, his eyes were still rolling around. But, this money, you have to give me more. I swear, I promise, I will never come again, even if I die." Lin Nemo swung his arm and threw the man to the ground like trash. The man got another heavy slap on the butt. Lin Nemo put his hands in his pockets and looked down at him. "Hey! You still dare to bargain with me?" he asked slowly. "Tell me, give me a price. How much is your life, plus your guarantee, worth?" Seeing that he didn't refuse directly, the gambling father became bolder. He covered his still bleeding nose, barely propped up his upper body, and opened his mouth loudly. "1 million. Give me 1 million and I promise I will never step foot into this alley again." Chapter 16 Can't Give. After listening to this, Lin Nemo sneered. He shook his head. 1 million? Do you deserve it? Jo Min, who had been silent all this time, suddenly grabbed his arm. "Lin Mo. I can't give it to him. I can't give it to him." She was so anxious that tears started to flow again and her voice choked. "If this money is given, it will only become a bottomless pit." The force on Lin Mo's arm was very tight, and he turned around. He reached out his hand, gently placed it on the back of Jo Min's hand, and patted it. "Senior, it's okay, leave it to me." He turned back and looked at the man who was still groaning on the ground. 1 million? Do you think you are a nugget of gold or a diamond? Lin Mo said this and casually pulled out a checkbook from the inside pocket of his coat. He squatted down, tore off a piece of paper, took out a pen, and quickly wrote a number 20,000. After writing, he flicked his fingertips and the thin piece of paper spun and fell at the feet of his gambler father. "Shameless thing." Lin Mo stood up straight and looked down at him. "That's all. Take it or leave it. Take it and go away. Go as far away as possible and don't let me see you again." When the gambler dad saw the number on the check, his eyes almost popped out. He forgot all the pain on his face and the fear he had just felt. He rushed over using his hands and feet and snatched the paper. He held it tremblingly, repeating over and over again, 200,000. Really, 200,000. Lin Mo was too lazy to even look at his ugly face. "Did you hear that? Get lost." The gambler father was startled by the shout and came to his senses. "Get out. I'll get out right now. I promise. I'll never. Do you still want a future?" Lin Mo interrupted him with a tone that could freeze one to death. The gambler ran away, and the corridor became quiet. Lin Mo turned around. Jo Min was still leaning against the wall, trembling slightly. He took a few steps closer and was about to ask, "Are you okay?" but the words got stuck at his lips. Her face was covered in purple and blue, the corner of her lip was broken and swollen, and even her exposed arms and calves were covered with horrific bruises, some of which were oozing with blood. "This beast." Lin Mo's chest was filled with anger, and his hands clenched subconsciously. He stretched out his hand and wanted to touch the wound on her face, but his fingertips stopped a few centimeters away from her skin, afraid of hurting her. Jo Min had been holding back her tears, but now they burst out, one by one hitting the ground. She shook her head, her voice hoarse. I'm fine. Are you okay?" Lin Mo's voice became deeper. "You're still okay after all this? Let's go to the hospital." He stepped forward and gently placed his hand on her wrist, which was icy cold and still shaking slightly. "Let's go to the hospital. The wound needs to be treated." He supported her, trying to be as gentle as possible. Jo Min didn't say anything, and followed his force to move out. His palm was dry and warm, wrapping around her wrist, which calmed her confused mind a little. A lot of people had gathered at the entrance of the apartment building. They were all neighbors attracted by the noise just now. They stretched their necks to look inside. When they saw Lin Mo helping Jo Min out and Jo Min's appearance, the buzz of discussion in the crowd suddenly became louder. Isn't that Xiao Zhou? What happened? Who's that guy next to him? The one driving the Rolls Royce downstairs? TSK, he doesn't look like a good person. How could Xiao Zhou? Lin Mo ignored the pointing and just protected Jo Min, walking straight towards the black Rolls Royce parked downstairs. Jo Min lowered her head, her cheeks burning. He opened the car door and let her get in first, then he got in the driver's seat. As soon as the car door closed, the noise outside suddenly died down. Lin Mo started the car and drove out of the community smoothly, leaving those inquiring eyes behind. The car was unusually quiet. Jo Min kept her head down, twisting the corners of her clothes unconsciously with her hands. Lin Mo glanced at her, said nothing, and concentrated on driving at a very slow speed. No conversation along the way. When they arrived at the hospital, he found a parking space, parked the car, and helped Jo Min to the emergency department. After the doctor examined me, he said it was just a skin injury and no bones were hurt. He prescribed some medicine and gave me some precautions. Lin Mo pushed the wheelchair and helped her register, pay fees, and get medicine, running around. Jo Min sat in the wheelchair, watching his busy figure, and her nose felt a little sore. Lin Mo. Today, thanks to you. Her voice was very soft, and her cheeks were a little hot. If he hadn't come. She didn't dare to think about it. Lin Mo was pushing the wheelchair and smiled when he heard this. You're too polite, senior sister. You've helped me before. Jo Min lowered her head and curled her fingers. She helped him, not just for his politeness. Those little things, today is different. She said aggrievedly, her voice getting even smaller. Okay, it's all over. Lin Mo interrupted her. If you encounter something like this again, call the police first. Jo Min hummed but didn't look up. After sending her back downstairs and watching her limp into the unit door, Lin Mo gave her a few more instructions about medication before turning around and leaving. Jo Min held onto the handrail of the stairs and slowly moved up until she could no longer hear his footsteps downstairs. She stopped, leaned against the cold wall, and let out a long sigh. He seemed to really just treat her as a senior. Back in the car, Lin Mo just started the engine when his phone started to buzz. He swiped the screen and saw messages in the class group flashing rapidly. At all members, brothers and sisters, it's been a while since graduation. Before everyone goes their separate ways, our class leader proposes a farewell dinner. Everyone, please give your voice. Where are we going? We need to find some open space, right? How about Shangshi Hua Ting? I heard it's very prestigious and the food is authentic. Shangshi Hua Ting? Oh my god, that place is not cheap. Hey, what are you afraid of? Let's go AA. It's a rare opportunity to be extravagant, I have to go. Everyone in the group talked a lot and soon decided on a place, the first one in the city, Shangshi Hua Ting. Lin Mo swiped the screen of his mobile phone, looking at the lively scene. Shangshi Hua Ting? He didn't say anything in the group, just put his phone aside. The next day, Lin Mo was still dressed casually, driving his black Rolls Royce, and arrived at Shangshi Hua Ting at a leisurely pace. There were many nice cars in the parking lot. He found an empty spot, parked, and walked into the lobby. A few minutes earlier than the agreed time, 3 or 5 classmates were already standing at the restaurant door, passing cigarettes to each other. Lin Mo didn't go over to join in the fun, but directly signed up for the class. The waiter led him into the reserved box. As soon as he entered, several inquiring glances swept over him, and some people paused noticeably. He nodded casually and found a seat in a corner to sit down. People came in one after another, and the temperature in the box seemed to rise by several degrees. Hey, long time no see. Where are you making your fortune now? Various voices intertwined, inquiring, showing off, one after another. Lin Mo leaned back in his chair, occasionally taking a sip of tea, but most of the time he just sat there quietly. Suddenly, there was a noise at the door of the box. Everyone stopped talking and gathered towards the door. Chapter 17, The Belle of Our School. Xia Wanru took Xia Haoran's arm and walked in slowly. She was wearing a figure-hugging dress today, with delicate makeup and her chin slightly raised. Xia Haoran was wearing all famous branded clothes, and the gold chain around his neck was so dazzling that it made people dizzy. Wow. Wanru. Brother Howren. I knew you two would be the finale. Wanru is so beautiful today. Brother Howren, handsome. In a flash, half of the people gathered around him, and all kinds of flattering words came out like crazy. Xiao Wanru was surrounded in the middle, giggling with her hands covering her mouth from time to time, and she was very close to Xiao Haoren, whispering something. That posture, wow. Xiao Haoren grinned and ignored the people who came up to him, but he really liked this. In the entire box, only Lin Mo's table was mostly empty. He sat there, not moving, just looking at the couple. These two people. Xiao Wanru was very pleased with the praise from everyone. She chuckled from time to time and called everyone, please sit down. Don't be polite. Come and sit down. The sound was neither loud nor soft, but it was heard by everyone who was originally around. The students then found their seats and sat down. The waiters began to serve the dishes. Cold dishes, hot stir fries, seafood dishes, one by one, are placed on the table. The aroma is fragrant. The discussion at the table became even more heated, including who got a new car, whose family bought a house somewhere, and who went abroad for a trip. Lin Mo ate his food slowly in the corner, listening to those stories, whether true or false, and those insincere compliments. It's only been a few days since graduation. The last dish was served by a young waitress who put down the plate and was about to turn around. Hey, wait a minute. A slightly shrill female voice sounded. The waiter stopped and turned around, somewhat confused. It was Xiao Wanru. Xiao Wanru put down the silver chopsticks in her hand and looked at the waiter. You look familiar to me, which school are you from? The waiter raised his head slightly, revealing a still childish face. It was Tian Shui. She was wearing the hotel's uniform and looked a little thin. I'm from Donghai University. Tian Shui replied in a low voice, her fingers unconsciously pinching the edge of the tray. Donghai University? Ha! Xiao Wanru said mockingly. I remember now. Aren't you Tian Shui? The beauty girl in our school. She emphasized the words beauty of the department particularly strongly. Tian Shui's neck turned red and she felt uneasy. Hello, senior. Her voice became even lower. Hello? You still have the nerve to say hello to me? Xiao Wanru's voice suddenly rose. The noise in the entire box disappeared instantly, and everyone looked over here. This Tian Shui was notoriously ungrateful back then. At that time, I was trying every means to get close to Wang Xiao. But Wang Xiao fell in love with Tian Shui. What happened? Tian Shui didn't even look at Wang Xiao. Why is it that a poor student pretends to be noble? You gave up a great opportunity and deserve to struggle at the bottom of society for the rest of your life. What about now? As expected, he has ended up working as a waiter here. Karma. This is karma. Lin Mo also raised his head, his chopsticks suspended in mid-air. Tian Shui. He had an impression of this schoolgirl. She was usually quiet and he would always see her in the library or on the way to his part-time job. Didn't I hear that you were already kept by someone? Some coal boss, real estate tycoon, driving a luxury car and living in a luxury house? What's going on? Did your sponsor go bankrupt and you end up serving food here? Xiao Wanru's words hit Tian Shui like a whip. Tian Shui froze, her eyes quickly turned red and tears welled up in them. Senior, no. I didn't. Her voice trembled and she cried, I just work here. Work-study program? Xiao Wanru sneered, her tone suddenly rising, so sharp and piercing. With your appearance, do you really need to do it yourself? Thinking about how to climb up the social ladder every day, isn't it better than serving dishes here? Why, do you deliberately come to a place like this to stake out, hoping that some blind young master will be blinded? Every word was tinged with sarcasm. Senior. I'm not. Tian Shui was at a loss, her shoulders shaking uncontrollably, tears rolling down her cheeks. Xiao Wanru looked at Tian Shui's pitiful appearance, and instead of feeling a trace of sympathy, she suddenly felt a surge of anger. What a green tea! Whose sympathy are you trying to win? Why did she look like she had suffered a great injustice? She could easily get the attention that I had tried so hard to get. People like this deserve to be thrown into the mud. Disgusting. It's really disgusting. Xiao Wanru stared at the tear marks, her tone becoming colder, and she took a step forward. Why are you crying? Did someone die in your family? Let me tell you, the people I despise the most are people like you. You pretend to be harmless in front of others, but who knows how coquettish you are in your heart? Who are you thinking you are, stupid? As soon as she finished speaking, she raised her arm. Bang! A resounding slap exploded in the deadly silent box, extremely loud. Tian Shui leaned to the side, half of her face quickly turned red, and the burning pain made her gasp. She subconsciously covered her face, her sobs were suppressed between her palms and teeth, and her body shivered uncontrollably. The table was full of cups, plates, bowls and chopsticks, and originally there was a lot of drinking and chatting, but now it seemed as if everyone had lost their voice. You could hear a pin drop. Several students who were close to them froze, their hands holding their wine glasses in mid-air, and the wine swayed slightly. Xia Haoran leaned comfortably against the wide chair, tapping slowly with his fingers on the polished mahogany table. Xia Wanru shook her numb wrist and wiped it on her expensive skirt in disgust. She immediately picked up a glass of overflowing white wine from the table, the wine swaying and almost spilling, and handed it directly to Tian Shui's face. Cry. Why are you crying? Even attending a funeral is not as unlucky as you. Keep it to yourself. She raised her voice again. This cup, drink it. Consider it a reward from me for being happy today. The cold rim of the cup almost touched Tian Shui's trembling lips. Tian Shui dodged backwards in fear, shaking her head repeatedly. Senior sister, I don't know how to drink, really. I still have to work. Work? Xiao Wanru raised her eyebrows and moved forward an inch, almost thrusting the wineglass into Tian Shui's mouth. What does a waiter do? Isn't it to serve customers? I'm spending money here today, so I let you have a drink. That's giving you face. What? Who gave you the courage to argue with me? What? Do you want me to call your manager over and tell him that your waiters treat customers in such a perfunctory manner? When Tian Shui heard the word manager, her whole body trembled. If the manager was called, she would definitely lose her job. She raised her tearful eyes and looked at Xiao Wanru pleadingly. Chapter 18, A Coward Really Thinks He Is the Savior. Senior, please, don't call me manager, this job is really important to me. Senior. I was wrong, please don't call me manager. Tian Shui pleaded in a crying voice. You don't want me to call you manager, right? Xiao Wanru showed a vicious smile on her face. It's very simple. Drink this glass of wine and I'll pretend nothing happened. Otherwise, prepare to be fired. Xiao Wanru pushed the wine glass towards Tian Shui again, and her intention of forcing her was obvious. Tian Shui looked at the glass of wine, then at Xiao Wanru's vicious face, and fell into despair. If you drink it, you might lose your job, but if you don't drink it, you will definitely lose your job. Lin Mo in the corner watched this scene, the coldness in his eyes growing stronger and stronger. Especially when he saw Xiao Wanru's face twisted with a vicious smile, he felt extremely disgusted. How could this woman bully others like this? And the person she bullied was a waitress, a schoolmate from the same school as him. Xiao Wanru held up the glass of white wine and looked at the look of despair on Tian Shui's face, which satisfied the perverted pleasure in her heart. She just wanted to let her know what would happen if she offended her. She turned her wrist and splashed the glass of white wine onto Tian Shui's tear-stained face. Just as the wineglass was about to slip out of her hand and the cold liquid was about to splash onto Tian Shui's face, a figure suddenly jumped out from the corner. Lin Mo reacted almost subconsciously. He grabbed the coat draped over the back of the chair, leaned forward suddenly, and used the coat to block Tian Shui's view. Crash! The white wine was poured on the coat, and the strong smell of alcohol spread instantly. Some of the wine dripped along the edge of the coat, splashing on the ground, making a slight sound. Lin Mo's coat was soon soaked. Tian Shui subconsciously closed her eyes, waiting for the humiliating slap to fall on her face. However, the expected pain did not come, but was replaced by a sudden warmth and the familiar smell of alcohol. She opened her eyes tremblingly and raised her head, and a not particularly familiar face came into her blurry vision. Is it Lin Mo? How could he? In my memory, he always kept to himself, wearing old clothes that were washed so much that they looked bleached. He was the kind of senior who was inconspicuous in the crowd and even a little down and out. But it was this person who extended a hand to her when she was in the most embarrassing moment. Almost at the same time when Lin Mo blocked the glass of wine for Tian Shui, a flat electronic sound suddenly rang in his mind. The philanthropy system reward mechanism has been triggered. Reward 1, Supreme Black Card, which will give you instant VIP privileges at this hotel, free bills for all purchases, and the highest level of treatment. Lin Mo tightened his grip on the coat, and the strong smell of alcohol mixed with the light scent of laundry detergent entered his nose. After a moment, he raised his eyes and looked at Xiao Wanru. Xiao Wanru, have you had enough of the trouble? Xiao Wanru was about to lose her temper, but when she saw who was coming, the word she was about to curse got stuck in her throat and she let out a sneer. Who was I thinking? It's you, Lin Mo? She glanced at him up and down. Why, you don't want to eat your 10 yuan box lunch today? This meal today can be considered as an eye-opener for you. Xiao Wanru raised her voice to make sure everyone in the box could hear her. She paused for a moment and then changed to a teasing tone. Oh, you just finished serving your senior sister and you're so eager to come to her rescue? She's not angry? Or is she being particularly gracious today and allowing you to come out and meddle in other people's business, huh? After she finished speaking, she started to chuckle. Xia Haoren grinned and watched the fun, not minding the trouble, and even poked the people next to him with his elbow. The other people in the box immediately started whispering to each other, and the buzz of discussion became louder than before. You look shabby, without even a decent piece of clothing. Are you here to pick up leftovers? Hey, Xia Haoren, you are really awesome. Following you really broadens our horizons. That is, what is Brother Haoren's identity? He is different from ordinary people like us. Exactly. Compared to Brother Haoren, some people are only fit to cower in a corner, not even daring to speak loudly. Even if he has a sponsor, how powerful can he be? At most, he can be given some pocket money to play with him. He is still a hero saving the beauty. Who does he think he is? There was another burst of laughter. There was a large wet spot on Lin Mo's coat. He didn't react much, just looked at Xiao Wanru calmly. He had heard too many unbearable words over the years, and they no longer caused any waves. Watch your mouth. He spoke, but Xiao Wanru's laughter was suddenly stuck in her throat and stopped abruptly. Xiao Wanru, Lin Mo called her name again, that's enough. I'm almost done? Xiao Wanru seemed to have heard a huge joke. I'm dealing with a blind waiter. What does it have to do with you, a pretty boy who relies on women for a living? It's none of your business. She pointed at Lin Mo and said in a sharp voice, who do you think you are? You become a hero just because you blocked the wine for someone else? You are dreaming. A loser really thinks he is the savior. Tian Shui was behind Lin Mo. She clutched the corner of her clothes tightly, her lips trembling as she thought of Xiao Wanru's harsh words. It was all because of her that Lin Mo suffered this unexpected disaster. She lowered her head and shed tears silently. Lin Mo was not angered. He glanced at the classmates in the box with different expressions, and finally his gaze returned to Xiao Wanru. He suddenly laughed lightly. Rely on women? Xiao Wanru, your imagination is still so poor. Lin Mo took a small step forward, and Xiao Wanru's smug look suddenly froze. Seeing this, Xiao Haoren curled his lips, took a step forward and stood next to Xiao Wanru. Lin Mo, do you really think you are someone important? Xiao Haoren crossed his arms across his chest, looking like he deserved a beating. Do you know where this place is? Can you just come here casually? He raised his chin, his nose pointed upwards. I am a VIP here. Do you believe that with just one word from me, the waiter can throw you out like garbage? When Lin Mo heard Xiao Haoren's words, he suddenly felt a little funny. I don't know who will be thrown out at that time. He raised his head and looked at Xiao Haoren, with an expression as if he was looking at a fool. Really? I want to see how you throw me out like garbage. He paused for a moment, a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Why don't you try it now? Xiao Wanru stiffened her neck and said stubbornly, stop being so mysterious. Could it be that you are? This place, Lin Mo interrupted her slowly, this is not my first time here. Xia Haoren pointed at Lin Mo and said with a smile, isn't this your first time here? Lin Mo, stop kidding. Chapter 19 Highest Level VIP. I think he is only fit to brush the edges of the toilet here. Xia Haoren slapped his thigh, and his voice exploded in the box, triggering a round of undisguised ridicule. Before he could even finish his smug look, there were 2 knocks on the door, knock, knock. The door opened, and a man in a neat suit walked in. The nameplate on his chest indicated his identity as manager. He was holding a palm-sized black velvet box carefully in his hand, and his steps were hurried, with a clear purpose. In an instant, everyone in the box turned their attention to him. When Xia Haoren saw the manager, he immediately put on a familiar demeanor and raised his arms in the air, manager. Here. I've finally got you here. He raised his voice very high, fearing that someone in the box didn't know that he was very familiar with the manager here. He acted as if he was sure of victory, waiting for the manager to come over so that Lin Mo could leave in disgrace. As a result, the manager didn't even give him a glance, ignored his hand that was raised until it was sore, and walked straight past him. Xia Haoran's raised hand froze in mid-air, and he forgot to close his grinning mouth. What kind of plane? The manager walked quickly to Lin Mo, bowed slightly, and said respectfully, Mr. Lin, I'm really sorry. The noisy room suddenly became so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Every word the manager said was extremely clear. It was our oversight that we were not informed in advance that you would be coming today. Please forgive us if we were negligent in entertaining you. As soon as he finished speaking, the manager bowed deeply at almost 90 degrees, his gesture was a little too respectful. There was no sound in the box, and the air was stagnant. Those who had previously been whispering to each other and watching the show without worrying about the height of the stage now fixed their eyes firmly on Lin Mo, and were all speechless with different expressions. Lin Mo? The manager came here for Lin Mo? And apologized to him? Xia Haoran's jaw almost dropped in shock and his eyes widened. Xiao Wanru, who was beside him, took a deep breath. If she hadn't covered her mouth with her hands in time, she would have screamed. Those classmates who had just snickered at Lin Mo now looked at him with inquiring eyes. Isn't this guy a poor man who lives off his wife? When did he become someone who could make a big hotel manager bow down to him? Lin Mo glanced at Xia Haoran, whose face was twitching, and said, It's a class reunion, I don't want to attract too much attention. Yes, Mr. Lin has always been low-key. We didn't consider it carefully enough. The manager responded repeatedly, with sweat oozing from his forehead. It took Xia Haoran a long time to return to his soul, and a burst of evil fire suddenly burned to the top of his head. He clenched his teeth, his fingers almost poking the manager's nose. You. Are you fucking mistaken? He, Lin Mo. A complete pauper. How could you possibly know him? And you're even nodding and bowing to him? Are you guys teaming up to make fun of me? Lin Mo looked at Xia Haoran indifferently, with his fangs bared in claws like a mad dog, and there was only a trace of coldness in his heart. These two people really won't cry until they see the coffin. It seems that the lesson they were given before was too light. The professional smile on the manager's face disappeared instantly, revealing a cold and hard look. He first glanced in Lin Mo's direction, and seeing that Lin Mo looked calm and had no special expression, he turned his head to Xia Haoran. Sir, please be careful with your words. We will keep the privacy of our guests strictly confidential. But I can assure you that I didn't recognize the wrong person. He paused deliberately, and then added word by word, Mr. Lin is indeed one of the most distinguished guests in our store. Xia Haoran let out a weird cry, and his laughter was uglier than crying. VIP? Just because of him? Are you old and blind and you were fooled by him? Just because you wear clothes that look decent, do you really think you are a dish? Xiao Wanru couldn't hold it anymore, so she quickly walked to Xia Haoran, tightly held his arm, and started yelling at the manager. Even if he's a VIP, so what? My brother Xia Haoran is also a VIP here. Why are you so respectful to him and so indifferent to my brother? Is this how you serve in your hotel? You treat him differently, right? Mr. Xia and this lady, the manager paused, turned his gaze to Lin Mo again, and his face regained that respectful look. It's like this. Although Mr. Xia is our VIP, Mr. Lin is our highest level VIP. There are some differences between the highest level and ordinary VIPs. Highest level? Xia Haoran and Xiao Wanru shouted almost at the same time. How the hell is this possible? They know how expensive this restaurant is, and it takes a lot to become an ordinary VIP. What kind of status does the highest level VIP have? What kind of spending power does that require? Now, not only Xia Haoran and Xiao Wanru, but even the classmates who were originally whispering around them became completely quiet. Their eyes all turned to Lin Mo. The highest level? Oh my god, this is real? How much does this restaurant, the highest level, cost? I thought he really came here to eat for free, and he even cleaned the toilet. Bah, my mouth. So Lin Mo is usually so low-key? I really didn't notice it at all. Yeah, he was quite quiet in school before, but I didn't expect him to be so secretive after graduation. The highest level VIP. Who is he? What does he do? When they looked at Lin Mo, he was still that ordinary, handsome, even a little thin, and he could not be associated with the words highest level VIP at all. What's the difference? What difference can there be? Aren't they all VIPs? Xia Wanru screamed. Stop being so mysterious. Did you accept his bribes and team up with him to deceive people? Xia Haoran felt his throat dry and couldn't utter a word. Lin Mo spoke softly, and Xia Haoran and Xia Wanru's hearts skipped a beat. I said, it's just a class reunion. He said lightly, I didn't mean to be high profile. Xia Haoran felt a surge of blood rushing to his head. He took a step forward, and his finger pointed at Lin Mo was trembling. Why the hell are you pretending? Isn't it just money? Lin Mo, where did you, a loser like you, get the money? The veins on Xia Haoran's neck were bulging, and his fingers were about to touch the manager's nose. I'm telling you, if you don't explain yourself clearly today, I'm going to file a complaint against you. I'm going to make you get out of here right now. Xia Wanru also rushed over, pushed away the manager who was trying to stop her, and ran straight towards Lin Mo. Her hair was disheveled, and she reached out to grab Lin Mo's arm. Lin Mo. Stop pretending. Don't I know your little story? Why are you the highest level? Chapter 20 Throwing Garbage? The manager's professional smile had long since disappeared, and his whole body exuded a chill. He stretched out his arm and stopped Xia Wanru steadily. Miss, please be respectful. The manager warned Xia Wanru. This is not a place for you to act like a spoiled child. Please stop your behavior immediately, or I will take coercive measures. Xia Haoran jumped up when he heard this. Coercive measures? Do you dare to touch my sister? I tell you. Ugh. He was about to say something harsh, but was stopped by the manager, who also moved his chin toward the door. Lin Mo sat in his original position, slowly picked up the water glass and took a sip. He watched the scene in front of him without any extra expression, just watched impatiently to see how long they were going to perform. I originally wanted to have a good meal with my classmates, but now it seems that with these two things, this meal is doomed to be a bad one. He put down the cup and looked at the manager. Don't waste time. Throw these two pieces of trash out. I'm eating here and don't want to see flies. Throwing garbage? Fly? Xia Haoran and Xia Wanru froze, hardly able to believe their ears. Was this said by Lin Mo? The Lin Mo who had been so humble and servile to them. The manager was invigorated when he heard Lin Mo's order, and immediately bowed. Yes, Mr. Lin. It is my fault for disturbing your meal. Then he turned around abruptly and shouted orders to the two burly security guards waiting at the door. What are you still standing there for? Get these two people out. They are not welcome here anymore. Remember, put them on the blacklist. The security guards received the order and rushed in at high strides. How dare you? I am Xia Haoran. My father is. Let me go. I won't leave. Lin Mo, you bastard. Why do you treat me like this? Just wait, I won't let you go. They were picked up, one on each side, and quickly dragged towards the restaurant entrance. The students around were silent and watched the scene in horror. Xia Haoran and Xia Wanru were somewhat famous in school. Relying on their family's wealth, they were arrogant. They didn't expect that today they would be thrown out like garbage in such a miserable state. Moreover, the person who made this decision was actually Lin Mo, whom they had always looked down upon. Xia Wanru's cries gradually faded away until they disappeared completely at the restaurant entrance. The entire restaurant finally returned to peace. The manager wiped the sweat from his forehead, walked up to Lin Mo again, and bowed 90 degrees, his attitude even more respectful and humble than before. Mr. Lin, I'm very sorry that you have encountered such trouble. We have disturbed your meal with your friends. To express our apology, we will upgrade you to the highest level box in our restaurant, the Moonlanting Pavilion. But Moonlawn Pavilion? As soon as the name came out, several students held their breath almost at the same time. Lanyua Pavilion, did I hear it right? That place. I heard that the average person's annual salary is not enough to buy a meal there. Besides, you can't get in just by having money. Lin Mo didn't have any special reaction to this, he just nodded slightly. Okay, then let's go to Lanyu Pavilion. But he turned around and looked at Tian Shui, who had been following him. The girl had been keeping her head down since a while ago, her hands tightly grasping the corners of her clothes, her knuckles turning white. Lin Mo's previous coldness towards her faded a little. Manager, he gestured to Tian Shui, this junior sister, your service was very considerate just now. The manager was such a person that he immediately bowed with enthusiasm on his face. Yes, yes, yes. This lady's service is indeed refreshing. Don't worry, Mr. Lin, I will arrange it later. There will definitely be a big reward, bonus, and commendation. Tianxue suddenly raised her head, her lips moved slightly, and it took her a long time to squeeze out a sentence. Thank you, Senior Lin Mo. Lin Mo just hummed in response. The other students looked at each other, their expressions changing unpredictably. Who was this Lin Mo? The manager led the way in front, and the group followed silently. The atmosphere was suddenly frozen. Tianxue followed Lin Mo half a step behind, with her head lowered and her steps a little unsteady. Everything that happened just now was too fast, too unreal, like a dream. Xia Haoran and Xia Wanru were in such a mess. The manager was so arrogant at first but then so respectful, and Lin Mo, the taciturn senior who worked in the cafeteria on weekdays, could make the restaurant manager throw him out like garbage with just one sentence. He even remembered herself, and just by mentioning it, she got such a great benefit. But, why? We just met by chance, why is he so nice to me? This sudden favor made her feel a little breathless. He was so rich and had such a strong background, what did he want? She was just a poor student who worked part-time to pay for her studies. She had no power or influence and had nothing to give back to him. Unless. A thought that made her cheeks hot popped up uncontrollably. He wouldn't want to use this method to make her. Her heartbeat suddenly quickened, beating against her chest, and she almost dared not look at the tall figure in front of her. Lin Mo was completely unaware of this and he just walked straight ahead. Saying a few words for Tianxue was just a piece of cake, and he didn't take it to heart at all, let alone guess the complicated thoughts of the junior school girl behind him who was about to explode. His attention was all on the Lanyu pavilion he was about to visit, and he was curious about what the place was famous for. The attitudes of the students behind Lin Mo had changed 180 degrees at this moment. Those who were waiting to see Lin Mo make a fool of himself and mocking him before, now all rushed to Lin Mo and started to flatter him. Oh, Lin Mo, real people don't show their true colors. The highest level VIP. Why didn't we see it before? Brother Lin, I'm so sorry for what I said just now. I said some inappropriate words with my broken mouth. Please be kind and don't bear grudge against me. That's right, we all failed to recognize the real thing. What you have is low-key luxury and connotation. Lin Mo, Xia Haoran, and Xia Wanru deserved it. Ha, looking at their ugly faces, it's so funny. What you did was so satisfying. They made irrelevant compliments and had ingratiating smiles on their faces. Lin Mo just listened, occasionally said and didn't pay much attention. The manager led everyone through the corridor and pushed open a door. The world behind the door is completely different from the hustle and bustle outside. A subtle fragrance mixed with elegant sandalwood and fresh flowers and plants wafts to your face. The view suddenly became clear. It was no longer a closed box, but an extremely open space. Chapter 21 I Can Do Anything. There is a small living water pond in the center, with several colorful koi swimming leisurely in it. On the walls hang vivid landscape paintings, which convey a profound artistic conception. In the corner stands a unique incense burner, from which smoke rises. The design of the entire space is extremely ingenious, perfectly combining modern luxury with oriental elegance. There is no tackiness of splendor, only low-key and restrained nobility. The students following behind were completely stunned. The previous whispers and flattery disappeared in an instant, leaving only the sound of people gasping for air. Is this Lanyu Pavilion? Oh my god, I thought the box was luxurious enough. This is simply. They looked at Lin Mo who was walking in the front again. Their eyes were no longer filled with surprise and flattery, but complete awe. Being able to come to a place like this, and seeming to be a frequent visitor here, this cannot be simply summarized by the word rich. The moment Lin Mo stepped into Lanyu Pavilion, his heart moved slightly. This place is tasteful. He silently praised in his heart. This appreciation did not come from showing off or comparison, but from the pure perception of beauty. But he showed no surprise or admiration. He knew that the group of classmates behind him were looking at him and everything in front of them with shocked eyes. So, he just glanced around calmly, without stopping, and walked straight to the table in the center. Behind him, the students who were still in amazement came to their senses and, under the guidance of the manager, carefully found a seat to sit down, but they still couldn't help but glance at him. Lin Mo had already picked up his chopsticks and started eating. In response to those compliments or tentative words, he neither confirmed nor denied them. Occasionally, he would just say softly, or not even say This silent response, or no response, can strike a blow to the fawning mentality of these students better than any reprimand. Gradually, they dared not speak anymore and just ate carefully. The whole space became quiet again, with only the subtle clinking of cutlery and the sound of chewing food remaining. He finished the last bite of food on his plate and wiped his mouth with his napkin. The group of classmates who had looked down on him before but now surrounded him were still praising Lin Mo. Lin Mo stood up calmly, nodded slightly to the restaurant manager waiting beside him, and then walked towards the restaurant door. The students' flattery stopped abruptly, and embarrassment was written all over their faces. Just as Lin Mo was about to step out of the restaurant door, a timid voice came from behind him. Brother Lin Mo. Lin Mo paused and turned around. His junior schoolmate Tian Shui lowered her head, her cheeks slightly red, and was walking towards him quickly, holding a cell phone in her hand. What's the matter? Lin Mo asked in a gentle voice. Tian Shui stood in front of him, not daring to look up at him. That. Brother Lin Mo. Thank you for helping me just now. If it weren't for you, I might be out of work. Lin Mo smiled and said, it's just a small matter. Tian Shui's voice became even quieter. Can I add you on WeChat? Later, I want to thank you. After saying this, she almost buried her whole face in her collar. From the perspective of an ordinary student like her, actively asking for a boy's contact information, especially someone like Lin Mo who had an unfathomable background and had just helped her a lot, was simply the greatest courage of her life. Lin Mo paused for a moment, then understood. If he added WeChat, he might be able to help her out in the future. Then the system's reward would be. Besides, this junior school girl seems to be quite honest, so it's okay to add her on WeChat. Sure. Lin Mo responded readily and took out his phone. Scan it. Tian Shui looked up at him in surprise, then hurriedly opened WeChat and scanned Lin Mo's QR code. After adding her as a friend, she nervously lowered her head again. Okay, I'm leaving first. You go do your thing. Lin Mo put away his phone and said to Tian Shui. He turned around and walked out of the restaurant. The classmates behind him were still lingering, looking at Lin Mo's leaving back with complicated expressions. Lin Mo walked out of the restaurant, only to find that Tian Shui was still following him. She kept a few steps away, lowered her head, a little hesitant, but still followed silently. Lin Mo walked to the door of the hotel, stopped, and turned to look at her. Tian Shui, do you have anything else to do? Tian Shui was startled by his shout and quickly stopped. She looked up at Lin Mo, then quickly lowered her eyes, twisting her fingers together, looking even more embarrassed. Brother Lin Mo. She hesitated for a long time. I really don't know how to thank you. You've helped me so much. If you need anything, I can do anything. As soon as she said this, Lin Mo immediately understood what she meant. His expression was a little subtle, and he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What the hell is going on in this junior high school girl's mind? Is she really thinking this is some plot from a domineering CEO novel? The hero saves the beauty, and then Cinderella marries him? He coughed lightly and smiled helplessly. Hey, girl, you think too much. Lin Mo chuckled and said, don't let your imagination run wild. I'm not helping you for any reason. He took a step forward and got closer to her, which made Tian Shui even more nervous. But he just looked at her openly. I just can't stand people like Xiao Wanru, do you understand? The kind of people who take advantage of their family's little money and influence to bully others everywhere. It makes me angry just to see them. Lin Mo explained, if it was someone else being bullied by her today, I would probably intervene if I encountered it. It's not just because of you, and I don't have any other thoughts about you. He paused, and said in a serious tone, you should work hard. Working and studying is hard, but it is also very honorable and not shameful at all. Don't look down on yourself just because of what others think. As Tian Shui listened to Lin Mo's words, the nervousness and embarrassment caused by the misunderstanding gradually dissipated. It turns out that I was thinking wrongly. Brother Lin Mo is so upright and open-minded. He helped me just because he couldn't stand the injustice and was just out of kindness. He also encouraged himself not to feel inferior because of working and studying. Her eyes were wet again, and her voice was a little choked. Thank you, Brother Lin Mo. I understand. You are such a good person. Good guy? Lin Mo raised his eyebrows. This word didn't seem to be related to what he was doing now. However, being praised by a simple-minded junior high school girl did make him feel a little warm inside. Okay, go back and get busy. Lin Mo said to her with a smile, I have to go. Without another word, he turned and headed toward the parking lot. Tian Shui stood at the door of the hotel, watching his back until he disappeared around the corner. He is really different from those rich playboys, he is a real gentleman. Lin Mo walked to the parking lot and found his Maybach. He opened the car door, sat in the spacious and comfortable driver's seat, and started the engine. The car drove smoothly out of the hotel parking lot and merged into the night traffic. Just as he was daydreaming, the ringing of his cell phone suddenly broke the silence in the car. Lin Mo glanced at the caller ID on the screen and tightened his fingers on the steering wheel almost imperceptibly. Su Qinghan. Chapter 22, Dealing with the Family. Since signing the agreement that day, Su Qinghan has not contacted him again. The two of them tacitly maintained a state of non-interference, and were only in name only in the legal sense. He almost forgot that this happened. Why did you call me suddenly this time? Lin Mo murmured in his heart, but still pressed the answer button. Hello? Su Qinghan's usual cold and crisp voice came from the other end of the line. Lin Mo, are you free tonight? Where are you? Lin Mo glanced at the time in the car. It was almost 8 o'clock in the evening. I'm free. On my way home, what's up? He asked. Come back with me and take care of the family. Dealing with family? Lin Mo understood it almost immediately. The agreement marriage and the role of husband, especially in front of her family, were written in black and white in the terms and conditions. I originally thought that this kind of scene wouldn't occur too early, but I didn't expect it to come in handy so soon. Okay. Lin Mo agreed straightforwardly, send me the address and I'll come find you. It is only natural to get paid for work. Besides, he was indeed a little curious about Su Qinghan's family. To be able to force a female CEO to the point where she needed to find someone to arrange a marriage, her family background must be extraordinary. I'll send you the location. Su Qinghan said and hung up the phone. The phone dinged and a new message came in, which was a location. Lin Mo clicked on the top wealthy area in the city center. It was some distance away from where he was now, but if he stepped on the accelerator a little deeper, it wouldn't take too long. He turned the steering wheel, turned the car around, and drove towards the address sent by Su Qinghan. The black Maybach glided into the night, and the interior was silent. Lin Mo thought that today he would officially step into Su Qinghan's other world, a world that had nothing to do with his daily life. What kind of family pressure would a female CEO with a net worth of over 100 million face? Would she need a husband who she has never met and is bound by contract to support her? Su Qinghan's expressionless face flashed in his mind, as did her aura that kept people at a distance. She always looked like she had everything under control, but now she needed his help, which gave him a strange feeling. He couldn't tell whether it was because she was just enjoying the fun or something else. When the car drove into the wealthy area, the surrounding scenery suddenly changed. The villas looked like works of art, the greenery was like a park, and the security system was strict, with a guard post every 3 steps and a sentry every 5 steps. Lin Mo followed the navigation and finally stopped in front of a vast European-style manor. The tall cast-iron carved gate was tightly closed, giving off an air of keeping strangers away. Lin Mo called Su Qinghan. Here we are, he said briefly. Wait a moment. Su Qinghan replied. Not long after, the door slid open silently, and a car drove out and stopped steadily next to Lin Mo's Maybach. The car window rolled down, revealing Su Qinghan's slightly cold face. She changed into a wine-red velvet dress today. The material shone faintly under the streetlight, highlighting her tall figure. The diamond necklace on her neck reflected a fine cold light. Her makeup was exquisite and her aura was powerful, but there seemed to be a ball of weariness between her brows that could not be dispelled. Get in the car. Su Qinghan looked at him and uttered 2 words. Lin Mo raised his eyebrows. She actually came out to pick him up in person, and instead of letting him drive in, she asked him to sit in her car. Is this entering role-playing early? Without asking any questions, he turned off the engine, locked his car, walked to the side, opened the passenger door and got in. There was a very faint scent in the car, which might be from Su Qinghan, or the perfume she often used. The driver was a middle-aged man with a square face. After Lin Mo sat down, he whispered to Su Qinghan, Miss, can you go in directly? Yeah. Su Chinghan responded and turned his head to look at Lin Mo. Lin Mo sat next to her and could clearly see her long, slightly curled eyelashes and the faint blue shadow under her eyelids. Su Chinghan's eyes swept over him, assessing his outfit for the day. Lin Mo was still wearing his usual clothes, but since the system gave him money, he bought a few casual clothes, all of which were made of good quality. Although they were not formal brand names, they were also clean and neat. After you go in, talk less. Su Chinghan spoke, lowering his voice to remind him, when I ask you a question, you answer it truthfully. When others ask you a question, you just be vague. Stay natural. Naturally? Lin Mo laughed. What kind of natural method? Do you want me to hold your arm and go in and call everyone I see dear? Su Chinghan frowned. He didn't expect him to be so mean, but he didn't get angry. He just said coldly, don't overact. You just need to look like a normal, stable husband. A normal, stable husband? Lin Mo pondered over these words and felt like laughing. He was only in his early 20s, and the word stable didn't suit him. But since the sponsor had a request, it wouldn't hurt for him to cooperate. Okay, no problem. He shrugged. I promise to satisfy you, my boss. Su Chinghan didn't say anything else, but turned to look out the window. The lines of her pretty face were a little tense, and it was obvious that she was not in a good mood. The car started again and slowly drove into the depths of the manor. After passing through a long tree-lined avenue, a huge villa with bright lights suddenly appeared before our eyes. The car stopped in front of the main building. The driver got out and respectfully opened the back door. Oh, it was Su Chinghan's side. Su Chinghan didn't move immediately. She took a breath, then turned her head and said to Lin Mo, remember what you said. Don't worry. Lin Mo gave her a leave-it-to-me smile. He pushed open the car door and got out first, then walked around to the other side and opened the door for Su Chinghan like a gentleman in a movie. Su Chinghan paused and glanced at him. That look, TSK. Then he got out of the car as if nothing had happened. After standing still, he didn't try to hold his arm like Lin Mo teased him, but just said, let's go. Lin Mo followed her half a step behind, and the two of them walked towards the open door of the villa, one in front and one behind. This distance doesn't look like a close couple. Lin Mo thought to himself that Mr. Su was still not used to acting. But it didn't matter, he could take the initiative. The bright lights in the magnificent hall are dazzling. Several servants in uniform stood at the door with their hands hanging down. When they saw Su Chinghan and Lin Mo come in, they all bowed. Miss, you're back. An elderly servant who looked like a steward spoke respectfully. Su Chinghan just nodded imperceptibly, said nothing more, and walked straight in. Lin Mo followed slowly, his eyes casually sweeping over the furnishings in the hall. Each one of them exuded an aura of I'm expensive, a kind of quiet luxury. As soon as he entered the hall, Lin Mo noticed several pairs of eyes falling on him at once, with a look of scrutiny, as well as a hint of unconcealable contempt. Chapter 23 I am the poor husband. Needless to say, these should be the elders or relatives of Su Chinghan's family. Su Chinghan stopped and Lin Mo walked up to her side and stood side by side with her. The distance between them was still subtle, neither too far nor too close, just right, not like strangers, nor like a couple in love. A couple, who looked to be in their early 50s, were sitting in the main seats in the main hall. The man was wearing a neat suit and his hair was combed neatly. The woman was wearing a gorgeous cheongsam and had exquisite makeup on, and her every move exuded the aura of a superior. These are probably Su Chinghan's parents. Dad, Mom. Su Chinghan's voice was flat and calm. Sitting at the main seat, the graceful woman in cheongsam slowly and leisurely placed the gold-painted teacup in her hand on the mahogany low table, making a crisp knock sound. She raised her chin slightly, and her eyes floated past Su Chinghan and finally stopped on Lin Mo. Is he the one you were talking about, the one you want to marry? Lin Mo leaned forward and stood side by side with Su Chinghan, with a proper smile on his face. Auntie, hello, I am Lin Mo. Su's mother snorted softly as a response. It was the man next to her, dressed in a suit and with neatly combed hair, who spoke up, sit down. The sofa was very soft, and people sank into it when they sat down. Just as Lin Mo and Su Chinghan sat down, Su's mother's voice rang out again, as if she wanted to see him through from the inside out. Lin Mo, right? I heard from Chinghan that you are still studying? Yes, Aunt. Oh, studying. Su's mother stretched out her tone and said with disdain, but we are poor and have never touched water since childhood. How will you live if you are still studying? She is used to spending money lavishly. The way this question was asked was like carving the words "you don't deserve it" on your forehead. Lin Mo was still polite, but he was a little slow in picking up the teacup. "I will try my best, Aunt. I will find a way to give Ching Han the life she wants." "Work hard?" Sue's mother sneered. Several well-dressed men and women nearby also let out a few suppressed chuckles, which sounded particularly harsh in this overly quiet hall. Young people nowadays are good at talking big. If hard work is really useful, there won't be any poor people in this world. Ching Han was raised by our Su family. Do you think you can let her continue to live a good life just by saying these two words? She looked Lin Mo up and down again. Look at the clothes you're wearing, you don't look like the kid from a wealthy family. What do your parents do? Where is your hometown? A series of questions came like a barrage of cannonballs, leaving no one a chance to breathe. Lin Mo picked up the teacup in front of him and took a sip. The tea was slightly cold. My parents are ordinary workers and our family lives in another place. Oh, an ordinary worker? Sue's mother emphasized the word ordinary and dragged out the last syllable. She couldn't hide her inherent arrogance. It's really not easy. I'm afraid it must have drained our family's savings to support you to go to college. Su Qinghan's hands were placed on her knees, and her knuckles were slightly raised due to the force. She moved her lips a few times, wanting to say something, but after Sue's mother coughed, she swallowed her words and lowered her head. Lin Mo stretched out his hand, gently placed it on the back of Su Qinghan's hand, and patted it. Sue's mother seemed not to notice their little actions, or perhaps she simply didn't bother to look. She turned to look at Su Qinghan, and her voice became 8 degrees softer. "Qinghan, I know you've been so absorbed in your work that you've neglected your own affairs. So, I found a few young talents for you. They've come here specially today. You should get to know them later." As she spoke, she pointed her chin toward the other corner of the hall. Lin Mo looked over and saw a few well-dressed and respectable young men holding wineglasses, looking over here across the crowd with undisguised curiosity on their faces. My goodness, she was matching Su Qinghan up right in front of her legitimate husband. Su Qinghan's body was stiff. Her hand on her knee unconsciously grasped Lin Mo's hand. Lin Mo leaned forward slightly, with a polite smile on his face, but there was no sign of concession in his tone. "Aunt," he said, but his voice was firm, "you just said that you would help Qinghan find a partner?" Sue's mother obviously did not expect that the young man who had always let her do whatever she wanted would suddenly speak, and she was stunned for a moment. "Yeah, what's wrong?" She raised her eyebrows, looking down on him. Lin Mo also looked at her calmly. "But have you forgotten that I am Qinghan's husband?" As soon as these words were spoken, the entire hall suddenly became so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. The kind expression on Sue's mother's face suddenly tightened. "What do you mean by this? Just because you are Qinghan's husband, I can't care about her future? Besides, you are just a young boy, what qualifications do you have? Whether I am qualified or not is not for you to judge." Lin Mo interrupted her. "Qinghan and I are a legal couple, this is a fact. As for the future, I will use my abilities to give Qinghan a future you can't imagine." Sue's mother was almost choked by his words. She pointed at him and was speechless for a long time. Finally, she said, You are so arrogant. Qinghan, look at the person you found. He has no manners at all." Father Su had been observing silently from the side, and when he heard this, he finally spoke. "Okay, aging." Father Su said to Mother Su, then turned his gaze to Lin Mo. "Lin Mo, right? Qinghan told me about your marriage to him. As parents, we always hope that our children can be happy. I see that you are not very old. Although Qinghan said that you have your own abilities, I always feel that you are still a little young and not stable enough." Lin Mo did not refute, but just listened quietly. "However, since Qinghan has chosen you, I will not force her." Su Qinghan breathed a sigh of relief at his father's words. "How about this?" Father Su pondered for a moment. "Marriage is a lifelong thing, so it has to look good. Go take your wedding photos first. Prepare while you're taking them, and let your aunt and I see whether you are really ready." Taking wedding photos? This proposal stunned Lin Mo and Su Qinghan. Sue's father's decision was beyond everyone's expectations. This was not a direct acknowledgement of Lin Mo's identity, but it was not a complete acceptance either. Instead, a probation period was given. When Sue's mother heard the proposal, she was still dissatisfied, but she did not refute it immediately. Chapter 24 You can stay in my room directly. Su Qinghan just opened his mouth, but before he could say anything, his father raised his hand to stop him. It's settled. The wedding photos are just the first step. We'll take the rest slowly later. Father Su turned to Lin Mo and asked, Lin Mo, what do you mean? The curve of Lin Mo's lips was barely noticeable. Taking wedding photos? This development was quite interesting. His eyes swept across Su's father, then across Su's mother's still not so good looking face, and finally stopped at Su Qinghan. Okay. Lin Mo laughed softly, and everyone could hear the playfulness in his tone. I'm happy to do that. After he said this, the air on Su's mother's side became a little colder. Father Su nodded. He was quite satisfied with Lin Mo's straightforwardness. Okay then. Father Su was obviously relieved, and finally there was a smile on his face. He stood up and called everyone, now that the wedding photos have been finalized and dinner is almost ready, let's go eat together. Although Su's mother was very unhappy, she didn't say anything in the end, but just snorted heavily. Su Qinghan relaxed a lot and nodded. Lin Mo also stood up. Father Su led the way, and Mother Su followed reluctantly. Su Qinghan walked side by side with Lin Mo, motioning him to go alone. The four of them walked through the living room and along the spacious corridor to the dining room. Dinner was served in the restaurant on the first floor. There was a long dining table that could seat about 20 people, but less than half of it was occupied. In addition to Su's father and mother and Su Qinghan, there were also Su Qinghan's two aunts, uncle, a cousin who was about the same age as Su Qinghan, and her husband. The dishes on the table were indeed home-cooked as Su's father had said, but the scope of this home-cooked was a bit broad. Abalone, sea cucumber, shark's fin, and bird's nest were all available. Any one of them would be worthy of being the top dish in a high-end hotel. Lin Mo said nothing. He watched how Su's father and mother held chopsticks, how they served the dishes, and how others toasted. He learned it all by heart. Soon, he was able to do it pretty well, without any sign of unfamiliarity. The atmosphere at the table was not very warm, and the relatives of the Su family were obviously holding back. Qinghan, why is your marriage so sudden? Su Qinghan's aunt said with a smile. Su Qinghan quickly glanced at Lin Mo, it's not sudden, we have known each other for a while. Lin Mo put down his chopsticks at the right time and smiled politely, it's mainly because I was too busy with work before, and I never found the time to formally visit Uncle Su, Aunt Su, and the elders. Qinghan and I were destined to be together, so we naturally got together. Oh? It's fate. The uncle looked Lin Mo up and down. What kind of job do you do, young man? I see that your demeanor is not like that of an ordinary person. Lin Mo knew it in his heart, and sure enough, he started to discuss. He looked at Su Qinghan, and Su Qinghan gave him a look without any expression. As for me, I was mainly doing some investment stuff before. I just started out and made a little money, but I can't say I've achieved anything. Upon seeing this, Su Qinghan immediately and skillfully changed the topic to interesting stories at work, and finally the interrogation at the dinner table temporarily stopped. During the meal, Lin Mo didn't say much, but his behavior revealed a steadiness beyond his age. The dinner was over, and Lin Mo stood up and prepared to leave. Uncle Su, Aunt Su, thank you for your hospitality. He said politely, it's getting late, I'll go back first. Father Su smiled and waved his hand, why rush? We are all family. Besides, aren't you and Qinghan going to take wedding photos tomorrow? Why don't you just stay here tonight and save yourself the trouble of going back and forth? Lin Mo paused for a moment. This development was indeed a little unexpected. He subconsciously looked at Su Qinghan. Su Qinghan was also looking at him helplessly, and seemed to be asking for his opinion. She knew, of course, that he had planned to go back to his apartment tonight. However, when her eyes swept over the suspicious looks around her, she also knew that they had to play this scene to the end tonight. Yes, Lin Mo. Su Qinghan calmed himself down and tried to make his voice sound more natural. Just stay. Dad is right. It will be convenient for taking wedding photos tomorrow. She thought for a moment and added, no need to trouble Auntie to clean up the guest room. You can just stay in my room. As soon as these words came out, the whole restaurant was silent for several seconds. Everyone's attention was fixed on Su Qinghan and Lin Mo. Lin Mo felt his heartbeat quicken. Live in her room? He knew clearly that Su Qinghan had no choice but to say this, but he could also predict that there would be no peace tonight. However, his face was calm. Okay. He agreed with a smile, and naturally said to Su Qinghan with a bit of intimacy, then listened to Qinghan. He agreed so readily that even Su Qinghan was stunned for a moment. Show your sense of belonging and sovereignty to Su Qinghan, and the reward bar will be critically hit. Okay, that's settled. Father Su smiled with satisfaction. Qinghan, take Lin Mo upstairs. Yeah. Su Qinghan nodded, stood up, and tried his best to maintain his calm on the surface. Lin Mo followed Su Qinghan upstairs. Behind him, the voices of discussion floated over again. Living in the same room? It seems like their relationship is really quite deep. Whether it's true or not, we'll have to wait and see. Su Qinghan quickened his pace, not wanting to pay attention to the uncomfortable discussions behind him. Lin Mo followed slowly, already thinking about how to sleep on the floor tonight. There can't be so many extra quilts and pillows in the Su family's mansion, right? After entering Su Qinghan's room, Lin Mo finally realized what rich and inhumane meant. This room was big enough to fit 2 or 3 of Lin Mo's previous small apartment. There was a separate cloakroom, an incredibly spacious bathroom, and outside the floor-to-ceiling windows that covered the entire wall was the Su family's back garden where horses could run. The main color is gray and white, and the furniture and ornaments look insignificant, but they are all expensive things when you look closely. The bed in the middle of the room is of amazing size, and you won't fall off even if you roll a few times. The door was gently closed, isolating the noise from outside. There were only 2 of them left in the room, and the atmosphere suddenly became a little strange. As Su Qinghan turned around, his forced calmness faded away. I'm sorry. She said apologetically, my mom and the others, the looks they gave me were so weird, I was afraid I'd be exposed. Lin Mo leaned against the door, folding his arms, I can see that, otherwise I wouldn't bother to accompany you. He looked at her leisurely, but, Miss Su, you said it yourself that I would live in your room. Su Qinghan's cheeks felt hot, and she retorted, stop talking nonsense here. That was to deal with them. Chapter 25 Such a big bed. Lin Mo stood up, no longer leaning against the doorframe, and walked towards her with a mischievous smile on his face. This woman usually acts like a cool goddess in public, but I didn't expect that she would be so easily angered in private. Especially this look of embarrassment and eagerness to distance herself from the matter is simply too cute. Lin Mo couldn't help but have a bad thought in his heart, and he wanted to see how much she would react. It seemed interesting to tease her a bit. The smile on his lips deepened. Handle them? He repeated her words, lowering his voice. Miss Su, are you sure you're just trying to get by? I remember you emphasized that you should just stay in my room. As he spoke, he paced around the room and finally stopped in front of the large, soft bed. Su Qinghan followed his movements and his body couldn't help but tense up a little. You'll sleep on the sofa tonight. She pointed to the single sofa next to her. It didn't look like the sofa was for sleeping. Lin Mo raised his eyebrows, sleeping on the sofa? He paused for a moment, then walked slowly to the bedside and pressed his hand on the mattress. The soft touch made his arms sink a little. Such a big bed, Lin Mo turned around and looked at her face, with a hint of teasing in his words, can't the 2 of us sleep in it? Su Qinghan's heart skipped a beat. She met Lin Mo's half-smile. At this moment, she suddenly realized that the man in front of her was not as easy to manipulate as she had expected. Lin Mo. Don't forget our agreement. Agreement? What agreement? Lin Mo tilted his head, looking as if he didn't understand. He took a step forward, leaning slightly towards her, bringing a sense of oppression. Su Qinghan instinctively took half a step back. Hasn't it been made clear long ago? Everything is up to me, you just need to cooperate. So, how are you going to sleep tonight? He looked at her meaningfully, should I be the one to arrange that as well? Su Qinghan froze in place, his mind in a mess. How come this man is completely different from before? Shouldn't he be an obedient tool? Why is he getting the upper hand now? Lin Mo looked at her red ears and her rapid breathing, and having achieved his goal, he stopped teasing her. Okay, I was just kidding you. Lin Mo suddenly changed his tone and shrugged. I don't sleep on the bed. This sofa looks pretty good. He pointed at the single sofa and his tone returned to its previous casual tone. Su Qinghan exhaled heavily. She glared at Lin Mo and wanted to scold him. You. She gritted her teeth, go sleep on the sofa. Yes, Miss Su. Lin Mo responded with a smile and walked to the sofa and sat down. Although he said it lightly, he knew in his heart that he would not be able to sleep well tonight. This sofa looks quite expensive, but if you really lie on it for a night, your back will probably protest. However, it was worth it to make this icy president so angry. Su Qinghan walked to the bed angrily and lay down with his back to Lin Mo. The room returned to silence again, with only the two people's shallow breathing sounds intertwined in the air. No one spoke again, but the atmosphere was still so depressing that it made people feel a little breathless. The two of them stayed in the same room, on the same bed and on the same sofa, each with their own thoughts, tossing and turning until dawn. Early the next morning, Su Qinghan had two obvious dark circles under his eyes, and Lin Mo's condition was not much better. Under Su's mother's expectant gaze, the two of them tried hard to force out a relatively natural smile and went out together. The destination is a prestigious top wedding photography studio in the city center. As soon as I stepped into the store, I was dazzled by the huge crystal chandelier. Rows of wedding dresses were shining under the soft light, and a faint fragrance was floating in the air. A staff member came over immediately with a sweet smile and professional manner. Su Qinghan and Lin Mo were led to their respective dressing rooms. While waiting for the makeup and styling to be completed, Su Qinghan looked at himself in the mirror. His eyebrows and eyes had been modified to look more delicate. Even in a simple white shirt and jeans, he looked particularly refreshing and neat. She calmed herself down, pushed the door open and walked out. Lin Mo was already waiting outside. He had changed into a simple set of casual clothes, his hair was neatly styled, and he looked much fresher. As soon as Su Qinghan came out, Lin Mo cast his eyes over and showed his admiration without disguising it. "Not bad, very beautiful." Lin Mo praised sincerely. Su Qinghan's ears turned slightly red, but she quickly returned to her usual coldness. "Let's go and choose clothes." The staff led them to the wedding dress display area. The wide variety of wedding dresses made Su Qinghan a little dazzled for a moment, and he didn't know where to start. She was used to wearing well-tailored business suits on a daily basis, and had no idea what these intricate lace, light white gauze, and fluffy skirts were like. "Go over there and take a look at your suit," Su Qinghan said to Lin Mo, pointing to the men's suit area not far away. In her opinion, wouldn't it be more efficient if everyone chose their own? Lin Mo paused after hearing this. It seems that Mr. Su is decisive in business, but he is indeed inexperienced in taking wedding photos. He did not refute in person, but walked naturally to Su Qinghan's side, put his head close to Su Qinghan's ear in front of the staff, and lowered his voice. "Boss Su, you don't quite understand this. When taking wedding photos, the focus is of course on the wife's wedding dress. As a husband, my clothes are naturally used to set off you. Once you have chosen, I will choose my dress based on your wedding dress. What is this called? This is called the husband sings and the wife follows. Do you understand?" The warm breath gently brushed over Su Qinghan's ear. The hairs on Su Qinghan's body were about to stand up. She wanted to step back, wanted to push him away, wanted to call him nonsense, but her remaining sanity reminded her that she couldn't do that now, as there were staff members watching them. She bit her lower lip and was about to suppress her discomfort and whisper a few words of warning to him, but at this moment the door of the studio was violently pushed open. A burst of hurried footsteps was heard, with a style unique to young masters from the capital. "Qinghan?" A male voice sounded. Su Qinghan looked in the direction of the voice and frowned. The man had an ordinary appearance and was not very tall, but his clothes were neatly dressed and he had a cashmere coat of fine quality casually draped over his hand. As soon as he entered the room, his attention fell on Su Qinghan. After a brief pause, he turned to Lin Mo, who was standing very close to her. Chapter 26. I care about my own wife. The man rushed forward in a few steps, without even looking at Lin Mo, and swung his arm, knocking him staggeringly. Lin Mo steadied himself and looked at the uninvited guest in front of him. This person knows Su Qinghan, speaks in Beijing dialect, and acts so flamboyantly. Thinking back to what Su's mother said yesterday, Lin Mo twitched the corner of his mouth. "I'm sorry, Qinghan, I rushed here as soon as the plane landed." The man didn't take Lin Mo seriously at all. He turned straight to Su Qinghan with what he thought was a gentle smile on his face. "My aunt was worried that it was too windy outside, so she asked me to bring you a coat." He raised the fine cashmere coat in his hand casually. Lin Mo stood aside, arms folded across his chest, watching quietly. "Send a coat?" Su's mother is afraid that the world will not be in chaos, so she specially sent someone to make trouble. This is not a coat, it is clearly a professional troublemaker sent by Su's mother. Moreover, looking at the way this guy pushed him away in a hurry, Su's mother's calculations are probably not just as simple as disrupting the situation. I guess she also wants to find a suitable man for her daughter, and let this fake son-in-law recognize his own weight. It's quite interesting. This stage is getting more and more lively as it's being built. Lin Mo didn't say anything. He wanted to see what trouble this Chung Yao Jin who suddenly appeared could cause. Su Qinghan's reaction was a little subtle. She glanced at the man in front of her, and then glanced at Lin Mo who was staggering after being pushed just now. She knew this man, the son of the Cheng family in Beijing, Li Haotian. They had met a few times in childhood, but they were not familiar with each other. She never expected that he would follow her here, and even claim to be her mother. Li Haotian? Su Qinghan asked, his voice still as cold as usual, why are you here? When Li Haotian heard Su Qinghan calling out his name, his self-righteous smile grew even wider. Of course I'm here on my aunt's orders to come visit you, Qinghan. My aunt said that you are taking wedding photos today and the temperature has dropped outside, so she asked me to bring you a coat to keep you warm. As he spoke, he handed the cashmere coat in his hand forward, but his eyes vaguely swept over Lin Mo. Lin Mo caught his undisguised scrutiny and snorted in his heart. This boy's acting skills were exaggerated, and his purpose was so strong that it was almost written on his face. It seemed that the rescuer Su's mother had found really didn't have any good feelings towards this fake son-in-law. Su Qinghan did not reach out to take the coat. Her eyes wandered between Li Haotian and Lin Mo for a moment, and finally fell back on Li Haotian. Lin Mo looked at the man in front of him who was dressed in fancy clothes but looked very unpleasant, and the curve of his lips deepened. Su's mother sent a peacock with its tail spread out. Mr. Li, right? Lin Mo took a step forward and cleverly positioned himself between Su Qinghan and Li Haotian, completely blocking the coat that Li Haotian handed over from Su Qinghan's sight. As he spoke, he calmly took off his coat. I'm really sorry to trouble you to come all the way here, Mr. Li. Lin Mo said as he handed his coat to Su Qinghan. Qinghan, just wear mine. The smile on Li Haotian's face froze instantly, and he then turned his attention to the ignorant boy in front of him. Who are you? Li Haotian looked Lin Mo up and down, his tone showing no disdain. This is a place for wedding photos, shouldn't outsiders be more conscious? Could it be that you are a staff member here? Can you help pass the clothes, or give a hand or something? Lin Mo's lips curled up into a chilling arc. Very good, this peacock is not only good looking but also useless, its mouth is also very good at attracting hatred. He ignored Li Haotian's provocation, turned around and looked at Su Qinghan's pretty face, which was even more tense because of the previous push and the current situation. The next second, Lin Mo stretched out his arms and embraced Su Qinghan's slender waist without any explanation. Su Qinghan's body suddenly tensed up, and he almost instinctively wanted to push him away. The warm touch on her waist and the gentle caress of his fingers through the clothes made her feel an unfamiliar tingling sensation. This was the most real physical contact they had had since they had married, apart from those fake actions that were only for show. Moreover, it was in this kind of occasion, in front of Li Haotian. She raised her head and looked at Lin Mo with a complicated expression. She couldn't figure him out, but she knew that this man was going to do something unconventional again. However, Lin Mo's arms were firmly clasped around her waist, leaving her no chance to break free. He turned around and looked at Li Haotian, the smile on his face now had a hint of playfulness. Sir, Lin Mo stared at Li Haotian, his tone pretending to be confused. Why, do I need a nod of approval from you, an outsider, just to care about my own wife? Lin Mo put his arm around Su Qinghan's waist and deliberately moved a little closer to her. Qinghan, he turned his head and spoke to Su Qinghan in a tone so gentle that it could squeeze water out of her, with just the right amount of complaint. Who is this gentleman? He was asking knowingly. His purpose was to get Su Qinghan to introduce him in person, acknowledge his existence, and confirm their relationship in person, right in front of Li Haotian. This is obviously not the time to argue with Lin Mo about these things. Li Haotian was still waiting for him to speak, and there were staff from the bridal shop watching nearby. Su Qinghan must cooperate with him to continue the scene. Su Qinghan took a deep breath and tried hard to suppress the strange feeling in her heart. Her eyes swept back and forth between Lin Mo and Li Haotian, and finally stopped on Li Haotian. Li Haotian, Su Qinghan followed Lin Mo's words and briefly introduced him, young Master Li of the Li family. Li Haotian's face turned completely black. Su Qinghan actually cooperated with this wild boy who appeared out of nowhere. Moreover, he even dared to hug Su Qinghan's waist in public. Oh, it turns out to be Master Li from the Cheng family. Lin Mo's tone was drawn out. But he had no intention of loosening his hand on Su Qinghan's waist, but secretly tightened it a little. Li Haotian stared at Lin Mo's hand on Su Qinghan's waist, wishing he could pounce on it and chop it off and feed it to the dog. So it's Mr. Qinghan. Li Haotian looked at Lin Mo with a sinister expression. Nice to meet you. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand, clearly intending to shake hands with Lin Mo. Lin Mo raised his eyebrows and looked at the hand that Li Haotian stretched out. He could clearly sense the other party's undisguised hostility. He loosened his hand around Su Qinghan's waist and took a step forward with a smile on his face. Chapter 27, Buying the Entire Bridal Shop? Nice to meet you, Lin Mo said and extended his hand. The two men clasped their hands in mid-air. Li Haotian had a standard fake smile on his face, but he was secretly increasing the strength in his hands. Lin Mo felt the force coming from the other party's hand, and a cold arc appeared at the corner of his lips. He let Li Haotian compete secretly. He would not bother to respond with such childish tricks, it was boring. Ding! The system detected that the host had close contact with Su Qinghan and asserted his sovereignty, and the reward bar increased dramatically. System rewards are being distributed. The top luxury bridal shop in the city center has been assigned to the host. The system's prompt sounded in his mind at the right time, and Lin Mo's eyes flashed. This system is really a good comrade who helps in times of need. Li Haotian withdrew his hand angrily, and his eyes wandered over Lin Mo again, from the shirt on him, which was clean and tidy but obviously not a brand name, all the way to the pair of ordinary sneakers on his feet. The contempt in his eyes almost overflowed. Hey, buddy, are you guys here to take wedding photos? For someone like you, from an ordinary family, if you come to a place like this, you can probably only rent a few pieces to take photos. After all, if you want to buy, that's not something that everyone can afford, you know what I mean? When Lin Mo heard Li Haotian's words, he couldn't help but burst out laughing. Rent? Lin Mo repeated it slowly, deliberately dragging out the ending tone. Qinghan's wedding photos must be the best. Not to mention the wedding dresses, even if it's this store, if Qinghan likes it, it's all hers. Li Haotian was stunned at first, then he burst into laughter, laughing so hard that he almost cried. Ha 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 ha. Did I hear you right? This store belongs to her? He pointed at Lin Mo, gasping for breath. You're dressed like a freshly graduated college student, and you're so arrogant. Do you know how much the wedding dresses in this store cost in total? Even if I sell you, I can't even make up a fraction of the price. Li Haotian took a deep breath and looked Lin Mo up and down with disdain. I bet you can't even afford the cheapest piece of cloth here. Why are you pretending to be so high and mighty? Several staff members in the store exchanged glances and whispered in low voices. This man is a bit too arrogant. Look at what he's wearing. He doesn't look like a rich man. How could Miss Su? Although the voice was low, it was loud enough for people to hear something in this subtle atmosphere. Lin Mo's outfit was indeed out of place in this place. Li Haotian's words were sarcastic, Su Qinghan's fingertips curled slightly, and her breathing became heavier. She was about to speak, but Lin Mo touched her elbow imperceptibly and gave her a look. Su Qinghan pursed her lips and swallowed the words back. She didn't understand what Lin Mo was going to do, but she felt inexplicably relieved. Lin Mo curled his lips towards Su Qinghan as a way of comforting her. Then he slowly turned to Li Haotian. He said nothing, but raised his hand and casually snapped his fingers in the direction of the store door. Bang! A crisp sound seemed particularly abrupt in the quiet shop. A few seconds after the snap of the fingers, a middle-aged man in a well-tailored suit walked out quickly from the inner room with a folder in his hand. Mr. Lin. You are here. The man trotted all the way, with a warm smile on his face, and ran directly towards Lin Mo. This man was the manager of Beloved. Li Haotian looked at this scene, especially the manager's respectful attitude towards Lin Mo. The sneer on his face froze, and his heart skipped a beat. He had a bad feeling. The transfer agreement is ready. The manager bowed slightly and handed the folder to Lin Mo with both hands. Just sign it here. Transfer agreement? Li Haotian and Su Qinghan were both stunned, their eyes fixed on the document. Lin Mo took the document and pen, without even looking at them. He turned directly to the last page and quickly signed his name Lin Mo. The whole process was so fast that it was hard to react. After signing, he returned the pen to the manager, holding the thin agreement, and slowly walked to Li Haotian. Li Haotian stared at the paper in Lin Mo's hand, his throat dry. Lin Mo walked up to him and without further ado, directly stuffed the signed agreement into Li Haotian's hand. Here, Mr. Li, take a look. Li Haotian took it woodenly, lowered his head and took a look. On the cover were some gold-plated characters: GAI Bridal Shop Equity Transfer Agreement. It was like a sledgehammer hitting his head so hard that his vision went dark. Lin Mo looked at Li Haotian's absent-minded appearance, spread his hands, and said, "It's no big deal. Mr. Li, I'm sorry to have embarrassed you," he said slowly. "It's mainly because my wife Qinghan wants to take wedding photos, so I have to make her happy. It also makes it quiet, so that there won't be some irrelevant people buzzing around and annoying her. I have no choice but to take over this shop with reluctance." Lin Mo casually pointed at the gorgeous wedding dresses around him, speaking in a relaxed tone. "Now, this store, along with everything in it, is under Qinghan's control. She can wear whatever she wants and pack whatever she wants. Isn't that convenient?" Li Haotian stood there like a wooden stake, holding the agreement in his hand so tightly that the paper was almost deformed. He is not a fool. This agreement, the manager's attitude, and Lin Mo's casual signature, all of this clearly told him that this seemingly insignificant guy really bought the store. Just now, he was pointing at the other person's nose and calling her poor, saying that she couldn't afford a wedding dress. What happened? He threw the entire store in his face. This slap on the face was harder than slapping him twice. Su Qinghan stood aside, also dumbfounded. She thought that Lin Mo might not be simple, but she never thought that he would use this method. Buy out the entire bridal shop? Just to let her take wedding photos? The thought went around in her head, and it was so absurd that it made her heart and cheeks feel hot. Lin Mo looked at Li Haotian leisurely, with an expression as if he was waiting for a good show. "How is it, Mr. Li?" he said slowly. "Who said that just now? If I can't afford the cheapest wedding dress here, I will eat this carpet?" "I remember it." The veins on the back of Li Haotian's hand were bulging, and he almost crushed the agreement. He raised his head suddenly, his eyes full of bloodshot. "You! What's wrong with me?" Lin Mo raised his chin, looking extremely angry. "Aren't you going to perform carpet eating? Everyone is waiting for you." The shop assistants around didn't dare to make a sound, but there was a hint of excitement in their eyes, as if they were watching a show. Chapter 28. The most powerful boss of the year appears. "Come and argue with me if you don't agree." Li Haotian felt a surge of hot blood rushing to his head, burning him so much that he lost all reason. When in his life had he ever suffered such humiliation? He was trampled under the feet of a poor boy whom he looked down upon in front of so many people, using the money that he valued most. He was the one who said that stupid thing. His fists were clenched so hard that they made a clattering sound. He stared at Lin Mo's face that deserved a beating, wishing he could pounce on him and bite him to pieces. "Lin Mo. FK your mom." Li Haotian completely collapsed. He threw all his demeanor and image aside and just yelled at the top of his lungs. Lin Mo's smile faded a little. He took a step forward, approaching Li Haotian, with a hint of warning in his tone. "Master Li, I advise you to be careful with your words. This is my territory now. It's not appropriate for you to scold me in my place, right?" Li Haotian didn't expect that this man would have such a fierce side. That sense of oppression is not deliberately created, but exists in reality. His lips moved, but he swallowed the words back. His remaining sanity warned him that now was not the time to confront Lin Mo head-on. This man exudes an indescribable evil aura. The equity transfer agreement and Lin Mo's nonchalant words "I bought this store" kept echoing in his mind. "Qinghan, since the store is ours, let's go in and pick out a wedding dress." Lin Mo no longer looked at Li Haotian. He turned around and put his arms around Su Qinghan's waist again. This time, his movements were much more skillful and intimate. Su Qinghan's body tensed up again, but she did not break free. Lin Mo put his arm around her waist and led her inside. Su Qinghan's body was still a little stiff. Every step she took on the soft carpet seemed like she was stepping on cotton, not quite real. The depths of the bridal shop were more dazzling than what was seen from the outside, and the lighting was softer. Li Haotian was still standing there, holding the light agreement tightly in his hand. He watched the two people walk away side by side, and their figures finally disappeared behind a row of gorgeous wedding dresses, as if he was the unnecessary decoration. The shop assistants around him, who had previously looked at him as if he were watching a play, now lowered their heads and looked submissive, not daring to make a sound. "This is such a disgrace to my grandma." Li Haotian waved his arm, and the paper flew out of his hand, falling on the smooth floor with a plop and breaking into several pieces. "Lin Mo. Okay, I'll fucking remember you." He turned his head abruptly, without even glancing at those people, and walked away. His back revealed a look of unwilling embarrassment. As soon as he left, the shop assistants who had been keeping their heads down and not daring to speak raised their heads one after another. Where was the slightest bit of the previous timidity in their eyes? This new boss is so damn cool. Used the most direct and domineering way to crush the usually arrogant young masterly to pieces. Several quick-witted young shop assistants immediately took out their cell phones and started editing messages quickly. Along with the photos and videos that I had just secretly taken, I quickly posted them to my circle of friends and some local online communities. Explosion! A true god came to the store today. He bought the entire store with just one sentence, and slapped the young master of Beijing Circle in the face and drove him away in front of everyone. Kneel down. I witnessed with my own eyes the real-life version of a top-notch face-slapping scene. No doubt about it. The video is proof. The most powerful boss of the year is here. Come and argue with me if you don't agree. The news spread like a virus and soon exploded in the local online circle. Various reposts, comments, and likes instantly flooded the screen, causing a huge stir, and there was even a hint of it becoming a hot topic. But Lin Mo, the instigator of all this, didn't care at all. He let go of Su Qinghan and sat down on the sofa in the rest area. Su Qinghan was led by the clerk to look at the wedding dresses that filled the entire exhibition hall. They were of various styles and fabrics, shining delicately under the lights. Her hands were still slightly curled, and her fingertips were a little cold. Do you like these? Lin Mo asked her with his head tilted. Su Qinghan nodded lightly, and her eyes paused for a moment on a fishtail gauze skirt decorated with tiny pearls. Which woman can really remain indifferent to these beautiful clothes? Don't worry, take your time to choose. Lin Mo added, anyway, this place belongs to both of us now, and no one will bother you if you want to try it out until tomorrow morning. Su Qinghan did not respond, but followed the clerk's instructions and began to walk slowly among the wedding dresses. Lin Mo took out his phone and swiped the screen a few times. The news headlines were more terrifying than the last, but he felt sleepy. He clicked on a short video, and the music in it made his temples throb. He simply threw the phone aside and leaned back on the sofa to rest. Hello, is this Mr. Lin? A clear female voice sounded beside him. Lin Mo opened his eyes and saw a woman in a business suit, with short hair, gold-rimmed glasses, and a small recorder in her hand standing in front of him. I am. You are, he asked. Metropolitan Weekly, Zhao Shui. The woman introduced herself and spoke quickly. I heard that Mr. Lin just made a big move. We would like to chat with you for a few minutes. Is that convenient? Lin Mo raised his eyebrows. Metropolitan Weekly? Interesting. He smiled and said, interview me? I'm not a celebrity at all. Mr. Lin is no longer an ordinary person. What happened to you today will probably spread all over the city tomorrow. Zhao Shui spoke politely. Lin Mo changed to a more comfortable position. Okay, ask. But I have limited time, so let's make it quick. Zhao Shui immediately pressed the switch of the recorder, and the eyes behind the lenses stared at him closely. Mr. Lin, first question. You spent so much money to buy this top-notch bridal shop. Is it for Miss Su Qinghan? To put it bluntly, you just want to spend money to make girls happy? Lin Mo sneered and leaned back. It's the same old trick again. Reporter Zhao, your question is quite direct. It's normal to spend money on your daughter-in-law and make her happy. Is there something fishy going on here? Zhao Shui adjusted her glasses and said, Mr. Lin is a quick-witted person. However, I have a more interesting theory. Some people say that Mr. Lin is actually being taken care of by Miss Su. What do you think of this theory? The smile on Lin Mo's face remained unchanged, and he even shook his head. He muttered to himself, why are these people looking at me in such a strange way? Why do they all think that I'm a kept gigolo? Does my face really look so similar to his? Reporter Zhao, your source of information is pretty wild. Take care? He paused and walked towards the other party. Do you think you're the kind of person who needs Miss Su's care? Qinghan and I are in a serious relationship. Of course, I bought this store with my own money. It's only natural for me to spend money on my wife. What's the problem? Chapter 29, The Mysterious Philanthropist Strikes Again. Zhao Shui held out her recorder and said, no problem. So what Mr. Lin means is that you have the financial resources to buy a store like this, right? Then Mr. Lin, how much did you spend to buy this store? Or, could you please tell us approximately what your net worth is? Zhao Shui moved the recorder forward again, asking questions one after another. Lin Mo stared at Zhao Shui for a while, thinking that her question was a bit presumptuous. Which reporter would directly ask someone how much money they have spent or how much they are worth? This reporter is indeed bold. After a while, Lin Mo spoke up. Reporter Zhao, how much do you think it would take to buy a store to be considered bold? This question made Zhao Shui pause for a moment. How could she know what this store was worth? That depends on one's financial resources. She adjusted her wording slightly. That's right. Lin Mo responded indifferently. So my financial resources are such that buying this store is just enough to solve a small problem. A small trouble? Zhao Shui adjusted the gold-rimmed glasses on her nose. This tone doesn't sound fake. It is indeed curious that Mr. Lin has such financial resources at such a young age. She quickly adjusted the direction of the interview. I wonder what industry Mr. Lin is mainly engaged in. How did you make your first pot of gold? Would you mind talking about it? Lin Mo picked up the phone at hand, knocked it against his legs with the screen facing down, and then threw it back on the sofa. He sighed inwardly. This kind of situation where you ask me and I answer is extremely boring. He tilted his head imperceptibly, his eyes passing over Zhao Shui's shoulder to the busy figure of Su Qinghan deep in the bridal shop. She was discussing something in a low voice with the store manager, and it was obvious that she couldn't take care of him for the moment. Lin Mo curled his lips, then retracted his gaze and looked back at Zhao Shui's face. Reporter Zhao, you're just digging up my past right now? You're very dedicated. My first pot of gold came from an opportunity. Lin Mo used a vague word. As for what industry to work in, I am mainly doing some investments now. Investment? Zhao Shui raised her eyebrows. This word is too vague. She looked Lin Mo up and down with contempt, and a meaningful smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Mr. Lin is such a joker. You look, excuse me, more like a college student who hasn't graduated yet. You are so wealthy at such a young age. Could it be some special opportunity, for example, meeting a noble person to help you? She deliberately emphasized the word noble person and glanced in Su Qinghan's direction vaguely, the implication of which was self-evident. This is almost a blatant question as to whether he made his fortune by relying on women. Lin Mo naturally heard the undisguised hint in her words. He had expected this kind of speculation. After all, his current age and the financial resources he displayed were indeed easy to arouse people's imagination. Reporter Zhao, you have a very rich imagination. However, I'm afraid I'm going to disappoint you. I really started from scratch. To be where I am today, in addition to my own efforts, I also owe a lot to some luck. Because I know that this luck is hard-earned, I have always believed that when wealth accumulates to a certain level, it no longer belongs to just one person. If you take from society, you should give back to society. Giving back as much as I can and helping more people in need is more meaningful to me than simply having wealth. It is also my personal pursuit. After listening to this, Zhao Shui's eyes flashed with a gleam of light, and the arc of the corners of her mouth became even bigger, and she asked relentlessly. It sounds like you have invested a lot in charity. I wonder what specific charity projects Mr. Lin has participated in. It would also be good for us to see how successful people give back to society through charity, and by the way, do some reasonable planning for wealth? Zhao Shui's words made Lin Mo feel a little cold. She really wanted to strip him naked to see if he lived up to his reputation. Lin Mo was already somewhat fed up with this endless questioning. He was not here to be interrogated, much less to explain the source and purpose of his wealth to a reporter he had never met. He could have just walked away, or just responded directly. But when he glanced into the distance, he saw that Su Qinghan's situation was obviously not over yet. It's just waiting, that's all. Get rid of these problems once and for all to avoid getting entangled in them later. Thinking of this, Lin Mo suppressed the unhappiness in his heart and turned his gaze back to Zhao Shui. Reporter Zhao's observation is very sharp. Indeed, there are people who use charity for so-called reasonable planning or even for tax avoidance purposes. But there are still some people in this world who sincerely want to do something beneficial to society, right? He leaned forward slightly, crossed his fingers, placed his hands casually on the table, and faced Zhao Shui's scrutiny calmly. Does reporter Zhao think that all rich people who do charity have some utilitarian purpose, and not true kindness from the heart? Lin Mo's words made her face stiffen slightly. Almost instinctively, she took out her phone from her handbag and quickly unlocked the screen. Her fingers slid rapidly across the screen. Zhao Shui's fingertips moved across the phone screen and suddenly stopped. A local news push popped up on the screen with an eye-catching headline. The mysterious philanthropist strikes again. Many primary schools in mountainous areas of the city have been donated, and road repair projects in remote villages and towns have also been quietly launched. She turned the phone screen towards Lin Mo and pointed at the line of words. Mr. Lin, please take a look at this. Does the behavior of this mysterious philanthropist count as the genuine kindness from the heart without any utilitarian purpose that you mentioned? Lin Mo's gaze stayed on the title for a few seconds. Primary schools in mountainous areas, road repairs. He then spoke in a steady voice. The example that reporter Zhao found is very telling. If the report is accurate, the actions of this anonymous philanthropist can indeed be described as genuine kindness from the heart without any utilitarian purpose. After listening to this, Zhao Shui leaned forward slightly and asked. So, Mr. Lin, what about you? Can you also do charity like this mysterious philanthropist, purely without asking for anything in return and without any utilitarian purpose? Hearing this, Lin Mo leaned back on the sofa leisurely. After a moment, he asked back slowly. Reporter Zhao, what do you think? Zhao Shui was about to speak when a gentle voice came from the side. Reporter Zhao, sorry to bother you. The two looked in the direction of the voice and saw the manager of the bridal shop walking towards them with a tablet computer in hand and a professional smile on his face. Chapter 30 Charity Dinner. He first nodded politely to Lin Mo, then turned his gaze to Zhao Shui. I just accidentally saw this news on your phone. The manager's eyes fell on Zhao Shui's still lit phone screen, and then looked up at Lin Mo. In fact, the mysterious philanthropist mentioned in the news. He turned the screen of the tablet in his hand slightly, and the relevant information was also displayed on it. Then he looked at Zhao Shui and said softly and affirmatively, "It is this Mr. Lin." The manager looked between Lin Mo and Zhao Shui and added, "Mr. Lin has always kept a low profile, and we only learned about him by chance. The good things he has done for the local area are far more than what is reported in the news." The professional inquiry on Zhao Shui's face was now replaced by an indescribable astonishment. Mr. Lin. Lin, are you sure you are not kidding me? Zhao Shui's voice was a little unstable. This answer was obviously beyond all her plans. Lin Mo looked at Zhao Shui, who was so shocked that she was almost speechless, and a faint smile with a hint of helplessness appeared on his face. He did not answer directly, but turned his head slightly and gave the talkative manager a subtle look that said, "You really know how to pick the right time." Then he turned his gaze back to Zhao Shui, shrugged lightly, spread his hands, and his tone was somewhat casual after being exposed. As you can see, Reporter Zhao, sometimes secrets remain secrets only because the parties involved do not think it is necessary to publicize them. Zhao Shui almost held her breath and took the tablet with slightly stiff movements. The contents on the screen, line by line and column by column, were clearly displayed in front of her. Densely packed text, clear tables, donation amounts, innocent smiling faces of children in front of the newly built school buildings, and before and after comparison pictures of the rugged mountain road being replaced by a smooth cement road. Her fingers trembled slightly as she slid across the screen. The more she looked, the more complicated her expression became. Zhao Shui was really confused now. She has interviewed people of all kinds and has seen many hypocrites. But this was the first time she had encountered someone like Lin Mo, who had done so much but hid it so deeply, and even revealed a corner of it so calmly when being questioned. This person has neither the arrogance of a nouveau riche nor the compassion that some philanthropists deliberately create. He was just like an ordinary person, but he did many extraordinary things, and he did them so quietly. Mr. Lin. Thank you for accepting my interview. She turned off the recorder and looked at Lin Mo. The aggressive aura she had shown before was gone. Just then, a door in the back room of the bridal shop creaked open. Lin Mo and Zhao Shui turned their heads almost at the same time. Su Qinghan walked out of the fitting room. She was wearing a white fishtail wedding dress. The slim cut perfectly outlined her exquisite figure. The long skirt was dotted with tiny dots of light, which looked like a flowing galaxy as she moved. The tube-top design revealed her delicate clavicle and graceful shoulders and neck. Her long hair was tied up loosely, with a simple hair accessory adorning it. Her eyes, which were usually cold, now had a bit of warmth. Lin Mo almost held his breath. He was familiar with Su Qinghan's professional attire, but he never expected that she would look like this under her wedding dress. Su Qinghan felt a little embarrassed, and her fingertips twisted the hem of her skirt unconsciously. She was used to suits with neat lines, and this kind of skirt that was both revealing and complicated and layered made her feel a little weird. She raised her eyes and looked at Lin Mo in the rest area. Is this one okay? The last line of her voice carried a question that she herself hadn't even noticed. Zhao Shui also looked at Lin Mo, equally curious. Lin Nemo slowly stood up and walked in front of Su Qinghan, his eyes fixed on her. His Adam's apple moved, and his voice was a little hoarse. Very beautiful. Su Qinghan's cheeks suddenly felt hot when he was stared at by him and heard such straightforward praise, and he looked away uncomfortably. Lin Mo's mind was being agitated, and the beauty before him almost took away all his ability to think. At this moment, his head made a buzzing sound. Ding! The host's strong emotional fluctuations and extreme perception of beauty are detected, meeting the hidden conditions, and special skill points are awarded. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained the painting skill, master level. The relevant knowledge has been instilled, please explore it on your own. Ahem. Su Qinghan felt uncomfortable being stared at by Lin Mo. He coughed softly, breaking the excessive silence. I'll go change it. Lin Mo nodded and watched Su Qinghan walk into the fitting room again, but his mind kept replaying the stunning glimpse and the sudden strangeness. After the wedding photo shoot officially began, the atmosphere in the studio gradually became lively. Come on, Mr. Lin, put your hand gently on Miss Su's waist. Yes, that's it. Perfect. Wow, this picture is so beautiful. The two of you really match each other. Standing together is simply a beautiful sight. Okay. Keep it up, yes, yes, yes. Absolutely amazing. Su Qinghan's ears turned slightly red due to the praise, while Lin Mo had a smile on his lips, his eyes only on Su Qinghan beside him. That kind of look is a natural expression of affection that even the photographer cannot direct. When the photographer captured this scene, his eyes lit up and he quickly grabbed the camera to take a burst of photos. The wedding photo shoot went surprisingly smoothly. She still didn't talk much, but was very cooperative. The shooting was not over until the afterglow of the setting sun covered the sky with a layer of warm colors. Lin Mo drove the slightly tired Su Qinghan back to the Su family villa. As soon as the car entered the yard, Su's mother Qin Yuehua was seen standing at the door, as if she had been waiting for a long time. Qinghan, you're finally back. Qin Yuehua hurried to greet him as soon as she saw Su Qinghan get out of the car. Hurry up, Mom has prepared everything for you. There is a charity dinner tonight, you can go with Mom. Su Qinghan pressed his temples. After posing for the whole day, his face was almost stiff from smiling. At this moment, he just wanted to take a hot bath and have a good rest. Mom, I'm a little tired today and don't want to go. There was weariness in her voice. Oh, why are you so tired? Young people should move more. Qin Yuehua took Su Qinghan's hand and patted it affectionately. This dinner is very important. Those who come are all the leading figures in the circle. It will also be good for our Su group. Besides, it will be boring for Mom to go alone. You can just keep Mom company, okay? Qin Yuehua softened her voice, with a hint of pleading in it. This was her usual tactic to deal with Su Qinghan. Su Qinghan frowned slightly, glanced at Lin Mo who was silent beside her, and finally sighed, okay, I'll go change my clothes. Chapter 31, Painting on the Spot? That's great. Mom has picked out the clothes for you. They are in your room. Qin Yuehua immediately smiled. Lin Mo naturally became the driver again. The charity dinner was held in the banquet hall of a 5-star hotel in the city center. Various luxury cars were lined up in front of the door, and well-dressed men and women were walking around, creating a lively scene. As soon as they got out of the car, Qin Yuehua immediately took Su Qinghan's arm, then turned to Lin Mo with a smile. Lin Mo, you go in and look around first, I'll take Qinghan to touch up her makeup. Girls, you always have to dress neatly. Before he finished speaking, and without waiting for Lin Mo to respond, he pulled Su Qinghan and hurriedly walked towards the VIP lounge on the other side, his steps revealing a bit of urgency. Lin Mo looked at their backs disappearing around the corner, thinking. Ever since he entered the Su family, this mother-in-law had been showing some deliberate enthusiasm, always intentionally or unintentionally excluding him from the close circle of mother and daughter. He straightened his suit and walked into the brightly lit banquet hall alone. Lin Mo has never been interested in such social occasions. Just as he was trying to find a quiet corner to stay, his eyes caught a familiar face. Li Haotian was surrounded by a group of people in the center of the banquet hall, like a moon surrounded by stars. On the display stand in front of him was an exquisitely framed oil painting. It was a painting of a starry sky, with bold colors and flamboyant brushstrokes, and it was obvious that the painter had some basic skills. Mr. Li's painting's Starry Night Reverie is truly extraordinary. With such artistic talent at such a young age, he will surely have a bright future. That's right. I heard that Master Li plans to auction this painting on the spot, and donate all the proceeds to the children in the mountainous areas. He is really a young man with great potential and a kind heart. Hey, isn't this Lin Mo? A voice was raised, with undisguised amusement. You are also attending the charity dinner? Li Haotian squeezed out a little from the crowd and looked Lin Mo up and down. Why, what treasures are you going to auction today? You're not going to give away anything, are you? You're not even willing to do some charity? As soon as these words were spoken, many people around turned their attention to them, with some curiosity and some intention of watching the fun. Lin Mo really didn't bring anything with him, and Qin Yuehua never mentioned the auction to him at all. He casually glanced at the paintings on the display stand next to Li Haotian. There were quite a lot of colors and the composition was just acceptable. But compared to the master-level stuff that had just been stuffed into his mind, this painting seemed too exaggerated and lacked some meaning. What a coincidence, this is the painting skill that the system just gave me. There was a slight curve on Lin Mo's lips, but it was not deep. Mr. Li, you're joking. It's only natural to do charity. Since Master Li is going to auction his paintings, I'll also paint one for auction. Oh? You also auction paintings? Li Haotian raised his eyebrows as if he had heard a huge joke. Lin Mo, why didn't I know you could draw? Besides, where are your paintings? Did you bring them? A few people around him who were trying to please him immediately started shouting. That's right, Mr. Lin. Painting is not just about scribbling a few strokes. Mr. Li's paintings are the result of years of hard work and guidance from famous teachers. Are you here to ruin things? I think he is crazy about showing off, and he is bragging to the sky. Let's see how he ends up. Sentence after sentence, he was praising Li Haotian and putting down Lin Mo. Lin Mo turned a deaf ear to the buzzing discussions. He waved to a waiter and whispered a few words to him. After hearing this, the waiter was obviously stunned for a moment, but still maintained his professionalism, nodded quickly, and walked away quickly. Lin Mo then looked back at everyone, his voice not loud but loud enough for everyone present to hear. I don't have a painting right now. But I can draw one on the spot. What? Painting on the spot? As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience was silent for a moment, and then burst into uncontrollable laughter one after another. Ha 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 ha. Is he crazy? This is a charity dinner, not a place for street performances. Painting on the spot? Does he think he is the magic brush Ma Liang? Li Haotian laughed so hard that he fell backwards. He pointed at Lin Mo and shouted to the people around him. Listen, he said he wanted to draw on the spot. This is really the funniest thing I have heard this year. Amid the laughter that almost blew the roof off, the waiter who had just left came back pushing an easel with a brand new canvas stretched on it. Another waiter held a tray with paints, brushes, and palettes. Lin Mo walked to the easel, picked up a paintbrush, and twirled it lightly between his fingertips. The noise around him mysteriously died down, and everyone's eyes involuntarily fell on him. Lin Mo took a breath and closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, he moved. The tip of the brush is dipped in paint and moves smoothly across the canvas. At first, everyone was watching the fun, but slowly, the discussions died down until they disappeared. Lin Mo's brushstrokes are sometimes delicate and meticulous, and sometimes bold and open. Colors seem to come alive under his hands, jumping, blending, and colliding on the canvas, and the outline of a heart-throbbing picture gradually emerges. When Lin Mo put down his paintbrush and took a step back, many people held their breath unconsciously. The artistic conception presented on the canvas is so profound that it seems to be able to absorb people's minds. An invisible force comes at you, making everyone who sees it feel a stagnation in their chest. This. A well-known painter in the industry pointed at the painting, his voice trembling. This is the work of a master. The light and shadow, the artistic conception, it's amazing. Oh my God. Is this really what he just drew? It's incredible. The thing in this painting, why do I feel like it's staring at me? Mr. Lin. No, Master Lin. You really are a person who never reveals his true colors. There was a buzz in the crowd, and the previous voices of laughing at the joke disappeared, leaving only the constant stream of exclamations and discussions. When they looked at Lin Mo again, the feeling was different. Li Haotian was squeezed to the outside of the crowd. His painting Starry Night Reverie was still there, but when he looked at it again at this moment, when it was placed next to the one Lin Mo had just finished painting, the difference was obvious. It was simply not worth mentioning. He just couldn't understand how Lin Mo, who was useless in his eyes, could produce such a thing in such a short time. This doesn't make sense. This is absolutely impossible. Lin Mo whispered to the waiter, let's auction this painting as well, and donate all the proceeds to charity. The waiter quickly bowed and responded, then carefully picked up the painting and prepared to send it to the auction area. At this moment, a cold figure stopped in the crowd. Chapter 32, Did you do this on purpose today? After Su Qinghan finished putting on her makeup, she was dragged by Qin Yuehua to go to Li Haotian. As soon as she turned around, her steps froze. The scroll was unfolded, and the man was standing in front of the painting. This man always brings her unexpected shocks when she least expects it. After Lin Mo finished his painting, he turned a deaf ear to the noise and exclamations around him. He moved through the crowd with a clear purpose. Qin Yuehua was about to pull Su Qinghan over, but the words got stuck in her throat. Lin Mo has arrived. Qin Yuehua held her daughter's hand and tightened it unconsciously. Qinghan. Lin Mo spoke softly, his voice not loud. Su Qinghan looked at him steadily and was silent for a few seconds. You can also draw. Lin Mo chuckled and raised his hand, with a barely perceptible warmth on his fingertips. He gently brushed Su Qinghan's soft hair on her forehead and gently tucked a strand of scattered hair behind her ear. It's not that difficult to learn a little bit. It's not that difficult? This light sentence was like a loud slap in the face of Li Haotian, who was not far away. He was already burning with jealousy because Lin Mo was stealing all the limelight. At this moment, the painting skills that he was proud of and had cultivated for many years were evaluated by the other party as not a difficult thing. Li Haotian was so angry that his whole body was shaking. He actually humiliated himself like this in front of Su Qinghan. What is even more infuriating is that from beginning to end, Lin Mo didn't even spare him a glance. In his eyes, Li Haotian is just an insignificant and transparent person. This blatant disregard made him 100 times more embarrassed than any ridicule. The guests around ignored Li Hao's gloomy expression. They looked at Lin Mo and Su Qinghan standing together. They were a match made in heaven, a handsome man and a beautiful woman. Thinking of the amazing skill just now, people immediately gathered around and praised Qin Yuehua. Madam Su, you are so lucky. Your daughter has good taste and found such a talented son-in-law. Yes, Mr. Lin is not only young and promising, but also so hidden. The Su family has really found a good son-in-law. That painting just now was a stroke of genius. Miss Su and Mr. Lin are truly a match made in heaven. Hearing these compliments, Qin Yuehua had to force an ugly smile and thank them repeatedly. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for your kind words. But my heart was already boiling with rage, and my liver ached with anger. She had finally managed to pull Su Qinghan over, just to allow her to have more interaction with Li Haotian. Who knew that Lin Mo would show up unexpectedly, not only stealing all the limelight from Li Haotian, but also messing up her plans? Now, everyone believes that Lin Mo is her son-in-law, and she is simply unable to express her pain. She glared at Lin Mo fiercely. Lin Mo still looked calm. He now completely understood that Qin Yuehua brought Su Qinghan here today probably with the intention of bringing her together with Li Haotian. He has no interest in cooperating and acting. Lin Mo slightly turned sideways, his eyes falling on Su Qinghan's slightly cold profile. Amid the astonished gazes of everyone in Qin Yuehua, he naturally reached out and gently held Su Qinghan's hand. Su Qinghan's fingers were slightly cold, and when they were wrapped in his warm palm, they trembled almost imperceptibly. She subconsciously wanted to pull back, but Lin Mo held her hand tightly, not allowing her to break free. It's a bit stuffy here, let's go over there and take a look. He pulled Su Qinghan and was about to turn around and leave, leaving Qin Yuehua, the livid-faced Li Haotian, and a group of guests who were watching the fun behind. Qin Yuehua watched Lin Mo holding Su Qinghan's hand and disappearing through the other exit of the banquet hall, and she was so angry that she almost suffocated. That boy is becoming more and more outrageous. How dare he hold her daughter's hand so blatantly in front of so many people? Qin Yuehua's face twitched slightly because of anger, but there were still some important figures around her. She had to suppress her anger and force herself to put on a smile that was uglier than crying to deal with those meaningful looks. Li Haotian stood where he was and watched Lin Mo take Su Qinghan away. All the careful preparations, in the end, became stepping stones for Lin Mo. That picture, that damn picture. Why Lin Mo? How could a poor boy who came out of nowhere draw something like that? Why could Su Qinghan look at him differently? Lin Mo took Su Qinghan's hand and walked among the elegant ladies, turning around, and soon left the hustle and bustle behind. Lin Mo didn't let go of his hand until the cool breeze from the terrace blew over. It's finally quiet. He breathed a sigh of relief, turned around, leaned against the cold railing, and looked at the night view of the city in the distance. Su Qinghan lowered his hand, and his fingertips unconsciously stroked his wrist. The skin there seemed to be still hot. She was silent for a moment. "Did you do this on purpose today?" Lin Mo turned sideways and asked lazily. "Which one is Mr. Su talking about? Did you deliberately mess up your mother's plans, or did you deliberately embarrass the great painter Li?" His words were too straightforward and Su Qinghan was unable to respond for a moment. "You. I'm afraid everyone at the banquet has seen what Madame Su is thinking." Lin Mo interrupted her. "If I don't help you, can you get away tonight?" He moved closer and asked Su Qinghan jokingly. "So, shouldn't Mr. Su prepare this thank you gift?" Su Qinghan turned his face away and didn't respond to him. Thank him? This guy's way of helping is always so unexpected and ruffian-like. Su Qinghan raised his hand and pushed a strand of hair that was messed up by the night wind behind his ear. She turned her face away, avoiding Lin Mo's teasing gaze. "It's late at night, if you have nothing else, go back." Lin Mo looked at her slightly tired profile and the alienation that she inadvertently revealed, and his heart moved. For her, this banquet tonight was probably a torment from beginning to end. Being forced into this arrangement by Qin Yuehua and then messed up by myself, it would be strange if I was in a good mood. The ridicule I just made was indeed a bit too much. Thinking of this, Lin Mo suppressed the teasing on his face and his tone became a little gentler. "Well, it's time to go back. Let's go." At the entrance of the banquet hall. As soon as the black car turned the corner, Li Haotian walked out from the shadows. He stared at the direction where the taillights of the car disappeared, his hands clenched tightly in his trouser pockets. He took out his cell phone and dialed a number. When the call was connected, he spoke in a low voice. "Aiken? I'm Haotian. There's something going on in the country, please come back as soon as possible." A lazy male voice came from the other end of the phone. "Oh? What could make our young master Li so anxious? My project is at a critical juncture." Chapter 33. That's enough. "A brat who doesn't know his place has provoked me," Li Haotian said coldly. "I checked. He's been investing lately and made a little money. I don't know who he is anymore." "Aiken, isn't finance your forte? I want him to lose everything he has and kneel before me begging for mercy." The person on the other end of the phone was silent for a moment, then chuckled. "Interesting. Okay, give me 3 days. I'll go back after I finish the things on hand." Li Haotian's eyes flashed with cruelty. "When the time comes, I want him to not even know how he died." Qin Yuehua's face has not looked good since she came out of the banquet hall. The air pressure in the car was so low that it was hard to breathe. The dullness was not broken until the car was about to arrive at the gate of the Su family villa. "Su Qinghan, you're really pissing me off to death." Qin Yuehua finally exploded, with anger suppressed in her voice. "I asked you to go so that you can expand your network and see if there is a suitable partner. How could you bring such a thing with you? You have made me lose face." Su Qinghan leaned against the car window, the neon lights outside the window rapidly receding. Her tone was flat. "Mom, he is my husband." Qin Yuehua was so angry that her chest heaved, and her hands were shaking as she pointed at Su Qinghan. "Husband? A man who relies on you to get into that kind of occasion and is only good at playing tricks? What can he give you? What can he bring to the Su family? Qinghan, wake up. In terms of family background, looks, and talent, how is that child from the Li family not worthy of you? After you made such a scene today, how can I face those old sisters in the future?" Lin Mo sat in the passenger seat with a faint smile on his lips. He leisurely adjusted the rearview mirror so that he could appreciate Qin Yuehua's exasperated expression. This mother-in-law really doesn't take him seriously at all. In front of him, I kept scolding him one by one. She kept talking about the namely, for fear that he couldn't hear clearly how much she despised him. Lin Mo laughed in his heart. The more Qin Yuehua jumped up and down, the more interesting he found it. "Want to embarrass him? You're not good enough. Aunt, calm down." Lin Mo spoke slowly. "There was indeed some misunderstanding about what happened tonight. But I think Qinghan did the right thing. A forced melon is not sweet, don't you think?" Qin Yuehua's breath was stuck in her throat, and she pointed at Lin Mo, unable to speak. "How dare you say that? If it weren't for you—" "Mom!" Su Qinghan interrupted her. "I'm tired, stop talking." Qin Yuehua looked at her daughter's distant profile, and her anger turned into powerlessness. Finally, she sighed heavily and turned to look out the window. Before getting off the car, Qin Yuehua still held Su Qinghan's hand. "Qinghan, think about what Mom said again and don't do anything stupid." Su Qinghan just squeezed out a single sound from his throat, without any emotion, and withdrew his hand. The car door closed, completely isolating the suffocating atmosphere. Lin Mo restarted the car and glanced in the rearview mirror. Su Qinghan leaned against the car window, her head against the cold glass, her breath creating a thin layer of white mist on it. She closed her eyes, her brows twisted into a faint frown. "Uncomfortable?" he asked. Su Qinghan opened his eyes and said in a dry voice, "I feel dizzy. It's too stuffy at the party." The car stopped in front of the villa. Lin Mo unbuckled his seatbelt, and before she could move, he walked around to the passenger side and opened the door. As soon as Su Qinghan leaned out, he swayed a little and subconsciously held the car door with his hand. The next second, an arm firmly wrapped around her waist and took her out of the car. She was cold and almost weightless. Lin Mo took her into his arms and let her lean on him. Su Qinghan instinctively refused and said, "I'm fine. I can walk by myself." Lin Mo didn't let go, but held her more firmly, letting her lean on him for most of her weight. He lowered his head, and his warm breath swept across her ear. "You can't even stand steadily, how can you walk?" Su Qinghan's words of rebuttal were stuck in his lips and he didn't say them out loud. She was indeed feeling very dizzy and had no energy at all. Lin Mo stopped talking nonsense, half-hugged her, and walked towards the villa step by step. Her body was soft and had a faint fragrance. Her warm breath brushed across his neck, causing Lin Mo's heart to miss a beat. As soon as the door opened, he stretched out his arms, held her in his arms, walked straight through the living room, walked into the bedroom, and gently placed her on the soft big bed. He pulled the quilt over her, lay down on the sofa, and pulled a pillow under his head. He stared at the ceiling, with a barely perceptible curve at the corner of his mouth. This incident tonight has finally come to a temporary end. As for Su Qinghan, he shouldn't be under too much pressure from Qin Yuehua in the short term. As for himself, Lin Mo gave himself a score in his heart. Supporting, carrying upstairs, covering with a quilt, this set of considerate husband scenes should be performed fairly well. At least, in front of Su Qinghan, his image as a husband was temporarily stabilized. That's enough. As he thought about it, his eyelids gradually became heavy. The series of dealings during the day and this scene at night did consume a lot of energy. The sofa was not as comfortable as the bed, so he adjusted his posture and let his head sink deeper into the pillow. His breathing gradually became even and long, and his chest rose and fell regularly. Not long after, Lin Mo fell into a deep sleep on the sofa, his brows relaxed, and he had completely removed all the disguises he had put on during the day. The next day, sunlight shone through the gaps in the curtains. Lin Mo sat up from the sofa, his neck a little stiff due to his awkward sleeping position. He rubbed the back of his neck and glanced in Su Qinghan's direction. "Haven't T woken up yet?" At this point, Su Qinghan should have gotten up for morning exercises or read the financial news. Lin Mo didn't think much about it and went to the bathroom to wash up. When he came out, there was still no movement in the bedroom. He frowned and walked lightly to the bed. Su Qinghan still maintained the same sleeping position as last night, with her long hair spread on the pillow, covering half of her face. The room was very quiet, with only the sound of her rapid breathing. The skin she was showing was abnormally red. "Qinghan?" Lin Mo tried to call out. The person on the bed showed no reaction. He moved closer and raised his voice, "Su Qinghan, what's wrong? Wake up." The answer he got was his increasingly heavy breathing. Lin Mo reached out and gently pushed her shoulder. As soon as his palm touched her skin, the scorching heat came over. "Damn it!" He cursed softly, immediately pushed the hair away from her cheek, and placed the back of his hand on her forehead, which was frighteningly hot. He frowned and immediately took out his cell phone. "Uncle Wang, call a doctor. Su Qinghan has a high fever, immediately." He turned and rushed into the bathroom, wrung out a towel and soaked it in cold water, then ran back quickly. Chapter 34 Support Plan. The cold wet towel gently covered Su Qinghan's hot forehead. The cold touch made her utter an unbearable moan in her sleep, and her brows furrowed even tighter. Lin Mo half knelt beside the bed, staring at her red face, feeling inexplicably irritated. This woman is really risking her life. Where has your usual smartness gone? He didn't even know he was burned like this. Not long after, Uncle Wang hurried over with the family doctor carrying a medicine box. After the doctor's examination, his face became serious. The high fever is 39.5 degrees. It's an acute upper respiratory tract infection. I probably caught a cold from the wind last night, plus I was too tired, so my resistance collapsed all of a sudden. As the doctor explained, he deftly took out the infusion equipment from the medicine box. Lin Mo stood by silently, watching the cold needle pierce into the back of Su Qinghan's hand. She just frowned subconsciously, but the person still didn't wake up. First, give me a fever-reducing injection, then I'll give you an 4 drip to reduce inflammation and replenish electrolytes. The doctor advised, you must stay in bed and rest for the next few days, and eat a light diet. Got it. Thank you for your help. Lin Mo nodded in response. After the doctor and the housekeeper left, silence returned to the room. The only sound left was the faint dripping sound of the medicine in the drip bottle. Lin Mo moved a chair, sat beside the bed, and looked at her quietly. The blush on her face had not yet faded, and her lips were a little chapped due to the high fever. Her long eyelashes drooped, casting a shadow under her eyes. She no longer had the aloof look she usually had, and was now only weak and frail, like someone who was sick. From time to time he reached out to check the temperature of her forehead. She twisted out another cotton swab, dipped it in some warm water, and carefully applied some moisture to her chapped lips. Time passes by every second. The sunlight outside the window gradually became hotter. Lin Mo had just leaned over to tuck in the quilt that had slipped off Su Qinghan when a voice suddenly rang in his mind without warning. Bite. It is detected that the host has taken good care of his partner Su Qinghan, and a reward of 10 million yuan in charity funds has been automatically deposited into the system account. Can you get paid for taking care of patients? Lin Mo raised his eyebrows, but before he could complain, the system's voice sounded again. Bite. It has been detected that the host's industry has begun to take shape. As a conscientious entrepreneur, you should actively assume social responsibility. Now trigger the hidden task, Young Seedling Support Plan. Task requirements: please provide at least 50 internship or formal employment positions for fresh university graduates through any of its subsidiaries within 1 month, regardless of their professional background. The salary of the position must not be lower than the average level of the local industry. Task reward: 50 million yuan of philanthropy funds, 1 special skill card with random effects. Task tips: it is better to teach people how to fish than to give them fish. Helping confused young people find their direction is also a manifestation of fraternity. Lin Mo raised his eyebrows. 50 positions? And the salary must be no less than the average? Is this system intended to let him experience the feeling of being a philanthropist in advance? However, a reward of 50 million and a special skill card are quite tempting. Just as Lin Mo turned his attention away from the system, there was a hurried doorbell ring. He guessed who it was and got up to open the door. As soon as the door opened, Qin Yue's anxious face appeared in front of him, followed by Su's father, who also looked worried. How is Qinghan? Butler Wang said she has a high fever? What happened? Why did she fall ill out of nowhere? Qin Yue threw a series of questions at him, her tone full of heartache and a hint of subtle scrutiny. Lin Mo stepped aside to let them in and explained in a calm tone. Uncle, aunt, don't worry too much. The doctor has seen me and it's an acute upper respiratory tract infection. I may have caught a cold last night, and I've been too tired recently, so I fell ill. I've been given a fever-reducing injection and an 4 drip. Qin Yue felt even more distressed when she heard this, and she quickly rushed to the bedroom. Oh, my poor daughter, she must have been working too hard. I have to go see her. Lin Mo quickly stopped her. Aunt, Qinghan just fell asleep. The doctor said that what she needs most now is a good rest and cannot be disturbed. Don't worry, I will take good care of her here. Qin Yue refused to believe it and her brows were twisted into a knot. You're a grown man, how can you take care of a patient? Just in case. Cough. Father Su, who had been silent all the time, coughed heavily at this moment, interrupting Qin Yue's words directly. He held Qin Yue's shoulders, his voice steady and powerful. Okay, stop making trouble. Lin Mo is Qinghan's husband, and it's only natural that he should be here to take care of me. What Qinghan needs most right now is rest. The two of us old guys standing here will only make it difficult for her to rest. Qin Yue was instantly silenced by Su's father's words. Although he didn't know much about this son-in-law who suddenly appeared, he saw Lin Mo's calmness and organization from beginning to end. This young man is quite responsible. Xin Yuehua wanted to say something else, but her husband pulled her arm, so she had to swallow her words. Father Su turned to ask Lin Mo, "What did the doctor say specifically? Is there anything that needs special attention?" When Lin Mo saw Su's father asking questions, he repeated the doctor's instructions one by one, explaining everything from diet to rest clearly. After listening, Father Su nodded. "Thank you for your hard work. Qinghan has always been strong-willed and reckless when it comes to work. You should pay more attention to him. If you need anything, feel free to call us. Don't force yourself." Lin Mo immediately agreed, "Uncle, don't worry, I will." Although Su's father has expressed his opinion, Jin Yuehua's concern for her daughter has not diminished in the slightest. She took a step forward and grabbed the arm of Lin Mo, who was about to see them out. "Lin Mo, Qinghan has been a delicate child since childhood, and it is even more difficult to take care of him when he is sick. You must pay more attention to him and measure his temperature frequently." Lin Mo listened patiently, agreed to everything, and his attitude was impeccable. Seeing this, Su's father took his wife and prepared to leave. When he reached the door, he stopped, turned around and spoke solemnly to Lin Mo. "Qinghan, I'll leave it to you. Uncle, aunt, take care." Lin Mo sent them to the door and watched the elevator door slowly close before he let out a sigh of relief. He closed the door and went back to the bedroom. The room was very quiet, with only the regular sound of the medicine dripping, tick, tick. Su Qinghan was still sleeping, and the blush on his face had faded a little. Lin Mo walked to the bedside and reached out to touch her forehead. The temperature dropped a bit, but it was still hot. He went to the bathroom, got a new wet towel, and gently placed it on her forehead. At this moment, Su Qinghan let out a slight moan from her throat, and her long eyelashes trembled, as if she was about to wake up. Chapter 35, Seeking Credit. Lin Mo immediately leaned forward and lowered his voice to a very low level. "Qinghan? Are you awake? Would you like some water?" Su Qinghan struggled to open his eyes a little, his eyes were hazy and had no focus at all. She looked at the blurry figure in front of her, trying to identify it for a long time before she mumbled incoherently. "That plan. I need to make some more changes. The data is wrong." After saying this, she frowned tightly again and fell into a deep sleep again. Lin Mo was speechless for a moment as he listened to her talking about the work she was obsessed with even during her illness. He shook his head helplessly. This woman is simply a workaholic. Even though he was burned out like this, his mind was still full of projects and data. He tucked in the quilt for her. The usually arrogant female president was now lying quietly on the bed. Lin Mo sat on a chair beside the bed, watching quietly. He checked her body temperature from time to time, helped her wipe away the cold sweat from her forehead, and used a cotton swab dipped in water to carefully moisten her chapped lips. It was evening and the room was dimly lit with only a wall lamp on. Lin Mo let out a long breath and stood up from the chair, his bones making slight protest sounds from sitting for so long. He walked to the bed and put his hand on Su Qinghan's forehead. The scorching heat finally subsided. He turned and walked to the window, pulling back a corner of the curtain. Downstairs, there was a constant stream of traffic, and the entire city was like a spreading net of lights. Su Qinghan's fever finally subsided, and Lin Mo's tense heart finally relaxed. Since she is no longer seriously injured, tomorrow I should deal with the task that the system had previously issued. He took a deep breath, and the slightly cool night breeze made him feel particularly refreshed. He wants to have his own place in this city and do something that will impress everyone. Qingshui River Project. Financial News has long reported that this is a hot potato. The municipal government took the lead in transforming the stinking ditch that has been polluted for many years into a city business card, integrating ecology, commerce, and leisure. The idea is good, but it is too expensive. The initial dredging, purification, demolition, and ecological restoration are all astronomical, and the payback period is so long that few companies dare to touch it. But for him, the thing he has the most is money. Lin Mo took out his cell phone and dialed a number marked Lao Zhao Charity Auction. After a few rings, a strong voice came from the other end of the line. "Hello, Brother Lin? What brings you here today? You're a rare guest. Brother Zhao, I need your help with something." "Hey, why are you being so polite to me? Speak." Old Zhao was very straightforward. "I want to invest in the Qingshui River project," Lin Mo said straight to the point. "You have a lot of connections. Can you introduce me to the city's leaders in charge of this? It would be best if I could talk to the mayor directly." There was an obvious pause on the other end of the phone, and then burst into laughter. Jingshui River? Brother Lin, you are really good at this. Okay. No problem. I have a good relationship with Lao Zhang. I will make an appointment for you. When are you free? The sooner the better. How about tomorrow? Tomorrow? There was the sound of shuffling papers from Lao Zhao's side. Let me take a look. Okay. Tomorrow morning at 10, the small meeting room of the municipal government. I'll arrange it. I'll send you the address via WeChat later. Thanks, Brother Zhao. I'll treat you to a drink some other day. It's a small matter. It's a good thing to be able to make some contribution to our city. Then it's settled, I'll contact them right away. After hanging up the phone, Lin Mo drew the curtains again, blocking out the bustling city. He looked back at the person on the bed. The several sums of money donated previously in the name of mysterious philanthropist Mr. Lin were for opportunities like today. Lin Mo woke up at daybreak. He walked quietly to the bedside and touched Su Qinghan's forehead again. A warm and cool feeling. The stone in his heart finally fell to the ground, and the fever subsided. Just as he was about to withdraw his hand, the person on the bed's eyelashes trembled and he suddenly opened his eyes. There was still moisture and confusion in those eyes from the illness, but they soon became alert. What are you doing? Su Qinghan's voice was very hoarse. His body subconsciously shrank back, and his hands tightly grasped the quilt. Lin Mo simply raised his hands, took 2 steps back, and leaned lazily against the wall. Boss Su, don't be nervous, what can I do? It's early in the morning, let's see if you're still breathing. He looked her up and down. Congratulations, your temperature is normal, the king of hell won't take you for the time being. Su Qinghan's eyes swept over him. His memory of last night was fragmented. He only remembered that he had a splitting headache and his whole body was cold. After that, he could not remember anything. Yesterday. She spoke with difficulty, her throat so dry that it felt like smoking. I had a fever? More than that. Lin Mo curled his lips. I served you all night without taking off my clothes. He rubbed his shoulders seriously, giving water and medicine, rubbing my body to cool it down, running around. It's more tiring than serving Mr. Buddha. The word brushed was like a needle, making Su Qinghan feel uncomfortable all over. She pulled the quilt up high, almost burying her entire face in it, leaving only a pair of burning red ears exposed. Although she is aloof, she is not worldly wise. One can imagine how hard it was to take care of a person with a fever for a whole night. Moreover, this person was her nominal husband. For a moment, Su Qinghan's mood was a little complicated, and his usual aloof aura that kept people at a distance also weakened a little. She could even feel her ears getting hot. Well, thank you. Her voice was much lower, with a hint of embarrassment. Seeing her like this, Lin Mo laughed secretly in his heart, but did not show it on his face. He just waved his hand. You're welcome. It's my fault that I had to deal with such a troublemaker like you. Okay, lie down for a while. I'll go wash up. He just turned around and was about to go into the bathroom when his mind suddenly buzzed and he remembered something. Oh no. Lin Mo slapped his forehead and cursed himself for forgetting such an important thing. He also had an appointment with Mayor Li at 10 o'clock this morning. This was a major event related to the company's development direction in the next few years, and being late would be very rude. He quickly glanced at the clock on the wall. It was 8:30. There was still plenty of time, but there was no time to waste. Qinghan, Lin Mo walked quickly into the bathroom and turned back to say to Su Qinghan, who was still a little dazed on the bed. I remembered that I have an important meeting today, so I have to get ready and go out. Soon the sound of water splashing was heard in the bathroom. Lin Mo brushed his teeth and washed his face as quickly as possible while thinking about today's schedule and speech. Mayor Li is well known for his decisiveness and high sense of time, so he cannot let down his guard. Chapter 36, Mayor? What good is a mayor? Lin Mo grabbed a towel and wiped his face, then leaned over to look at Su Qinghan lying on the bed. She was covered with the quilt, leaving only a pair of eyes exposed. With the toothbrush still in his mouth, he began to speak incoherently. You, just lie still and don't go to the company, do you hear me? No matter who urges you, don't go. The medicine is on the bedside table. I set an alarm. Take it at a certain time. Don't forget. Also, if you feel uncomfortable, just call me or call Aunt Wang. Don't just pretend. Do you hear me? Why are you trying so hard to show off? Anyway, your only task today is to recover from your illness. Don't worry about anything else. I'll hold up the sky if it falls, so you can sleep peacefully. Su Qinghan blinked and listened quietly. This guy could lecture her even while brushing his teeth, his spit almost flying onto her face. He was completely different from his usual slick, unruly self. Her eyelashes fluttered slightly. The awkwardness in my heart caused by not taking off clothes and the embarrassment of last night dissipated unconsciously. This guy isn't that annoying. There was a rustling noise in the cloakroom. Lin Mo came out after a while, dressed neatly in a shirt and trousers. But the tie hung crookedly on his chest, looking a little funny. He himself was completely unaware of it. I'm leaving. As soon as the words fell, a figure flashed. The bedroom door was closed with a bang. Su Qinghan could even imagine how embarrassed he was as he jogged along in a hurry. In order to save time, Lin Mo drove fast all the way to the gate of the city government. As soon as I entered, I asked someone for directions and went straight to the meeting room where we had an appointment yesterday. At the door, Lin Mo raised his wrist to check the time. Fortunately, he was not late. Mr. Lin, I've long heard of your name. You've helped a lot with the city's poverty alleviation work before. A sturdy hand stretched out. Mayor Zhang is about 50 years old, wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses and has a kind smile. You're welcome, Mayor Zhang. Lin Mo shook his hand back with moderate force. Those little things are not worth mentioning. Hey, Mr. Lin, that's too polite. We all remember the contributions you have made to the city. Mayor Zhang pointed to the sofa next to him and said, sit down. Have a taste of this year's new tea. You still have to say some polite words, otherwise it will seem too eager. Lin Mo sat down, picked up the teacup and smelled it. It was the best Longjing tea. Actually, the reason I came here this time is to take advantage of the city's policies. Lin Mo put down his teacup and got straight to the point. Oh? Mayor Zhang took a sip of tea and looked up at him. Is it for the Qingshui River project? Mayor Zhang got straight to the point. That's right. Lin Mo leaned forward slightly. I have some ideas about that piece of land. He organized his words carefully and said, the initial idea is to create a comprehensive resort integrating sightseeing, leisure, and high-end healthcare. Mayor Zhang slowly turned the cup in his hand without saying anything, as if he was thinking. The city has mentioned the Qingshui River area several times, but it was shelved for various reasons. After a while, he spoke, this idea is very bold. Lin Mo continued, risks and opportunities coexist. I really want to make this happen. Mayor Zhang, are you free this afternoon? Why don't we go to the site directly? On-site inspection is always better than paper talk. Mayor Zhang put down his teacup and laughed loudly, great. I like your energy. I have time this afternoon, let's go to Qingshui River. The car bumped along the dirt road for half an hour before stopping by the Qingshui River. As soon as I got off the car, a scent mixed with rotten leaves hit me in the face. The river water was indeed clear, and one could see the pebbles at the bottom. However, the weeds on both sides of the river were taller than people, making it very desolate, but also surprisingly quiet. Lin Mo was looking at the terrain of the river bank, wondering which places were suitable for what to do. Woo-woo, what are you making so much noise for? A burst of intermittent crying and noise drifted over with the wind. The sound came from the old stone arch bridge not far away, where a lot of people were gathered. What's going on? Mayor Zhang asked unhappily. The secretary behind him responded quickly, Mayor, Mr. Lin, let's go over and take a look. Several people then walked quickly towards the stone bridge. There were 3 layers of people inside and outside. Make way, please make way, the secretary led the way. I squeezed in and saw a young man standing outside the railing of the stone bridge, half of his body hanging over the river, with the river water flowing under his feet. Young man. Let's talk it over nicely. Don't be stupid. Yeah, brother, it's a big deal, life is at stake. The people around him tried to persuade him anxiously, but the young man didn't listen at all. He just kept screaming. His lips were cracked and chapped, and there was a dark circle under his eyes. He was staggering all over and looked like he would fall down at any time. Don't come over here. If anyone comes over here, I'll jump. He shouted until his voice was hoarse and he was extremely excited. Mayor Zhang winked at the people around him, signaling them to be on guard. He took 2 steps forward. Young man, I'm Zhang Jianguo. If you have any difficulties, tell the government and we will find a solution. The young man seemed not to hear and just shook his head mechanically. Come down first. Let's talk slowly about what's going on, okay? What's the matter that's making you so upset? Mayor Zhang advised again. These words were like lighting a powder keg. The young man turned his head sharply and said in a hoarse voice to Mayor Zhang, Mayor? What good can a mayor do? A sneer, filled with despair. My project is all over. I'm left with no money. You know nothing. I'm left with no money. He clung to the stone railing tightly, the veins on his arms bulged and he kept shaking. I studied so hard for so many years. I was a graduate student. I stayed up so many fucking nights for that project. Just a little bit, just money. Money again. Those investors are all so full of themselves that they say I am daydreaming. They say my research is bullshit and unrealistic. Lin Mo felt his neck tighten when he heard this. At this critical moment, if someone really died in Qingshui River, his project would be overshadowed before it even started. Unlucky. The young man was still crying and shouting, and every word he said was about projects and money. When Lin Mo heard this, a deep buried memory was triggered. Back then, when he was trying to get his first investment, he subconsciously clenched his fists. Can't let him jump. A life, and his nascent project. The mayor was right, but for a man who was desperate to death, empty promises would not work. He needed something drastic, something that could make him see the light immediately. The young man became more and more excited as he spoke. He waved his arms around and staggered suddenly, which made people's hearts rise to their throats. What do they know? My research can solve water pollution. Chapter 37, Transfer 1 million on the spot. I can make the sewers clean. I can handle the toxic water from factories. He shouted at the top of his lungs, but now it's all over. I have nothing left. There's no point in living. Water pollution? Qingshui River. Management. Lin Mo was shocked. He pushed aside the people in front of him, not caring that Mayor Zhang was still beside him, and strode forward. Hey! The guy on the bridge. What is your water pollution research about? Tell me more about it. If you're really as good as you say you are, I'll vote for you. Just tell me the number. Mayor Zhang quickly raised his hand and signaled him to calm down. Young man, don't get excited. Let's talk it over. What is your project? What difficulties have you encountered? He added, as long as the project is valuable, the government will not ignore it. Support? The young man laughed miserably and said in despair, who would support a poor student who can't even pay the rent for the laboratory? My supervisor advised me not to dream. He choked up, but that's my dream. Lin Mo's eyes were attracted by several A4 papers on the bridge deck that were blown by the wind. The bold words on the cover were very eye-catching: research and application of new nanoscale composite filter membrane water purification system. He took a few steps forward, picked it up, and flipped through it quickly. Hold. This project is simply a king bomb. If this technology succeeds, its value cannot be simply calculated by money. Isn't this tailor-made for Qingshui River? Seeing that the young man was about to fall, Lin Mo got excited and blurted out, brother. Wait. He raised the paper in his hand and said, I've invested in your project. This sound was like a bomb dropped on a calm lake, and everyone was stunned. The young man who was about to let go also turned his head suddenly and looked at Lin Mo in disbelief. Mayor Zhang was also startled, and looked at Lin Mo with a more inquiring look. What did you say? The young man's voice was very hoarse. I said, I'll invest. Lin Mo shook the business plan in his hand. I've read it, it's awesome. Not to mention the startup capital, I'll also give you more money later. The crowd suddenly exploded. Who is this? Why is he so arrogant? You're not kidding, are you? How could it be such a coincidence? Never mind him, let's persuade him to come down first. Yeah, young man, did you hear that? A boss has taken a liking to you. Come down and talk. There was a lot of noise from all the voices. The young man's eyes changed, and he smiled bitterly and shook his head. Don't make such a joke. I applied to dozens of companies, but no one was interested in me. I am just a loser. Who said you are a waste? Lin Mo took a few steps forward. He deliberately restrained his previously slightly ostentatious aura, but his gaze became more focused, firmly locking onto the eyes of the young man on the bridge. He raised his chin slightly, and a very shallow arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. If you are useless and can come up with something like this, then how many sensible people are there in this world? They have no vision. I, Lin Mo, am putting this out there today. I want your project. He actually took out his cell phone. What's your name? Give me your bank account number. I'll transfer 1 million to you now. It's considered an angel round. We'll discuss the rest in detail. Ah. The young man was completely dumbfounded. The people around also stretched their necks. Holy crap. Is it really spinning? 1 million, and it's transferred already? Look, he's really pressing his phone. The secretary next to Mayor Zhang whispered, "Mayor, this Mr. Lin is serious." Mayor Zhang said nothing and just looked at Lin Mo silently. Under the gaze of everyone, Chen Yu was stunned by this sudden change. He trembled as he reported his name and a string of numbers. My name is Chen Yu. My card number is. Lin Mo finished the operation and turned the phone screen towards him. Look, 1 million has been transferred. Can you come down now? Bite. A soft sound came from Chen Yu's pocket. With shaking hands, he took out his old cell phone. The screen was on, and the long string of zeros in the bank message was clearly visible. There was a muffled sound in his throat and tears started to flow. Really transferred, 1 million. He was muttering to himself, and suddenly he burst into tears like a child. His whole body went limp and he slid down the railing. The people who had been waiting nearby rushed over and hurriedly pulled him back from outside the railing. Chen Yu was dragged back to the bridge. His legs went limp and he knelt on the ground. He looked at Lin Mo and couldn't speak clearly. Thank you. Thank you. I thought. Okay, get up. Lin Mo stepped forward and patted him on the shoulder. Your project is worth the price. I believe in my judgment. The crowd around went completely crazy and burst into thunderous applause. Oh my God. Alive. Really give money. This boss is awesome. He spends $1 million just like that. This guy is so lucky. He jumped off the bridge and angel investment came right after. Take it. I've even thought of a title shocking reversal. The guy who jumped off the bridge met a wealthy man and got $1 million on the spot. It's definitely going to be a hit. Several people held up their cell phones and took photos of Lin Mo and Chen Yu, fearing that they would miss this bizarre scene. Mayor Zhang walked to Lin Mo's side and exhaled softly. Mr. Lin, this move of yours really opened my eyes. It just happened. It's mainly because Brother Chen Yu has information. As soon as Lin Mo finished speaking, there was a ding sound in his head, as if a pop-up window popped up. It is detected that the host has successfully reversed a tragedy and made angel round investments in potential targets, triggering special rewards. Reward, a grade A office building in the city center. Tip, if this investment project achieves phased results later, there will be additional surprises. Lin Mo did not pause at all. He reached out and pulled up Chen Yu, who was still lying on the ground. Get up, let's find a place to talk about your future. Just as Lin Mo was thinking about it, he watched the complete video of saving people by the Qingshui River and deciding on the spot to invest 1 million. It has been edited by quick passers-by, given various eye-catching titles, and quickly uploaded to major social platforms and short video websites. As soon as the video was released, it went viral. Shocking news. A man near Qingshui River attempted suicide, and a mysterious tycoon immediately transferred millions of dollars to save him. The most heartwarming and generous rescue of the year. 1 million, given as soon as you say so. In just a few hours, the number of clicks on the relevant video exceeded 10 million, and the comment section was flooded with comments. 1 million. He threw it away without blinking an eye. Is this guy a fool? I think it's dangerous. That guy is obviously a pyramid schemer. He's been cheated, but he's still helping others count money. Chapter 38, Stupid People with a Lot of Money. TSK, nowadays rich people have so much money that they don't know where to spend it, so they specifically look for this kind of excitement? Just wait for the follow-up. I bet on a bag of spicy strips, and I will lose everything. These days, scammers are getting more sophisticated. They can even pull off a scene like jumping off a building in public. In the night, a black Bentley glides elegantly and silently on the viaduct. Bang! The phone was thrown heavily on the leather seat. On the screen was the video of Lin Mo investing millions in Xinyu by the Qingshui River. Damn it! What kind of shit luck does this Lin Mo have? Li Haotian's face turned ashen, distorted by jealousy. How did a lousy peasant suddenly become so successful? He's still learning how to invest? He knows nothing. Zhao Mingchen, who was sitting in the passenger seat, glanced at the screen, a hint of sarcasm escaping the corners of his lips. Haotian, you've lost your identity by getting angry over such a character. Zhao Mingchen shook his head secretly. Li Haotian was so cunning that he was angered by a local rich man who came out of nowhere. He was really going backwards. To deal with such a person, using the financial conspiracy they had agreed on before was like using a sledgehammer to kill a chicken, which simply lowered his own style. He commented slowly, he's just a nouveau riche who got lucky. Look at his face. He threw $1 million around without blinking an eye. If he's not stupid and has a lot of money, what else could he be? Li Haotian suddenly turned his head and stared at Zhao Mingchen with red eyes. Aiken, you have to help me. Su Qinghan, she is now the wife of that bastard. I can't stand it. I must make Lin Mo lose his reputation. He grabbed Zhao Mingchen's arm and said, Aiken, you have connections all over the place, you have to help me. As long as I can make them divorce, I'm willing to do anything. Zhao Mingchen calmly pulled his arm back and smoothed the wrinkles on his cuffs. He picked up his phone again, watched the video again, chuckled, and said something playful. Haotian, we are in a civilized society now. Fighting and killing is what reckless people do. To deal with such people, we must attack their hearts. He paused for a moment, and a gleam of light flashed in his pupils behind his lenses. Look at this Lin Mo, he is still young, and he married a daughter of heaven like Su Qinghan. Tell me, what does a man like this desire most in his heart? What kind of temptation can he not resist? Li Haotian was stunned, his thoughts were a little out of place. What is he longing for? Doesn't he have money and beauties now? No. Zhao Mingchen shook his finger, and his eyes narrowed into slits behind the lenses. What kind of woman is Su Qinghan? She is cold and strong. But men are obsessed with gentleness and desire for the kind of beauty that can greatly satisfy their vanity and desire for conquest. He moved closer to Li Haotian and lowered his voice to a very low level. Just imagine, if at this moment, there is a charming woman who shows her admiration for him and throws herself into his arms. Do you think this Lin can remain calm? Li Haotian's eyes suddenly lit up, and his breathing became heavy. Aiken, do you mean, to use a woman? Bingo! Zhao Mingchen snapped his fingers, his smile full of calculation. This kind of guy who has just become rich is most susceptible to this kind of tricks. Then we will find a smart woman. We don't need any sophisticated tricks. As long as she has a pretty face, a sexy figure, and a low posture, and then arrange it a little, we can take some wonderful pictures. Then, inadvertently, let Su Qinghan see. Zhao Mingchen drew out his tone, admiring the excitement on Li Haotian's face. Given Su Qinghan's intolerant personality, could she tolerate her husband committing such a low-level betrayal? By that time, we won't have to do anything, Su Qinghan will kick him away himself. Great! Aiken, your plan is so damn brilliant. Li Haotian slapped his thigh and his face flushed with excitement. Why didn't I think of that? This is the right way to deal with this kind of bumpkin. That's wonderful. It's a godsend. He seemed to have seen the miserable scene of Lin Mo being kicked out by Su Qinghan, his reputation ruined, kneeling in front of him like a dog and begging for mercy. Then, Aiken, the choice of this beauty. He rubbed his hands and asked impatiently. Zhao Mingchen looked at Li Haotian, who was overwhelmed by hatred, and a barely perceptible sarcasm flashed across his eyes. He sneered, don't worry, finding a suitable bait is easy for me. However, Haotian, after this is done, the cooperation project with the Su group. Li Haotian immediately understood and patted his chest loudly, don't worry, Aiken. As long as Qinghan comes back to me, the resources of the Su family are at your disposal. Zhao Mingchen nodded with satisfaction and turned his gaze back to the night scene passing by outside the window. Lin Mo? He is just a clown. He really thinks he can rise to the top overnight? He is too naive. The black Maybach drove smoothly on the city's expressway. At an intersection, a black Bentley Bentayga was driving vertically and almost brushed against the front of the Maybach. If both drivers had not braked in time, there would have been a collision. Lin Mo was shocked by this. He turned his head to look in the direction of the Maybach and frowned slightly. After confirming that there was no collision, he looked forward again, and the Bentley merged smoothly into another lane and quickly disappeared in the traffic. The brief conversation with the mayor just now has almost finalized a lucrative supporting project in the new urban development project. As long as there are no mistakes in the subsequent procedures, this project is a sure win. It seems like it's time to have a proper company. Lin Mo whispered to himself, turning the steering wheel steadily in his hands. For a company to undertake municipal projects, a storefront, qualifications, and a team are all essential. While I was thinking, the car had already smoothly driven into the core area of the CBD in the city center. A skyscraper with dark blue glass curtain walls throughout. Lin Mo raised his head and glanced at the large gold-plated characters on top of the building, his lips curled up. This is one of the properties rewarded to him by the system, an entire top-notch office building located in a place where every inch of land is valuable. He is indeed arrogant and spendthrift, at least judging from his current needs. A few layers would be more than enough. However, don't refuse something that's given for free, just take it first. A few days ago, he had already commissioned a professional agency to register the company. Calculating the time, the process should be almost completed. After parking the car in the exclusive underground parking space, Lin Mo walked straight to the VIP elevator. The interior of the elevator was crystal clear, and there was almost no shaking as it went up. Soon, the elevator door opened with a ding, revealing the top floor. The entire floor would be his chairman's office and the office area for his core team. Chapter 39, 100,000? 1 month? Another resume was thrown to the corner of the table, forming a small pile. Lin Mo pressed his temple. He had interviewed 7 or 8 people this afternoon, and none of them was good enough to fight. Just as he was about to finish work and leave, there were 2 knocks on the office door. Come in. There was uncontrollable fatigue in his voice. The door opened. What came in was not a person, but a fragrant breeze, and the crisp and seductive click sound of high heels stepping on the floor. Hello, Mr. Lin. I'm here to apply for the secretary position, Chinyu. Lin Mo raised his head. The person was wearing a skirt. The fabric was tight, showing off every inch of her exaggerated curves. The skirt was pitifully short, and her legs were wrapped in thin black silk, which shone under the light. This person is not here to apply for a job, he is clearly here to work the clock. The job posting clearly stated formal attire, but this guy just wore his battle robe. His purpose is clear on his face. He is not here to find a job, but to find a boss in one step. Sit down. Lin Mo pointed to the chair opposite, with no extra expression on his face. Chinyu sat down gracefully, crossing her legs, with a subtle movement precisely at an angle that could arouse people's imagination. She smiled at Lin Mo. Thank you, Mr. Lin. I've seen the resume, it's very good. Lin Mo flipped through the resume, which had a brilliant resume and work experience written all over it. He casually asked a few tricky business questions, and the other party answered them fluently, showing no flaws. But the more this happened, the more uncomfortable Lin Mo felt. This doesn't feel right. He stopped asking questions, leaned back in his chair, and just looked at Chinyu's face quietly. Chinyu felt a little uncomfortable being stared at by him. A layer of red appeared on her cheeks, making her look even more seductive. This new bumpkin who had just taken office was just as young Master Zhao had said, a guy who couldn't even walk when he saw a woman. Just as Chinyu was secretly thinking about how to proceed to the next step, Lin Mo suddenly leaned forward and rested his elbows on the table. He finally grasped the source of that familiar feeling. Chinyu's eyebrows and eyes, especially the expression when she was in a trance, were actually 30% similar to Su Qinghan. One is cool and aloof, the other is seductive, their temperaments are completely different. But when you peel off the outer shell, the outline and charm inside seem to be copied from the same mold. How could such a coincidence happen in this world? Anyone who comes for an interview might bump into a woman who looks somewhat like Su Qinghan? Unless this was a gift someone had sent to him specifically. A low-quality fake that is deadly intoxicating. Lin Mo leaned back in his large boss chair, the scrutiny on his face gone, replaced by an undisguised admiration. This change made Chinyu happy. Ms. Chinyu, your abilities and qualifications are excellent. Lin Mo picked up her resume and tapped it lightly with his fingers. To be honest, being my secretary is a bit of a waste of your talent. He paused and looked up at the other person. But I never know how to refuse beautiful women. Lin Mo put on the expression of a nouveau riche seeing his favorite prey, and his blatant look made Chinyu more certain of his judgment. Really? Thank you, Mr. Lin, for the compliment. Shinyu's eyes flashed with a gleam of success, but her face showed surprise. Of course it's true. Lin Mo leaned forward slightly, closing the distance between him and her. I'm never stingy with outstanding talents like you. How about this? For the secretary position, I'll offer you a monthly salary of 100,000, plus a year-end bonus, all the maximum benefits, and I'll also give you a car and a house. What do you think? He deliberately threw out a crazy price. 100,000? 1 month? When the number came down, she almost thought she had heard it wrong. A newly registered company whose boss looks younger than her offers such a price to a secretary? Who would believe it if I told anyone? Compared with the monthly salary of this regular job, the benefits promised by Zhao Mingchen don't seem so attractive. Not to mention the car and house. How many of her sisters who have worked in the industry for many years and finally made a name for themselves can get this treatment? My breathing became heavier, and all this luxury before my eyes seemed to suddenly become real. Mr. Lin, you are not kidding, right? Shinyu's voice was a little unsteady, and her charming posture was almost ruined on the spot. This 100,000 monthly salary, and also comes with a car and a house? Of course. Lin Mo leaned back leisurely, tapping his fingers on the table. Ms. Chen's ability is worth the price. Come to work directly tomorrow. Any questions? No problem. I will definitely do my best. I will definitely not let you, Mr. Lin, down. Shinyu was afraid that he would go back on his word, so she quickly agreed. She was so excited that she almost floated out of the office. The office door had just closed. Bite. A clear electronic sound rang in Lin Mo's mind. Ding. Congratulations to the host for recognizing a talent and giving him a salary far exceeding his value. Special reward, 10,000 yuan in cash. Lin Mo couldn't help but twitch his lips as he listened to the system's weird notification tone. It's okay. He touched his chin. Although Chinyu obviously came here with a purpose, judging from her performance in the interview just now, she does have some real skills. Although the business plan that was drafted hastily was somewhat presumptuous in its general direction, the details and logical reasoning were still acceptable. It was at least much better than those so-called top students who could only talk about it on paper. If she can really do her job peacefully, she might be useful. As for the 100,000 monthly salary, Lin Mo sneered. The thing he lacks least now is money. It's not a bad deal to use this little money to buy some peace and quiet and see what the person behind Chinyu is up to. If she really dared to do anything, he wouldn't mind letting her know what it meant to steal a chicken but end up losing the rice. Win him over? This thought flashed through Lin Mo's mind. It's not impossible. People die for money, and birds die for food. As long as the benefits are big enough, loyalty is sometimes quite cheap. He wanted to see whether the benefits given by Zhao Mingchen were more attractive, or the future offered by Lin Mo was more tempting. After dealing with Chinyu's affairs, Lin Mo stretched and looked out the window. He took out his cell phone and called Su Qinghan. The phone rang several times before it was picked up. Hello? It's me, Lin Mo. Lin Mo's voice softened unconsciously. How is it? Is the fever gone? Are you still feeling uncomfortable? Yeah, much better. The doctor said it's nothing serious. Su Qinghan's voice did sound a lot more energetic than in the morning. Chapter 40, Take you to a good place. That's good. Lin Mo switched hands to the other hand. I've finished my company work, so I won't be there tonight. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a few seconds. Yeah. Mainly, Lin Mo changed his tone to complain and said aggrievedly. Boss Su, the sofa in your house is not meant for people to sleep on. My waist is almost broken these past 2 days. A very light laugh came from the receiver. Well, then you should go to bed early. You should get up early too, don't make yourself sick. After giving the instructions, Lin Mo hung up. He pressed the back of his neck, where the muscles were tense. The sofa in Su Qinghan's house looks very stylish, but it is too narrow and uncomfortable to lie on. Every time you turn over, you have to hold your breath for fear of falling off. Now, all he missed was his big bed that he could sink into. I grabbed my coat from the back of the chair, locked the office door, and just wanted to go home immediately, crawl into bed, and sleep soundly. Apartment in Galaxy Bay. Lin Mo almost ran into the bathroom, and the boiling hot water poured down over his head, washing away all his tiredness. Coming out wrapped in a bath towel, he spotted the bed, pounced, and sank into the softness. Ah, so cool. It's still more comfortable to sleep in your own doghouse. He turned over and Su Qinghan's face flashed before his eyes. Her voice was hoarse on the phone, and I didn't know if she had stayed up late again. This woman, when she works so hard, really doesn't care about anything else. I went to Qingshui River today. The second half was indeed quiet, not as bleak as the first half. Take her out for a walk tomorrow so she doesn't have to be tense all day long. There is always work to be done, but if a person becomes useless, it will be the end of him. Lin Mo reached out and grabbed the phone on the bedside table and found Su Qinghan's dialog box. The finger tapped the screen. Are you free tomorrow? I'll take you to a nice place. Clicked send. After thinking about it, he added another sentence. Go to bed early, good night. After the message was sent, the phone screen went dark and there was no movement at all. After a while, there was still no movement. Lin Mo curled his lips. He was probably very tired and fell asleep as soon as he touched the bed. That's fine. He threw his phone away, closed his eyes, and soon fell asleep. The next day, Lin Mo was awakened by the bright light coming in from the window. He stretched himself, then jumped out of bed, feeling refreshed. I slept soundly last night. After washing up hastily, Lin Mo put on some casual clothes and drove his inconspicuous phaeton to the Su family villa. When the car arrived at the gate of the Su family, the servants were sweeping the yard, so the old couple's car was not seen. Lin Mo walked straight into the living room. There were people in the dining room. Su Qinghan sat at the dining table, eating his breakfast leisurely. She didn't wear those stiff business suits today, but a light blue dress. The skirt is simple in style, with the flowing material hugging the body. With her black hair draped over her shoulders, she looked less aloof than usual and more peaceful. Lin Mo paused at the door. This woman, Su Qinghan, usually has a cold face, which almost makes people ignore her beauty. Sitting in the morning light dressed like this today, I'm a little blinded. Su Qinghan heard the noise, raised his eyelids and looked over, asking somewhat uncomfortably. What are you looking at? Nothing. Lin Mo walked over, pulled out a chair and sat down opposite her. He glanced at her and asked casually, have you finished eating? Su Qinghan put down the cup in his hand, touched the corner of his lips with his napkin, and responded. Then let's go. Lin Mo said as he stood up, stretched out his hand and held Su Qinghan's wrist. The wrist is very thin and a little cold. Su Qinghan paused. Lin Mo didn't wait for her to speak and pulled her out. She staggered forward half a step as he pulled her, and she almost lost her balance, but she did not shake off his hand. When they got to the car, Lin Mo opened the passenger door for her, put his hand behind her waist, and let her sit in. Su Qinghan kept his eyes down, and a faint pink hue appeared on his earlobes. Lin Mo closed the door, got into the car and started the engine. The phaeton drove away from the Su family villa. Where are you going? Su Qinghan turned her head and looked out the window. The morning light outlined her silhouette. Lin Mo also glanced at her and turned the steering wheel. I went for a walk near Qingshui River yesterday. The second half was fine. I'll take you there to relax. Su Qinghan turned back. I have a lot of things to do today. I don't have time to hang around with you. It's the same old story. Lin Mo coughed and changed his tone to a serious one. This is what happened. I'm thinking about developing the land in Qingshui River. I'd like to ask you, Mr. Su, to come over and take a look and give me some advice. Qingshui River? Su Qinghan looked at him. Where do you want to develop? Lin Mo drove steadily, his eyes fixed on the road ahead. He didn't notice that not long after the car drove out of the villa area, a black car followed behind it at a leisurely pace. Well, I have a general idea. Can you give me some advice, Mr. Su? The morning light from outside the car window shone in obliquely, casting a shaking shadow on his face. Honestly, I think that place is good. The air is good too. Lin Mo said lazily while steering the wheel. The initial idea is to plan it well and turn it into a high-end leisure resort, so there will be no worries about money and prospects. He changed the subject and spoke seriously. So I would like to ask you, an expert, to give me a rough idea and see if it is worth spending money on. Su Qinghan didn't respond immediately, his eyes drifting out the window. Lin Mo was not in a hurry either. He drove steadily with a smile on his lips. This woman, it's better to talk business than to coax her into doing something. After a long while, Su Qinghan turned his head back and his voice returned to its usual coldness. Since you said so, I will reluctantly go with you. Thank you very much, Mr. Su, for taking the time. Lin Mo's smile became more obvious. The phaeton headed westward and soon left the hustle and bustle of the city behind. The scenery outside the window gradually transitions from tall buildings to rolling green mountains. Su Qinghan tilted his head and looked outside most of the time, not saying much. Lin Mo was also happy to be alone and didn't disturb them. Su Qinghan seemed to be a lot quieter today. Maybe it was the skirt, or maybe it was the perfect lighting and wind. The car turned on the winding mountain road for more than half an hour before stopping at the second half of the Qingshui River. The scenery here is indeed much more pleasing to the eyes compared to the desolation in the first half. The river water is clear and flows in a winding manner. The banks are lush and green, dotted with some unknown wildflowers, and a few water birds fluttering on the water. The mountains in the distance are hazy and shrouded in mist. Lin Mo parked the car in a parking lot by the river and turned off the engine. We're here. He unbuckled his seatbelt. Su Qinghan pushed the door open and went down. She stood by the river and took a deep breath. The fresh air filled her lungs, and it seemed as if her shoulders and back, which had been tense for days, had relaxed a little. Chapter 41, Don't Stop. Run. It's really nice here, and it's really quiet. Lin Mo walked up to her and they stood side by side. How is it? Is it okay? He asked. Su Qinghan didn't say anything, but just looked at everything in front of him quietly. The lingering alienation between his eyebrows faded a lot. After a while, she uttered a soft "hmm." Lin Mo felt relieved to see her let down her guard. Let's go for a walk. Lin Mo raised his chin. Su Qinghan glanced at him sideways, didn't say no, just nodded slightly. The two of them walked along the soft grass on the river bank, neither fast nor slow. The wind blew over, lifting her hair and blowing away the coldness and hardness in her that kept people at a distance. Are you really planning to develop this place? Su Qinghan's voice sounded a little softer than usual. Lin Mo put his hands in his trouser pockets and walked briskly. Well, initially I wanted to build a high-end resort, and the selling point is the tranquility and naturalness. It's a good idea. Su Qinghan didn't comment. It's going to be troublesome to implement. For this kind of project, spending money in the early stage is like filling a bottomless pit. The payback period can wear out people's patience. That's why we need an expert like Mr. Su to review it. Lin Mo chuckled. Tell me, if we really want to do it, what's the most important thing? Su Qinghan paused for a moment and switched to work mode. First of all, it's about planning. We must pay attention to details and try to preserve the original ecology. If we develop it recklessly, it will be like destroying our own brand, and this place will be ruined. Secondly, it's about positioning. It's a high-end resort, and the services and supporting facilities are all top-notch. We need to find the most knowledgeable person to manage it. And she analyzed it one by one, and Lin Mo listened attentively, humming from time to time. Su Qinghan herself didn't notice that at this moment, she no longer had the icy face she usually had. Lin Mo actually enjoyed this state. The two were chatting animatedly when they heard a few faint dog barks from the grassy slope not far ahead. A few furry little creatures were rolling around on the grass, playing with each other, looking silly. A middle-aged man next to him was looking at him with a smile. Su Qinghan's steps paused. Lin Mo almost turned sideways at the same time, standing in front of her without leaving any trace, and spoke in a relaxed tone. It's okay, just a few puppies. The color of Su Qinghan's lips paled a little, but he still tried to say calmly. At this moment, a little brown teddy among the playing puppies barked, wagged its tail and ran towards Su Qinghan. Su Qinghan's body stiffened and he took half a step back. Lin Mo moved faster. He stretched out his hand and pulled her behind him, with his arm across her body. Don't be afraid. Little Teddy ran to Lin Mo's feet, tilted his head to look at him, and wagged his tail even more vigorously. Something unexpected happened. Not far away, a dull roar like thunder exploded, and a huge black monster suddenly jumped out from behind the bushes, with a clear target, heading straight for Su Qinghan. That was a Tibetan Mastiff of astonishing size. Its hair was disheveled, its face was ferocious, its sharp white fangs were visible in its open mouth, saliva was dripping down, and a fishy wind blew towards you as it moved. Lin Mo's breathing suddenly choked. This beast came too fast and its aim was too accurate. It didn't seem like an accident. Careful! Lin Mo shouted loudly, and his body reacted first, protecting Su Qinghan behind him. He turned around suddenly and stared at the giant beast that pounced on him like a mad dog. In a flash, he caught a glimpse of a dead branch thrown at his feet. Without any hesitation, he bent down, picked it up, and held it across his chest. Roar! The roar of the Tibetan Mastiff makes people's eardrums numb. It ignored the branch in Lin Mo's hand and pounced forward violently, with its open mouth aimed at Lin Mo's neck. Hold! Lin Mo cursed out loud, "This beast is here to kill me." He didn't dare to block it, and used all his strength to poke the branch in his hand into the beast's open mouth. Crack! With a crisp sound, the Tibetan Mastiff's teeth bit the branch tightly. A huge force was transmitted along the broken wood, Lin Mo's whole arm was numb, and the branch broke with a sound. Lin Mo. The beast bit off the branch and shook its head violently. The brute force caused Lin Mo to stagger and he almost lost his balance. Run! Run! Lin Mo yelled at the pale-faced Su Qinghan behind him, his throat almost breaking. This half-broken wooden stick in my hand is of no use at all. Su Qinghan was not a fool. Seeing that veins on Lin Mo's forehead were bulging and his hands holding the half-piece of wood were shaking violently, he knew what the situation was. She gritted her teeth, and without hesitation, she ran in the direction of the parking lot. Seeing her running away, Lin Mo felt a little relieved. He waved the pitiful piece of wood in his hand, bluffing, trying to lead the mad dog aside. But the Tibetan Mastiff ignored him at all. Its pair of red eyes stared at Su Qinghan's back. Being stopped by Lin Mo, it became even more angry and rushed forward while howling. Lin Mo could hardly lift his arms, and his palms were burning with pain. Roar! The Tibetan Mastiff roared again and pounced forward like crazy, knocking the broken wood in Lin Mo's hand directly away. Seeing that the bloody mouth was about to bite his neck, Lin Mo hurriedly squatted down with an extremely ugly posture, but he finally avoided it. But the beast's movements were incredibly fast, and when it missed his target, it swung its claws over. Swish! The sound of fabric tearing. Lin Mo groaned. There was a deep and long cut on his left arm. Blood gushed out, staining a large area of his sleeve red in the blink of an eye. Lin Mo. Su Qinghan, who had run not far away, turned around and saw this bloody scene. He screamed and stopped. Don't stop. Just run. Lin Mo endured the piercing pain and shouted at her with all his strength. He is already injured, and if this woman comes back, it would be like sending food to him. Just then, several figures rushed over from not far away. He is the security guard of the park. He was holding a rubber stick and a dog net in his hands, and obviously heard the noise here. Don't move. Let's get here. The leading security guard shouted, and several people spread out and surrounded the crazy Tibetan Mastiff. Lin Mo finally breathed a sigh of relief, and while the Tibetan Mastiff's attention was diverted by the security guard, he quickly retreated to Su Qinghan's side. How are you? Where are you hurt? Su Qinghan rushed over and looked at the bloody cut on his arm. His voice trembled and his eyes turned red. She stretched out her hand, wanting to touch but not daring to, her fingers trembling in the air. It's okay, just a small cut. Lin Mo grinned and tried to laugh, but ended up pulling the wound, causing so much pain that a few beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. Chapter 42. That's a local dog. This is a Tibetan Mastiff. Can they be the same? He grabbed Su Qinghan's cold hand and tried to make his voice sound more relaxed. Don't panic, I'm thick-skinned. Are you okay? Are you scared? Su Qinghan kept shaking her head, her eyes never leaving the wound on his arm. The glaring red color made her heart suffocate. She took a deep breath, tried to calm herself down and said, Now is not the time to talk about this, go to the hospital immediately. This dog doesn't look right, it will be troublesome if it has rabies. Those security guards have already started fighting with the Tibetan Mastiff. No matter how ferocious the Tibetan Mastiff was, it could not withstand the siege of several well-trained people with weapons. After a short while, it was caught tightly in the dog net and could only whimper unwillingly in the net. Ding! The host successfully protected Su Qinghan, and the reward is being calculated. 10 times the critical hit, an increase of 1000%. This reward has reached the upper limit, and the system reward has been distributed. The phone in Lin Mo's pocket vibrated. A bank text message popped up. Dear customer, your account with the last digit 9527 received 100 million renminbi at XX time. 100 million. Lin Mo's body stiffened almost imperceptibly. Lin Mo, what's wrong with you? Does your wound hurt? Su Qinghan noticed it immediately and asked hurriedly. Lin Emo came to his senses and looked at Su Qinghan's unconcealed worry, and his heart inexplicably felt warm. He nodded, okay, I'll listen to you. The two did not dare to delay any longer and walked quickly towards the parking lot. Su Qinghan supported Lin Mo, his steps were a little unsteady, and his other hand had already taken out the mobile phone from the bag and quickly dialed a number. Hey, Shaoli, bring some people to the park on XX Road right now. There's been an accident here, some people are injured, and there's a mad dog. Contact the relevant departments and ask them to send someone over to deal with it. Remember, be quick. After hanging up the phone, Su Qinghan put the phone back into her bag and held Lin Mo tighter. Feeling the warmth from his arm, her heart was still beating fast. How are you? Can you still hold on? She turned her head and looked at Lin Mo's pale face worriedly. Lin Mo grinned, revealing his white teeth. Don't worry, you won't die. Don't talk nonsense. Su Qinghan glared at him angrily, but his eyes were a little red. It's such a time and you're still joking. I just want you to relax. Lin Mo looked at her nervous expression and felt a little guilty. It's all my fault. I didn't protect you well. The two supported each other and quickened their pace. The parking lot is not far away, so as long as you get in the car, you can get to the hospital as soon as possible. After getting in the car, Su Qinghan hurriedly dug out a small first aid kit from the back seat storage compartment. Her movements were still a little shaky, but she tried to stay steady. Just bear with it. Su Qinghan carefully wiped the blood around Lin Mo's wound with an iodine cotton ball. As the cold iodine touched the turned-over flesh, Lin Mo snorted softly and his brows twisted into a knot. Su Qinghan paused, looked up at him, and asked cautiously, "Does it hurt?" Lin Mo shook his head and forced out a smile that was uglier than crying. It's okay, it's disinfection, it's a normal reaction. Su Qinghan pursed her lips, asked no more questions, lowered her head and continued with the work in her hands, moving more gently. Her fingertips were cool, and as they brushed against his skin, Lin Mo's nerves, which were tense due to the pain, seemed to relax a little. After disinfection, Su Qinghan took out gauze and tape and wrapped him carefully. Okay. She tied a knot lightly and then raised her head. Let's go to the hospital for an injection right away. Lin Mo looked at her serious expression and replied, yeah. Su Qinghan started the car and drove steadily towards the city. On the other side, in a Land Rover Range Rover not far from the river bank, Li Haotian was puffing out smoke. Cigar smoke was rising. He looked at the direction where Lin Mo's car was going away and snorted. It's getting more and more interesting, huh? Brother Tian, that dog. A subordinate next to him whispered. Li Haotian glanced at him and said in a flat voice, "Get it back." Yes, Brother Tian. The subordinate seemed to be relieved and hurriedly bent over. Not long after, the subordinate came back with a sleek black Tibetan Mastiff, but the beast no longer had the crazy energy it had just had, and instead looked a little listless. As soon as the Tibetan Mastiff saw Li Haotian, it immediately wagged its tail and made a few flattering grunts from its throat. The unhappiness on Li Haotian's face disappeared, and he bent down and rubbed the Tibetan Mastiff's shiny forehead. Good job, Black Wind. He took out a piece of raw beef still covered in blood from the bag handed to him by another subordinate and threw it directly to the beast at his feet. The Tibetan Mastiff let out a wow and held the bone firmly in its mouth, biting it a few times. The sound of the bone breaking could be clearly heard. Brother Tian, that kid just now. Another taciturn bodyguard couldn't help but speak. Li Haotian slapped the minced meat off his hands without even looking at him. You shouldn't ask. Keep your mouth shut. After saying that, he opened the door and got into the Land Rover without caring about the reactions of the two people behind him. The engine roared and the car sped away. Su Qinghan's car was not driving very fast. After all, Lin Mo still had a bruise on his arm. The afternoon sun was shining brightly, shining through the car window and jumping on the dashboard. The trees on the roadside are lush and leafy, and the leaves rustle when the wind blows. Lin Mo leaned on the passenger seat, watching the street scenes passing by outside the window. Actually, Lin Mo looked at the street scene outside the window and said, there's really no need to be so nervous. When I was a kid in the village, it was common for me to be chased and bitten by local dogs, but I didn't see any serious consequences. Su Qinghan tightened the steering wheel. That's a local dog. This is a Tibetan Mastiff. How can they be the same? Who knows if the beast has had injections? What if? She swallowed the words back, not wanting to say anything unlucky. Seeing her like this, Lin Mo didn't feel so painful anymore and raised his uninjured hand. Okay, President Su, you are right. I will listen to you. Su Qinghan hummed softly in his nose and turned his gaze back to the front, but the corners of his mouth were no longer so tense. The car suddenly became quiet and the atmosphere was a bit strange. Su Qinghan concentrated on driving, while Lin Mo continued to look out the window from time to time. The wound on his arm still hurt a little, but compared to the pain when he was knocked down by the Tibetan Mastiff before, it was nothing. The CDC arrived soon. Su Qinghan parked the car, got out first, and opened the passenger door. Slow down, I'll help you. Lin Mo looked at the hand she extended to him, paused, and took it. Su Qinghan supported Lin Mo, and the two of them entered the lobby of the CDC. There weren't many people and the air smelled of disinfectant. Su Qinghan took Lin Mo directly to the emergency room. The doctor was a man in his 50s, wearing a mask. He looked at the cut on Lin Mo's arm and frowned. Chapter 43. I am Tian Shui, Sr. The wound is not shallow, but fortunately no bones or muscles are injured. First rinse and disinfect, then get rabies and tetanus shots. Su Qinghan listened at the side and pursed his lips even tighter. Lin Mo could still hold on. Sorry to bother you, doctor. The doctor asked Su Qinghan to wait outside and started to treat Lin Mo's wound. It was quite stinging when the wound was being washed, but Lin Mo didn't even make a sound. Just as the doctor was about to give the injection, the cell phone in Lin Mo's pocket started buzzing. He took it out and saw the words Qin Yu jumping on the screen. This girl, why didn't she come earlier or later? He motioned to the doctor to wait a moment and answered the phone. Hello? His voice was a little hoarse. Boss Lin, you didn't come to the company today. Is there something wrong? I don't have any plans today. Lin Mo doesn't have time to explain in detail now. You take care of the company's affairs, Lin Mo said impatiently, buy whatever you need. If you don't have enough money, tell me. He just wanted to hang up quickly. Mr. Lin, this. Qin Yu was obviously stuck. This is the first time I've seen a boss treat me like this. That's it for now. I'm busy. Lin Mo pinched him directly. When the doctor saw that he had finished, he picked up the needle and was about to continue. Lin Mo took a breath and extended his arm. When the needle tip entered, there was a slight distending pain. Soon, after a few stitches, it was done. When Lin Mo came out of the treatment room, Su Qinghan was waiting outside the door. When he saw him come out, his eyes were a little red. Lin Mo raised his uninjured hand and patted her on the shoulder. All right, it's over. Look, I'm fine. I hope you're fine. Su Qinghan sniffed, his voice still a little muffled. Let's go, I'll take you back. She stretched out her hand and naturally held Lin Mo's arm. Lin Mo didn't push her away and let her support him as they walked out. As the two of them walked out of the door, a girl in a white dress came towards them. She looked to be in her early 20s and looked like a student. When the girl saw Lin Mo, her eyes lit up and she called out tentatively, Senior Lin Mo? Lin Mo was stunned for a moment. This person looked familiar. Who are you? I'm Tian Shui, Senior. Don't you remember that time in the restaurant? Tian Shui felt a little aggrieved when she saw that he didn't recognize her. Lin Mo then realized that it was the little girl he had helped last time. Things were quite chaotic in the restaurant, and I was injured just now, so I didn't react for a while. Oh, hello, junior sister Tian Shui. Senior, why are you here? Are you injured? Tian Shui asked nervously when she saw the gauze wrapped around his arm. It's okay, just a minor injury. Lin Mo passed it over vaguely. Su Qinghan didn't say anything, but he tightened his hand, which was originally holding Lin Mo's, imperceptibly. Tian Shui's cheeks flushed a little, and she asked a little embarrassedly, Senior, I heard that you will be returning to school to give a speech in a few days. Is it true? After she reminded him of this, Lin Mo vaguely remembered that this was the case. The counselor had contacted him before and said that the school wanted to invite him, the so-called outstanding graduate representative, to go back and pass on some successful experiences to his younger classmates. He was extremely busy at the time and just agreed casually without taking it to heart. Yes, that's true. Lin Mo nodded. That's great. Tian Shui said excitedly. Senior, we are all looking forward to your speech. You are the pride of our school now. Lin Mo was a little overwhelmed by the girl's enthusiasm and could only laugh dryly. Senior, The speech is next Wednesday afternoon, right? Tian Shui confirmed again. Yeah, that should be it. Lin Mo tried hard to recall what the counselor said at that time. After getting a positive answer, the smile on Tian Shui's face became even more intense. She chattered a few words like "I will definitely go to cheer for the senior when the time comes" before she walked away, looking back every few steps. Lin Mo looked at the girls jumping back and couldn't help shaking his head. Su Qinghan had been standing by and waited until Tian Shui walked away before he spoke indifferently. It seems that Senior Lin is popular in school. This tone doesn't sound like pure praise. Lin Mo raised his eyebrows and deliberately moved closer. Boss Su, why do I smell a sour smell? Are you jealous? Su Qinghan was choked by his sudden words and subconsciously turned his head away to avoid his probing eyes, and his tone was also hard. What nonsense! I didn't. I just reminded you to pay attention to the impact. After all, you are now a member of the Su group. Oh? Be aware of the impact? Lin Mo said in a long tone, with a deeper smile on his face. What impact can a normal conversation between me and my junior sister have? Or are you worried that this cheap husband of mine will be seduced away by some little girl, Mr. Su? You. Su Qinghan was very angry at his sarcastic words, but he couldn't find any words to refute for a while. This guy is becoming more and more eloquent, but also more and more unruly. All right, Mr. Su, don't be angry. Seeing that she was really annoyed, Lin Mo restrained himself a little and coughed lightly. Boss Su has taught me a lesson. I will be careful with my words and actions in the future and will never bring shame to you, Boss Su. Su Qinghan snorted and said nothing more, but the tense facial lines relaxed a little. Get in the car. She opened the driver's door first. Lin Mo readily sat in the passenger seat. Su Qinghan started the car and drove away from the CDC smoothly. The carriage was eerily quiet. Lin Mo looked at the rapidly receding street scene outside the window, the wound on his arm still aching slightly. This woman, Su Qinghan, looks difficult to approach, but actually, she's not that bad? The car quickly drove back to the Su family villa. Su Qinghan parked the car, got out first, and then, for the first time ever, walked around to the passenger side and opened the door. Come down. Lin Mo looked at the hand she extended and was stunned for a moment. This woman is a little abnormal today. I can do it myself. Lin Mo said, and was about to stand up. Don't try to be so arrogant. Su Qinghan didn't allow him to refuse. He simply grabbed his arm and carefully helped him out. The softness and warmth of her palm on his arm caused Lin Mo's heart to stir slightly. Mr. Su, are you feeling unwell today? Lin Mo couldn't help but ask. Su Qinghan froze for a moment, then raised his eyes and glared at him. You are the one who is sick. I just don't want you, an injured man, to do anything else and cause me trouble for no reason. Oh. Lin Mo responded meaningfully. Su Qinghan felt a little uncomfortable being looked at by him, so he let go of his hand and said coldly, Go in quickly and stay here honestly today. After saying that, she walked towards the gate of the villa first. Lin Mo looked at her hurried back and raised the corner of his mouth. Chapter 44, Mr. Lin, you are finally here. He really has a sharp tongue but a soft heart. Back at the villa, Su Qinghan helped Lin Mo upstairs. Mr. Su, my arm is just a little scraped, not lame. The way you're supporting me, someone who doesn't know would think I just came out of the ICU. Lin Mo couldn't help but joke as Su Qinghan carefully supported me. Su Qinghan ignored him and led him straight to the door of a bedroom. I'm talking to President Su. Lin Mo looked at the closed door and spoke in an exaggerated tone. I'm injured like this, you're not really going to let me sleep on the sofa, are you? That's too inhumane. Su Qinghan paused, turned around, glanced at him, and said nothing. She reached out her hand and opened the door. Lin Mo followed him in and was a little confused after seeing the layout of the room. This room. In the corner where the sofa was previously placed, there is now a single bed that looks soft. There was a screen next to the bed, separating the bed from the rest of the room. This. Lin Mo was indeed a little surprised and looked at Su Qinghan. I asked someone to change the sofa today. There was no emotion in Su Qinghan's voice. You can sleep here from now on. It's better than the sofa. After a pause, she continued, You are injured today, so it is inconvenient for you. How about, you sleep on the bed and I sleep here? She pointed to the new bed. When Lin Mo heard this, he quickly shook his head, That won't work. There's no way I can let a girl like you sleep in this little bed. I can sleep here by myself. What a joke, Su Qinghan sleeps in a small bed, and he sleeps in a big bed. If this gets out, will Lin Mo still have face? Su Qinghan just looked at him without saying anything. After a moment, his eyebrows moved. Are you sure? She asked again. Lin Mo nodded immediately, of course. Mr. Su, I appreciate your kindness. I am a grown man, and it is enough for me to sleep here. Su Qinghan looked at him for a few seconds, and seeing that he didn't seem to be lying, he didn't insist anymore. Whatever. She dropped 2 words and turned into the cloakroom. Lin Mo heaved a sigh of relief when he saw her back disappear. Fortunately, the woman did not continue to be stubborn. He walked to the single bed and reached out to press the mattress. It was soft and much more comfortable than the hard sofa before. From this perspective, Su Qinghan isn't so out of touch with the world. At least, he knew to find a decent home for himself. While he was thinking about it, Su Qinghan came out of the cloakroom with a brand new set of men's pajamas in his hand. For you. She handed over the pajamas. The bathroom is inside. Be careful and don't let water get on your wound. Lin Mo took the pajamas. The material was smooth and comfortable to the touch. It was definitely not cheap stuff. Thank you. He responded and walked towards the bathroom. The bathroom door is closed. This guy is sometimes quite good at reading people's faces. However, the girl named Tian Shui, whom Su Qinghan met at the hospital gate in the afternoon, appeared in front of her again, making her feel inexplicably unhappy. She walked to the window, and the dark night drew her in. This guy has quite good luck with women. Lin Mo took a comfortable hot shower and felt much more relaxed when he came out. He put on the pajamas Su Qinghan gave him. The soft fabric felt good against his skin. Walking out of the bathroom, he subconsciously glanced towards the big bed in the room. Su Qinghan had laid down without knowing when, his breathing was very light, and it seemed that he had fallen asleep. She lay on her side, her black hair spread on the pillow. Her usual aloof temperament faded a little under the soft light of the bedside lamp. Lin Mo's movements unconsciously became much lighter. After a whole day of hard work, he was indeed sleepy and his eyelids felt heavy. At this moment, Su Qinghan was sleeping quietly, and Lin Mo had no other thoughts. He didn't go over there again, but tiptoed to his new single bed. The bed is not big, just right for one person to sleep on. When I lay down on it, I found that the mattress had great support, which was much better than the hard sofa before. There was also a faint fragrance at the tip of my nose, which was the unique smell of Su Qinghan, probably left behind when she made the bed earlier. Lin Mo closed his eyes, and Su Qinghan's actions today went through his mind one by one. This woman. Before I could finish my thought, I felt extremely sleepy. After a while, Lin Mo also fell asleep, and the only sounds left in the room were the two people's shallow breathing, blending into the quiet night. The next day, Lin Mo was woken up early by a dull pain in his arm. Su Qinghan was no longer there, but the room was still filled with the fresh scent of her usual perfume. Lin Mo lowered his head and glanced at his right hand wrapped in gauze. It would take at least 3 to 5 days for it to heal. In the morning, Lin Mo stayed alone in the empty room. He felt unwell and couldn't muster the energy to do anything. The TVs are always the same old ones, and there's nothing interesting to do on my phone after a long time of swiping. He suddenly remembered Qin Yu's phone call yesterday. Well, I'm free anyway, so I might as well go to the company and take a look around. Lin Mo muttered something, and it was a good opportunity to call Chen Yu to come over and report. The company was just starting out and it was time to hire people. After packing up and changing his clothes, Lin Mo tried his best not to strain his injured right hand, then called a taxi and went to the company. The taxi stopped at the foot of the office building. Lin Mo paid and got out. He looked up at the tall building and felt a little complicated. He used to be a poor student who was worried about the postgraduate entrance examination, but in just a short time, he became known as General Lin by others. Although this boss has no soldiers under his command and the money in the company's account is all picked up for free, it finally has something in place. He walked into the lobby of the office building and pushed open the glass door, then paused. The office area, which was originally somewhat empty and even messy, has now been completely renewed. Several brand new office desks and chairs were neatly arranged, the floor was mopped so tightly that you could see a person's reflection in it, and even the window glass was so bright that it was dazzling. Lin Mo paused. There was a strange young girl sitting at the front desk. She was well made up, wearing a professional suit, and looked very energetic. When the girl saw him coming in, she stood up and gave him a standard sweet smile. Hello, who are you? Lin Mo. Mr. Lin, the girl shouted excitedly, her voice rising a few notches. As soon as he finished speaking, the door of the inner office opened with a click. Xinyu walked out quickly in high heels. Today she changed into a well-tailored professional suit that outlined her beautiful figure, and had delicate light makeup on her face, looking like a strong career woman. Mr. Lin, you are finally here. Xinyu took a few steps forward. She glanced at Lin Mo's right arm wrapped in gauze, and then said with concern, I was wondering if you would not come today. Lin Mo's attention was still more focused on the newly renovated office area. Come and take a look. They cleaned up pretty quickly. As long as you are satisfied. Xinyu responded with a smile. Chapter 45. What could be behind the potted plant? Yesterday I saw that this part of the company was empty, so I took the initiative to renovate the office area. The one at the front desk is Lina. I think she is smart and efficient. Lin Mo said lightly. This woman really has good wrists. In less than a day, he had turned a shell company into something that looked like a formal company. This level of efficiency and decisiveness is not something that ordinary people can have. Thank you for your hard work. Lin Mo praised indifferently. He knew in his heart that the more this happened, the more vigilant he had to be. This woman was definitely not simple. Xinyu still smiled and led him to the independent office at the back. Your office is ready too, do you think it suits your taste? The office has good lighting, with a large boss desk in the middle, behind it is a whole wall of bookcases, and next to it is a small meeting area. I don't know when two small ornaments with a sense of design appeared on the table. Lin Mo just glanced at her casually. This woman was really thoughtful. Xinyu didn't stay long and turned around and went out. A moment later, she came in with a cup of steaming coffee, and the rich aroma wafted over first. Ms. Lin, this is freshly ground coffee. Please try it to refresh yourself. She handed over the coffee with both hands and smiled charmingly. Lin Mo looked at the cup of coffee. This woman was probably going to start doing something strange. Really? Xinyu had just walked to the table and hadn't put down the cup when her foot suddenly twisted. She let out a short cry and fell straight forward. The cup of scalding hot coffee splashed directly onto Lin Mo's chest. Lin Mo's body stiffened. The injury on his right arm slowed him down by more than a beat, and he had no time to dodge. In a flash, he subconsciously raised his injured arm and held the gauze on it tightly with his left hand. Crash! The dark brown liquid covered his head and face, most of it splashed on his left shoulder. The scalding hot touch quickly penetrated through the fabric of his shirt, causing a burning pain on his skin. Lin Mo frowned and cursed in his heart. This method is too unpresentable. He is still a patient. The coffee splashed all over Lin Mo's head, and Xinyu's face changed instantly, looking panicked as if the sky had fallen. Oh. Mr. Lin. I'm sorry. I really didn't mean it. She hurriedly grabbed the tissue and leaned over to him. Her eyes quickly turned red and she said with a sob, Are you okay? Did you get burned? It's all my fault. I was so careless. Her hand impatiently reached out to Lin Mo's wet shoulder. Lin Mo calmly turned slightly to avoid her touch. The pain in his shoulder was extremely clear, but he was more curious about what tricks this woman was going to play next. He looked down and saw that his right arm wrapped in gauze was fine and not stained at all. But the dark brown coffee stain quickly spread from the left shoulder to the chest, and the sticky liquid stuck to the skin. It was wet and hot, it was so uncomfortable. Hiss. Lin Mo took a breath, the pain made his brows frown even tighter. It's a little hot. When Xinyu heard this, tears in her eyes became even more intense, and they were about to fall out. What should I do? Mr. Lin, please take off your shirt quickly, let me see if there are any blisters, and I'll find you some ointment right away. She said anxiously, her hand already reaching out to Lin Mo's collar impatiently, as if she wanted to take off his clothes herself. This routine is a bit too old-fashioned. Do you really think he is a young man who has just entered society? He is a grown man, even if he was really burned. It is not the right of a female secretary who has only been here for a few days to take off his clothes and check. No need. He raised his left hand and tried to unbutton his shirt. But the wet shirt stuck tightly to his skin, and he didn't dare to use his right arm, so his movements seemed particularly clumsy and laborious. Seeing this, Xinyu immediately came closer. Mr. Lin, your arms and hands are inconvenient, let me help you. Don't move, be careful not to hurt the wound. Her warm fingertips had already touched the buttons on his chest, and her fragrant breath brushed across his neck faintly. Lin Mo's brows were twisted into a knot. The atmosphere that this woman deliberately created made him feel uncomfortable. He stared at the large wet patch on his chest, the coffee stain having completely soaked through the fabric. This shirt, Lin Mo's tone suddenly turned cold, with undisguised disgust. Would you like to have it? This shirt was specially custom made by Su Qinghan. It is made of top-quality Italian fabric and is hand-cut. It is not cheap. Now that it's been poured like this, it's completely ruined. Xinyu seemed to have completely ignored the anger and warning in his words. She still held the tissue and frantically wiped his chest. The dark brown stain became even bigger after she wiped it, and it was a mess that was very eye-catching. Lin Mo looked at her hands that were busy on his chest, and the disgust in his heart almost overflowed. What on earth does this woman want to do? Mr. Lin, don't worry, I'll help you wipe it. Maybe I can wipe it off a little. Xinyu wiped his shirt with the tissue in her hand, and it was soon soaked. Lin Mo looked down at his shirt. After she wiped it, the smell became stronger. The wet shirt stuck to his skin, and after being tossed around by her, it became wrinkled like pickles, and the dark brown stain not only did not get smaller, but instead spread out over a large area. He raised his hand to stop her. Okay, Secretary Qin, don't waste your energy. Xinyu stopped and the paper ball in her hand fell to the ground. She raised her head, her eyes were red, and she choked up and said, I'm sorry, Mr. Lin, I stained your shirt. I'm afraid this dress is ruined. Lin Mo glanced at the wet shirt and looked at her again. Secretary Qin, please go out and buy me a new one. Xinyu was obviously stunned for a moment, and then a strange color flashed across her eyes, and she immediately responded, Oh, okay. Mr. Lin, please wait a moment, I'll be there right away. What brand, what color do you like? Size? Lin Mo reported the size and brand he usually wears, and paused. Color, darker, stain resistant. Okay, Mr. Lin, I've got that. I'll be there right away. Xinyu responded happily. When Xinyu reached the office door, he paused for a moment and glanced quickly behind the half-man-high money tree in the corner, so quickly that it seemed like an illusion. Lin Mo had been looking at her, so he naturally did not miss the fleeting sense of something wrong. Xinyu noticed his gaze, turned her head back abruptly, forced an apologetic smile on her face, hurriedly opened the door and ran away. The door closed gently, and the sweet aroma of coffee filled the office. The gentleness on Lin Mo's face slowly disappeared, and he looked towards the corner. What could be behind the potted plant? He didn't get up immediately. He waited for about 2 or 3 minutes, thinking that Xinyu should come downstairs, and then he stood up slowly. Chapter 46, Scandal about the Beautiful Secretary. He paced around the office for a few steps, pretending to look at the new environment, and his eyes accidentally swept over the pot of money tree. The leaves were growing lushly, dark green, layer upon layer. He walked over to the potted plant and casually pushed aside the outermost leaves as if to see how they were growing. Then he unnoticedly walked around to the back of the plant and looked down. At the foot of the wall, on the edge of a potted plant pot, there is a mobile phone. The screen is still on. The camera was facing the place where he had just sat, and the place where Xinyu accidentally spilled coffee. In the corner of the screen, the red recording time has skipped more than 10 minutes. If this stuff gets out, coupled with some groundless rumors, the annual drama of beautiful secretary's first day at work, the sleazy boss has bad intentions towards her, will be staged. This Xinyu really came prepared. This style of work is too hasty and too rough. But it's okay this way. He had a rough idea of his opponent's strength. He didn't touch the phone, let alone think of deleting the contents. Now that the stage has been set up, someone has to sing, right? He wanted to see who was behind this drama and what benefits they wanted to get from him. Lin Mo turned and went into the small lounge in the office. There is a single bed inside, and next to it is a private bathroom. He took off his sticky shirt, turned on the tap, and rinsed the area where the coffee had splashed with warm water. Fortunately, it's just a little red, and the burning pain has subsided a lot. After changing into a dry t-shirt, he walked to the window of the lounge, took out his mobile phone, tapped the screen with his fingertips, and dialed Su Qinghan's number. The phone rang 3 times, and then Su Qinghan's cold voice came over. Hello? It's me. What's up? Her voice was flat on the other end of the phone. Lin Mo was in no hurry to talk about the matter, and asked back, Are you busy? There was silence on the other end of the phone for a few seconds. Not bad. Su Qinghan replied calmly, and then changed the subject. Is your hand better? When Lin Mo heard her ask this, his tone became much more relaxed. Yeah, much better, not so painful anymore. The doctor said the recovery is good. That's good. Su Qinghan exhaled softly and returned to the topic. Why did you call? Lin Mo could sense her deliberately formal tone. Boss Su, I'm in a little trouble here, maybe. I need your help. Su Qinghan paused. What trouble? Lin Mo laughed softly, and the sound went into Su Qinghan's ears through the receiver, making her earlobes feel hot for no reason. What are you laughing at? Su Qinghan's voice was filled with a hint of anger that he couldn't suppress. Nothing. Lin Mo suppressed his laughter and cleared his throat. It's just. I guess, in a couple of days, there might be some rumors about me and my new beautiful secretary. Scandal? What scandal? You and your secretary? Why are you reacting so strongly, Mr. Su? Lin Mo's tone remained steady, without any trace of emotion, as he spoke innocently. How would I know what it is exactly? It's just hearsay. How can I say anything good? It's nothing more than me bullying others, the new secretary flirting with me, or something happened in the office that cannot be told to outsiders. Lin Mo. Su Qinghan's voice suddenly turned cold. What nonsense are you talking about? He clearly did it on purpose. What do you mean by not telling outsiders? I'm not kidding. Lin Mo pinched the dried coffee stain on the shirt next to him. The fabric of the shirt had become stiff. This one was ruined, but it wasn't a complete loss. I'm just giving you a heads up in advance. If there's a big uproar in the future and people say I'm an unscrupulous boss who uses money to control his subordinates, you'd better keep your eyes open. I, Lin Mo, am cleaner than distilled water. Su Qinghan was so angry that his teeth itched. Did this guy have a face made of the corner of a city wall? Who cares if you are clean or not? What's going on between you and your secretary? It has nothing to do with me. How can it be okay? Lin Mo's tone was a little aggrieved. Boss Su, we are legally certified after all. If I become notorious, it will have a bad impact on you and the Su group. What will people outside say then? Su Qinghan of the Su group has such poor vision that he chose a man with bad conduct. Shut up. Su Qinghan's temple was throbbing. There was silence on the other end of the phone for more than 10 seconds. Lin Mo could even hear her deliberately suppressed breathing. When he spoke again, Su Qinghan's voice was cold and hard. Tell me clearly, what's going on? Well, it was just a small incident. Lin Mo stopped provoking her. The new secretary is Qinyu. On her first day at work, she staged a coffee sex scene for me. She also put a cell phone in my office and recorded the whole process. What? Su Qinghan's voice sank. She had seen this kind of despicable trick before. What does she want to do? Frame you? It's almost the same. Lin Mo sighed and said helplessly, I guess they want to get some materials, take my words out of context, and put a hood on me. Then you. Su Qinghan hesitated for a moment, but finally couldn't help asking, you didn't do anything to her, right? She regretted asking the question as soon as she finished asking it. It sounded like she was doubting his character. There was a slight sound of something being knocked over and then righted through the receiver. Lin Mo then spoke slowly, Boss Su, I have always been a well-behaved person. Besides, your hands are not so handy, you have the intention but not the courage to do it, right? Su Qinghan was silent for a few seconds. His breathing became heavier and his voice became colder. So what are you going to do? Call the police? Call the police? Lin Mo snorted and laughed, how boring. The stage is already set, and the show has to be finished. I also want to see who is standing behind her and what she wants from me. You suspect. There was another silence from Lin Mo's side, and a voice came after a few seconds. It's hard to say. It may be directed at me, or it may be directed at you, President Su. Su Qinghan's hand holding the phone tightened slightly. At her? No matter who it's directed at, I will find out. So, President Su, if you really see any gossip about me these days, please stay calm. You can still trust your husband's character. Who is your husband? Su Qinghan immediately refuted Lin Mo, but her ears felt a little hot. Legally certified. Lin Mo replied very quickly. Su Qinghan gritted his teeth. Boring. She threw down these two words and hung up the phone. There was a busy tone in the receiver. Lin Mo took the phone away from his ear and threw it on the armrest of the sofa. Chapter 47, Choosing a husband and hiring a cook to come home, how can they be the same? He leaned back, rested his head on the back of the sofa, and closed his eyes. After a while, there was a gentle knock on the door of the lounge. "Mr. Lin, are you there?" Shin Yu's voice came through the door, timidly. Lin Mo opened his eyes, sat up straighter, pulled the hem of his t-shirt, and stood up to open the door. Shin Yu stood at the door, holding several paper bags with logo printed on them. "Boss Lin, I've bought all the shirts. I was afraid one wouldn't be enough for you to replace, so I picked a few more, of different brands and styles. Have you taken a look? Are you satisfied?" She handed the paper bag forward, bending slightly. Lin Mo took it and it felt heavy in his hand. He opened one at random and took a look. It was a few neatly folded new shirts. It was indeed the brand he had mentioned before. The material and workmanship looked acceptable. "It's thoughtful." His voice was flat, and no emotion could be heard. Don't worry, Mr. Lin, this is what I should do." Shin Yu closed the door. Lin Mo picked up the phone on the armrest of the sofa, unlocked it, and opened the banking app. The numbers on the shopping receipt flashed before his eyes. He entered an amount, paused, deleted it, and re-entered it, doubling it. Confirm the transfer. Maybe I can buy something else with this money. He swiped his fingertips across the screen a few times and found Shin Yu. A location was sent with the address of the new company. Followed by a message, "New company, needing people. Come and have a look around when you have time?" The phone buzzed, and Shin Yu replied almost instantly, "Brother Lin. I'll go over there tomorrow." Lin Mo put down his phone, his eyes swept across the pile of clothing paper bags on the sofa, and then glanced at the door of Shin Yu's office. The woman was probably listening to the noise with her ears perked up. It's also time to make room for her so she can go pick up the goods. He picked up the paper bags and left the lounge. The sun is shining brightly outside the company. Lin Mo raised his hand to cover his eyes, and Su Qinghan's tense little face somehow jumped out. He slowed down his pace, took out his mobile phone, swiped his fingertips across the screen, skipped the taxi app, clicked on a map application, and searched for a nearby imported supermarket. "The wound on my arm still hurts a little, but with the help of my aunt, I should be able to cook a meal." As soon as Lin Mo's figure disappeared at the elevator entrance, Shin Yu flashed out from the corner and slipped into his office like a thief. The door was ajar. She listened for a while and heard nothing but silence outside. She rushed to the half-human high money tree in 2 steps, and with trembling hands she dug out her cell phone from the ceramic pot. The screen lights up and a video appears. Shin Yu's breathing almost stopped. Her fingertips hovered on the send button for a long time before she poked it down suddenly as if she was burned. In the dialog box, she typed tremblingly, "Brother Chen, it has been sent." Shin Yu's chest was pounding and she could hardly breathe. The phone vibrated, and Zhao Mingchen's reply popped up. "Yeah, good job." Before she could catch her breath, several pictures were thrown at her. Shin Yu's hand trembled as he clicked it. The images on the screen. Her breath suddenly hitched and she almost dropped the phone. Those moments were carefully captured, with ambiguous lighting and tricky angles, and each one made her scalp tingle and her stomach churn. "Brother Chen." Shin Yu's fingers curled up slightly, and her hands were shaking as she typed. Zhao Mingchen seemed to know what she was thinking and sent another message, "Keep watching Lin Mo, and report to me immediately if there is any movement. Also, find a chance to take more pictures of this kind of interesting things." Shin Yu looked at the words on the screen, her lips moved a few times, but she said nothing. She unconsciously tightened her grip on the phone. She really wanted to tell Zhao Mingchen that she didn't want to do this kind of thing anymore. Lin Mo treated her well, and she just wanted to work here peacefully and make money with her own abilities. However, when these words came to her lips, she couldn't say them. She knew Zhao Mingchen's methods too well. If she angered him, the consequences would be disastrous. Finally, Shin Yu slowly typed 2 words, "Okay." "Good." Zhao Mingchen replied with 1 word, and then there was no further movement. "So, Qinghan is just too naive." A slightly shrill female voice came from the living room of the Su family villa. Lin Mo changed his shoes quietly in the entrance hall, but the conversation in the living room still paused for a moment. He walked in carrying several large bags of food. Su Qinghan and Shin Yuehua were accompanying a strange woman who was wearing a suit, and the diamond necklace around her neck was very eye-catching. She was holding Su Qinghan's hand affectionately and looking him up and down. "Aunt, Qinghan, I'm back." Lin Mo put down the shopping bag in his hand and greeted. Xin Yuehua raised her chin and tilted her head towards him. Oh, you're back. Let me introduce you, this is Madame Zhang, my good sister. Hello, Aunt Zhang. Lin Mo responded. Mrs. Zhang looked at Lin Mo from head to toe, and her eyes paused on his bandaged arm. Oh, this is Mr. Qinghan, huh? He looks quite energetic. When Su Qinghan saw Lin Mo and the bulging bags in his hands, he came over immediately. She first gently touched his bandaged arm before reaching out to take the bag from his other hand, her voice full of complaints and anxiety. Why are you still buying groceries? You don't need your arm anymore. The anxiety and worry are real. Lin Mo used a little force on his hands to prevent her from taking the bag away, and his voice slowed down. It's a minor injury, it's okay. I promised to cook you a meal. Then there's no need to pick today. Su Qinghan took the towel handed to him by the servant next to him and carefully wiped the sweat from his forehead, muttering, let's talk about it after your injury is completely healed. Today. Lin Mo leaned slightly to the side, so that she could no longer insist. Go and accompany the guests. There are aunties in the kitchen to help. I can handle it by myself. Su Qinghan opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but finally swallowed his words back and nodded heavily. Then you must be careful, don't force yourself. Yeah. Lin Mo responded and carried the ingredients into the kitchen. The kitchen is fully equipped with pots and pans. Lin Mo spread the ingredients on the cooking table, asked the maid to help, rolled up his sleeves and began to prepare the ingredients. The wound on his arm still felt a little uncomfortable, but he didn't stop moving his hands. He cut vegetables, prepared ingredients, and marinated them very skillfully. I could still hear the conversation in the living room through the wall. Yuehua, I'm not saying this as your sister. Mrs. Zhang's voice came over, and her previous politeness was gone. Qinghan, you have to be more careful when choosing a person. How can choosing a husband be the same as hiring a cook? Chapter 48 Lin Mo is the best. Xin Yuehua laughed dryly twice. Oh, Myling, you can't say that. Xiaoma is, okay. Lin Mo raised his knife and chopped the onions on the chopping board, making a crisp sound. Alright? How okay? Mrs. Zhang said sarcastically in a much higher tone. I've asked around, and this young man doesn't seem to have a proper job. He stays at home all day, and just now he came in with a basket of vegetables. Does he plan to cook and serve people at home? Who is our Qinghan? The eldest daughter of the Su family, the Su company will be hers from now on. Can you find someone like this? He was injured recently. Su Qinghan's voice floated over weakly, a little anxiously. He is not what you said. Injured? I think you're just bored. Mrs. Zhang snorted, not giving him any face. Qinghan, Aunt Zhang is doing this for your own good. Listen to my advice. A man should always have his own career and be willing to make progress. Otherwise, the gap between you two will grow bigger and bigger. How are you going to live your life? Look at him again. From head to toe, how is he a good match for you? If you ask me, you should think more about that Mr. Li I mentioned to you. He came back from abroad and his family runs a big business. That's what we call a good match. Aunt Zhang, Lin Mo really? Su Qinghan wanted to explain, but as soon as her words came out, they were suppressed by Mrs. Zhang's louder voice. It's not what you said. Then what is it? Mrs. Zhang retorted to Su Qinghan in a disdainful voice. Could it be that he is some hidden rich man? Qinghan, don't be fooled by the sweet-talking pretty boy. Nowadays, men like this love to climb up the social ladder by relying on their pretty faces, and they only dream of becoming rich overnight. You should open your eyes and don't turn around and suffer a loss, and then you will have no place to cry. In the kitchen, Lin Mo put the marinated steak into the hot pan. Sizzle. Oil splattered everywhere and the strong aroma of meat filled the entire kitchen. The smell even drifted into the living room, suppressing the verbal battles there a little. Lin Mo shook the pan and the steak made a sizzling sound. The voices from the living room continued to come over with a sarcasm. Yuehua, you too. Why don't you care about your daughter's lifelong event? How can such a person with such an unknown background? Aunt Zhang. Su Qinghan suddenly spoke. Please stop talking. Everything I said was true. Lin Mo was injured while saving me. Su Qinghan's voice trembled. If it weren't for him, I would probably be lying in the hospital now. Mrs. Zhang's words were interrupted and she stood there in a daze. She never expected that Su Qinghan, who usually never said a word in front of her, would embarrass her in public for such a man. Chinghan, kid, how can you talk to your elders like that? Qin Yuehua hurried forward, pulled Su Qinghan's arm, and asked her to stop talking. Aunt Zhang also cares about you, she. Care about me? Su Qinghan shook off Qin Yuehua's hand. Just because you care about me, can you say such things about Lin Mo so casually? Can you ignore everything he did and accuse him of a crime based on your own blind guesses? Aunt Zhang, I have never even met the Mr. Li you mentioned. Why is he definitely better than Lin Mo? She just looked at Mrs. Zhang without blinking. I tell you, Lin Mo is the best. No one can compare to him. I don't care about being well matched. My marriage is my own decision. The living room suddenly became quiet. Mrs. Zhang was so angry that her whole body was shaking and her lips were quivering. The finger she was pointing at Su Qinghan was almost poking her face. It took her a long time to squeeze out a few words. You, what's your attitude? I'm worried about you out of good intentions, but you're lecturing me instead? This is outrageous. I'm just stating the facts. Su Qinghan did not retreat a single step and counterattacked coldly. You don't see the good of Lin Mo, but I can see it. He is not the useless person you say he is. He has his merits, but you just don't want to understand them at all. In the kitchen, Su Qinghan's words in defense of him, word by word, passed through the smell of oil smoke and clearly reached Lin Mo's ears. His hand movement stopped. That Su Qinghan, for his sake, actually spoke to his elders like this. He put down the spatula, the steak in the pan was still sizzling with oil, and he strode out of the kitchen. Qinghan. As soon as Lin Mo opened his mouth, the tense atmosphere in the living room subsided a little. Su Qinghan's back, which had been straight, seemed to collapse a little the moment he opened his mouth. She turned her head. Lin Mo walked up to her, stretched out his hand, and held her slightly cold fingers. The living room suddenly became quiet, and everyone's attention turned to Lin Mo, who suddenly appeared. Mrs. Zhang opened her mouth, but no sound came out. Lin Mo looked at Su Qinghan and said, I am coming. Su Qinghan's palms were sweaty and shaking. Lin Mo held her hand tighter, and the panic was also transmitted to her. Don't get excited. He comforted Su Qinghan before turning to Mrs. Zhang. Aunt Zhang, there may be something you don't understand about me. Qinghan is a straightforward person. She said something offensive to you. You are a magnanimous person. Don't take it to heart with her. The warmth from his palms came over, and Su Qinghan's tense shoulders slowly relaxed a little. Lin Mo was right next to her, and the sense of security he brought to her finally settled her beating heart. Mrs. Zhang looked at the way Lin Mo protected Su Qinghan behind him, and the anger in her heart surged even higher. This boy, he got the advantage but still acts like a gigolo. She snorted heavily through her nose. Misunderstand? I have walked more bridges than you have walked roads. Who haven't I met? Some people, without even considering their own worth, want to cling to the rich and powerful. Be careful not to fall and get smashed to pieces. Lin Mo seemed not to have heard it, and the smile on his face did not reveal whether he was happy or angry. He didn't want to fall out with his elders in such an occasion and make Qinghan feel awkward being caught in the middle. Aunt Zhang taught me that. He nodded slightly, his attitude was quite humble, but there was a hint of politeness in his words. The younger generation does have a lot to learn. His stubborn look choked Mrs. Zhang so much that her breath got stuck in her throat and she felt very uncomfortable. You could hear a pin drop in the living room, and the air was so stuffy that it was hard to breathe. Just then, there was a click sound from the entrance as a key was inserted into the lock. The door opened. The sound of steady footsteps came closer and closer. I'm back. It's Su Qinghan's father, Su Chang. As soon as he stepped into the living room, he noticed that the atmosphere was wrong. Chapter 49, it was Mr. Lin who did it. His attention swept between the angry Mrs. Zhang, Su Qinghan with red eyes, and Lin Mo who was standing quietly beside her. What happened? Su Chang put down his briefcase and asked Qin Yuehua. Qin Yuehua looked a little embarrassed and quickly waved her hands and forced a smile. Nothing, just chatting with each other. How could she dare to say in front of Su Chang that it was Zhang Meiling who was picky about Lin Mo that caused such a mess? Su Chang usually doesn't care about the trivial matters at home, but he holds his daughter in his heart. Who is Su Chang? Qin Yuehua's little thoughts could not be hidden from him. It's just that there are a lot of troubles in the company, and he just wants to have some peace and quiet at the moment, and he is too lazy to delve into it. He uttered a hum sound in his nose, paused on Lin Mo, and then spoke. I'll go upstairs and change my clothes first. Before he could finish his words, he had already headed straight for the stairs. As soon as Su Cheng went upstairs, Mrs. Zhang's suppressed anger suddenly bubbled up again. Lin Mo pretended not to see it. His attention was all on Su Qinghan. She hasn't completely calmed down yet. Lin Mo noticed it and gently pinched her palm with his fingertips, silently comforting her. Su Qinghan lowered his eyelashes, and his chest, which had been heaving with anger, calmed down. Not long after, Su Cheng changed into casual home clothes and came down from upstairs. Is it time to eat? He glanced at the wall clock. It's okay, the dishes are ready. Qin Yuehua responded quickly and asked the aunt at home to serve the dishes. In the restaurant, the long table was filled with dishes and the aroma was fragrant. Su Qinghan's emotions had stabilized, but there was still a hint of depression between his brows. Lin Mo sat beside her, accompanying her quietly. Mrs. Zhang was concerned about Su Cheng being present, so she couldn't get angry anymore. She just kept a stern face and ignored Lin Mo. Su Cheng picked up a piece of bright red meat, put it into his mouth, chewed it for a few times, paused, and raised his eyebrows slightly. Well, this braised pork tastes good, fatty but not greasy, and cooked to the perfect temperature. He nodded and said to the maid, Aunt Zhang, who was standing beside him. Aunt Zhang, your cooking skills have improved again. After hearing this, the maid Zhang Ma hurried forward and waved her hands repeatedly. Mr. Su, you misunderstood. This dish was not made by me. Oh? Su Cheng was a little surprised. Who did it? The maid Zhang Ma unconsciously turned her head towards Lin Mo. Yes, Mr. Lin did it. Lin Mo made this? Su Cheng stopped holding the chopsticks in mid-air and suddenly turned to look at Lin Mo more closely. He originally thought that this young man was only able to live in the Su family because of his relationship with Qinghan, but he didn't expect that he had such a skill. Young man, that's great. Your skills are pretty good. Su Cheng showed a rare bit of approval towards Lin Mo. It's Qinghan's blessing to find you. As soon as Su Cheng said this, Su Qinghan's previous unhappiness instantly disappeared, and she felt lighthearted, happier than if she had received any great praise. Mrs. Zhang's face suddenly turned as dark as the bottom of a pot, and she snorted, full of disdain. What is the use of being able to cook a few dishes? How can a grown man achieve anything if he spends all day cooking? We Qinghan are not looking for a cook. As soon as she said this, the atmosphere at the table, which had just eased, froze again. Qin Yuehua's brows moved slightly. She opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but in the end she just sighed softly. She knew her cousin's temper very well, and the more she argued, the more excited she became. Su Qinghan was about to speak when Lin Mo secretly pulled him back. Lin Mo put down his chopsticks, his face still expressionless, and replied gently. Aunt Zhang is right. However, I learned to cook not for any other reason, but mainly because Qinghan is too busy with work and always has irregular meals, and she has lost a lot of weight. It hurts me to see that. So I thought, I can make some of her favorite food myself, let her eat more, and her body will be better. Su Qinghan's throat moved slightly, and a warmth spread from his heart. He was always like this, silently, but just happened to touch the place she cared about most. The expression on Su Cheng's face relaxed a lot, and when he looked at Lin Mo, there seemed to be something else in that scrutiny. He had seen all kinds of people in Secheng, and there were many young people who were good at talking, but there were not many who were willing to spend so much time and effort on their daughter. Yeah, that's thoughtful. Su Cheng nodded slightly. Qinghan has always been a big-headed kid, and sometimes a little stubborn. He should have someone around to take good care of him. He changed the subject and asked casually, What have you been busy with recently? Lin Mo put down the teacup in his hand and said steadily, Uncle Su, I am preparing a project recently. I plan to develop the land in Qingshui River. I have almost discussed the details with the partner, and the follow-up planning plan is also being worked on. Qingshui River? Su Cheng paused for a moment. He knew the place well. The location was good, but there were many historical problems and complicated relationships with the surrounding areas. It was a notoriously difficult nut to crack. Many powerful companies have visited it, but all shook their heads and left. Su's also studied it carefully at the beginning, but finally gave up because the risk was not proportional to the investment. This young man dares to touch this? Qingshui River? Su Cheng repeated it again. That place is not easy to deal with. It's very troublesome. Many big companies don't dare to touch it easily. You. Lin Mo met Su Cheng's gaze and calmly replied, Uncle Su is right. The project is indeed difficult. But the risks are high and the opportunities are great. How to balance and control is the key. I am still optimistic about the prospects of this project. The funds and related resources are basically in place. Su Cheng listened, thought for a moment and said, Oh? So you are very confident? Yes, Uncle Su. Lin Mo responded. If the planning is done well and the operation can keep up, the Qingshui River project will definitely become a benchmark in the area. Not only will it improve the surrounding environment, but it will also increase the value of the land itself, and the economic returns will not be bad either. After Lin Mo finished speaking, he picked up the teacup on the table with his slender fingers, raised the cup slightly, and looked at Su Cheng with an open look. Uncle Su, please. Su Cheng looked at him, picked up his teacup, raised it lightly to Lin Mo, then put the warm tea into his mouth and savored it carefully. He put down the teacup, was silent for a moment, and suddenly laughed out loud. Good boy. You have the guts. He leaned back slightly and said, The Qingshui River project is a tough nut to crack. Our Su family has studied it before and found it too difficult. It's not easy for you to take it over. Chapter 50 Ask for Rewards. Qin Yuehua and Su Qinghan were a little surprised when these words came out. Madame Zhang even paused to eat her chopsticks, and her expression changed again and again when she looked at Lin Mo. How could this kid be so successful in a project that even the Su family found difficult? Could it be that it was not what she thought? Lin Mo also smiled, with a bit of humility. Uncle Su, you are too kind. It is also a good opportunity, plus the help of friends, that I can get involved in this project. There is still a long way to go, and we have to take it step by step. This attitude made Su Cheng look at him again. It's a good thing for young people to be motivated, but they also need to be steady and cautious. Su Cheng picked up the teacup and took a sip. There are a lot of things involved in Qingshui River. If there are any difficulties later, just speak up. The Su family can help, and they won't just stand by and watch. Thank you, Uncle Su. Your words are so important. Lin Mo responded sincerely. During the meal, the atmosphere at the table changed quietly because of this conversation. After dinner, Su Cheng and Qin Yuehua left first. Mrs. Zhang still didn't look happy, but she just snorted and left. The villa suddenly became quiet. Lin Mo exhaled lightly, and his shoulders relaxed a little. Dealing with these elders was indeed more tiring than working in the business world. Su Qinghan stood beside him, looking at the fatigue between his brows after he had put down his burden. The originally cold lines softened a lot. Let's go. Her voice was soft, with a hint of warmth that she herself didn't even notice. The two went upstairs side by side and returned to the room. Lin Mo stretched his body, his joints making a series of fine noises, and his whole body seemed to be falling apart. It was a complete relaxation after being highly tense. Su Qinghan leaned against the doorframe, looking at his lazy and boneless appearance, and couldn't help but curl his eyes and said with a hint of sarcasm, Boss Lin, did you enjoy the meal tonight? Lin Mo turned around and saw her mischievous look, and he also laughed. Not bad. Lin Mo sank into the sofa, his whole body limp. That Aunt Zhang, her expression the whole time, it's like everyone owes her millions. He raised his hand to unbutton his suit jacket, and then took it off his shoulders. He hooked his fingers around the collar, and without even looking at it, he casually threw it onto the single sofa next to him. The jacket fell lightly onto the sofa and formed a pile. How was your husband? Did I behave well tonight? Did I not embarrass you? Oof. So. You've passed today. Keep working hard in the future. Su Qinghan said with pretended indifference. After hearing this, Lin Mo chuckled softly, slowly stood up from the sofa, and walked a few steps to Su Qinghan. Su Qinghan's breathing became choked and he tried to retreat, but his heels hit the cold wall. Lin Mo had already approached, with one hand resting on the wall beside her, trapping her between himself and the wall. The hot breath he exhaled swept across her earlobe, and the skin there gradually warmed up. My dear wife, I have been at your service tonight and have protected you from so many attacks. Shouldn't I give you some appreciation? Su Qinghan was enveloped by the refreshing scent of his body mixed with shower gel, and his mind felt a little empty. What do you want to do? Her voice was faint and her hands were on his chest, but she had no strength. Ask for some reward. Lin Mo's fingertips gently brushed her cheek, and they both paused. The temperature of Su Qinghan's cheeks rose a little more, and she pursed her lips. Ding dong. The abrupt reminder sound broke the silence in the room. Su Qinghan shuddered and took the opportunity to push Lin Mo away. My cell phone is ringing. She quickly walked to the bedside table and picked up her phone. Text messages from unknown numbers. She clicked it. After just a few seconds of looking, Su Qinghan tightened his grip on the phone. The warmth that had just risen in his body seemed to be extinguished by something and cooled down little by little. She looked at Lin Mo again and said nothing. When Lin Mo saw her like this, his heart tightened. What's wrong? He walked over. Su Qinghan didn't say anything and handed him the phone. Lin Mo took it and there was a photo on the screen. Xinyu looked at him with a sweet smile, he lowered his head slightly, and the two of them got very close to each other. One of Qinyu's hands was still on his chest. Lin Mo's throat moved and he let out a very light huh sound. This angle is absolutely amazing. Su Qinghan finally spoke, his voice cold. Explain? I'll tell you. Lin Mo spread his hands and said anxiously, didn't I call you at noon to report it? This photo is obviously a problem of angle. She and I are absolutely innocent. He held up 3 fingers and shook them. Su Qinghan just listened and didn't respond. I understand. She took the phone back from Lin Mo, I'm going to take a shower. The bathroom door slammed shut. Lin Mo stood where he was, his fists unconsciously clenched. The person behind this photo is here to ruin their situation. He had to find out who was behind this. There was a sound of water rushing in the bathroom. The warm water vapor quickly covered the smooth mirror surface. Su Qinghan immersed himself in the bathtub and closed his eyes. But the image of that photo can't be erased. She and Lin Mo. Ding. The host cares about and protects Su Qinghan, and the reward bar is critically hit, increasing by 30%. Rewards are accumulating. The sound of running water in the guest bathroom also stopped. Lin Mo changed into pajamas and returned to the bedroom. Su Qinghan hasn't come out yet. He lay on his back on the bed, folded his hands behind his head, and stared at the ceiling in a daze. Xinyu's move was quite sinister. If the photos were to get out, his business, which had just started to pick up, would probably be affected. It is true that people are afraid of becoming famous just like pigs are afraid of getting fat. He is no longer the barefoot man he used to be. The night is dark and waves of physical fatigue come over me. The next day, it was light outside the window. Lin Mo opened his eyes and found that the quilt beside him was already cold. He stretched his muscles, making a slight sound. Downstairs, Su Qinghan was already there. He was wearing a neat business suit, his hair was neatly combed, and he was eating toast in small bites. Lin Mo pulled out the chair opposite her and sat down. Morning. She paused holding the fork, without looking up. Morning. The only sound in the air was the occasional clinking of cutlery. After dinner, the 2 cars went east and west and soon disappeared in the traffic. Lin Mo's black Bentley stopped in front of an imposing office building. He came early today and made an appointment with Chen Yu to complete the on-the-job training. As soon as I got off the car, I saw a figure looking around at the entrance of the building. It was Chen Yu. The plaid shirt that was a little worn out and the backpack with frayed edges made him look out of place among a group of well-dressed white-collar workers. He didn't know what to do with his hands and feet. When Chen Yu saw Lin Mo, he walked towards him quickly, his voice a little tense. Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin, good morning. Chapter 51. You'll get used to it. Lin Mo patted his shoulder. Chen Yu, relax. We'll be colleagues from now on. Just call me Lin Mo. Ah, okay, Lin Mo. Chen Yu scratched his head and smiled a little embarrassedly. Come on, I'll take you to familiarize yourself with the environment. Lin Mo led him into the building. Chen Yu followed behind, his eyes constantly moving around the hall. The shiny marble floor, the people hurrying by, and the standard smile of the front desk receptionist. Mr. Lin, good morning. Morning, Mr. Lin. Greetings came one after another. Chen Yu followed behind Lin Mo, his back somewhat stiff. Lin Mo gave him 1 million. He had only thought that Lin Mo was rich, but the scene before him was completely beyond his imagination. Chen Yu, this whole building belongs to our company. Lin Mo's tone was very calm, as if he was talking about a normal matter. From now on, your project team can choose any floor as their office location. Chen Yu paused, and even his breathing stopped for a moment. The whole building. Chen Yu's Adam's apple rolled, and he looked up at the glass curtain wall that was so high that the ceiling was invisible. The sunlight refracted down, causing him to squint subconsciously. This location is in the city center where every inch of land is valuable. He felt a little confused and couldn't digest the information for a while. No need to react so strongly. Lin Mo looked at his stupid look and said lightly, "You'll get used to it in the future." Chen Yu swallowed his saliva with great difficulty, and his tongue was still a little tangled. As they were talking, the sound of high heels tapping on the ground came from far away, with a bit of urgency. Chen Yu walked closer quickly. "Mr. Lin." She tried hard to force a decent smile. Lin Mo seemed to be unaware of it and continued to speak to Chen Yu with his face turned sideways. "The company's current core project is the development of Qingshui River, and your research direction can be used accordingly." The curve of Chen Yu's lips froze. The fingers hanging by the side tightened quietly. "That photo from last night. I thought I could stir up some trouble, or at least make him flustered for a while, but who would have expected him to react like this, without even giving me a spare glance? This man has a terrifyingly deep mind." Chen Yu's lips moved a few times, but she didn't say anything in the end. She just lowered her head silently and followed behind the two of them, taking each step heavily. Lin Mo led Chen Yu to visit each floor, introducing the functions of each department. Each floor is an open and bright office area where employees perform their duties in a busy but not chaotic manner. Chen Yu finally had a vague yet shocking outline of the size of this company. He originally thought that Lin Mo had opened a good company, but now it seems that this is not just good, it is actually a business empire that has begun to take shape. The turmoil in my heart can no longer be described by the word rich. Finally, Lin Mo stopped in front of an office on the top floor with an excellent view. He pushed the door open. In an instant, a huge floor-to-ceiling window that almost occupied the entire wall came into view. Outside the window, the densely packed buildings of most of the city spread out like a scroll. "What do you think of this place?" Lin Mo asked. Chen Yu walked to the window, with the bustling city at his feet. The sun poured down and fell on him with an unreal warmth. He opened his mouth and the sound that came out was trembling. "Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin. I." A few days ago, he was still worried about the project funding and the future was uncertain. In a blink of an eye, he not only had millions of dollars in funding, but also had such a working environment and a team to support his research. "This change is too big. I believe in your ability." Lin Mo walked up to him and patted him on the shoulder. "Do a good job. Your research deserves the best platform." Chen Yu's eyes were filled with tears. He nodded vigorously and said excitedly, "Lin Mo. I will definitely not let you down. This floor is temporarily allocated to your project team." Chen Yu, who had been following silently behind, felt mixed emotions when she saw how Lin Mo respected and was so generous to Chen Yu. She thought that Lin Mo also trusted her so much. Not only did he give her a position and treatment that others envied, he also never doubted her background and motives. "But what about me?" "I approached him initially on Zhao Mingchen's orders, with an ulterior motive, to seduce him. This trust caused her original sense of guilt to collapse instantly and turned into even greater embarrassment." The more Chen Yu thought about it, the more flustered she became. She secretly raised her eyes to glance at Lin Mo's profile and found that he didn't notice her presence at all. This feeling of being completely ignored made her feel more uncomfortable than direct scolding and punishment. After arranging Chen Yu's affairs, Lin Mo returned to his office. Chen Yu stood outside the door, his fingertips feeling a little cold. He hesitated in front of the door for a long time, raised his hand several times to knock, and put it down several times. She took a deep breath and finally knocked on the door. "Come in." Lin Mo's voice came from inside, and no emotion could be heard. Chen Yu opened the door and walked in. She saw Lin Mo standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, with his back to her, looking at the city outside the window. "Mr. Lin." Chen Yu's voice was a little dry, with a cautiousness that she herself was not aware of. Do you have time now? I want to talk to you." Lin Mo turned around slowly and his eyes fell on her. His expression was calm, but with an invisible sense of oppression. "Talk?" The corners of his mouth raised a faint arc. "What does Secretary Chen want to talk to me about?" Chen Yu stood there, twisting the corner of her clothes unconsciously with her fingers, her heart beating like a drum, making it almost impossible for her to breathe. She opened her mouth, but the words "I'm sorry" that she had prepared for a long time could not come out. "Confess?" Does she really have the courage to face what might happen after she confesses? What if Lin Mo sent her directly to the police station? Lin Mo looked at her distracted and hesitant look and understood what she meant. He smiled faintly, but that smile made Qin Yu feel more frightened than any stern expression. Oh? Secretary Qin wants to tell me something? That's great. I also have something I want to talk to you about. Qin Yu raised his head suddenly, a trace of confusion flashed in his eyes. Lin Mo also wanted to talk to her about something? What? Could it be that he really knew everything? Lin Mo ignored the confusion on her face, walked straight to the desk and sat down, crossed his hands on the table, and looked at her calmly. Secretary Qin, Lin Mo spoke, his tone unable to tell whether he was happy or angry. During the time you have been here, your work ability has been evident to all. You have handled all matters of the company in an orderly and efficient manner, often exceeding my expectations. Frankly speaking, I admire your ability very much. Chapter 52, A Different Approach, Hitting Her? This sudden praise not only did not make Qin Yu relax, but instead made her heart sink. She knew that this was not what Lin Mo really wanted to say, and the real thing was probably yet to come. Sure enough, Lin Mo changed the subject and a meaningful arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. What a pity. He deliberately prolonged the last syllable and looked at Qin Yu. You are not mine. In other words, Secretary Qin, your heart is not in this office, nor in this company, and certainly not in me, Lin Mo, right? Boom. Qin Yu's mind went blank for a moment. All the disguises, all the luck, were torn to pieces by Lin Mo's light words. Her lips were trembling and her body was a little unsteady. He knew it. He knew it all. Boundless shame instantly engulfed her. Lin. Mr. Lin. Qin Yu's voice was already tearful, tears welled up in her eyes, and her vision was blurred in an instant. I'm sorry. I was wrong. I was really wrong. She couldn't hold on any longer, and all her psychological defenses collapsed under Lin Mo's scrutiny. Instead of passively waiting for trial, it is better to confess proactively, and perhaps you can get some forgiveness. I did receive instructions from Zhao Mingchen. Qin Yu's voice was intermittent and full of regret. I was so short of money. Something happened at home and I needed money urgently. I was confused for a moment and I agreed to his request. Zhao Mingchen? Lin Mo raised his eyebrows slightly. He quickly went over the name in his mind. When had he ever offended such a person? Business rival? Or because of Su Qinghan? Lin Mo's mind was racing, but his face remained calm, and he motioned Qin Yu to continue. He wanted to see who this Zhao Mingchen was and how he dared to reach out to him. Qin Yu felt a little relieved when she saw that Lin Mo did not get furious immediately, but she still did not dare to relax at all. Boss Lin, you've been so good to me, giving me such a high salary and trusting me so much. I really know I was wrong. I shouldn't have done things that betrayed the company. I shouldn't have listened to Zhao Mingchen and wanted. She couldn't really say the following words, the word seduce was too embarrassing. Boss Lin, please believe me. Although I promised him, I really didn't do anything that would actually harm the interests of the company. Those photos were also to get you to do me. The more Qin Yu spoke, the lower her voice became and the lower her head hung. Qin Yu sniffed heavily, and with a strong nasal sound, she raised her red face. Boss Lin, please, give me another chance. I really need this job, I want to do it well, I will definitely change my past and work wholeheartedly for the company. Please. The office fell silent, with only Qin Yu's intermittent sobbing echoing, which was very suppressed. The silence lasted for a long time. Lin Mo finally broke the silence in the office. Want to stay? There was no emotion in his voice. Qin Yu looked up abruptly and nodded repeatedly, his voice hoarse. I want to. Mr. Lin. I want to miss you so much. Can. Lin Mo said calmly. Qin Yu was stunned for a moment. The huge surprise made her dizzy and she didn't know where to put her hands. But, Lin Mo said word by word without any warmth in his voice. The person I want must be absolutely loyal. Secretary Qin, can you do this? From now on, you can only have this company and my orders in your mind. There can be no other voices or any other thoughts. I can. I definitely can. Qin Yu was afraid that he would change his mind the next second, so she nodded hurriedly and even raised her hand. Boss Lin, I, Xinyu, swear to heaven. From now on, I will be loyal to you. If I ever do anything to let you down or to the company again, let me be struck by lightning and die a miserable death. Lin Mo just watched calmly as Xinyu swore an oath with a red face. He shook his head slightly. It's not safe to just say it. Lin Mo leaned forward slightly and spoke slowly. Let me tell you this, Secretary Qin. From now on, if anyone wants to pay you to do something that is unfair to me or the company, no matter how much he offers you, you must notify me immediately. Xinyu didn't react for a moment and was stunned. Lin Mo continued, whatever he offers, I will give you double. I will use double the price to buy your loyalty. How about this deal? But she never expected that Lin Mo not only forgave her, but also gave her a chance. Buy her loyalty with double the price? This young boss's style of doing things is always so unexpected, yet one cannot help but admire him. Mr. Lin. Xinyu's tears burst out again. Xinyu, what virtue and ability do I, Xinyu, have? Whoa. She was so excited that she was incoherent and sobbing. Lin Mo looked at her like this, nodded with satisfaction, and his tone became much gentler. Okay, stop crying. Remember what you said today. You only have one chance. Yes. Yes. Mr. Lin. I remember it. I will definitely remember it. Xinyu quickly wiped away her tears and nodded vigorously. Very good. Lin Mo leaned back in his chair, his expression returning to normal. Since you have chosen to be loyal to the company and to me, the company will naturally not treat you unfairly. Lin Mo paused before speaking again. Employee welfare housing, you should have heard about it. Go to the Human Resources Department and go through the process. I picked 2 small apartments with exquisite decoration near the company and moved in right away. The pen in Xinyu's hand fell to the ground with a click and rolled away. She also became numb. Welfare housing? Still, 2 sets? A small apartment in the city center, fully decorated, ready to move in? Her lips moved, her throat tightened, and after a long while she managed to squeeze out, I subconsciously grabbed the edge of the table, my fingertips were cold. What happened today, one thing after another, I wouldn't dare to make it up in my dreams. I almost went to jail, and my boss said I would pay double the price for your loyalty, but now he is giving me a house for free? This General Lin, what on earth is he? Did she hear it wrongly? Or did Mr. Lin change his method, to warn her? Lin Mo didn't say anything, and it didn't seem like he was joking. Xinyu's head was buzzing and she was speechless. Lin Mo ignored her stupid look and continued, this is just the beginning. One is for you. It will be convenient for you to get off work in the future. You don't have to squeeze into the subway anymore. The other one is for Chen Yu. He just joined our team. It's time for him to concentrate on research. A good living environment is also very important. Chapter 53, My dear wife, it's urgent? Please arrange this matter as soon as possible. Buy a house for me? Xinyu said with a trembling voice. The salary and bonuses she had received before were already figures she had never dared to imagine in the past. Now, Lin Mo actually wants to give her a house. And it's in a prime location in the city center. This boss, does he really exist? Xinyu looked at Lin Mo, her eyes suddenly felt hot and her nose felt sore. After a long while, she finally managed to squeeze out a sentence from her throat, Mr. Lin. The following words were stuck in my throat and I couldn't utter them. I could only nod my head continuously, but tears kept flowing out of my eyes. At this moment, the pleasant prompt sound of the system rang in Lin Mo's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully winning over the potential talent Xinyu, showing extraordinary leadership charm and the art of controlling people, and a cash reward of 50 million yuan. Ding! Congratulations to the host for his insight in providing favorable conditions to the scientific research talent Xinyu, rewarding him with 15% of the shares of Global Stardust Group. The share document has been sent to the host's designated mailbox, please check it. Lin Mo's mouth corners slightly raised. 50 million in cash and shares in an international company? Not bad, this wave is not a loss. He looked at Xinyu, who was still immersed in great surprise and emotion, and said, Okay, Secretary Qin, if you have nothing else to do, go out and work first. Remember, my company, Lin Mo, does not support idlers, let alone people who are half-hearted. Yes. Mr. Lin. I understand. Xinyu responded, wiping the wet marks on her face and bowing deeply to Lin Mo. Thank you, Mr. Lin. I will work hard and never let you down. After saying that, she stepped out with light steps, and her hands were still shaking slightly when she closed the office door. In the empty corridor, she held onto the cold wall to gain some balance. He pinched his arm hard. It hurts. Not a dream. Not only was she not fired, her boss even gave her an apartment. This is stranger than fiction. Fuck. It's been a few days? Why is there no movement at all? In the private room of the private club, Li Haotian slapped the crystal coffee table, causing the ice cubes in the cup to clink. He rakes his hair irritably, cigar smoke lingers in the air but he seems not to smell it. That Su Qinghan, how can she be so damn tolerant? Lin Mo cheated on her right under her nose, and she didn't react at all? He pressed the half-smoked cigar hard into the ashtray, almost crushing it. The expected scene of Su Qinghan getting furious and kicking that loser Lin Mo out of the house didn't even occur. On the sofa opposite, Zhao Mingchen slowly swirled the wine in his glass, his expression well hidden behind the lenses. Why are you in such a hurry? Su Qinghan is the CEO of the Su Corporation after all. Even if he is furious, he still has to save face. It's not good to air a family scandal in public. It's useless. Li Haotian slammed the table again. What I want is for Lin Mo to get out of here. To be ruined. Let everyone see that he is a coward who lives off his wife and can't even control his pants. Zhao Mingchen chuckled and flicked the cigar ash. Li Haotian's impatient temper makes him more likely to cause trouble than to accomplish anything. However, he reminded himself that Su Qinghan was concerned about her reputation and wanted to suppress the family scandal. That was not what she wanted. It was just a minor fight, so Su Qinghan could naturally keep her composure. If you want to make her panic, you have to make the fire burn even more fiercely and expose the matter thoroughly, so that the whole city will be in an uproar and everyone will know about it. In that case, why don't we add more fuel to the fire? If we make it burn more vigorously, everyone will see clearly what kind of person Su Qinghan, this good husband, is. Li Haotian became excited. What you mean is? Network. Zhao Mingchen uttered 2 words with a calculating tone in his voice. Post those photos anonymously online, and find someone to stir up trouble. Even if Su Qinghan wants to suppress it, he won't be able to. By then, the Su family will lose all face. The irritability on Li Haotian's face disappeared, replaced by a twisted excitement. Okay. Let's do it. Ah Chen, you are my damn military advisor. I will make sure that Kid Lin Mo dies without a burial place. Zhao Mingchen also smiled and raised his glass. I wish us immediate success. The wine glasses clinked lightly, and a conspiracy was quietly brewing in the crisp sound. Not long after, some posts quietly appeared on major social platforms and forums. The protagonists of the photo are Lin Mo and Xinyu. There is nothing unusual about the content itself, but the shooting angle is very well chosen, and the speculative text is enough to make people imagine something new. The top floor of Su Group, the president's office. Su Qinghan had just finished a cross-border video conference and his assistant brought him coffee. She picked up the cup and planned to take a break. I swiped the tablet with my fingertips and browsed the latest financial information as usual. Suddenly, a push title popped up: Shocking Scandal of the Son-in-Law of Su Group? Intimate photos of him and a mysterious girl leaked. Su Qinghan paused and clicked. Several photos with ambiguous angles and inflammatory texts are clearly visible. She almost subconsciously grabbed the phone and dialed Lin Mo's number. The phone rang a few times before it was connected. Lin Mo's lazy voice with a hint of sleepiness came over. Hello? My dear wife, what's the matter that makes you so anxious to find me? Su Qinghan tried his best to suppress his anger, but his voice was still chilling. Lin Mo, right now, immediately, go read the headlines on the financial or entertainment pages. There was a pause on the other end of the phone, and then Lin Mo laughed softly. Oh? President Su is so concerned about my private life? What big thing happened that you bothered to inform me in person? Stop talking nonsense. Go and see for yourself. Su Qinghan's anger suddenly rose. She didn't even notice the commanding tone. She would get particularly angry whenever she encountered something related to Lin Mo. On the other end of the phone, Lin Mo's voice was still unhurried, dragging a casual tone. TSK, you were so angry, my dear wife. Okay, I'll go and see which blind person is making up stories about your husband again. Hello? My dear wife, is it urgent? Su Qinghan held the phone tightly, but spoke in a calm and cold voice. Lin Mo, immediately, go read the headlines on the financial or entertainment pages. There was a pause, and then Lin Mo chuckled. Oh? President Su is so concerned about my personal dynamics? What happened that you need to personally check on it? Stop talking nonsense. Go and see for yourself. Su Qinghan ordered Lin Mo loudly, and she was also shocked after she finished speaking. Lin Mo laughed softly on the other end of the phone, and no emotion could be heard. He slowly picked up the tablet at hand, the screen lit up, and he swiped it a few times casually with his fingertips. Chapter 54, Tonight. Financial section, entertainment section, headlines. Those photos with tricky angles, accompanied by imaginative texts, are clearly visible. Lin Mo uttered a hem and drew out the tone. This photo is quite photogenic, wife? The angle of the photo is indeed tricky, and the text is extremely ambiguous. However, Lin Mo's expression did not change at all. All of this was indeed within his expectations. It seemed that Li Haotian and Zhao Mingchen only had this unpresentable trick up their sleeve. I have checked. The mastermind behind this incident is a man named Zhao Mingchen. He arranged for Qin Yu to approach me. Zhao Mingchen? Su Qinghan was slightly stunned when he heard the name. What? Mr. Su knows him? Lin Mo keenly caught the pause in her tone. Su Qinghan on the other end of the phone was silent for a few seconds before he slowly spoke. Zhao Mingchen. I met him a few times when I was a kid. He is the second son of the Zhao family, but he went abroad very early and we haven't had much contact over the years. He and Li Haotian seem to have always had a good relationship. Li Haotian? Lin Mo's mouth curled up. It turned out to be Li Haotian. It seemed that the lesson I gave him before was not enough, and he dared to provoke me. The name flashed through his mind, instantly connecting all the clues. Lin Mo's eyes suddenly turned cold. It seemed that some people would never learn their lesson unless they were beaten to the ground. It seems that you, Mr. Su, have good luck with women. Lin Mo suddenly changed the subject and said with a hint of sarcasm. Su Qinghan's cheeks flushed when he heard this, and then he snorted coldly and retorted without showing any weakness. Same here. Mr. Lin's ability to attract bees and butterflies is not inferior to mine. Lin Mo laughed out loud. Mr. Su, thank you for the compliment. He continued in a relaxed tone, they are just some clowns who won't last for many days. Su Qinghan was silent for a few seconds, and when he spoke again, he was less tense. By the way, Mr. Su, Lin Mo dragged out the last syllable, with a somewhat nonsensical tone. Last time I took her out, she got disrupted by some ignorant people and I didn't even get to have a peaceful meal. This matter is over now, which is good. Isn't it time to fulfill the reward you promised me last night? Award? Su Qinghan's breathing was choked, and certain images flashed through her mind. Her knuckles tightened around the phone, and her ears felt slightly hot. She bit her lower lip and scolded, Lin Mo. You bastard. This scoundrel. It's already this hour, and he's still thinking about this. On the other end of the phone, Lin Mo deliberately made a tisk sound, took a rose from the vase on the table, rubbed the petals with his fingertips, and then spoke slowly. Hey, what President Su said, how am I a jerk? I worked so hard to help President Su solve his problems, and I even blocked for you. Now I want you to treat me to a meal as a small thank you in compensation. Is this request too much? He paused, then smiled and said, Boss Su, you are not thinking wrongly, are you? Invite you to dinner? Su Qinghan was stunned at first, and then she almost couldn't breathe. This guy was playing tricks on her again. What reward and what bastard? After all this fuss, all he talked about was eating. The phone in her hand was almost cracked by her. This Lin Mo was simply a fighter among rogues. But she really thought about it. You. Su Qinghan was so angry that he couldn't find any words to scold him. Lin Mo laughed softly on the other end of the phone, and the sound of his laughter penetrated into Su Qinghan's ears through the receiver, making her feel uneasy. How is it, Mr. Su? You don't plan to default on paying for this meal, do you? Lin Mo persisted, and the voice on the other end of the receiver was filled with joy. Su Qinghan took a deep breath and tried to calm his voice. Although she was very angry about being tricked, Lin Mo did help her this time. Not only did he solve the Su family's troubles, but he also got injured while saving her. It's only right to treat him to a meal. Okay. You decide the time and place. That's great. Lin Mo raised his voice. Then tonight, I'll pick the place and let you know then. President Su, remember to dress nicely. Got it. Su Qinghan responded unhappily, and without waiting for Lin Mo to say anything more, he hung up the phone. There was a busy tone in the receiver and Lin Mo raised his eyebrows. As for Li Haotian and that Zhao Mingchen, since they like to make trouble so much, he doesn't mind accompanying them to the end. Lin Mo turned his attention back to the pile of documents on his desk, and his expression returned to his usual calmness. He picked up the top one and began to read it. The sky outside the window gradually darkened. The afternoon heat was replaced by the coolness of the evening, and the last ray of sunset glow disappeared, giving the city's tall buildings a light warm color. The light in the office also becomes softer. After Lin Mo reviewed the last document, he threw it into the folder to be processed and breathed a sigh of relief. He picked up the intercom and said in a steady voice, "Notify Attorney Zhang from the legal department and Manager Wang from the public relations department to come to my office immediately." A moment later, two supervisors, a man and a woman, appeared in front of Lin Mo in a hurry. "Mr. Lin." Lin Mo leaned back in the large boss chair, and the atmosphere in the office seemed to become more solemn. "There has been some unrest outside the company recently, I'm sure you've heard about it. I don't want these groundless rumors to affect the company's normal operations and reputation." "Understood." Lawyer Zhang and Manager Wang responded, with sweat oozing from their foreheads. Lin Mo waved his hand. The office fell completely silent. Lin Mo raised his hand and looked at his watch. It was 7 o'clock. He recalled Su Qinghan's angry tone on the phone. This meal. He grabbed his coat from the back of the chair and put it on quickly, then walked out the door with his car keys in hand. The car merged into the night, and the street lights retreated one by one. The French restaurant chosen by Su Qinghan was located in a secluded street corner in the city center, and its style was quite good. The navigation system said it would take another 10 minutes, and Lin Mo was familiar with the route. The car stopped in the dedicated parking space and the engine was turned off. Just as he put his hand on the door handle, his movement paused. There was a figure standing at the door of the restaurant, and he didn't look like Su Qinghan. "Who's there?" I took out my cell phone and the screen lit up 6:40. "The appointment is at 8 o'clock. He cursed under his breath and raised his hand to rub his forehead. I glanced at the clock before leaving the house. It was clearly 7 o'clock. What happened? Did I remember it wrong? Going in now would seem too impatient. Su Qinghan is always punctual, so it is impossible to expect her to arrive early. Lin Mo leaned back and folded down the seat, ready to kill the next hour or so in the car. Outside the car window, there were many people coming in and out of the restaurant, all dressed very elegantly. The warm yellow light reflected the restaurant sign, making it a little blurry. Lin Mo swiped the screen of his mobile phone, and a piece of financial news just popped up. Chapter 55, Performance of Deep Love. There was a lot of noise coming from the restaurant door, a mixture of women's screams and men's shouting. He didn't look up. In a place like this, it was not uncommon to see couples quarreling or some drunken rich kid going crazy. Unexpectedly, the noise at the door not only did not stop, but instead became more and more intense. The booing, mixed with applause and shrill whistles, came one after another. Lin Mo frowned, and finally looked away from his phone and towards the restaurant entrance. After just one glance, he stopped swiping his phone. In the crowd, a slender figure wearing a light-colored dress and with long hair draped over her shoulders was surrounded by a group of people, looking helpless. It's Tian Shui. A man in a floral shirt, holding a tacky bouquet of red roses, was kneeling on one knee in front of Tian Shui, with a very loud voice. Xiao Xue. Be my girlfriend. I really love you. From the first time I saw you, I couldn't help myself. Give me a chance and let me take care of you. The greasy tone and exaggerated expression made Lin Mo almost roll his eyes. What year is it now? Why are you still doing this? Tian Shui shrank back, her voice trembling, obviously frightened, and waved her hands repeatedly. Wang Xiao, please, don't do this, we are really not suitable. But the people around who were watching the fun didn't mind the trouble and were as excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Promise him. Promise him. Oh my God, this is so romantic. Together. Together. Some people took out their cell phones and took a lot of photos. The flash made Tian Shui's embarrassed face look pale. Lin Mo tapped his fingertips on the steering wheel. Why does Tian Shui always run into such bad things? Seeing that there were more people than him, the man in the flowered shirt became bolder. He grabbed the hand holding the rose and tried to pull Tian Shui and force the flower into his hand. Tian Shui stepped back in fear, her body trembling, and begged in a sobbing voice, "Mr. Wang, please get up quickly, please don't do this, it's ugly." "Xiao Xue, I won't get up if you don't agree to me." Wang Xiao simply acted like a rogue, as if he must succeed today. "Don't you know how I treat you? Be a witness for everyone, and give me a chance." The booing became louder, and someone even blew a hooligan whistle, "Give me a kiss. Give me a kiss." Tian Shui was surrounded in the middle, her face flushed, her eyes were red, and tears rolled in her eyes, looking really pitiful. Lin Mo smacked his lips. He has always disliked this kind of drama where people take advantage of their numbers to stir up trouble and play moral blackmail. He had an impression of Tian Shui, that girl, who seemed to always run into this kind of trouble. The commotion and smoke at the entrance of the restaurant have really affected his plans for tonight. He didn't hesitate and started the car again. The engine roared softly, not explosively, but special enough. He didn't honk the horn, but just gently turned the steering wheel, turned the front of the car slightly, and then stepped on the accelerator. The sports car with smooth lines drove slowly and steadily towards the area where the crowd was most concentrated. There was a commotion behind the crowd, and then a passage automatically split open as if pushed aside by an invisible hand. Lin Mo held the steering wheel and drove slowly. The front of the car stopped precisely between Tian Shui and Wang Xiao, who was kneeling on one knee, just right, separating them from the guys who were making a fuss outside. He pushed open the car door, took a step with his long legs, and got out of the car. He was dressed casually in a white t-shirt and dark jeans, looking just like a college graduate. Lin Mo walked straight towards Wang Xiao, who was still kneeling on the ground, and stood in front of Tian Shui. "Sir, the girl doesn't want to, she's made it very clear. Isn't it a bit embarrassing for you to do this?" Wang Xiao was already furious because his carefully planned good thing was interrupted. Seeing a strange boy coming out to disrupt the situation, he became even more angry. He got up from the ground in a panic, his knees were weak and he staggered for a while before he could stand firm. Pulling at the folds of his designer suit, Wang Xiao yelled at Lin Mo, "Who the hell are you? You dare to meddle in my business? Get out of here and stop getting in my way." Although he was cursing fiercely, he glanced at the car behind Lin Mo out of the corner of his eye. In the setting sun, the smooth lines of the car body and the unique logo made him feel dizzy. This car is not something that ordinary people can drive. No matter how arrogant Wang Xiao was, he was not a fool and couldn't help but feel doubtful. When Tian Shui saw who was coming, she almost instinctively shrank back behind Lin Mo, tightly grasping the corner of his clothes with one hand. "Lin. Senior Lin Mo?" she said weakly, why are you here?" As soon as she finished speaking, she grabbed the hem of Lin Mo's t-shirt, and the heat from her cheeks passed through the thin material. Lin Mo felt the force of the corner of his clothes being grasped tightly, and the gaze from behind that was almost staring through his back. He didn't turn around, still looking at Wang Xiao. "It doesn't matter who I am. What's important is that if you force a girl who doesn't want to do it, it will be embarrassing for you, Wang Xiao, if this gets out." He took 2 steps forward. "We are all adults, be decent and be nice to everyone." Wang Xiao felt a tightness in his chest after hearing these bland words. Looking at Lin Mo's calm and composed appearance, and then at the sports car that he had worked hard for many years to get, the anger in his heart was suppressed a little. Who is this guy? He looks young, is he from a rich family? Or is he a newly emerged rich second generation? Wang Chang knows a few well-known local people, but not this one. The more you can't figure it out, the more uncertain you become. If it's really someone you can't afford to offend, then I'll just lose face today. It's better than getting into big trouble. But Wang Xiao glanced at Tian Shui, who was hiding behind Lin Mo, with only a pair of eyes looking at him timidly, and the feeling of unwillingness came up again. In order to pursue Tian Shui, he invested a lot of money and put in a lot of effort. Today's scene, the roses, the candles, and the atmosphere group around making noises, many of them were paid for by him. It seemed like it was about to succeed, but then out of nowhere this Cheng Yao Jin showed up, and he was driving a sports car. How could he swallow this? He walked away in disgrace in front of Tian Shui and so many people. Where would he, young Master Wang, put his face in the future? Humph. Wang Xiao snorted coldly, "It's not your turn as an outsider to interfere in what's going on between Xiao Xue and me. Xiao Xue, come here and explain clearly in front of him whether you really don't want to. Is this guy playing tricks on you?" When Tian Shui was called, she hid behind Lin Mo again and whispered, I don't want to, Master Wang, we are really not suitable. Lin Mo turned his head slightly, then turned back to look at Wang Xiao, and said jokingly, "Did you hear that? She said she didn't want to." "So, Wang Xiao, are you going to continue to perform your deep love here, or are you going to leave in a decent manner?" Chapter 56. The real boss is here. You. Wang Xiao's breath was stuck in his chest, his throat was tight, and he couldn't utter a complete word for a long time. His breathing became heavier. The whispers from the people watching the fun made his cheeks feel hot. The hand pointing at Lin Mo kept shaking. Scold? The other party seems to be indifferent, and it would only bring shame to oneself if one scolds him. Wang Xiao felt a tightness in his chest, and the air was blocking his breath, making him feel anxious. Tian Shui, that girl, really wanted to hang herself on Lin Mo. She was so affectionate that Wang Xiao clenched his fists. Wang Xiao took a deep breath and exhaled heavily. He looked Lin Mo up and down. He couldn't tell the brand of his clothes and shoes, and the material was ordinary. Apart from the flashy sports car at the door, he couldn't see anything special about them. "Kid, I don't give a damn where you come from," Wang Xiao said with some lack of confidence. "Tian Shui, I've been pursuing the campus beauty in our school for a long time. Go and ask her around. If you know what's best for you, get out of here and don't make things difficult for yourself." Lin Mo raised his eyebrows and asked indifferently, "Oh? Really?" Wang Xiao felt a chill on the back of his neck for no reason. This Mr. Wang, harassing female classmates in broad daylight and trying to force things on them, this is not a good influence, right? Otherwise, I can find some time to talk to your school leaders? Lin Mo's few words were light and airy, but Wang Xiao's throat felt dry and his face felt hot. He opened his mouth several times, but the words reached the tip of his tongue and he swallowed them back. The other party's calm and composed demeanor made him lose most of the arrogance he had just mustered. Driving that kind of car and speaking so logically, this guy must be a tough nut to crack. Wang Xiao froze in place, not knowing what to do for a moment. Just then, someone in the crowd suddenly started shouting, "Hey, wait! This guy, why does he look so familiar to me? Now that you mention it, hiss. I remember now. Wasn't it the guy on the news a few days ago who saved someone by the river and gave him $1 million? It's him. There's no way he can escape. Fuck. It's really him. Brother by one. The living brother by one." A little internet celebrity who was live streaming with his phone in hand reacted the fastest. His camera almost hid Lin Mo's face, and he shouted at the top of his voice, "Family members. Family members. Look here. I caught a wild millionaire at the entrance of Imperial Kitchen. He's the one who saved the programmer who jumped into the river and gave him $1 million without blinking an eye. He's the godlike big brother." With this shout, the crowd went completely wild. "What? He is that Lin Mo? Oh my god. He's more energetic in person than in the video, and so young. I knew it. He's driving a car like that. It turns out he's a real boss. 1 million. He gave it to me without even frowning. What a generous man. Compared to him, Master Wang is just a little brother." "Brother? You're not even qualified to carry my shoes. Master Wang, are you still chasing after the school beauty? The real boss is here." Wang Chang stood there stupidly, looked at Lin Mo, then glanced at the excited crowd. He felt cold in his hands and feet and his head was pounding. That bit of arrogance had long since flown away to Java, and now all that was left was a tightness in my back. Is it possible for a person like him to get away with throwing out $1 million? I'm afraid that just a little finger from others would be enough to make him pack up and leave. At this moment, the antique vermilion lacquered door of the Imperial Kitchen creaked open. A middle-aged man in a neat suit came out quickly, followed by 2 receptionists in Cheongsam. The manager had a smiling face and hurried towards Lin Mo. Before he arrived, his enthusiastic voice came first. As for Wang Chang and Tian Shui who were standing aside, he didn't even glance at them. "Oh, Mr. Lin, I am sorry for not welcoming you in person. I am sorry for not welcoming you in person. Miss Su has been waiting for you in the private room of Yunding Palace upstairs for a long time. She has specifically told you to come up immediately upon your arrival. You must not neglect this distinguished guest." Henteing Palace? That is the legendary top-notch private room in the Imperial Kitchen. It is said that it is never open to the public and is only used to entertain those big shots who are truly well connected. As soon as these words were spoken, the onlookers gasped in surprise. When they looked at Lin Mo again, their surprise had quietly turned into awe and inquiry. Wang Chang originally wanted to show off in front of Tian Shui with the little money at home, but what happened? Lin Mo not only had more money than him, but even the manager of the Imperial Kitchen had to run out and bow to greet him. Wang Chang's face turned as red as a pig's liver, and he couldn't utter a word for a long time. The face was hit and it hurt so much. He made a few hoarse sounds in his throat, and finally dared to utter a few harsh words. "Boy, you are awesome. I, Wang Chang, will remember what happened today. We will see." After saying that, he pushed through the crowd and almost ran away. As soon as Wang Chang disappeared around the corner, the familiar electronic sound rang in Lin Mo's mind. Ding! It was detected that the host acted bravely and successfully helped the schoolgirl get rid of unnecessary harassment. The cash reward of 100,000 yuan has been deposited into the system account. At this time, Tian Shui, who had been hiding quietly behind Lin Mo, slowly moved out. Her body was still a little weak, and it took her a long time to find her voice, and she was still feeling a bit scared. Senior Lin Mo. Tian Shui twisted the corner of her clothes unconsciously with her fingers and spoke tremblingly. Today? Thank you so much for today. If it weren't for you, I don't know what to do. When she thought of Wang Chang's look just now and the booing of the people around him, she shuddered. Lin Mo hummed, "It's just a piece of cake." He paused and added, "Stay away from people like that in the future." Tian Shui nodded vigorously, mustering up all her courage. Senior, to thank you, can I treat you to a meal? In her heart, Senior Lin Mo is not only rich and handsome, but also has a strong sense of justice. He is simply the perfect prince who walked out of a fairy tale. If I had the honor of having dinner with him, it would be. Lin Mo raised his hand and looked at his watch, then smiled gently at her. I appreciate your kindness, but you don't have to have dinner with me. He paused, then added, it's getting late. You're a girl, go back to school early and be careful on the road. What a joke, today it was Su Qinghan who took the initiative to ask him out for dinner. This was the first time in history and it was of great significance. Not to mention a thank you meal, even if the sky fell, it would not delay his date with Su Qinghan. The light in Tian Shui's eyes dimmed at a speed visible to the naked eye. She originally thought that since Lin Mo had helped her so much and was so gentle to her, maybe he would have some special feelings for her. Chapter 57, Playing with These Clowns. She had even started thinking about what clothes she would wear if Lin Mo really asked her out. In the end, what I got was such a decisive rejection. Oh. Okay, senior. Tian Shui lowered her head somewhat disappointedly, then. I'll go first. Thank you very much for today. She forced a smile and walked towards the school, looking back every few steps. Her frail figure looked a little lonely under the light of the street lamp. Lin Mo looked at her leaving back, his heart calm. He is not central air conditioning and does not have so much overflowing sympathy. I helped her only because I couldn't stand Wang Chang's behavior, and I also wanted to help her clear up the little troubles before the date. As Wang Chang and Tian Shui left, the crowd gradually dispersed. After all, the real protagonists have left and the excitement is almost over. However, the legend about millionaire investment guy Lin Mo will probably continue to circulate in Jiangcheng University and even the entire Jiangcheng for a while. At this moment, a black Bentley Mulsanne with smooth lines slid silently to the door of Imperial Kitchen and stopped steadily. Lin Mo recognized the unique license plate number at a glance. It was Su Qinghan's car. Lin Mo raised a faint smile, straightened his collar, and walked over with his long legs. He walked to the back door of the car, and without waiting for the driver to do anything, he stretched out his hand and opened the door very gentlemanly. When the car door opened, the first thing that came into view was a pair of petite jade feet wrapped in black silk high heels, followed by slender and straight calves, wrapped in well-tailored white suit pants, outlining amazing leg lines. Su Qinghan leaned forward slightly and walked out of the car. Today, she was wearing a smart white suit and skirt, still with that cold and indifferent aura that kept strangers away. Lin Mo had an appreciative smile on his lips and naturally bent his right arm in an inviting gesture. Su Qinghan's gaze paused for a few seconds on Lin Mo's outstretched arm. She hesitated for a moment, then gently placed her well-maintained slender hand on Lin Mo's forearm. The coolness of the fingertips, accompanied by a faint and elegant fragrance, quietly came through the thin fabric of the suit. Lin Mo's heart moved slightly. Let's go, Mr. Su, don't let the food wait too long. Lin Mo sounded like he was in a good mood. Su Qinghan's body temperature could be felt on my arm, clearly visible through the clothes. She said nothing, just nodded slightly and let him hold her arm. The two walked side by side into the carved wooden door of the imperial kitchen. The manager who was waiting in the lobby smiled warmly upon seeing the two people. He bowed and said, "Mr. Lin, Miss Su, the private rooms are ready. Please come this way." The manager led the way, through a corridor lined with calligraphy and paintings, and up to the second floor. Push open a heavy wooden door and you will see the Yunding Palace inside. They didn't have to wait long. The dishes were served quickly and filled the table. Su Qinghan still didn't talk much, but he didn't seem reserved either. Lin Mo picked up a piece of something crystal clear with his serving chopsticks and put it on the small plate in front of her. "Qinghan, try this." Su Qinghan looked at the food on the plate, then looked at Lin Mo. After a pause, she picked up the small silver spoon, scooped a little, and ate it slowly. "It tastes good. As long as you like it." Lin Mo also picked up a piece for himself with his chopsticks. Her originally cold features seemed to be a little softer at this moment. Su Qinghan picked up the teacup, took a sip of tea, and looked out the window. After a while, she asked, "Was it quite lively downstairs just now?" Lin Mo wiped his mouth with a napkin, and there was nothing unusual in his tone. "Oh, it's just a small matter, it's been resolved, it doesn't affect it." Su Qinghan withdrew his gaze from the window and looked at him. "That's good." As he finished speaking, the only sound in the private room was the occasional soft clinking of porcelain. The green smoke of the finest agar wood in the stove curls up, and its elegant aroma is intertwined with the fragrance of the dishes, making people feel relaxed and happy. During the meal, Lin Mo would occasionally talk about some interesting stories in school, or comment on a dish. Su Qinghan just listened quietly most of the time. Occasionally, there would be a brief response. Just a few times, she would unconsciously turn her head towards his smiling face as he spoke, and her gaze would linger on him for a moment longer. The atmosphere of this meal was relaxed, and there was a subtle warmth. After dinner, Lin Mo still considerately opened the car door for Su Qinghan. After she was seated firmly, he walked around to the other side and got in the car. The black Bentley Mulsanne started silently, drove out of the bright lights of the imperial kitchen, blended into the thick night, and headed straight towards the Su family mansion. An indescribable silence permeated the carriage. Su Qinghan leaned against the backrest, his eyes fixed on the rapidly receding night scene outside the window. After a long while, she suddenly said, "Lin Mo." "Whom?" Lin Mo turned his head. "You." Su Qinghan paused. In the end, she just shook her head gently, "Nothing." After saying that, he turned his face to the window again. It seemed that what he just said was just Lin Mo's illusion. Lin Mo didn't ask any more questions. Inside the car, there was nothing else except the slight sound of the tires rolling over the road. The neon lights outside the window were rapidly receding, looking bizarre and dazzling. Su Qinghan looked at the changing colors, and his fingers resting on his knees unconsciously closed. Lin Mo leaned back in his chair with his eyes closed, but there was an unusual quietness in the air. The Bentley slid silently into the Su family mansion and stopped in front of the brightly lit main building. Without waiting for the driver to move, Lin Mo pushed the door open, got out of the car, walked around to the other side and opened the door for her. Su Qinghan stepped out, and the evening breeze blew up the strands of hair on her forehead. "Lin Mo." She suddenly stopped, and her voice was a little soft in the silent courtyard. "Thanks." Lin Mo curled his lips and said casually, "My dear wife, this is too formal." The almost invisible curve at the corner of Su Qinghan's lips was an acknowledgement of his closeness. She said nothing more, and walked naturally side by side with him towards the brightly lit main house. After returning to the room, Lin Mo did not rush to rest. He walked straight to the window and overlooked the silent night. He took out his cell phone, and the screen was silent, with no missed calls or unread messages. Lin Mo's mouth curled up in an arc of understanding. Li Haotian, Zhao Mingchen, these two guys must have received the news, and the online turmoil has been completely suppressed. This is just the beginning. Lin Mo whispered, a cold light flashing in his eyes. He is not in a hurry. He has plenty of patience and is willing to play slowly with these clowns. The private room of a top club in the city is in sharp contrast to the tranquility of the Su family mansion. Chapter 59. You dare to play tricks on me? Mr. Zhao, I'm completely confused by what you said. What's the matter? I've been very busy lately and I can't remember a lot of things. Zhao Mingchen on the other end of the phone was breathing heavily, obviously very angry. Lin Mo. I told you to seduce Lin Mo and take pictures of him. Stop playing dumb with me. Ochinyu said jokingly in a long drawn-out voice. Boss Xiao, you've really made things difficult for me. Lin Mo looks gentle, but he's actually very shrewd and alert. I've tried so hard to get a few blurry photos, which are just glimpses at best. What's the use of them? Zhao Mingchen didn't believe it at all and interrupted him directly. I don't care what method you use. This time, it must be explosive material. Bed photos. Do you understand? As long as you can take a photo of him and you making out, 100,000. I'll give it to you right away. He paused, and his tone was condescending. Xinyu, 100,000 yuan is enough for you to work hard for several years, right? There are not many opportunities to make money for free. 100,000? Xinyu almost crushed the phone. This number is so funny coming out of Zhao Mingchen's mouth. 100,000 yuan? Just want her to take the risk and take a photo of Lin Mo in bed? This Zhao Mingchen, does he really think she is the fool who has never seen the world and would rub her conscience on the ground for a few pieces of information? She cleared her throat and said, Mr. Zhao, are you sure it's 100,000 yuan? Isn't it going to be 1 million if you add a zero at the end? Or, let's be more generous and say 10 million. Zhao Mingchen was irritated by her sarcastic tone. What do you mean? $100,000, you think it's too little? In Zhao Mingchen's eyes, 100,000 yuan was already a blessing from heaven. For a woman like Xinyu who climbed up from the bottom of society, to have the opportunity to be a dog for Zhao Mingchen is a blessing she has earned in 8 lifetimes. If it weren't for the fact that she is pretty and has been quite obedient in the past, how could she have gotten such a good job? 100,000 yuan is more than enough to buy her life, and she still dares to haggle with him about the price? It's totally nonsense. This kind of woman is born to be a stepping stone for others. She should be grateful and kowtow to express her gratitude for the chance to lick the soles of his shoes. Puff. Xinyu couldn't hold it back after all, and a light laugh escaped from her throat. Her laughter sounded particularly harsh when it reached Zhao Mingchen's ears through the telephone receiver. What are you laughing at? Zhao Mingchen's tone suddenly became irritable. He felt that he had been fooled by this woman. Xinyu finally stopped laughing and said slowly, Boss Xiao, I am laughing at you, but you really look down on me. What the hell do you mean? Zhao Mingchen's anger had broken through the last line of defensive reason. It's nothing. Xinyu said in a light tone. Mr. Zhao, you may not know yet? My current boss is Lin Mo, Mr. Lin. Zhao Mingchen on the other end of the phone was stunned when he heard this, and then he angrily said, What did you say? You work for that poor guy Lin Mo? Xinyu, are you crazy? How much money can he pay you? Not much, not much. Xinyu said boastfully. Mr. Lin is a good person, considerate of his subordinates, and only pays me 100,000 yuan a month. What? 100,000 a month? Zhao Mingchen shouted in disbelief. Li Haotian beside him also heard it and was also shocked. How could that poor boy Lin Mo pay Xinyu a salary of 100,000 yuan a month? Where did he get so much money? Xinyu felt pleased when she heard Zhao Mingchen's shocked voice. Just to make him angry. Xinyu sneered in his heart. This Zhao Mingchen has been thinking about how to deal with General Manager Lin all day long. Does he really think that I, Xinyu, am a soft persimmon that can be bullied at will? Now, let him experience the feeling of being slapped in the face. The person he wanted to deal with was her boss. It felt really good to take a small revenge for Lin Mo. She continued slowly, Yes, Mr. Zhao, isn't it a coincidence? You just said that if you can take a photo of Mr. Lin in bed, you will give me 100,000. But Mr. Lin said that if someone wants to bribe me, wants to use money to hit me, he will pay double the price. Her tone became more playful, so, Mr. Zhao, your 100,000 yuan is really not enough. If you really want me to take pictures of Mr. Lin's bed, you have to at least take out 200,001 yuan, right? Otherwise, how can I be worthy of the trust Mr. Lin has given me? You. Zhao Mingchen was so angry that he was shaking all over. He was actually humiliated by a woman like Xinyu. This stinky bitch. How dare he plot against him? And, Mr. Zhao. Xinyu's voice continued. 100,000 yuan is just my basic monthly salary, and Mr. Lin still. Shut up. Zhao Mingchen finally couldn't help it and yelled into the phone. Xinyu, you traitorous bitch. How long do you think Lin Mo can protect you? When he gets tired of you, I'll see what you'll do. Ha, you don't have to worry about this, Mr. Zhao. Xinyu sneered. She held the phone in one hand and glanced casually across the living room. This was the high-end apartment that Lin Mo arranged for her. The location and decoration alone are beyond the imagination of a stingy boss like Zhao Mingchen, who only knows how to exploit his employees. Thinking of Zhao Mingchen's condescending and alms-giving face just now, Xinyu felt contempt in her heart. He was so stingy and shameless. He wanted to bribe her with 100,000 yuan. It was such a joke. At least now, Mr. Lin treats me very well. He is not like some people who only use people as guns and want to throw them away after they are done with them. Mr. Zhao, I advise you to save some money. I will not work for you anymore. You should save the little money you have to buy medicine for yourself. I see you are very angry. You dare to play tricks on me? Xinyu, just wait for me. I won't forgive you. Zhao Mingchen roared in frustration, his voice hoarse with anger. I'm at your service anytime. Xinyu said these 4 words and hung up the phone without hesitation. Listening to the busy tone coming from the other end of the phone, Zhao Mingchen was so angry that his eyes went dark. He suddenly smashed the phone in his hand against the opposite wall. Bang! With a loud bang, the phone instantly broke into pieces, with parts scattered all over the floor. Lin Mo. Damn it! Zhao Mingchen roared like crazy in the box. He swept all the wine bottles and cups on the coffee table to the ground like crazy. Crackle! The sharp sound of shattering echoed throughout the box. Li Haotian was shocked by this sudden change. He huddled in a corner of the sofa, watching Zhao Mingchen's actions, not daring to say a word, fearing that he would be the next to suffer. Chapter 58. We still have a card in our hand. The place was filled with smoke and the smell of alcohol was overwhelming. Li Haotian and Zhao Mingchen were slumped in the sofa, each one looking uglier than the other, with the low table in front of them littered with empty wine bottles. Fuck! What the hell is going on? Li Haotian suddenly threw the crystal glass in his hand to the ground. With a loud crash, glass shards splashed everywhere, and the sound was sharp and piercing in the box. His eyes were red and bloodshot, his anger had reached its peak. They had planned a big show, with photos and videos all thrown out at once, just waiting for that poor boy Lin Mo to be completely disgraced and kicked out by Su Qinghan. What's the result? I waited for half a night, but I didn't see any public opinion explosion, not even a splash. Those posts and videos on the internet, damn, it's weird. They just disappeared out of thin air, deleted completely. At first, they were cursing and swearing, thinking that poor Lin Mo had found some shabby company from some corner and was doing something behind the scenes. But looking at the speed of deleting posts, this clean and efficient method, how could a small company be capable of this? Su Group Public Relations Department. Zhao Mingchen's voice was mixed with the choking smell of cigarettes in the box, making it difficult to hear. The platforms that were directly contacted were all suppressed. The cigarette butt between his fingers flickered, making the air around him a little thicker. You mean, Suze? Li Haotian almost bounced up from the sofa, and his elbow knocked over a pile of wine bottles on the low table, which rolled all over the floor with a clang. He rushed to Zhao Mingchen in 2 steps and screamed, Su Qinghan? Is she sick? Doesn't she hate that kind of shit the most? Lin Mo, that bastard, has been in such a state, and she is still protecting him? Is she crazy or was she kicked by a donkey? There's something weird about this. Who is Su Qinghan? He is aloof and proud, and his reputation is more important than anything else. How could he possibly wade into such muddy water and clean up the mess for that loser Lin Mo? It's absolutely ridiculous. Zhao Mingchen crushed the cigarette butt into the ashtray. The bluish-white smoke had not yet dissipated, and he scratched his hair impatiently, almost scratching his scalp. Fuck. I can't fucking figure it out. Originally, I thought Su Qinghan was just using Lin Mo as a temporary shield, someone he would throw away after use. This situation is totally incomprehensible. What is that woman up to? Li Haotian didn't know where to put his hands and walked back and forth several times. Could it be that Su Qinghan is really into that guy named Lin? As soon as he said this, he laughed dryly twice and shook his head vigorously. What bullshit! How could the goddess whom Li Haotian held in his palms, who was afraid of dropping her, fall for a poor guy like Lin Mo? A loser who had nothing? Bullshit! Zhao Mingchen shouted, causing the box to buzz. Is Su Qinghan blind? How could she like Lin Mo? Unless the sun rises from the west. There must be something else going on here. Li Haotian was completely deflated and sat back on the sofa. What the hell can we do? Su Qinghan has already come out personally, our little tricks are useless. The smell of smoke and alcohol in the box was even stronger, making my head hurt. Zhao Mingchen didn't respond, but just stared gloomily at the empty wine bottles lying all over the low table, holding a glass. After a long while, he spoke gloomily. She, Su Qinghan, wants to protect her, right? Fine, I'll make sure she can't protect her. He suddenly raised his eyes and looked straight at Li Haotian, Xinyu. Don't forget, we still have a card in our hand, Xinyu. Li Haotian jumped up from the sofa again, and his previous dejection was replaced by a ferocious excitement. Yes. Xinyu. Damn it, let Xinyu add more explosive material. Make it more exciting. I don't believe that Su Qinghan can still sit still after seeing Lin Mo rolling around in bed with other women. Zhao Mingchen snorted and laughed, picked up the half-remaining glass of wine on the table, tilted his head back and drank it. I want her to be unable to even cry. If once doesn't work, try twice. If twice doesn't work, try 3 times. I don't believe that Lin Mo can always be a fool. As long as we catch him with solid evidence of cheating, I'll see how Su Qinghan can protect him. A hint of cruelty flashed in Zhao Mingchen's eyes. I'll call Xinyu now. He moved quickly and took out his cell phone immediately. He tapped the screen with his finger and was about to dial Qinyu's number. At this moment, Xinyu was humming a tuneless song in the small apartment that Lin Mo had just bought for her. She was in such a good mood that she felt like flying. She was packing her luggage leisurely. This small apartment is not large, but it is located in a prime location. It is only a dozen minutes' walk from Lin's investment company where she works, which is very convenient. The decoration and furnishings in the house also exuded a sense of warmth and elegance, which was a world apart from her previous pigeon cage-like rental house. The most important thing is that this apartment was personally arranged for her by Lin Mo, her young and promising new boss. Whenever Xinyu thought of Lin Mo, the curve of his mouth never dropped. She was really blind before to think that people like Zhao Mingchen and Li Haotian were worthy of her fawning over. Compared to Lin Mo, those two are just mud in the stinking ditch, not even worthy of carrying shoes. Lin Mo is not only young and handsome, but also generous. Most importantly, he respects people and treats her as a serious employee rather than a tool that can be summoned and dismissed at will. Xinyu was folding clothes, feeling very happy. Just then, the cell phone rang suddenly. Xinyu picked it up and saw the 3 big words Zhao Mingchen pop up on the screen. The corners of her mouth that had just been raised instantly drooped, and undisguised disgust crept up her eyebrows. The lingering dog. Xinyu didn't even look at it a second time and cut it off directly. To such a person, even one more word would pollute your ears. But within 2 seconds of the phone screen going black, the life-threatening ringtone rang again. It was Zhao Mingchen again. She glanced at the 3 words Zhao Mingchen on the screen and frowned slightly. TSK. He tapped the screen twice impatiently, and finally swiped open to answer the call. Hello. There was an obvious pause on the other end of the phone, and Zhao Mingchen's voice came through after a few seconds. It sounded a little tense and deeper. Xinyu, it's me. Hey, Mr. Zhao. Xinyu changed her hand to hold the phone and continued to organize the things at hand. She said in a sarcastic tone, any instructions? The man's breathing became heavier. After a long while, he gritted his teeth and said, how is the thing I asked you to do before? Xinyu stopped what she was doing, brought the phone closer, and chuckled into the microphone, slowly and calmly. She sneered in her heart but looked innocent. Chapter 60. You are the star of our school today. That woman Xinyu actually dared to turn against them at the last minute, and turned around and made fun of the 2 of them, humiliating them severely. What the fuck is this? Lin Mo. It's Lin Mo again. This damn Lin Mo. Zhao Mingchen's eyes turned red, veins on his forehead bulged out. He wished he could pull that bastard Lin Mo out and grind him to dust. His carefully planned plan was easily ruined by that bastard Lin Mo. Not only that, he also made Zhao Mingchen lose face in front of that bitch Xinyu, and became a complete idiot. Chen, brother Chen. Li Haotian's throat was dry, his voice was trembling, and he smiled carefully. You, please calm down first. It's just Xinyu. It's not worth your anger. Without her, we can think of other ways. Another way? Zhao Mingchen turned his head suddenly, and his fierce energy almost swallowed Li Haotian. Tell me the fuck, what other options are there now? That bitch Su Qinghan is protecting him. That stinky bitch Xinyu has also fucking turned against him. Now, what can we do to that bastard Lin Mo? Li Haotian was so frightened by his loud shout that his neck shrank suddenly, and in the end he didn't dare to utter a word. The box was in a mess and the air was terribly dead silent. All that was left was Zhao Mingchen's heavy breathing like a wild beast, and the extremely suppressed anger that almost ignited the entire space. Lin Mo naturally had no idea how furious Zhao Mingchen and Li Haotian were in the box, and he was too lazy to find out. He was enjoying this rare moment of peace and quiet. The next day, Lin Mo woke up at daybreak. He stretched and felt refreshed. After a simple wash, Lin Mo changed into a clean set of casual clothes. The young man in the mirror had a calmness between his brows that he had never had before. He looked at himself in the mirror and found himself completely different from the young boy he used to be. Pushing open the door, Lin Mo walked down the stairs. The huge villa was quiet at this moment, and there was no one in the living room. In the restaurant, breakfast was already on the table and was still warm, but there was no one at the table either. Su Qinghan was not there, and neither were her parents. Lin Mo was puzzled. Just as he was thinking about it, he saw Aunt Zhang walking out of the kitchen wearing an apron. When Aunt Zhang saw Lin Mo, she hurriedly greeted him respectfully. "Mr. Lin, you are up." "Good morning, Aunt Zhang." Lin Mo nodded and spoke casually. "Where are Qinghan and the others? Are they all out?" "Yes." Aunt Zhang wiped her hands on her apron. "Mr. and Mrs. went to the company early in the morning. Miss just left, saying that there was an important morning meeting in the company. Everyone is busy." He was the only one sitting at the huge dining table. That's good, being alone brings peace and quiet. He sat down at the dining table, ate his breakfast leisurely, and spread out the speech manuscript in his hand. He went through each of the densely packed words on the A4 paper several times. "If you say you are not scared at all, having to speak in front of so many people, especially at such a grand occasion as your alma mater's graduation ceremony, you are just deceiving yourself. In my 2 lifetimes combined, there are only a handful of moments like this in the spotlight. In the past, when the teacher called on me to answer a question in class, my throat would tighten. Not to mention the teachers and students from the entire school who were packed with people in the audience this time, there might also be school leaders and some special guests. I have memorized the manuscript." But he still wanted to go through it a few more times to find that feeling. If your calves cramp, your brain gets confused, and you get stuck, it will be so embarrassing. After breakfast, Lin Mo glanced at his watch and it was about time. He grabbed his car keys, got up and walked out the door. I opened the car door, sat in the driver's seat, started the engine, and the car started smoothly, skillfully merging into the busy traffic during rush hour. At the gate of Jiangzhou University, students and vehicles were already entering and exiting one after another. Lin Mo slowed down the car. Under the shade of the tree near the school gate, a familiar figure came into his sight. His counselor, Wang Jiangwo. Teacher Wang is in his 50s, with a lot of gray hair. He wears a pair of black-framed glasses and a simple white shirt with dark trousers. He looks like an ordinary university faculty member. Lin Mo parked the car steadily in an empty space not far from Teacher Wang, turned off the engine, and pushed the door open to get out. "Teacher Wang," he shouted, his voice full of excitement. Wang Jiangwo was craning his neck to look toward the school gate. When he heard the shout, he turned around abruptly. When Wang Jiangwo saw the eye-catching car and saw clearly that it was Lin Mo who got out, his black-framed glasses almost slipped off. He was stunned for a moment, then rushed forward in a few steps, his voice raised. "Hey! Lin Mo! You are finally here." He came up to Lin Mo in just 2 steps and slapped his shoulder with his big hand with quite a bit of force. "Good job, kid." Wang Jiangwo patted him again and kept looking at him. "Tisk, tsk, it's been such a long time since we last saw each other, and you're already driving such a nice car. You really bring honor to our department, no, our school." He spoke loudly, and the students and parents coming in and out couldn't help but look over here, their eyes moving back and forth between the car and Lin Mo. Lin Mo felt a little embarrassed by his series of enthusiasm and raised his hand to touch the tip of his nose. "Teacher Wang, please don't make fun of me. It's mainly because of the school and you who cultivated me. If you hadn't helped me back then." "Hey!" Wang Jiangwo interrupted him with a wave of his hand, and said cheerfully, "Why bring up those trivial things? The most important thing is that you are determined to do well and work hard. I saw at that time that you are a sincere and smart kid, and you will definitely have a great future. What do you think? My vision is not bad, right? Teacher Wang, you are very perceptive." Teacher Wang's undisguised praise came one after another. The poor boy who couldn't even pay for his tuition back then can now drive back home in a nice car. This feeling is very complicated. Fortunately, those people's expectations were not in vain. Of course. Wang Jiangwo raised his chin, looking quite proud. Come on, the principal and the others are waiting to see you backstage in the auditorium. You are the star of our school today. What? You want to see the principal again? Lin Mo paused, he had never heard of such an arrangement. How can we miss you? Wang Jiangwo slapped him on the shoulder with such force that the lines on his face showed joy. You are now the star of Jiangzhou University. You were outstanding in school, and you started your own company right after graduation, and it is thriving. The school leaders have long been talking about meeting you and having a good chat. Chapter 61, Luck is also a kind of strength. So, when you meet the principal later, you must stand up straight and show the same energy you have when running a company. Don't show any fear. Wang Jiangwo's loud voice almost never stopped. He led the way and turned his head to give instructions, and his saliva was almost spraying on Lin Mo's face. Sometimes he said that Lin Mo brought honor to him as an old teacher, and sometimes he reminded him of various things to pay attention to when meeting with leaders, and he cared more about it than Lin Mo himself. Lin Mo just responded with him and followed Wang Jiangwo inside. From the direction of the auditorium, voices gradually became clearer. After a few steps, I arrived at the side wing of the auditorium. A door was open. It was dimly lit inside, with many people around and the smell of old curtains and sweat. Students in costumes and staff with signs were walking in a hurry. Wang Jiangwo was familiar with the route and led Lin Mo around some prop boxes and stopped in front of a wooden door. There was a small sign on the door that read VIP Lounge, with the paint on the words peeling off. He raised his hand and knocked 3 times. Come in. There was a clear female voice coming from the door. Lin Mo's eyebrows moved slightly. This voice is younger than expected. Wang Jiangwo leaned forward, opened the door, and stretched out his arm. Lin Mo, please. Lin Mo pursed his lips, pulled down his collar, and stepped in. The room is simple, with a desk and a few sofas, and looks a bit empty. There was a person standing by the window, with his back to the door. He was wearing a beige business suit and his hair was tied up with a hairpin, leaving a part of his neck exposed. Principal Zhang, Lin Mo is here. Wang Jiangwo's voice became much more restrained and cautious. Hearing the voice, the man slowly turned around. Lin Mo just felt his head buzzing. This was not the old scholar he had expected. The woman in front of him looked to be in her early 30s at most. She was so beautiful that it seemed unreal. But when she looked at him, Lin Mo's back inexplicably tightened. Student Lin Mo, right? She offered her hand. I'm Zhang Jinyu. Lin Mo came back to his senses and quickly reached out to hold her hand. The other person's fingertips were slightly cold, which made him feel a little sweaty in his palms. Hello, Principal Zhang. I'm Lin Mo. It's a pleasure to meet you. He actually stuttered for a moment. Sit. Zhang Jinyu pointed to the sofa next to him and walked towards the big chair behind the desk. Wang Jiangwo quickly moved a chair over for Lin Mo, then respectfully stepped aside, trying hard to put on a smile. Teacher Wang has mentioned your matter to me. I also read the school bulletin. Zhang Jinyu folded his hands on the table, his eyes calmly fixed on Lin Mo. It's great to have achieved this at such a young age. You are too kind, Principal. It's mainly due to luck. Lin Mo tried to make his voice sound steady, but the shirt on his back was already starting to feel sticky. This Principal Zhang cannot be described by the word beautiful. The situation at Jiangzhou University is such that she can sit in this position at her age. There must be something fishy going on. Luck is also a kind of strength. Zhang Jinyu spoke slowly, picked up the water glass on the table, and looked Lin Mo up and down inconspicuously. He has been quite popular on the internet recently, being a young and successful person and a rising star on campus. Zhang Jinyu has seen too many young people who become arrogant and ignorant of the immensity of the world after achieving a little success. But the Lin Mo in front of him was calm, modest, and even had a hint of nervousness that a student should have. He was not at all as ostentatious as expected. This quality of being able to keep calm is rare. I've read the speech you submitted. It's very thoughtful and passionate. You should have an idea of what you want to do in the future. Yes, Headmaster. I hope to be able to do something practical. Lin Mo responded and lowered his head even more. His heart skipped a beat. His hands on his knees tightened unconsciously, and his Adam's apple rolled a bit before he spoke with difficulty. A hint of appreciation flashed in Zhang Jinyu's eyes, and then he gently put down the cup, making a crisp sound. You are the outstanding graduate representative at today's graduation ceremony. Your speech not only represents you personally, but also represents the image of all the graduates of this year's Jiangzhou University. I hope you can perform well and don't let us down. Yes, Principal, I will try my best. Lin Mo agreed. Zhang Jinyu raised his wrist and looked at his watch again. It's almost time. I'll go up and give my speech first. You can get ready. After saying that, she picked up a document on the table and walked towards the side curtain leading to the front desk. The off-white figure disappeared behind the scenes. Lin Mo then let out a long breath, and his tense shoulders relaxed. The corners of the A4 paper in my hand were softened by sweat. This Principal Zhang. Lin Mo rubbed his brows. Wang Jiangwo moved closer and lowered his voice to the lowest level. Lin Mo, work hard. Principal Zhang has just arrived. Whether the school can move to the next level depends on her and you top students. Lin Mo hummed, his knuckles cracking. At the front desk, passionate music exploded, followed by the host's voice. The unique restlessness of the ceremony suddenly penetrated my ears. The graduation ceremony officially began. Lin Mo sat down in the seat for outstanding graduates. The classmates around me seemed to have nails on their butts. They chattered quietly, with excitement that could not be hidden on their faces, and a little bit of uneasiness. The auditorium was dark and filled with heads. This auditorium is quite old. The color of the big red curtain has faded, and the armrests of the chairs have been rubbed smooth by the hands of generations of students. People who leave Jiangda always have some thoughts about this place. Now, let us welcome our Jiangzhou University president, Ms. Zhang Jinyu, to the stage to give a speech with the warmest applause. As soon as the host finished speaking, applause broke out, one wave higher than the other. Lin Mo clapped his hands as well, and his palms became wet again. The stranger next to him lowered his voice and said, "Oh my God, this new principal is quite impressive. Dear students, respected teachers and parents, good morning." Zhang Jinyu's voice flowed out of the microphone, and the entire auditorium fell silent. She did not wear her usual professional suit today, but a simple long dress. Standing behind the podium, she looked a little softer. Today is a day worth remembering. You are about to bid farewell to the familiar campus in this youthful time, and take with you 4 years of accumulation and harvest, and head for the next journey of life. She spoke slowly and without any passionate speeches. She just talked about her own experiences and her expectations for her students. In the audience, many boys who usually laughed and joked had red eyes, and several girls could not help but lower their heads and wipe away their tears. Lin Mo sat down below, his nose felt a little sore. The nervousness he had felt before disappeared unconsciously, and his chest was filled with an indescribable excitement. Chapter 62, Are you looking for trouble on purpose? The atmosphere of the ceremony was being pushed to an emotional climax. Principal Zhang, what you said is really impressive. A discordant, slick male voice suddenly sounded from the side and back of the auditorium, with undisguised sarcasm in it. Buzz. Everyone paused and turned their heads to look over there. The side door was wide open, and a fat, middle-aged man walked in. His hair was slicked back and his beer belly made his suit bulge out. There were a few young men following behind him, also in neat suits, but their chins were raised higher and higher. The man was not stage frightened. He grinned, clapped his hands slowly, and glanced at the layout of the auditorium as he walked, just like a landlord who had come to collect rent. Zhang Jinyu stopped speaking in the middle of his speech and tightened his knuckles slightly around the manuscript. She looked at the uninvited guest, and there was no emotion in her voice. Who is this? Oh, Principal Zhang is young and doesn't have a very good memory? The greasy-haired man had already wandered to the aisle of the first row of guest seats, looking up and staring at Zhang Jinyu on the stage with a forced smile. My name is Wu Guanwei. I'm from Jiangcheng University of Science and Technology next door, and I'm the director of the Academic Affairs Office. I heard that Jiangda University is holding a graduation ceremony today, which is a big event, so I brought a few kids from our school's student union here to learn and broaden their horizons. His words sounded polite, but his uninvited attitude made all the teachers and students of Jiang University present feel a little unhappy. Everyone knows that Jiangzhou University and Jiangcheng University of Technology, two first-class universities in the same city, have been competing openly and covertly for students, funding, and rankings for many years, and the friction has never stopped. At a graduation ceremony like this, the dean of the academic affairs office of the other party came with a group of student leaders to observe. It looked like they had no good intentions and were simply looking for trouble. Zhang Jinyu's face was calm. She nodded slightly. It's Director Wu. Welcome. But Director Wu brought people here, why didn't you say hello in advance? We can arrange seats for you. Oh, no. Wu Guangwei waved his hand exaggeratedly, pointed his fat finger at the furnishings around the auditorium, grinned, but his tone was sarcastic. We can just stand, it's easier to see. Speaking of which, this auditorium of Jiangnan University is still the same as when I was in college. It has not changed at all in decades. It's full of the weight of history. As soon as these words were spoken, the students of Jiangnan University below the stage suddenly went wild, and the suppressed discussions became a buzzing sound. What sense of history? It sounds like they are scolding us for being old and dilapidated. That's right. What are the people from the science and engineering school next door doing here? Ruin the graduation ceremony? You're giving me face. Look at his smug face. Didn't his school just get some investment last year to build a new campus? What's so great about that? He's so sarcastic and disgusting. Is he the one who can make decisions about our school? A tall and thin boy behind Wu Guangwei immediately understood what he meant and echoed him at the top of his voice. Yes, Director Wu. The concert hall of our school was just renovated last month. It was completely replaced with imported acoustic materials and aviation-grade seats. It's so comfortable to sit in. Unlike the chairs here, they squeak when you sit on them, and they're uncomfortable. Your butt will get numb after sitting for a long time. Aha, Xiao Wang, how can you talk like that? You should respect your seniors in colleges, do you know any etiquette? Wu Guangwei scolded in a hypocritical manner, but he did not hide the pride in the corner of his eyes. He turned to Zhang Jinyu on the stage again, and his smile seemed even more fake. Principal Zhang, please don't take it personally. Young people are always straightforward. However, the hardware facilities are indeed part of the school's strength. If a school can't even take good care of its appearance, how can it convince students and parents that you have the ability to cultivate top talents? Below the stage, Lin Mo, who was sitting in the front row, unconsciously clenched his fists. How could this be just a mockery of outdated hardware? It was clear that the spearhead was directed at Zhang Jinyu on the stage, and in front of all the teachers and students in the school, she was questioned about her ability as the principal. Lin Mo's breathing became heavier, and his eyes turned cold as he stared at the fat man who was showing off in the aisle. Zhang Jinyu's fingers gripping the edge of the podium tightened slightly. But she still had a faint smile on her lips, and her voice was clear. Director Wu is wrong. I believe that the soul of a university does not lie in the newness or oldness of its buildings, but in the inheritance of its academic style and freedom of thought. Our Jiangzhou University may be temporarily lacking in hardware, but the talents we have cultivated for the country and society are obvious to all. Her response was neither humble nor arrogant, and it was powerful and resounding. The Jiangnan University students below the stage instantly burst into thunderous cheers and applause. Well said. Our Jiang University is awesome. The principal is so domineering. Wu Guangwei's face twitched. He obviously didn't expect the young female principal to react so quickly and speak so sharply. He snorted and laughed, and his unhappiness disappeared in an instant, then he clapped his hands with a smile. President Zhang said it very well. The soul of a university lies in its style of study. Well, speaking of this, I remembered something. He suddenly changed the subject and raised his voice several degrees, insisting that everyone in the auditorium could hear clearly what he was going to say next. I heard that when your school's library is closed at night, some students throw books and personal belongings on the table to reserve seats, and you can't even find them. Other students who want to study don't even have a place to read properly. There are even student couples who cuddle and kiss in the study room, which has a very bad influence. Principal Zhang, this kind of management oversight is probably not related to the good study style you just emphasized, right? This problem has hit Jiangzhou University hard in the face and in the heart of every Jiangzhou University student. Reserve seats in the library and couples showing affection are common phenomena in universities and exist to a greater or lesser extent in every school. But when it was brought up by competitors at this moment in such a public occasion under the spotlight, it became a huge scandal and solid evidence of mismanagement. Zhang Jinyu's expression changed slightly. This question was too specific and too sharp for her to avoid. To admit it is to admit that one has mismanaged the company. If you deny it, the other party must be well prepared, maybe even with photos and videos. For a moment, the entire auditorium was silent, and everyone's eyes were focused on Zhang Jinyu, waiting for her answer. The air seemed to freeze, making it hard to breathe. Lin Mo sat in the audience, his brows twisted into a knot. Teacher Wang. Lin Mo lowered his voice, turned his head, and said to the anxious counselor Wang Jiangwo, who was sweating profusely, "These bastards are deliberately looking for trouble, right?" Chapter 63, Money. His swear words startled Wang Jiangwo. He quickly made a hush gesture and explained anxiously in a low voice. "Keep your voice down." Wang Jiangwo suppressed his anger. The provincial government has allocated a large amount of money for the construction of a key discipline. Now is the critical moment of the selection. They are deliberately looking for trouble and making a big fuss to ruin the reputation of our school so that they can take advantage of it. Damn, they are so insidious. His lips were trembling, but what could he do? As a junior counselor, in such a situation, he could only worry. Lin Mo understood. It's all about money. He looked back at the stage. Wu Guangwei stared at Zhang Jinyu for a long time without saying anything, and became even more proud. A boy next to him immediately followed up with sarcasm in his words. "Principal Zhang, why don't you respond? Did you predict the outcome? How can a university that can't even manage its library study room properly be called a first-class institution?" Zhang Jinyu's body swayed slightly, and his knuckles were bulging from the force as he gripped the edge of the podium. The air in the entire auditorium was suffocating and oppressive. Lin Mo couldn't sit still any longer. How could this be called academic exchange? This was purely a slap in the face, a trap that had been designed long ago, waiting for Jiangzhou University to embarrass itself at the critical moment of the selection process, and for Zhang Jinyu, the new president, to lose face. He glanced at Wu Guangwei's greasy face on the stage, then glanced at the student beside him who was taking advantage of his power, and finally, his gaze fixed on Zhang Jinyu's slightly tense profile. Her lips were pursed tightly, her back was still straight, but the slight rise and fall of her chest still revealed the pressure she was under at the moment. Besides, Wu Guangwei's behavior is really disgusting. He stood up suddenly. Counselor Wang Jiangwo and other students were shocked and didn't understand what he was trying to do. Lin Mo walked a few steps to the sound console on the side of the auditorium. The backup microphone is usually placed there. The teacher in charge of sound also recognized Lin Mo, the school's recent celebrity, and when he saw him coming, he paused. Lin Mo nodded at him and lowered his voice. "Teacher, can I borrow a microphone? I have a few words to say." The teacher was stunned and hesitated for a moment, then handed him a wireless microphone. "Thank you." Lin Mo took the microphone, tested the sound, then took a step and walked straight towards the podium. His movement attracted the attention of the entire auditorium. The students were whispering, not knowing what this student who suddenly appeared was up to. The school leaders of Jiangzhou University were also a little confused and exchanged glances with each other. Wu Guangwei and the people he brought with him had an expression of wanting to watch the fun and almost laughed out loud. Lin Mo ignored the reactions of the people around him and walked directly to the podium, standing between Zhang Jinyu and Wu Guangwei, but his body was slightly turned towards Zhang Jinyu. He first glanced at Zhang Jinyu and nodded slightly. Zhang Jinyu also looked at him, and his originally tense shoulders seemed to relax a little. Then, Lin Mo turned to Wu Guangwei and spoke indifferently. His voice was clearly transmitted throughout the entire auditorium through the microphone. "Director Wu, teachers and students from sister colleges, hello. I am Lin Mo, an ordinary graduate of Jiangzhou University." He paused, glanced at Wu Guangwei and his group of students, and continued. "I just listened to Director Wu and this student's brilliant opinions on the construction of our school's academic style. I have a different opinion and would like to discuss it with you." Wu Guangwei raised his eyebrows and sneered. "Oh, Jiangzhou University is really full of talents. Even one of its students is so opinionated. Okay, go ahead and tell us what you have to say. We are all ears to hear." Lin Mo didn't care, and still had that lukewarm look. "I don't dare to take the high opinion. It's just that Director Wu just mentioned that there are couples in our school library who are sweet and flirty, which affects the learning environment. I don't quite agree with this statement." "Oh?" Wu Guangwei asked in a long tone, "Doesn't this behavior affect study? Does your school encourage dating in the library?" Lin Mo raised his voice and said, "Director Wu, what is a university? A university is not only a place for teaching and learning, it is also a place for young people to grow, explore, and understand the world and themselves. At this age, it's normal to have some simple feelings when you meet someone you like. Love is an integral part of college life. Should we guard against students dating like we would a thief? Lin Mo's eyes caught sight of Wu Guangwei's expression, which was a little stiff, and his habitual sarcastic tone was much less pronounced. He sneered in his heart, but didn't show it on his face. He just adjusted the way he held the microphone and continued speaking. We cannot simply and crudely equate dating with poor grades and bad study style. The key is to guide and create a positive and mutually supportive atmosphere, rather than simply prohibiting and suppressing it. Let me say something unpleasant, Director Wu. When you were young, didn't you secretly glance at the female classmate you liked in the library? Did that glance affect your becoming the education expert you are today? Lin Mo's tone was somewhat teasing, yet it was impeccable. Poochie, finally, some students in the audience couldn't hold back their laughter and burst out laughing. Wu Guangwei's face immediately turned red, and he said angrily, You are making up stories. You are changing the subject. How can normal admiration and misbehavior in a public learning place be the same thing? We are talking about behavior that affects other people. I didn't say anything about condoning behavior that affects others. Lin Mo immediately responded. Any university should have clear rules and regulations to constrain and manage inappropriate behavior in public places that affects others' learning. I believe that Jiangzhou University has them. Doesn't your university have them? After he finished speaking, he didn't even look at him again. Instead, he moved the microphone slightly away from his lips and turned his gaze calmly to the audience. He slowly scanned those young faces, replacing questioning with silence, but invisibly pushed all the pressure onto Wu Guangwei. The entire auditorium was eerily quiet, with everyone's eyes focused on the podium. Deathly silence spread in the auditorium for more than 10 seconds. Lin Mo moved his lips slightly, moved the microphone closer, and continued. As for the intimate that Director Wu mentioned, how do we define this? Does it count as holding hands or just talking? If there are really a few students who behave out of line, that is an individual phenomenon and can be resolved through persuasion and education. Using such extreme individual cases to negate the academic style of the entire school, or even raising the issue to management negligence, isn't that a bit of a generalization and nitpicking? Chapter 64, It's Delicious. Lin Mo's speech was not fast, but his words were clear and his logic was distinct. Wu Guangwei was blocked by him and couldn't utter a word for a long time. His chest heaved violently and the veins on his forehead were bulging. He never imagined that such a young boy could be so eloquent. Seeing that the situation was not good, the student who had been shouting nearby jumped out to help. That's easy for you to say. What about the issue of reserving seats in the library? Is this also an isolated phenomenon? In order to reserve a seat, books are thrown everywhere, and no one can be seen. If this is not selfishness, what is this? If this is not mismanagement, what is this? Lin Mo's gaze shifted to the student. It's really endless. If one topic doesn't work, they immediately switch to another one to muddy the waters. From being intimate with a couple to reserving seats, it seems that they have grasped a new pain point, but in fact it is just nonsense. Lin Mo said to the student with a colder voice, Student, you have observed carefully. There are indeed students who take up seats in the library. It is not only in our school, but also in universities across the country. But what is the problem behind this? On the one hand, the public morality of some students needs to be strengthened and guided. But on the other hand, doesn't this also show that our students at Jiangzhou University are very enthusiastic about learning, and there are not enough seats in the library? If a university library is deserted and no one wants to go there, then there will naturally be no trouble of occupying seats. But is that kind of academic style really what Director Wu and everyone else want to see? You are making excuses. The student blushed and started swearing. Wu Guangwei suppressed his anger and snorted coldly, What a sharp-tongued boy. According to you, all problems are normal, so why do we need to manage them? Is the academic atmosphere of Jiangzhou University to be maintained by students like you talking nonsense? Zhang Jinyu, who was standing by, heard the atmosphere becoming increasingly tense, and his palms began to sweat. Lin Mo turned his head and nodded gently at her, signaling her not to worry. Zhang Jinyu's heart, which had been hanging in the air, miraculously settled down after seeing his calm and composed look. She looked at Lin Mo's tall and straight back, watching him facing Wu Guangwei's relentless pressure alone. His calmness gave her an inexplicable sense of confidence. After comforting Zhang Jinyu, Lin Mo actually felt a little funny. When I feel sleepy, someone will give me a pillow. Wu Guangwei's frustrated questioning was like putting the best excuse in his mouth. Aren't you blaming the management for the chaos? Aren't you questioning whether we are just good at talking? Okay. Then I will open your eyes and show you what a real solution is. Thinking of this, the corners of Lin Mo's mouth unconsciously rose slightly. He met Wu Guangwei's glare, his expression calm and even with a bit of confidence. He slowly said, Director Wu, you keep saying that the management is chaotic and the academic atmosphere is not right. I would like to ask, you brought your delegation of teachers and students to Jiangzhou University today. Is it for the purpose of observing and learning, exchanging experiences, or are you here to find fault with Jiangzhou University, or even to distort the facts and maliciously slander it? As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience was in an uproar. Lin Mo was right. Are you here to communicate or to pick a fight? You've been acting weird since you walked in, and you don't like anything. Is this what you call communication and learning? That's right. It's none of your business to tell us what's going on in our school. Normal communication is about mutual respect and seeking common ground while reserving differences. How can you be like this, taking trivial matters and making a big deal out of them, wanting to say that Jiangda is worthless? I don't think they have good intentions at all. They say they are here to study, but they are actually here to feel superior. This is too much. What do you think of us Jiangda students? Do you think you can just fight with us? We support Lin Mo. Director Wu, please answer Lin Mo's question directly. What is your real purpose? For a moment, the crowd was excited and voices of approval rose one after another. There was silence for only 2 seconds before the crowd exploded. The wind direction in the entire auditorium changed in an instant. Previously there were only sporadic whispers, but now, almost all the students of Jiangzhou University stood on Lin Mo's side. Wu Guangwei and the teachers and students behind him were so disoriented by the sudden sound waves that it was as if they were hit by the waves and landed on the beach, unable to move forward or backward. Especially the boy who jumped out to help at the beginning. He wanted to shove his chin directly into his collarbone, and his whole body almost shrunk. You are slandering me. Wu Guangwei's face turned red, and he raised his finger tremblingly, almost poking Lin Mo's nose. We are communicating sincerely. It is to help you improve. You are ungrateful. But the voice was shaking so much that it was swirling around in the huge auditorium, and it sounded hollow. Yeah? Lin Mo chuckled and took a step forward. Wu Guangwei subconsciously wanted to step back. Sincere communication? Lin Mo's voice was not loud, but it drowned out all the noise. What achievements did our school's aerospace materials laboratory make last year? Director Wu didn't hear about it? Then, you should have heard about the teaching reforms we have carried out in artificial intelligence, right? He paused, then changed the subject with a hint of blatant sarcasm. Oh, and the banner with the gold medal of the robot competition hanging at the gate, did you really not see it when you came in, or did you pretend not to see it? You keep silent about these things that can truly reflect the level of a university, but instead you make a big deal out of trivial things like 2 students being intimate in a corner and someone occupying a seat in the library, and you want the whole world to know about it. Director Wu, you think our principal Zhang is too young? Yes, she is young, so she dares to make trouble and spend money on scientific research and on our students. Lin Mo's speech was not fast, but every word was like a slap in the face. Where else would our lab get so many new equipment? How else could the school's broken network speed up just like that? Even the cafeteria auntie's hands don't shake when she serves food. For a leader like you who only cares about other people's love affairs, you probably can't understand these things, right? You call this mismanagement? After a brief silence, the applause exploded, almost blowing the roof of the auditorium off. Well said. Kill these pretentious bastards. Lin Mo was awesome. The scene in the cafeteria really touched my heart. The food really got better. The applause and cheers merged into a hot wave, washing away all the previous depression and frustration. Wu Guangwei's old face turned purple, and blood rushed to his head. He pointed at Lin Mo, and his hands were shaking badly. Chapter 65. Who is it? You are such an arrogant person. You have no respect for your elders. Is this the upbringing at Jiangzhou University? President Zhang, is this how you treat guests? He wanted to throw the dirty water on Zhang Jinyu again. But before Zhang Jinyu could respond, Lin Mo suddenly laughed. That laugh was a bit evil and a bit asking for a beating. Director Wu, calm down first. Don't let your anger get you in trouble. Jiangzhou University is of course a country of etiquette. We will welcome guests who come to visit sincerely and treat them warmly. But for those who pretend to be ignorant and come here to find fault under the guise of communication but actually have evil intentions. He paused deliberately, then suddenly changed the subject, raised his voice an octave, swept his eyes across the audience, and announced loudly. Students of Jiangzhou University are definitely not soft persimmons that can be easily bullied. Didn't Director Wu just complain about the facilities of our school's library and auditorium? Doesn't he think there is still a lot of room for improvement in our management? Well, I'm here today, in front of everyone, to announce a few things. The whole place suddenly fell silent. Everyone's eyes, like iron filings attracted by a magnet, instantly focused on Lin Mo, filled with curiosity, confusion, and expectation. Lin Mo's voice was not loud, but it clearly overwhelmed all the noise and was resounding. First, didn't Director Wu just think that our library has few seats and poor management? He changed the subject and named the person directly. Okay. I will personally fund and donate a new library to my alma mater. A modern library. The facilities, collections, and management systems will all be the best. As for the seats, I promise that there will be plenty for you to take as you please, until you feel embarrassed. Boom. This sentence, like a depth charge, exploded among the crowd. Everyone was stunned. Donate a library? What the hell is this concept? Are you kidding me? Even Zhang Jinyu on the podium was completely stunned. She looked at Lin Mo on the stage with a blank mind. Why did he do this? Does he know what he is saying? The expressions on Wu Guangwei and the people behind him froze in an instant, from astonishment to absurdity, and then to a trace of uncontrollable panic. If what this kid said is true. Lin Mo paid no attention to the commotion in the audience and continued to drop the second bomb in a tone that was frighteningly calm. Secondly, Director Wu doesn't like the auditorium we are in now. He thinks it is old. He looked around, his tone carrying a hint of nostalgia, but more of an unquestionable determination. No problem. I will also fund a complete renovation from inside to outside. The sound system, lighting, seats, air conditioning, all will be upgraded. We must make it the most impressive first-class place in Jiangda. Another one. If donating a library still carries a bit of unrealistic fantasy, then renovating the entire auditorium is so specific that everyone can imagine its brand new look. The students in the audience have gone crazy. What the hell? What the hell? Is this true? Lin Shen. This is my brother. If anyone dares to say anything bad about Jiangda, I will be the first to get angry with him. Who the hell is dropping in on our graduation ceremony? Counselor Wang Jiangwo opened his mouth so wide that an egg could fit in it. He clenched his fists tightly, wondering if he was dreaming. The school leaders on the rostrum were no longer surprised, but were shocked to the point of ecstasy, exchanging incredulous glances with each other. If this is true, then a blue dragon must have appeared from Jiangdi's ancestral tomb. Lin Mo raised his hand and pressed it down gently, signaling everyone to be quiet. That aura miraculously calmed the boiling noise. Then he delivered the most devastating blow. The third and most important point. In order to encourage the younger students of Jiangnan University and to support the university's scientific research and innovation, I will establish a special award fund for Jiangnan University stars in my personal name in conjunction with the Alumni Association. He paused, and each word sounded like a heavy hammer, hitting him hard. This fund will be used to issue scholarships, support scientific research, attract talents, and improve all the areas we think need improvement. As for the startup capital. The corners of Lin Mo's mouth curved up, his gaze swept across the entire room, and finally landed accurately on Wu Guangwei, whose face was already pale, and he announced the number word by word. Invest. 100 million first. Dead silence. At this moment, the entire auditorium seemed to have been drained of all the air, and even the heartbeats stopped. 1 second. 2 seconds. Boom. The next moment, applause and cheers like a landslide and tsunami exploded instantly. The sound waves were so violent that they almost blew off the roof of the auditorium. Lin Shen is awesome. Jiangde is awesome. 100 million. Damn it. 100 million. The students' faces turned red with excitement. They jumped and shouted like crazy and waved their arms with all their strength, as if they were celebrating a great victory. All the teachers stood up and clapped their hands vigorously. The look in their eyes when they looked at Lin Mo showed not only gratitude but also a deep sense of pride. Wu Guangwei and the group of people he brought with him were completely dumbfounded. They stood there blankly, like a group of puppets with their souls taken away. They had thought of countless possible counterattacks, but they had never thought of this one. What the fuck is this? The destruction of the place hit the printing press? They don't reason with you at all, they don't argue with you about the rules. They just overturn your card table, and then make you a bigger and shinier one with pure gold, and then ask you with a smile, is it enough for you to play? The burning feeling burned from my cheeks all the way to my heart. It was more painful and humiliating than being slapped hundreds of times in public. The so-called management negligence and improper academic style are as small as a joke in the face of such table-turning power. At this moment, Zhang Jinyu was completely shocked by the series of heavy blows and was speechless. She just stood there, staring at the young man standing in the center of the light without blinking. A fund of 100 million. This is a huge sum of money that is enough to change the future of any university. This young man, who is he? The thunderous applause lasted for a long time, pushing the atmosphere of the entire ceremony to a sacred climax. Lin Mo stood in the center of everyone's attention, letting the applause wash over him like a tide. He raised his eyes and glanced at the group of distraught uninvited guests on the side of the stage. Wu Guangwei's lips trembled, he wanted to say something but couldn't utter a single word, his face had lost all color. The applause paused. Lin Mo picked up the microphone again, the curve of his lips was just right, even with a little warmth. Chapter 66 I am honored. His voice was clearly transmitted to every corner of the auditorium through the speakers. Of course, the development of Jiangzhou University is also inseparable from the supervision and encouragement of superiors. Lin Mo's sight. Wu Guangwei swayed and almost lost his balance. The same went for the few people behind him. They were like being hit against the rocks by an invisible wave, with only a buzzing sound in their heads. What is this? Did the challenge reach the arsenal? The other party doesn't bother to argue with you about the rules and regulations at all. They just overturn the whole table, and then cast a new one for you with gold, and then ask you in a friendly manner, is it big enough and bright enough now? Humiliation. The burning feeling of shame was more painful than hundreds of slaps on the face, and it seeped through the skin and into the bones. Those accusations they carefully prepared about management negligence and improper academic style are nothing at this moment. Zhang Jinyu, who was on the rostrum, was also completely stunned by these successive shocks. She just stood there, staring at the young man in the center of the light without moving. A fund of 100 million. This amount of money is enough to rewrite the future of a university. Who is this person? The thunderous applause almost solidified into substance, making the air in the entire auditorium hot. Lin Mo stood in the center of the storm, letting the roaring waves like a tsunami sweep past him. He raised his eyes and glanced at the uninvited guests who seemed to have lost their minds on the side of the stage. Wu Guangwei opened his mouth, but no sound came out. His throat felt so dry that it seemed like smoking. The applause finally subsided for a moment. Lin Mo raised the microphone again, and his voice echoed clearly in the auditorium through the speakers. His tone was so smooth that it was almost gentle. Of course, the development of Jiangzhou University is also inseparable from the supervision and encouragement of superiors. It fell on Wu Guangwei. I would like to especially thank Director Wu for coming to the scene today and pointing out so many problems for us. To be honest, if it weren't for Director Wu's words that woke me up, I really wouldn't have thought that as a student of Jiang University, I could do more for my alma mater. So, looking back on my impulsive decisions just now, Director Wu, you are the one who deserves the most credit. He leaned forward slightly, his tone sincere. You said so, right? Puff. I don't know who was the first one in the audience who couldn't help but burst out laughing. Then, the second one, the third one. In the end, the uncontrollable laughter turned into a sea of joy. Heartbreaking. This is fucking murderous. This is no longer just a slap in the face, this is pressing Wu Guangwei's face to the ground, sanding it back and forth with sandpaper, and then asking him with a smile if it hurts or if it feels good. Wu Guangwei's call for punishment was distorted into the first merit that motivated Lin Mo to donate money. This is more vicious and more heartbreaking than pointing at someone's nose and calling them idiot 100 times. Wu Guangwei only felt a buzzing sound in his head, his blood and energy flowed backwards, everything in front of him began to distort and turn black, and his body shook uncontrollably. How could this be an inspection? It was obvious that he was here to attend his own public execution. You. His raised arm was shaking violently, his finger pointed at Lin Mo on the stage, but he couldn't utter a complete word. The smile on Lin Mo's face did not diminish at all, and he just calmly faced his finger. Let's go. Finally, Wu Guangwei almost crushed and squeezed out these 3 words one by one from his back teeth. Staying here for one more second would be like suffering in purgatory. He shook his hands violently, turned around in a panic, his steps were unsteady and he looked like he would fall down at any moment. Those followers were as if they had been pardoned. They no longer cared about the dignity of their leader. They lowered their heads, hunched their backs, and trotted to keep up, fleeing through the side door of the auditorium. The back view looks as hasty as it can be. The moment they disappeared behind the door, the entire auditorium erupted in thunderous applause and cheers again. The sound was louder than any previous one, mixed with countless loud whistles, filled with the joy of victory. The entire ceremony turned into a carnival party for Jiang University's teachers and students. The applause lasted for a long time. Good job. Don't fucking come here again. Just when everyone's eyes were focused on Wu Guangwei, a clear prompt sound rang in Lin Mo's mind, which only he could hear. Bite. It was detected that the host publicly defended the honor of his alma mater, crushed the villain's conspiracy with absolute strength, and perfectly achieved the hidden achievement of the godly rich's appearance. Task rating, SSS level. Rewards are being distributed. Almost at the same time, Lin Mo's cell phone vibrated slightly. A bank text message notification appeared discreetly on the lock screen. Dear customer, your account ending in 8888 was credited with 2 billion yuan at XX time, and the current account balance is... After the storm subsided, Lin Mo handed the microphone back to Principal Zhang Jinyu. Principal Zhang, I'm sorry to interrupt you. The focus of the whole audience instantly shifted from Lin Mo to the female principal. Zhang Jinyu took the microphone, and the coolness of the metal instantly brought her wandering thoughts back to normal. It's more than just an interruption. This is simply like taking the overturned chessboard of Jiangda and casting it back with pure gold, and building an indestructible fortress. She did not look at the prepared speech, but walked straight to the front of the stage, and her voice came through the microphone, spreading steadily throughout the audience. My speech? It's over. The whole audience was silent. Zhang Jinyu continued, just now, Lin Mo used his actions to teach all of us the most vivid and profound lesson. I don't think there could be a better graduation speech than this. She turned around, faced Lin Mo, and made a proposal that no one expected. So, now, I propose that we use the warmest applause to formally invite our graduate, Lin Mo, to come on stage and speak as a representative of this year's graduates. After the words were spoken, the audience was silent for a second, and then exploded. The applause was louder than any before. Lin Mo. Lin Mo. Lin Mo. The students spontaneously shouted his name, and the sound almost blew off the roof of the auditorium. This is the graduate representative in their minds. This is the pride of Jiangzhou University. Lin Mo didn't refuse anymore. In this atmosphere, any modesty seems unnecessary. He bowed slightly to Zhang Jinyu and the teachers and students in the audience, then walked down the podium and returned to his seat in the first row. Under everyone's gaze, he bent down and picked up a folded A4 paper from under the chair. Lin Mo took the speech and calmly walked up to the podium again. He unfolded the manuscript and cleared his throat, and the entire auditorium fell silent in an instant. Good morning, teachers and students. I am honored to be here, representing all the graduates. Chapter 67, Falsification? He began his speech, talking about his 4 years in college and his outlook for the future. The speech was eloquent and full of sincerity, and the audience sometimes smiled knowingly and sometimes fell into deep thought. However, while he was giving his speech, on the empty seat where he had just sat, the cell phone was lying with the screen facing down, quietly on the red velvet seat. Buzz buzz. The phone began to vibrate continuously, jumping wildly on the soft chair. The vibration stopped for a moment. But only a few seconds later. Buzz 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 buzz. The phone lit up and vibrated frantically again, more urgently than before. Message notifications popped up one after another, and the screen kept lighting up, then dimming, and then lighting up again. When the last word fell, Lin Mo on the stage nodded slightly. There was silence in the auditorium for 3 full seconds. Immediately afterwards, applause broke out and lasted for a long time. All the students stood up, their young faces filled with admiration. Zhang Jinyu stood at the side of the stage, leading the applause, with undisguised appreciation and pride on her face. Lin Mo calmly folded the A4 paper in half, put it back in his pocket, and walked down from the podium. Amidst thunderous applause, he bent down and reached for his cell phone. As soon as his fingertips touched the cold fuselage, he felt the faint but continuous vibration. He picked up his phone. The moment the screen lit up, the smile on Lin Mo's face suddenly froze. Shin Yu missed calls 99 plus. Shen Yu missed calls 99 plus. Two names appeared in bright red at the top of the call log, followed by a long string of shocking numbers. The battery indicator bar at the top has turned a glaring red, with only 5% left, which is in danger. He looked up suddenly, searching for Principal Zhang on the podium, but saw only empty seats. I guess he took advantage of the break in his speech to leave. He turned around and walked quickly to the side of the stage, where he found his college counselor. Teacher Wang, there is an emergency at my company. We will have someone to contact you regarding the donation. Please let the principal know. Oh, okay, no problem. The counselor was stunned by the sudden situation, and then nodded repeatedly, go and do your work. Be careful on the road. Thank you, teacher. Lin Mo nodded and didn't say another word. He did not walk through the center of the stage where everyone was paying attention. Instead, he crouched down and walked quickly towards the back door along the shadows at the edge of the auditorium. The figure flashed at the junction of light and darkness and soon disappeared from the crowd sight. And in a corner at the back row of the auditorium, Tian Shui was almost bouncing. She clutched the corner of her clothes tightly, her heart almost jumping out of her throat. From the moment Lin Mo came on stage, she never took her eyes off him. She had already decided that she would go find him as soon as the ceremony was over, even if it was just to say hello and congratulations. But now, he actually went towards the back door. He is leaving? Before Tian Shui could take a step, her roommate pulled her back to her seat. Tian Shui, where are you going? You scared me. The ceremony isn't over yet. I saw someone I know. She mumbled something casually, but her eyes were fixed on the figure that was about to disappear at the door. What acquaintances are more important than the graduation ceremony? Sit down quickly, we will take a group photo later. The roommate pushed her back without saying a word. Tian Shui opened her mouth, but couldn't utter a word. The heavy wooden door slowly closed, completely isolating Lin Mo's figure. She lowered her head and forced an ugly smile. Boom! Lin Mo held the steering wheel with one hand, and with the other hand, he plugged his phone into the car charger and called Shin Yu. Almost instantly. Hello? Mr. Lin. You finally called back. On the other end of the phone was Shin Yu's anxious and confused voice. Lin Mo stepped on the accelerator and the car speed increased instantly. Speak. There was no emotion in his voice. It's a research project. Shin Yu's voice was filled with tears. Our funding chain is broken. Capital chain? Lin Mo's tone remained flat. Boss Lin. Shin Yu suddenly hesitated on the other end of the phone. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. This is all my fault. Blame you? Shin Yu seemed unable to speak, her voice completely drowned out by her crying. Lin Mo did not ask any more questions. The city scene outside the window quickly receded and turned into flowing spots of light. On the other end of the phone, Shin Yu was still apologizing incoherently. Okay. Lin Mo interrupted her. I'm driving back to the company now, it will take about 20 minutes. What's the matter? Let me tell you when I get back. He hung up the phone directly. Silence returned to the carriage. Lin Mo suddenly turned the steering wheel, and Cullinan drew a brutal arc in the traffic and rushed directly onto the ramp leading to the viaduct. 20 minutes later, accompanied by a sharp brake sound, Cullinan did a tailspin and parked accurately into the exclusive parking space. The car door opened before he had time to change out of his casual clothes. The atmosphere in the company lobby was terribly depressing. The employees were gathered in twos and threes, but no one was talking. When they saw Lin Mo coming out of the elevator, everyone froze. Lin Mo didn't look at anyone and walked straight to the office. Click. The door was pushed open. Shen Yu stood like a wooden stake in front of the French window, motionless. Shin Yu's face was already covered with tears, and her delicate makeup was smudged by tears. When she saw Lin Mo come in, her body trembled violently, her lips quivered, but she couldn't utter a word. Lin Mo closed the door and walked straight towards Shin Yu. What's going on? Shin Yu's psychological defenses collapsed instantly. Boss Lin. I'm sorry. She couldn't hold back any longer, and her crying voice echoed in the office, It's all my fault. It's all my fault. When I was helping Zhao Mingchen. Xin Yu sobbed and explained intermittently. I heard them bragging that they were going to find a few powerful traders to short our project. She wiped her tears with the back of her hand regretfully, her voice trembling with fear. But I thought they were just drunk and talking nonsense. I really didn't expect them to do it for real. I was too careless. I couldn't defend myself against them. Mr. Lin, I'm sorry for you and the company. Lin Mo walked past her without saying anything. He walked towards Chen Yu. Chen Yu slowly turned around and handed over the tablet in his hand. His voice was hoarse and almost out of tune. Boss Lin, just take a look for yourself. Everywhere you look, you see an overwhelming amount of negative news. Shocking scam. The core technology of the new nanoscale composite membrane water purification system was revealed to be purely fake. Chapter 68 Fermentation. Tens of billions of market value wiped out overnight? Revealing the capital lies behind the genius founder Lin Mo. Insider reveals, technical genius Chen Yu is just a puppet pushed to the front. The suicide by jumping into the river was a marketing trick planned by Lin Mo. The comments section below the news has long since turned into a carnival of obscene language. I was wondering, how can a young man in his early 20s have such amazing skills? He is indeed a liar. It's so funny. Is there anyone who really believes that a college student can come up with technology that changes the world? Have you read too many online novels? That guy named Chen Yu, isn't he just a nerd who's crazy about money? He doesn't even know he's being used as a tool, how pathetic. The most disgusting thing is to hype suicide. How good can the products of such a scumbag company be? Boycott. Must boycott. The stock price has collapsed. Brothers, join me in shorting. Here comes the opportunity to buy a villa by the sea. Lin Mo's fingers slid slowly across the screen, scanning the disgusting insults and curses with an expressionless face. On the sidebar of the tablet, the K-line chart of real-time stock prices has formed a giant green column pointing straight down, so dazzling that it almost overflows the screen. The air in the office froze. Xin Yu's crying had stopped at some point. She and Chen Yu both stared at Lin Mo, waiting for his verdict. The company is already standing on the edge of a cliff, and Lin Mo's next decision is whether to push the company down or pull it back. Bang! Lin Mo casually threw the tablet onto the desk, making a dull sound. What's the hurry? He spoke lightly, his voice was not loud, but it clearly hit the hearts of the two people. The sky hasn't fallen yet. Chen Yu's sobbing stopped abruptly and she stared at Lin Mo in a daze. Chen Yu, who was standing next to him, subconsciously straightened his hunched body a little. Lin Mo's calm attitude, even when faced with a catastrophe, steadied the two men's shaky minds. He walked to the desk, sat down leisurely, and leaned back in the large boss chair. Li Haotian and Zhao Mingchen had a clear purpose, which was to smear their companies through public opinion, create panic, trigger stock sell-offs, and then take advantage of the opportunity to short sell heavily, completely swallowing up the fat piece of meat of their own company at the lowest cost. That's a nice thought. He suddenly remembered something that he had asked the legal department to do urgently a few days ago after Su Qinghan reminded him to set up a wholly owned subsidiary named Yuanwang Technology. At that time, it was just a business intuition to make arrangements in advance in case of emergency. I didn't expect it to come in handy so soon. Qin Yu. Lin Mo raised his eyes. Now, go do something immediately. Mr. Lin, please speak. Qin Yu straightened his back quickly. Using the name of Moshuan, we will increase the capital and expand the shares of our subsidiary Yuanwang Technology. Lin Mo's speech was not fast, but every word was clear. Inject all the current liquidity in our project account into the subsidiary's account without leaving a single cent. Remember, be quick and clean, and don't leave any traces that can be traced. Ah? Qin Yu was stunned. Transfer all the money? Isn't this cutting off the source of funds? If the parent company has no funds, then it will really. This is in order. Lin Mo did not explain. Yes. I'll do it right away. Although Qin Yu was full of confusion, she instinctively chose to obey, turned around and walked out quickly. Lin Mo and Chen Yu were the only ones left in the office. Lin Mo pondered for a moment. Li Haotian, Zhao Mingchen, don't you want to see my capital chain break? Don't you want to see me deserted by my friends and my company go bankrupt? Good. Then I'll show you. Not only do I have to act, I also want to act more realistically. Sean Yu. Lin Mo spoke again. Mr. Lin, I'm here. Chen Yu responded. Go to the PR department and ask them to find a few trustworthy media channels and quietly spread the news. Chen Yu leaned forward subconsciously, his expression focused, afraid of missing a word. In his opinion, this must be a brilliant plan by General Manager Lin to turn the tide. Lin Mo paused, and the corners of his mouth curled up in an ambiguous arc. Let's say Ma Xuan's funding chain has been completely broken, people inside the company are panicking, and the executives are preparing to flee en masse. Now they can no longer hold on. While what? Chen Yu's eyes suddenly widened, and he was completely stunned. He wondered if he was hallucinating because of too much pressure. Let the public relations department spread the news that the company is going to go bankrupt? Isn't this because he thinks he's not dying fast enough, so he's speeding up and rushing down the cliff? The public opinion outside is already eating them alive, and now if they add more fuel to the fire, won't they be burned to ashes directly? Mr. Lin, you are not kidding, right? Chen Yu's voice was trembling. He looked at Lin Mo's overly calm face, his mind in a mess. If we say that, the stock price will really collapse completely. By then, not to mention Li Haotian and the others, even those retail investors will tear us apart. This is exactly the effect I want. Collapse? Then let it collapse more thoroughly. Lin Mo stood up and walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the endless stream of cars flowing downstairs. Not only do I have to act, I also want to act more realistically. It was so realistic that even they themselves believed it. What he wanted was not just to cause panic, but to create the illusion that Imo Sun was completely dead and there was no hope of a comeback. Only in this way will Li Haotian and Zhao Mingchen completely let down their guard and put all their chips on the line without reservation in order to maximize their benefits. What Lin Mo has to do is to suddenly tighten this carefully woven net when they are most proud and craziest. He chuckled. Panic is contagious and spreads very quickly. Isn't this the scene that Li Haotian and Zhao Mingchen want to see? Chen Yu stood there blankly. He understood every word Lin Mo said, but when put together, they formed a set of logic that he could not understand at all. Hurt the enemy by 1,000 and lose 12,000 of your own? This is no longer self-harm, this is suicide. Chen Yu's mind went blank. He even wondered if Mr. Lin had been driven crazy by this series of blows. Go ahead. Lin Mo turned around, his tone calm without a trace of emotion. Tell the PR department to throw all the dirty water on me. They'll say that I, Lin Mo, owed hundreds of millions of gambling debts and embezzled public funds to fill the hole. Now the hole is too big to fill, and my passport has been processed, and I'm ready to run away with the money at any time. Remember, the news should be scattered and chaotic, and it should seem like it came from the mouths of employees in different departments and positions. The more real and unbearable it is, the better. Chapter 69, Preparing to Counterattack. Shen Yu's lips trembled. He wanted to persuade and ask why, but his throat seemed to be blocked by something and he couldn't make a sound. How is this acting? This is clearly nailing the lid of one's own coffin. He even dug a hole to bury himself. Yes, Mr. Lin. In the end, Shen Yu almost squeezed out these words from between his teeth. He seemed to have his soul sucked out of him. Even the movement of turning around was stiff, and his legs felt like they were filled with lead as he moved out of the office step by step. The office door was closed gently. Lin Mo walked back to the French window and looked down at the bustling city below. Li Haotian, Zhao Mingchen. I started this fire myself. I hope your appetite is big enough to swallow this gift I prepared for you. Please, don't let me down. The piercing ringtone of a cell phone suddenly rang. Lin Mo picked it up and took a look. It was Su Qinghan. He swiped the phone and answered it. What's going on over there? The voice on the other end of the phone sounded a little tense, and the speaking speed was much faster than usual. What's going on with all that news online and your stock price? Su Qinghan had obviously just received the news and asked questions rapidly. Hey, Mr. Su also reads entertainment gossip? Lin Mo leaned back in his chair, his voice still lazily teasing. Why, are you worried that I'll go bankrupt and affect your business judgment, Mr. Su? There was silence on the other end of the line. This bastard, he has the time to talk nonsense even when his head is in a critical situation. Lin Mo. I'm not kidding you. Su Qinghan raised his voice a notch, sounding angry and anxious. I asked you what's going on now. Don't worry, you won't die. Lin Mo's tone finally calmed down a bit. It's just a bunch of flies, just swat them to death. This sentence seemed to work, and the breathing on the other end of the phone calmed down a little. Su Qinghan had some confidence in Lin Mo's abilities. Although this man was not very serious in his words, he was always flawless in his actions. He said this, probably because he really has a backup plan. Do you need any help? After a few seconds of silence, Su Qinghan finally asked. She herself was a little surprised. Without waiting for Lin Mo to answer, she immediately added in a businesslike tone, funds or channels, if you need them, just ask. Lin Mo held the phone in his hand, and spoke softly after a moment. I appreciate your kindness, but this is just a small matter and there is no need for President Su to take action. You. Hang up first, I have something else to do here. After Lin Mo finished speaking, he hung up the phone. Listening to the busy tone coming from the phone, Su Qinghan stood there, not moving for a long time. On the other side, just as Lin Mo put down his phone, the office door was knocked open from outside. Shen Yu rushed in, holding his cell phone in his hand, and his voice was disembodied because he was running so fast. Lin, boss Lin. Everything exploded. He handed me his phone, and the screen was filled with crazy push notifications from major media outlets. Each title is scarier than the last. Exclusive news. Moshuan executives confirmed that the capital chain was broken and salaries have been in arrears for several months. Lin Mo owes a huge gambling debt, and his misappropriation of public funds has been exposed. He may run away with the money. Epic crash. Moshuan Technology's stock price plunges again, on the verge of delisting. Attached below is the stock price K-line chart of Moshuan Technology that has turned green to black. Lin Mo just took a glance and pushed the phone back. Shen Yu almost went crazy looking at his calm reaction. Now, Lin Mo stood up and straightened his collar. Go and copy all our research results. Don't leave any copies behind. Shen Yu's voice suddenly rose, becoming so sharp that it was a bit piercing. That's the lifeblood of the company. An absolute core secret. Boss Lin. Those are the lifeblood of the company. Where are you taking them? A terrible thought exploded in his mind. Could the rumors be true? Lin Mo walked around the desk, approached him, and patted him on the shoulder. Shen Yu. He just called out calmly. Shen Yu seemed to be focused by the voice. He looked at Lin Mo, and the scenes at the riverside and in the office flashed through his mind. He took a deep breath and nodded heavily. I believe you. Go ahead and do it. A few minutes later, Shen Yu returned to the office with an encrypted mobile hard drive, his hand still shaking slightly. Boss Lin, everything is here. Lin Mo took it and weighed it. Walk. Shen Yu followed closely behind and left the office. Where are we going? He asked carefully. The elevator door slowly opened. Lin Mo stepped in. To see the mayor. At the same time, in the top floor office of the tallest skyscraper in the city center. Outside the huge floor-to-ceiling windows are the densely packed city buildings. Li Haotian lazily slumped in the sofa, his long legs casually crossed on the expensive rosewood coffee table. He swirled the deep red liquid in the goblet in his hand, and the rich aroma of wine filled the air. Opposite him, Zhao Mingchen sat more upright, but the cold smile on the corner of his mouth was more chilling than Li Haotian's outward ecstasy. Shocking news. Insiders of Moshuan revealed that the company's capital chain was broken and it has owed employees wages for several months. Lin Mo lost all his family fortune in gambling? Moshuan may become the shortest-lived unicorn in history. The stock price plunges again. Moshuan is on the verge of delisting. Li Haotian read out one of the titles softly, then sneered. The shortest-lived unicorn, I like this title. Li Haotian threw his cell phone on the coffee table, raised his wineglass lazily, and looked at the K-line chart on the screen that had turned green to dark green. These reporters are really talented sometimes. He waved the cup towards the screen. Come on, Mingchen, let's have a drink for our poor classmate Lin Mo and his short-lived company. Zhao Mingchen picked up his wineglass and gently touched it with his, and the wall of the glass made a crisp sound. Here's to his stupidity. Zhao Mingchen's voice was low, with a kind of indifference that seemed to be in control of the overall situation. Does he really think that he can gain a foothold in this circle with just a little cleverness and luck? Who says it's not? Li Haotian took a sip of Romane Conti worth 6 figures, with undisguised contempt on his face. A poor peasant who crawled out of a poor mountain valley made a few bucks by chance, and now he doesn't even know his last name. He sneered. How dare he snatch things from us? Does he deserve it? The news on the screen was constantly refreshing, and each piece of news was like a heavy hammer, hitting the tombstone of Moshuan technology hard. The comments section on the internet had already collapsed, and the curses of countless retail investors and netizens who were unaware of the truth merged into a torrent of data, which was about to completely drown out the name Lin Mo. Chapter 70, Stupid People with a Lot of Money. Looking at all this, Li Haotian felt that the depression that had accumulated during this period of time was swept away, and his whole body felt relaxed. He tilted his head back and drank the red wine in the glass, then put the glass heavily on the table. Happy. Zhao Mingchen just shook his wine glass slowly without saying anything. Li Haotian raised his eyebrows. Why, it's not enough to relieve your anger. He should still have those core technologies in his hands. Zhao Mingchen said lightly. What's the point of holding those things for someone who's about to go to jail? Li Haotian curled his lips in disdain. Will he keep them to write his memoirs in prison? I just don't like any surprises. Zhao Mingchen put down his wine glass and looked out the window. What I want is to uproot him and make him unable to stand up forever. Come to think of it, that bitch Qinyu was really a waste. Li Haotian put down his wine glass, with a hint of disgust in his tone. I gave her so many resources and let her get close to Lin Mo, but what happened? She couldn't even get into a man's bed, and in the end she fucking betrayed him. If I had known she was so useless, I should have sent her directly to Africa to make a documentary. When Zhao Mingchen mentioned Qinyu, his expression turned a little colder. He was not as emotional as Li Haotian, but the haze in his eyes was even heavier. He's just a chess piece. If he's useless, then he's useless. He said calmly, but this also reminds us that gentle means are useless against people like him. Since he doesn't want to be treated with respect, there's no need to save his face. That's right. Li Haotian slapped his thigh and sat up straight with excitement. Seducing? That's too easy for him. Just like now, everything he has worked so hard to build should be crushed in front of him bit by bit. Let him fall from the clouds back to the mud, and let him become the poor man with nothing again. That's what we call satisfaction. He seemed to have thought of some wonderful scene, and laughed even more wildly. I really want to see, when Lin Mo becomes a debt-ridden stray dog, will Su Qinghan still look at him more? A hint of heat also flashed in Zhao Mingchen's eyes. Su Qinghan. Zhao Mingchen's voice was very soft, almost talking to himself, but the possessive meaning in it was not concealed at all. Women like that always have very high standards. Maybe she's just looking for something new, so she'd take a second look at a guy like Lin Mo. But after all, she's the same kind of person as us. What she wants is a man who can stand with her and even make her look up at him. A bankrupt pauper? Oh, that would only be a stain on her life that she can't erase. That's right. Li Haotian slapped the armrest of the sofa, stood up excitedly, and walked a few steps to the huge floor-to-ceiling window. He opened his arms as if to embrace the lights of the entire city. Once Lin Mo is gone, the old man from the Su family will have no reason to block the marriage between our two families. By then, whether Su Qinghan belongs to you or me, we will decide based on our abilities. Okay. Zhao Mingchen held the wine glass and walked slowly over to stand shoulder to shoulder with him. I think this process is fucking interesting. Li Haotian grinned, his fingers almost piercing through the cold glass, pointing at the glittering river of cars below. Watching him go from being some bullshit business genius to being a rat that everyone wants to kill. Watching the media that once praised him so highly turn around and criticize him as worthless. Watching the people in his company panic and collapse. This feeling of crushing someone with your own hands is much more exciting than simply making a lot of money. He's too naive. Zhao Mingchen snorted coldly, which was his final comment. He hasn't even touched the door of how capital plays and how public opinion kills people. We can just spread some rumors to scare the market and wipe out his credibility. What can he use to fight us? Public opinion is the most useful knife. His cup hit the marble table with a crisp sound. Then, Zhao Mingchen took out his mobile phone, the screen lit up, and his fingers tapped on it quickly. Li Haotian, who was standing by, stretched his neck and moved closer. He only saw a few words and his expression instantly turned strange. Fuck, Brother Chen, are you serious? You just brought your main account down to fight, and you didn't even bother to put on a vest? Zhao Mingchen didn't say anything until the editing was completed, then he moved his thumb to the upper right corner of the screen and clicked. I want everyone to see it. Lin Mo, from head to toe, is a huge joke. Li Haotian slapped his thigh with disbelief on his face. A few minutes later, a Weibo post exploded late at night. Publisher SID Xiaomingchen. At V, recently I've heard people bragging about a guy named Lin Mo, saying he's a business genius? A youth leader? I looked it up out of curiosity and almost laughed my ass off. A speculator who got to the top by relying on women, he dared to call himself an entrepreneur after raising some hot money? Let me tell you, his bullshit research project is a bottomless pit scam, and within 3 months, the funding chain will be broken. All the leaks who followed the investment should be careful, don't cry and shout for your money back. Some people are like mud that can't be helped, and they don't look like princes even if they put on dragon robes. ######. Click refresh, and the numbers of comments and reposts will jump from 2 digits to 4 digits, and then to 5 digits. At first, there were some faint sounds. Isn't it too arbitrary for Mr. Zhao to say that? The projects of the Future Science and Technology Research Institute are promising, and the research cycle is long. Yes, Mr. Lin is not the kind of person who would label someone a scam without any evidence. Please give me a hammer. I don't believe it without evidence. These comments didn't even last a minute before they were completely drowned out. It's so funny. The real boss has come out to get hammered, and there are still filial sons and grandsons here to clean up the mess? How much did the guys upstairs get for each one? Why are you working so hard? Wake up, the grass on your master's grave is already 3 feet high. The liquor is really awesome. He can even lick this. When young Master Zhao points out a name, it's the biggest blow. Do you understand? At the same time, in the office of a financial media, the editor-in-chief's eyes were almost glued to the screen. The next second, the coffee cup in his hand tilted, and all the scalding liquid splashed onto the keyboard, making a sizzling sound, but he did not react at all. Everyone in the editorial department shuddered with fear and looked at each other. The editor-in-chief's fingers were trembling as he pointed at the glaring Weibo post on the screen. Are they all fucking dead? The Zhao family. It's the Zhao family's end. Remove all positive articles about Lin Mo. Rewrite them. Change the direction. Now. Immediately. Immediately. Stop sleeping. Get up and work. This shout immediately made everyone yell. The editor-in-chief just pointed at the golden certification Xiaomingchen V and shouted loudly. Chapter 71. Am I dazzled? How do you write a manuscript? I don't need to teach you, right? Use all the words you can think of in this title. A dimensionality reduction attack by a top-tier wealthy family against a grassroots liar. An ultimatum from Capital. Throw all the words you can think of at this title. As soon as these words came out, the office immediately fell into chaos. A newly graduated intern in the corner, probably seeing such a scene for the first time, timidly raised his hand. Editor-in-chief, but there is no evidence at all. Just based on his words. The editor-in-chief turned around suddenly and looked coldly at the intern who was speaking. The intern was so scared by the glare that his neck shrank and he almost crawled under the table. Evidence? What evidence do you want? These 3 words, Xiaomingchen, are the biggest evidence. This is the master in the capital, pointing at Lin Mo's nose and telling everyone I want him dead. He looked around the office was completely silent, save for the faint crackling sound of the keyboards being soaked in scalding coffee. When the wall falls, everyone pushes it. What we have to do is to go up and give the hardest kick. Do you understand? Overnight, internet news sprang up like mushrooms after a rain, and every report pointed precisely to Lin Mo. Every time he raised funds, it was misinterpreted as evidence of his wanting for quick success and instant benefits. His rapid rise was directly nailed to the pillar of shame of unspeakable behind-the-scenes dealings. Xiaomingchen's words, "mud cannot be propped up against a wall," became the core argument of all the articles, almost putting the final nail in the coffin for Lin Mo. The keyboard warrior carnival has begun. I'll tell you. How can a young man in his early 20s have so much money? It must be dirty. It's so funny. He was bragging about being a business wizard, but he turned out to be a gigolo? I've noticed something's wrong with that research institute. They're so secretive all the time. I'm afraid they're laundering money. Just wait for him to go bankrupt and run away. Let him show off. In the comments section of Moshuan's official account, under the latest update, the comment with the most likes only had 2 big blood red words. Give me back. The calls from partners came in one after another like death warrants, asking in roundabout ways about the company's current operations. An atmosphere of uneasiness instantly spread within the company. The next morning, Lin Mo sat calmly behind his desk, the mouse wheel moving regularly. He just scrolled past the offensive reports on the screen line by line, as if they had nothing to do with him. Qin Yu walked in with a cup of coffee. Perhaps she was too nervous and didn't hold the cup firmly. A few drops of scalding liquid splashed on the back of her hand, leaving a little red mark. "Mr. Lin, those people outside." "Yes." Lin Mo raised his head and actually smiled at her. The smile was very faint, but it had a strange calming power. A swarm of flies, their buzzing is annoying but their bites won't kill you. But the impact is too great. That's Zhao Mingchen, the Zhao family. Qin Yu was stunned. This was not an ordinary business competition, but an undisguised crushing by the top power. Now everyone believes what they said. The company's stock price plummeted as soon as it opened. If it continues like this. Don't worry. Lin Mo interrupted her, the bait has been thrown down, just wait for the fish to hit it. The higher they jump now, the harder they will fall later. He glanced at his watch. It was 9 o'clock in the morning. Notify Chen Yu and the Ministry of Law to prepare all the information. Leave for the city government in 10 minutes. Go to the city hall? Qin Yu was completely dumbfounded. Shouldn't emergency public relations be carried out at this time to issue a clarification statement? What to do at the city hall? Lin Mo didn't explain, he stood up and picked up the coat on the back of the chair. Today, I am sending a great gift to the media in Jiangzhou and even the whole country. 10 o'clock in the morning, Jiangzhou Municipal Government Press Conference Hall. Countless reporters carrying cameras and long guns filled the entire hall. Half an hour ago, they suddenly received an urgent notice from the Municipal Government Information Office, saying that a major event was to be announced. Old Wan, have you heard anything? What's the rumor? What kind of big tiger is this all about? Who knows? The press office just sent a text message saying there was a major announcement, but there wasn't even a topic. Don't tell me. Mr. Zhao just opened fire last night, and the city has a meeting today. Isn't the timing too tight? It's likely that they're going to cut ties. The authorities will step in and announce an investigation into the Ma Xuan group to distance themselves from the relationship. I'm familiar with this scenario. The whispers of several people soon turned into a buzzing sound in the hall, and everyone craned their necks to stare in the direction of the entrance to the press conference desk. At 10:15, the door opened. The buzzing sound stopped abruptly and the air froze for 3 seconds. Then, the flashlights in the entire press conference hall flashed wildly as if they were free, almost lighting up the entire hall into daylight, and the shutter sounds became continuous. Walking in front was Jiangzhou's second in command, Mayor Zhang. And the person who was only half a body length behind him and also walking towards the podium was actually Lin Mo. Lin Mo, who was hung on the pillar of shame by the whole network last night and was called a liar and a gigolo. Behind him was a young man wearing glasses with a confused expression on his face. It was Chen Yu. Am I dazzled? Mayor Zhang is here in person. Why is Lin Mo next to him? Shouldn't he be in the detention center waiting to be summoned? What the hell is going on? That's not what the script says. It's fake. What's said on the internet is all fake. This is not cutting, this is fucking platforming. A reporter almost shouted as he frantically adjusted the focus of his camera, his hands shaking. Everyone understood that what was coming today was not a memorial service for a fallen man, but a coronation ceremony for a shocking reversal. Cameras, mobile phones, recorders, and all devices that can record were all aimed at the podium. Mayor Zhang adjusted the microphone and looked around the audience. Good morning, friends from the media. His voice spread throughout the venue through the speakers, drowning out all the noise. Today, I have invited you all here because there is a happy event that I want to announce to the whole society on behalf of the Jiangzhou municipal government. He turned sideways and made an introduction gesture in the direction of Lin Mo. Our Jiangzhou city's key supported enterprise, Ma Xuan Group, under the leadership of Mr. Lin Mo and his team, achieved a disruptive breakthrough in the field of new filter material technology yesterday. When the subversive landing came, there was a gasp from the audience. New filter material? Chapter 72 suspected of major economic crimes. Isn't this the core technology that has been monopolized by foreign countries for decades and has been strangling a number of major domestic manufacturers? A private enterprise and a young man who was called a liar made a disruptive breakthrough? This is even more outrageous than what happened last night when young Master Zhao started to fight. Mayor Zhang. Is this news confirmed to be true? What do you mean by subversive? Boss Lin. People on the internet say your research institute is a shell. Do you believe that? Boss Lin, what exactly is so amazing about this technology? Please tell us in detail. The reporters went completely crazy. Chairs were knocked over and people were crowded in the front, shouting at the top of their lungs. The security guards couldn't stop them. The mayor raised his hand and pressed it down, looking at Lin Mo beside him. Dear journalist friends, please calm down. There will be time to ask questions. Now, please ask our technical director, Lin Mo, to give everyone a detailed explanation. With the mayor's introduction, Lin Mo, standing by, strode forward with a calm expression. Thinking about how he and his brothers had pulled all-nighters to achieve the result, he felt more confident. He nodded to the staff, and the big screen lit up instantly. Densely packed molecular formulas in red, green and yellow performance comparison charts appear one by one. The G7 photosensitive polymer we developed has purity, resolution, and stability that beats the most expensive imported products on the market. The most important thing is that our cost is less than 1/3 of theirs. This means that not only can we destroy their jobs, but we can also drive down the price to the dirt cheap. The reporters in the audience had their eyes almost glued to the screen, and the shutter clicks kept ringing. This isn't a scam, it's a money printing machine. The entire venue suddenly buzzed and became boiling. After a while, until everyone calmed down, Lin Mo picked up the microphone. That's enough of the technical stuff. Now, let me tell you some of the jokes from last night. All the recorders and cameras were moved forward a few inches at the same time, and even the breathing became lighter. Some people say that my research institute is a shell and a scam. Lin Mo glanced at the crowd below the stage. The stuff is here now, but I have more to say. While our team is working tirelessly for this technology, some people are not contributing even a bit for the country and are doing dirty work behind the scenes. They spread false information and incited public opinion just to short our partners' stocks and collude with outside capital to make money from the national crisis. Collude with foreign capital. Manipulate the market. The audience fell silent instantly. This isn't a business competition, this is an attempt to end up in jail. Boss Lin. The some people you mentioned, are they Zhao Mingchen? Do you have any evidence? Evidence? Lin Mo gestured to the side. The PPT on the big screen disappeared and was replaced by an audio playback bar. A clear recording of a phone call resounded throughout the venue. In the recording, one of them was Zhao Mingchen, and the other was speaking English with a strange accent. The two were discussing how to short the stock in steps and how to divide the spoils. Before the recording was finished, screenshots of bank statements popped up on the screen. Every transaction, every line, from overseas funds to shell companies, to the stock market, it's so clear it's shocking. This time, no one spoke. All that was left was the frantic clicking of the camera shutter. This is not clarification at all, this is directly sending people to a dead end. We have submitted all the above materials to the China Securities Regulatory Commission and the Public Security Department. Lin Mo's voice echoed in the silent hall. I believe the law will give a fair verdict. As for Mr. Zhao. He paused, and everyone could hear the contempt in his tone. I advise you to think about how to explain to the police where the money came from instead of pointing fingers at others on the internet. By the way, it should still be in time to book a ticket to go abroad. At the same time, in Beijing. In a suite at a top-notch club, Zhao Mingchen was leaning on the sofa, leisurely browsing his phone and enjoying the online carnival he had directed. Li Haotian was also there, laughing so hard that he was bent over. Ha ha ha, brother Mingchen, look at those idiots on the internet. They eat whatever we feed them. Now scolding Lin Mo is almost politically correct. We're just getting started. Zhao Mingchen shook the Celadon teacup in his hand, his face full of arrogance. When his funding chain is cut off and the company goes bankrupt, that's when the fun starts. Before he finished speaking, a shrill ringtone broke the proud atmosphere in the suite. Private number. He glanced at the caller and saw it was his dad. Dad, it's so early. Before he could finish his sentence, a thunderous roar exploded from the other end of the phone, so loud that even Li Haotian could hear it clearly. You beast. What the hell did you do out there? Zhao Mingchen was completely stunned. Dad, I didn't do anything? You didn't do anything? Go watch the news. The whole world knows it. You colluded with foreign capital to short the market. The evidence is all on display at the Jiangzhou Municipal Government's press conference. Press conference? City government? Zhao Mingchen's head buzzed and a chill ran up his spine. He hung up the phone with shaking hands and opened the news client. Every word of the bold, blood-red title pierced his eyes like a nail. When he clicked on the video, the screen showed Lin Mo's face and the bank statements behind him that he was so familiar with. It's over. Zhao Mingchen's lips turned pale and his cell phone fell onto the thick carpet with a pop. His body went limp and he collapsed onto the sofa. The Celadon teacup in his hand slipped and shattered on the expensive carpet. The scalding tea splashed down his trouser legs, but he didn't notice it at all. The phone call hadn't been hung up yet, and his father's roar continued. You beast! Do you want to drag the entire Zhao family down with you? Where are you now? Get back here! Impossible! This is absolutely impossible! He squeezed out a few dry syllables from his throat, and his voice was trembling. How could he have, how dare he? Li Haotian, who was still smug a second ago, also sensed the dead silence that was enough to swallow a person. Mingchen? What happened? What did your father say? Without waiting for an answer, he moved over and grabbed the phone. With just that one glance, the blood color on Li Haotian's face instantly faded away. On the screen, Lin Mo's face was terrifyingly calm. Fuck! Li Haotian cursed, fell to the ground, and his eyes were blank. This is not a fight back. This is a public execution. They didn't even have a chance to struggle before they were sent directly to the guillotine. Zhao Mingchen suddenly came back to his senses. Run! You must run now! He scrambled toward the bedroom. Chapter 73, Academic Dodgy. He shoved his passport and several wads of cash into his bag, muttering to himself, we can't get caught. We absolutely can't get caught. Li Haotian was also stunned by this sudden and shocking reversal. He stared blankly at Zhao Mingchen, who looked like a madman, and his cell phone rang at this time. It was his father calling. He answered the phone tremblingly. You bastard! Didn't I tell you to stay away from that idiot Zhao Mingchen? Now look what happened. You followed him around and brought shame to our Li family. The roar on the other end of the phone almost pierced his eardrums. Dad, I just followed him. Shut up. From today on, all the funds and all the projects under your name will be frozen. I will suspend all the cards in your hands. Go back to the old house and be grounded for 3 months. If you dare to hang out with those bad people again, I will pretend that you are not my son. Beep beep beep. The phone was hung up harshly. Li Haotian held the phone in his hand, standing there stupidly, feeling dizzy. The biggest support, the unlimited financial support from the family, is just gone? I watched Zhao Mingchen flee from the suite in panic like a stray dog. He didn't even have the right to escape. The call from his family was the final judgment, cutting off all his escape routes. This luxurious suite was his paradise just a second ago, but now it has become his prison. At the same time, Jiangzhou University, School of Life Sciences. Zhou Min pinched the light A4 paper, his knuckles turned white, and he almost crushed it. The red color and song-style font on the paper were dazzlingly clear. Notice, because the partner Mingchen Technology is suspected of major economic crimes, all its overseas investment projects are immediately frozen. The targeted drug carrier nanomaterial research project funded by this company is immediately stopped. Targeted drugs, research on carrier nanomaterials. Zhou Min's lips moved. It took her 2 full years and countless all-nighters to achieve this. Several junior fellow students were already furious, with despair evident in their voices. Senior! What's going on? The project is stopped just like that? What about the data we ran before? 2 years. Is it all wasted? A junior brother who was in charge of purchasing looked pale and rushed over with his cell phone in hand. It's over, senior. The supplier's phone has been ringing non-stop, demanding the final payment for the new equipment for the lab. They also asked us if we were the same scammer as Zhao Mingchen who ran away in the news. He said, if you don't settle the bill, he'll bring people here this afternoon to take away all the equipment. Who would have thought that behind that gentle mask, there was a face so rotten that it was oozing with pus? Senior, are you okay? A junior sister touched her arm cautiously. Zhou Min pulled the corners of his mouth, forcing out an expression uglier than crying, and shook his head mechanically. I'm fine, everyone, go and organize the experimental data on hand. I'll go to the instructor's office. There will always be a way. She turned around and walked towards her tutor's office with unsteady steps. However, before she even walked out of the laboratory door, her cell phone started vibrating wildly. Someone in the class group had added her and sent her a link. Link to the school forum. The fingers clicked in uncontrollably. There were several photos taken at a previous project signing ceremony. In the photos, Zhou Min and Zhao Mingchen shook hands politely, but the poster interpreted them as flirting and ambiguous relationship. The comments section below has become a carnival place for cyber mobs. I was wondering, how could a student be so capable of attracting millions of dollars in investment? It turns out that he just used pillow talk. Disgusting. How can such a person be worthy of staying in our Jiangda University? I suggest that the school conduct a thorough investigation. She looks innocent, but I didn't expect she's so slutty inside. She has brought shame to the academic community. I heard that she relied on Zhao Mingchen's connections to snatch someone else's project quota. Now she's getting her comeuppance, right? She deserves it. South Gate of Jiangzhou University. A black Maybach slowly stopped by the roadside, attracting the attention of many passing students. The car door opened, Lin Mo got out from the back seat and looked at his watch. There is still more than an hour before the signing ceremony of the donation agreement agreed with the principal. It's still early. He hadn't set foot on this campus for a long time. Since he arrived early, he might as well take a walk around. Lin Mo waved to the driver to go back first and walked alone on the tree-lined avenue of the campus. Before I knew it, I arrived at the door of the second cafeteria. A familiar aroma mixed with various dishes wafted out from it, instantly evoking his deeply buried memories. Sweet and sour pork tenderloin, braised eggplant, and the never-ending stew of beef with potatoes. A thought popped up without warning. How long has it been since you last ate in the cafeteria? Lin Mo's lips curled up in self-mockery, and he walked in as if possessed by a ghost. Sweet and sour pork, mapo tofu, and 2 bowls of rice. Lin Mo was holding a stainless steel plate with water stains on the edge. He found an empty seat in the corner by the window. As soon as I picked up the chopsticks, I couldn't eat the pork tenderloin covered with bright red sauce. Zhou Min. How dare you come to the cafeteria to eat? Without warning, a scream broke through the noise in the cafeteria. Lin Mo's movements stopped in mid-air. He looked in the direction of the sound. At the center of the commotion, a girl was trapped by several students, unable to move. Senior sister? Don't worry, I don't deserve it. You've been involved with that economic criminal named Zhao, and you've brought disgrace to our School of Life Sciences. A boy almost poked the girl's nose with his cell phone, and on the screen was the post on the school forum. The post has exploded. Academic dodgy. Millions of dollars in investment from sleeping with others, isn't that cool? Now that they're in jail, your project is ruined. Our 2 years of hard work are all gone. You deserve it. Say something. Did you really get to the top by selling your body? Stop playing dead here. The girl who was surrounded in the middle lowered her head, her shoulders shaking uncontrollably, and she said nothing, letting the dirty words bombard her. Lin Mo threw the chopsticks back into the plate. The sound of the stainless steel colliding was not loud, but extremely harsh. The leading boy was probably irritated by the silence and raised his voice a few degrees. What's the matter? You don't want to talk anymore? Are you dumb? Or are you too embarrassed to face people because we said it right? That's right. What is your relationship with that economic criminal? Did you guys swindle all the school's funds? Zhou Min was surrounded by them, his thin body trembling slightly. Chapter 74, Who Gave You the Power? She lowered her head, and the folder in her arms was white from being rubbed by her knuckles. He and I were just collaborating on a normal project. I never thought he would. Never thought about it? Just say you never thought about it and that's it? Who knows what you guys are doing behind the scenes? If it weren't for you, would our school's reputation be affected by such a criminal? More and more people gathered around her, and their whispers merged into a buzzing sound, pinning her to the spot. Just when the feeling of suffocation was about to engulf her, a flat male voice came from outside the crowd. Is it the police who are handling the case, or the Commission for Discipline Inspection who was conducting the investigation? Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw Lin Mo walking towards them slowly with his hands in his pockets. There was no unnecessary expression on his face. As soon as he finished speaking, someone recognized him. You're not the senior Lin Mo who gave the speech in the auditorium? With just one word, the crowd exploded. Lin Mo? Which Lin Mo? Who else could it be? The one who just donated a laboratory building to our school. Fuck. It's him. I just saw the news, he's much more handsome in person than in the photo. Get out of here, you trolls. This is our school's new god of wealth. Why is he in the second canteen? Shouldn't a boss of this level have a special supply? The wind direction changed unexpectedly. The cell phone cameras that were just pointed at Joe Min all turned around and chased after Lin Mo. The sound of shutter clicks filled the air. The boy who took the lead in questioning felt his hands and feet getting cold, his lips trembling, and he couldn't utter a single word. Lin Mo's eyes swept over him, and then over the excited and frightened faces around him, and there was no warmth in his voice. Is this Jiangzhou University's way of hospitality? He took a step forward, and his tall figure completely blocked Joe Min behind him. You're using a few words from the internet as a token of authority to gather here and judge your classmates? Lin Mo's voice was not loud, but it made the entire noisy space quiet down. Who gave you the power? Ha! The last word is so suffocating. The sound of shutter clicks came one after another, and then suddenly became silent. Those mobile phones that were held high were put back one by one as if they were too hot to handle. The students who were watching the fun lost interest anymore and began to step back unconsciously, wishing they could disappear on the spot. The leading boy opened his mouth, his throat feeling dry and astringent. Lin, Senior Lin, I. Lin Mo was too lazy to even look at him. Roll. This word has a special power. The crowd that was packed tightly together a second ago suddenly dispersed the next second, running faster than each other. The corner of the cafeteria became empty in an instant. Only Lin Mo and Joe Min were left, who was still holding the folder tightly and staring at his back in a daze. Lin Mo turned around, lowered his eyes and looked at Joe Min, who still had her head buried low, and his voice softened. Senior, let's go. He stretched out his hand and placed it on the back of Joe Min's hand, which was tightly holding the folder. Joe Min's body suddenly stiffened. The next second, her tense knuckles loosened little by little. Lin Mo took the heavy folder. Joe Min raised her head slowly, and a tear fell from her red eyes without warning. His profile was against the light, with clear outlines. His back was right in front of her, shielding her from all the malice and noise behind her. A complex emotion washed over her chest, almost drowning her. She nodded silently and followed him like a shadow separated from his body. The two of them spoke in silence along the way. The bench by the lake still carried the lingering warmth of the day. Lin Mo put the folder aside and handed her a bottle of water. Thank you. Her voice trembled and the last syllable broke. My fingertips were cold and I twisted the bottle cap several times, but it didn't budge at all. Lin Mo didn't say anything. He reached out to take the water bottle, twisted his wrist, and with a slight click sound, he handed it back to her. Joe Min took small sips of the drink. The cold liquid slid down his throat, but it failed to quench the burning sensation in his heart. Thank you, really, for today. She lowered her head and her voice was muffled. That group of people just gathered here because they smelled the scent. Lin Mo looked at the lake, the evening breeze blowing his hair on his forehead. There will be new excitement tomorrow, so they will naturally disperse. His words were very soft, describing a very common situation. Joe Min remained silent. In Zhao Mingchen's case, as the most direct collaborator on the project, she was at the center of the storm. How could she escape easily? The school's questioning, the tutor's scrutiny, the endless whispering among classmates, these will be shackles that she cannot escape for a long time to come. She raised her eyes and looked at Lin Mo. The Lin Mo in front of her was no longer the junior who would ask her to help reserve a seat or print materials in the library. He became strange, dazzling, and powerful enough to ruin a person like Zhao Mingchen overnight. And I am a rotting trouble. Those words like knives, those eyes like cameras, if they find that she and Lin Mo are close, will they also point their spearheads at him? Cannot. I must not drag him into this mess again. The water bottle landed on the bench with a thud. Joe Min stood up suddenly. Her movements were stiff, as if she had used up all her strength. Lin Mo. Her voice also became stiff, with a sense of deliberate distance. From now on, let's not contact each other anymore. The evening breeze by the lake seemed to stop at this moment. The gentleness on Lin Mo's face faded, he turned his head and looked at her quietly. Say it again. I told you. That's me. Whoever gets close to me will be in trouble. Jo Min didn't dare to look at Lin Mo. She stared at her toes and spoke like a string of cannonballs. You don't have to sacrifice yourself for me. Lin Mo's brows were twisted into a shape of a river. You think I'm afraid of those things? So, you think I'm afraid of those flies? His voice sank. Jo Min's body trembled. She looked up suddenly, her red eyes filled with determination and pleading. I'm scared. She almost yelled. I'm scared. I don't want to be pointed at anymore. I just want to graduate quietly. Please stop caring about me, okay? After saying this, she turned and ran away. Not another word was spoken, not a single glance back. That back view looked more like a hasty escape than a resolute one. Lin Mo did not chase after him. He just sat there, watching the slender figure quickly disappear around the corner of the path. The evening breeze started to blow again, bringing with it the moisture from the lake and feeling a little cool. Of course he understood Jo Min's concerns. But the feeling of being pushed away for your own good was really not pleasant. He picked up the bottle of water that Jo Min had only taken a sip of and sighed helplessly. Chapter 75, Accompany Me to a Banquet. Bite. It was detected that the host helped innocent people to clarify the slander and protected kindness, which is in line with the core values of the fraternity system. Rewards are being distributed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a bottle of 1982 Romanée Conti Grand Cru exclusive garden dry red wine with an antique-grade constant temperature wine cabinet. The item has been stored in the system space and can be retrieved at any time. Lin Mo sat on the bench, watching Jo Min's resolute back as he left. Eventually, he turned into a small dot and disappeared at the end of the boulevard. Of course he understood Jo Min's fear and kindness, and precisely because he understood it, he couldn't just leave it alone. Zhao Mingchen is a man who will never let go of anything. Even if Jo Min took the initiative to distance herself from him, would he let her go? Naive. Since he has intervened in this matter, there is no reason for him to give up halfway. As for how to help, there is no need to rush. Jo Min is now emotional, and any excessive approach will only make her more thorny. You have to take it slow and work it out slowly. He looked at his watch. It was almost time. He had one more thing to do. Standing up from the bench, Lin Mo straightened his collar and walked towards the administration building. I had only taken a few steps when the phone in my pocket started to vibrate. He took it out and saw that it was a text message from Su Qinghan. The content was concise and to the point, completely in line with her style. Come back early in the evening and accompany me to a banquet. Banquet? Lin Mo raised his eyebrows. In such an occasion, she actually thought of inviting him, her contract husband. It seemed that she had encountered some trouble and had to bring a male companion. It's just the job responsibility of a contract husband. He sent a message back. Good. Lin Mo put the phone back into his pocket without stopping. Under the administrative building, a middle-aged man was pacing back and forth, rubbing his hands. When he saw Lin Mo, he ran over as if he had seen a savior, his waist almost bent to the ground. The principal's secretary. Student Lin, you are finally here. The principal has been waiting for you in the office for a long time. Lin Mo hummed indifferently and followed him upstairs. The mahogany door of the principal's office was left ajar. The secretary didn't even dare to knock on the door. He just pushed it open carefully and bowed as a pleased gesture. The office smells like the best Longjing tea. Behind the desk, Zhang Jinyu, the female principal who was always serious at the opening ceremony, stood up from her chair when she heard the noise. She walked quickly around the large desk, with an undisguised warmth on her face. Student Lin Mo, please take a seat. This attentiveness is even more than that of her secretary. Zhang Jinyu pointed at the leather sofa in the reception area, but did not sit down. Instead, he turned to the tea cabinet and took out a set of antique purple clay tea sets. Heat the cup, put in tea and add water. Be very methodical and serious. If the news of a school head personally making tea for students gets out, I wonder how many people will be surprised. Principal Zhang, you are too polite. Lin Mo sat down calmly and watched her slightly unfamiliar movements. It's my duty. Zhang Jinyu pushed a cup of tea in front of Lin Mo, then sat down opposite him, with a hint of emotion in his tone. Student Lin Mo, to be honest, I have met many young people, but you are the first one. She looked at Lin Mo. I later heard about Zhao Mingchen's affairs. Your move of cutting off the firewood from under the cauldron really makes an elder like me feel ashamed. Lin Mo picked up the teacup and blew away the hot air. Principal, you are too kind. I just think that some people and some things should not be indulged. These words were spoken lightly, but they had a different weight to Zhang Jinya's ears. Her admiration deepened a little, and she pushed over a document that she had prepared long ago. The donation agreement and its terms are all drafted according to your requirements. If there is no problem, we will sign it. The school will issue an announcement as soon as possible and award you a certificate of honor for outstanding contribution. Lin Mo took a quick look, picked up the pen, and signed his name at the end, neatly and quickly. All right. Zhang Jinyu solemnly put away the documents, stood up, and took the initiative to extend his hand to Lin Mo. Student Lin Mo, on behalf of Jiangzhou University, I want to thank you again. In the future, whether you are doing research or want to start a business at school, if you are short of money, people, or policies, feel free to come to this office to find me. Her hands were warm and strong, and her words didn't sound like just polite formalities. Evening. The black Bentley slid gracefully into the Su family villa and stopped smoothly. Su Qinghan in the back seat rubbed her swollen temples. The high-intensity work made her exhausted, but she understood that the real tough battle had just begun. The butler opened the car door respectfully. As soon as Su Qinghan stepped onto the white marble steps, his pupils shrank at the sight before him. The hall was brightly lit. More than a dozen servants were busy placing tableware and setting up the champagne tower. The air was filled with the sweet mixture of perfume and food. The command center of all this was her mother, Xin Yuehua, who was wearing a royal blue velvet cheongsam. Xin Yuehua was standing with her hands on her hips, and she was criticizing a servant, more to the left. Higher. Didn't you eat? You don't even have the strength to do this. Su Qinghan was wearing high heels, and the crisp tapping sound was particularly clear in the chaos. She stood in front of Xin Yuehua. Mom! Xin Yuehua saw her and smiled immediately. She pulled her hand affectionately and said, "Oh, my precious daughter is back. Come and let me see you. Are you tired today? What are you doing?" Su Qinghan pulled his hand back and looked at her straight. Xin Yuehua's smile froze for a moment, then returned to normal, pretending to be surprised. What? Mom saw that the house was deserted, so she held a party to liven it up, and by the way, to celebrate your wedding with Lin Mo, is there any problem? Celebrate? Su Qinghan curled his lips. Do you need to notify me in this way? Do you need to specifically name Lin Mo and ask him to attend? She pulled Xin Yuehua to a quiet corner and spoke in a low voice, enunciating each word. Mom, I'm going to say this one last time, don't bother with this anymore, and don't touch him. Whether you accept it or not, he is the son-in-law of the Su family. If you target him, you are slapping me, Su Qinghan, in the face. Do you want the whole Jiangzhou city to laugh at our Su family? Xin Yuehua looked at her daughter's protective look, and a mixture of anger and laughter appeared in her heart. When had her arrogant daughter ever defended a man like this? He was a poor boy with nothing. That kid must have given Qinghan some kind of magic potion. Su Qinghan didn't say anything more and turned and left. Looking at her daughter's resolute back as she left, Xin Yuehua's smile remained on her face, but the smile looked colder no matter how you looked at it. She adjusted the collar of her cheongsam and gave instructions to a servant not far away. Go, get that bottle of Lafite from the wine cellar. Chapter 76. Madam, Mr. Lin is back. I'm happy today, let the guests have a taste. Xin Yuehua actually showed a hurt look on her face and sighed. Qinghan, who is this for? Now that you're married, you can't keep hiding this person forever. Her tone was full of grievance. Let him meet our relatives and friends and integrate into our circle. Otherwise, what will people outside say about you and our Su family? Will they say that our Su family's son-in-law is not presentable? Su Qinghan, shows what kind of person he is. It's not up to others to judge. Okay. Seeing that she was unmoved, Xin Yuehua took a step back and patted the back of her daughter's hand perfunctorily. Mom won't make things difficult for him. Tonight is just a family gathering, okay? Go upstairs and change into something nice. This outfit of yours is too serious. Su Qinghan watched his mother's flawless performance, feeling a lump in his chest, unable to either let it go up or down. She wanted to say something else when she heard a sweet laugh from the door. Oh, Sister Qin. The cheongsam you're wearing today is so stunning. Look at your figure. We can't even compare to it combined. Several women dressed in gorgeous clothes came in, led by Mrs. Wang, who was usually the closest to Chinyuehua. "You're just a sweet talker. Come in and sit down." Chinyuehua seemed to have become a different person in an instant. She walked towards him with a smile on her face, and the promise she had just made was completely forgotten in the blink of an eye. "Xinghan is here too. She's getting more and more beautiful. She looks exactly like your mother when she was young." Mrs. Wang flattered. "Auntie Wang." Su Qinghan nodded and didn't say another word. Xin Yuehua had already been surrounded by the group of ladies. The topic quickly jumped from the arrangements for the banquet to each other's newly purchased jewelry. The entire hall was filled with hypocritical praise and showing off. Su Qinghan stood there, looking at her mother's back surrounded by the group of people, like a queen who had won a battle. "I'm afraid I can't avoid this dinner tonight." She raised her eyes and looked towards the spiral staircase leading to the second floor, her gaze calm. Okay. She wanted to see who would embarrass whom tonight. Su Qinghan restrained all his emotions, regained his cold and aloof demeanor, and walked up the stairs. Lin Mo parked his car in the parking lot reserved for guests in the villa area. It is already very dark. Rows of luxury cars flashed cold lights under the streetlights. Rolls-Royce, Bentley, Ferrari, each one seemed to be silently declaring the worth of its owner. He unbuckled his seatbelt and looked at himself in the reflection of the window of a black Bentley. A t-shirt and a pair of jeans, clean and ordinary. Just walk in through the main gate and walk through a bunch of scrutinizing eyes? That's not courage, that's just providing a joke for others. He remembered that Su Qinghan mentioned that there was a small door on the side of the villa that could avoid the noisy living room and lead directly to the corridor on the first floor. Walking around the neatly trimmed bushes, Lin Mo easily found the inconspicuous side door. Pushing the door open, the noise in the hall became blurred through the thick walls. Without stopping, he stepped directly onto the back stairs leading to the second floor. His footsteps were so light that there was almost no sound. Su Qinghan's door was ajar, and a soft, warm light shone through the crack. Lin Mo gently pushed the door open and was about to speak, but his voice got stuck in his throat. Su Qinghan just came out of the bathroom. She was wearing a light blue silk dress, and the hem of the dress created gentle ripples on the soft wool carpet as she moved. That shade of blue was incredibly pure, perfectly diluting her usual sharpness as a business elite. Her long hair was tied loosely behind her head, with a few slightly wet strands falling unruly on her fair neck, shining brightly under the light. Without that aura that keeps strangers away, she is still as cold and aloof as ever, but with a more pure and stunning look. Lin Mo's breathing paused for a beat. His gaze was too direct, with a scorching heat. Su Qinghan noticed it almost immediately. She subconsciously raised her hand and tucked a strand of scattered hair behind her ear. This unintentional action revealed the owner's panic. A very faint blush quickly spread from her ears. "What are you looking at?" There was a slight tremor in her voice that she didn't even notice, and she avoided his gaze. "Why don't you change your clothes? The party is about to start." Lin Mo came back to his senses, nodded, and walked towards the cloakroom. In the cloakroom, a brand new suit was hanging quietly, with a shirt, tie, cufflinks, and everything else that she had prepared long ago. Lin Mo reached out and stroked the smooth fabric of the suit, feeling the unique texture of the high-quality fabric at his fingertips. At the same time, in the living room downstairs, the atmosphere was very lively. The huge crystal chandelier illuminates the entire hall as bright as day, and people are dressed in elegant clothes and drinking happily. Xin Yuehua was wearing a royal blue custom-made cheongsam, which made her look elegant and luxurious. She was surrounded by several rich ladies in the center, talking and laughing happily. Just then, a servant walked quickly to her side and reported in a low voice respectfully. "Madam, Mr. Lin is back and has gone up through the side door." Xin Yuehua's hand holding the champagne glass paused almost imperceptibly. "Are you back?" "I'm back just in time." She kept smiling and waved her hand to let the servant leave. Then she sighed helplessly and spoke to Mrs. Wang beside her. "Hey, you guys really can't talk about this person." "Who is it, Sister Qin? So mysterious?" Mrs. Wang asked curiously. "Who else?" Xin Yuehua curled her lips, with undisguised contempt in her tone. "That's the good son-in-law that our poor family is looking for." She deliberately emphasized those three words, causing a knowing chuckle from everyone. "I just don't know what he's wearing today. I hope it's not cheap stuff, that would be really embarrassing." The servant just said that the person has arrived. Shi Yuehua lowered her voice, but made sure that everyone could hear clearly. However, he probably saw the scene at the door and was timid. He didn't dare to come in through the front door, so he sneaked upstairs through the side door. As soon as she finished speaking, Mrs. Wang immediately covered her mouth with the folding fan in her hand and laughed so hard that her whole body trembled. Oh my, this is really a person who has never seen the world and is not presentable. This is exactly the effect Qin Yuehua wanted. She wanted to take the initiative and label Lin Mo as poor, cowardly, and shameful before he showed up. She swirled the champagne in her glass with satisfaction, and the curve of her mouth became more smug as she looked at the contemptuous expressions of the people around her. Tonight, she wanted to see how a poor boy who sneaked in could be worthy of her, Qin Yuehua's daughter. She took a sip of the champagne and pressed her temples as if she had a headache. Chapter 77. Aren't you in a hurry? You don't know, my family is poor, everything is good, but my temper is too stubborn, even 9 oxen can't pull me back. Her father and I put all the young talents in Haicheng in front of her, but she didn't like any of them. But... She sighed heavily and shook her head, looking like she was worried about her daughter. Mrs. Wang immediately understood what he meant and came forward, lowering her voice, her tone full of inquiring interest. Sister Qin, why did I hear that? Mr. Lin's family background isn't quite good enough? It's a little off? Qin Yuehua sneered as if she had heard a huge joke, with contempt in her eyes almost overflowing. Sister Wang, you think too highly of him. He is a poor boy through and through. He made a little money by luck and now he has no idea how high the sky is or how deep the earth is. To put it bluntly, this kind of person is just a nouveau riche. He is still poor at heart. How can he have any background or education? No way? How could Qinghan, such an outstanding child, be? Who said it wasn't true? My heart feels like it's being cut by a knife. Tell me, if this mismatch gets out, where will our Su family put their face? How will Qinghan be able to hold his head up in the circle in the future? Qin Yuehua became more and more excited as she spoke, as if she had really suffered a great injustice. I really look down on him from the bottom of my heart. If it weren't for Qinghan's protection, I would have kicked him out long ago. Several rich ladies immediately started to comfort him. Sister Qin, don't be too angry. Children and grandchildren will have their own blessings. That's right. Young people don't know much. Once he shows up at an event like this today, won't it be clear what he is capable of? By then, he will know how embarrassing it is and he should retreat when he sees difficulty. That's right. We'll all have to take a good look at the Su family's son-in-law later. Their words were full of gloating in watching the drama. They loved to watch the drama of a poor boy mistakenly entering the upper-class society. Qin Yuehua listened to these comforts and a smug sneer appeared on her lips. This is exactly the effect she wants. Just wait, Lin Mo. Upstairs, in the room. Lin Mo changed into his suit. The well-tailored black suit wrapped around his tall and straight figure, and the collar of his pure white shirt with one button undone made him look less rigid and more casually sexy. He casually brushed his hair, revealing his smooth forehead. The person is still the same person, usually dressed in casual clothes, with his hair casually tied up, always giving off the youthful air of a person who has not yet graduated. At this moment, just by changing his clothes, his whole aura was completely different. When Lin Mo came out of the cloakroom, Su Qinghan was about to open the door with his hand hanging on the door handle. As she was about to go downstairs, she seemed to be tripped by something. For a moment, I even forgot to breathe. The man in front of me was a little too handsome. It was a face she saw day and night, but at this moment, it seemed so unfamiliar that it made her feel uneasy. A kind of attraction that she had never experienced before, with a strong and aggressive force, just hit her straight in the face. Seeing her silly look, Lin Mo let out a low laugh and walked slowly towards her. What's wrong? He moved a little closer, and his warm breath brushed over Su Qinghan's ears. Aren't you in a hurry? With a loud boom. Su Qinghan's face was burning hot. She turned away in embarrassment and cleared her throat. Let us go, let us go. Lin Mo laughed out loud, the vibration in his chest carrying a bit of unconcealable joy. He didn't continue teasing her, but just stepped back to her side and stretched out his arm very naturally. Su Qinghan's heartbeat started to get chaotic again. She looked at the steady arm, then raised her eyes to look at Lin Mo. He didn't urge her, just looked at her quietly. That calmness actually dispelled the last bit of panic in her heart. Su Qinghan raised his hand, his slightly cool fingertips touched the fine fabric of his suit, and then, he clasped his arm. Through the clothes, she could clearly feel the taut curve of his arm muscles, firm and hot. The two walked towards the stairs side by side. Downstairs, in the hall, Qin Yuehua was surrounded by a group of ladies. The focus of their conversation was the poor son-in-law who was about to appear. The contempt and curiosity in their words remained unchanged. Suddenly, the piano sound flowing in the hall had a wrong note. Then, the noisy voices seemed to be paused, and all eyes were directed towards the magnificent spiral staircase. At the top of the stairs, two people were standing and walking down together. The first thing that appeared was a pair of shiny custom-made leather shoes and the neat lines of the straight trousers. Then, there is the entire tall and straight figure. The man was wearing a well-tailored black suit, calm and outstanding. He didn't wear a tie, and the buttons of his shirt collar were casually unbuttoned. Far from appearing frivolous, he exuded a calmness that seemed to be in control of everything. His eyes calmly swept across the hall downstairs, passing by those faces that were either astonished, inquiring, or jealous, and a very faint arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. And beside him was Su Qinghan, whom he was protecting firmly. She was wearing a water blue floor-length dress, which made her skin look whiter than snow, making her look like a goddess walking out of the moonlight. The dazzling crystal chandelier poured its light onto them without reservation, covering the couple with a layer of holy glory. They walked step by step, neither fast nor slow, with their steps in perfect harmony. In the hall, the guests who had been whispering and gloating just now were now as silent as death. The smug smile on Qin Yuehua's face completely froze. The whole hall fell silent in an instant. You can hear a pin drop. Qin Yuehua and those rich ladies, who had just been talking loudly and belittling Lin Mo, now had wonderful expressions on their faces. Their smiles were frozen on their faces, their eyes were wide open, and their mouths were slightly open, big enough to fit an egg. Shocked, stunned, unbelievable. Is this the poor boy who they said was not presentable and sneaked upstairs? This temperament, this appearance, this whole aura, let alone those so-called young talents, even the popular top male stars would be overshadowed by him if they stood next to him. Lin Mo, on the other hand, seemed not to notice the expressions of the crowd, which were as if they had seen a ghost. He looked straight ahead, holding Su Qinghan's arm, and walked down the stairs calmly, step by step, and finally stood steadily in the middle of the hall. He looked around the room, his gaze finally fell on Qin Yuehua, whose face had turned ashen, and the smile on his lips seemed to deepen. After a brief silence, the hall suddenly exploded. Chapter 78. Young people need more than just good looks. Whispers surged from every corner like a tide, merging into a buzz of discussion. Oh my God, who is that man? President Su's husband? Wasn't he said to be a poor student? This temperament, this appearance, you call this a poor student? What a joke! Look at the way he looks at President Su, and then look at President Su's expression. How can he look forced at all? I think they are very much in love. It's over, it's over. Director Qin is probably going to get her face swollen this time. She just told us that her son-in-law is not presentable. The discussions were not loud, but they were clear enough to reach Qin Yuehua's ears. The faces of the several wealthy ladies around her also became extremely strange, and they exchanged meaningful glances. One of them, Mrs. Wang, who had the best relationship with Qin Yuehua, couldn't help but lean closer and whispered. Yuehua, your son-in-law, what he said to you is not quite the same. Mrs. Wang came closer, her voice full of surprise. This young man and Qinghan standing together are really a perfect match. Yes, look at his demeanor, calm and dignified. He is not at all nervous in such a big scene. He doesn't look like an ordinary kid at all. The words of others were like needles piercing Qin Yuehua's eardrums. Her face felt hot, as if she had been slapped in public, and her carefully maintained noble ladylike demeanor almost collapsed. She stared at Lin Mo not far away. His calm and unhurried attitude was clearly intentional. He definitely did it on purpose. Qin Yuehua could no longer sit still. Her chest rose and fell, and she stood up and walked straight towards Lin Mo and Su Qinghan with the airs of an elder. Feeling his mother's approaching anger, Su Qinghan subconsciously tightened his hold on Lin Mo's arm. Lin Mo gently placed his hand on the back of her hand, silently comforting her, still looking calm. Qinghan, Lin Mo. Qin Yuehua stopped in front of the two of them, her voice tense and condescending. You finally came down. Her eyes swept over Lin Mo, and her words were full of accusations. The banquet will officially begin soon. All the guests are here, just waiting for you two protagonists. Lin Mo, this is your first time at such an occasion, so you may not know the rules, but you should have basic manners and a sense of time, right? It is not the behavior of a junior to keep so many elders waiting. Su Qinghan's face changed, and just as he was about to speak, Lin Mo pinched his palm imperceptibly. He took a step forward and bowed slightly, his attitude so humble that it was impossible to find fault with it. "Aunt, you are right. I am very sorry." Lin Mo's face showed just the right amount of apology. "It's all my fault. It was my first time attending such a grand banquet. I was nervous and took too long to pick out clothes. Qinghan kept urging me and I was a burden to her. It's my fault for keeping you and all the uncles and aunts waiting for so long." With these words, all the subsequent artillery fire prepared by Qin Yuehua was blocked. She threw a punch as if with all her might, but it hit hard into a ball of cotton. The frustration that she had nowhere to vent made her face turn pale and blue. Su Qinghan looked at Lin Mo's profile, and a corner of his heart quietly became soft and warm. Qin Yuehua was speechless, but the few rich ladies who were watching the fun saw the opportunity and immediately surrounded her with smiles on their faces. "Oh, Yuehua, it's inevitable that young people will be nervous when participating for the first time, so don't be too harsh on them." Mrs. Wang smiled and tried to smooth things over, but her shrewd eyes looked back and forth at Lin Mo. "Is this Mr. Qinghan? The young man looks really energetic. I wonder how old he is this year." Yes, where is he so successful? Judging from his temperament, he must be an extraordinary person." Mrs. Li also asked in a joking manner, completely forgetting how they had just followed Qin Yuehua in belittling Lin Mo. These women who changed their attitude according to the situation were on her side just now, but now that they saw that Lin Mo had good looks, they immediately changed their attitude, which made Qin Yuehua's face even uglier. Cough. Cough, cough. Qin Yuehua coughed heavily twice and glanced at the rich ladies with a gloomy face. The warning in that look couldn't be more obvious. The rich ladies were all smart people and understood Qin Yuehua's meaning immediately. The smiles on their faces froze slightly, and then they immediately changed the subject. Mrs. Wang, who had been so enthusiastic just now had a hint of scrutiny in her tone. "But Xiaolin, young people can't just be good-looking. Our Qinghan is the president of the Su Group, with a net worth of 10 billion. What does you do? You can't let Qinghan fight alone out there, right? I heard that Xiaolin is still a college student?" Mrs. Wang's voice rang out again, and this time, beneath the mask of friendliness was undisguised sarcasm. "That's a bit. Men always want to know everything. Where is your family from? What do your parents do? Marriage is not just a matter between two people, it's a matter between two families. The old saying about marrying someone of equal social status is always true." As soon as the words fell, the buzzing discussions around him instantly quieted down. The only sound in the air was the crisp sound of cups and plates tapping against each other, which seemed particularly harsh. Everyone slowed down their movements and looked in Lin Mo's direction. Qin Yuehua put down the hand that was holding the wine glass and tapped lightly on the wall of the glass with her fingertips, which was a silent urging. She wanted Lin Mo to admit in person that he was not presentable under this silent pressure, and to make him feel embarrassed and ashamed in this magnificent place. Su Qinghan held Lin Mo's hand tightly, with such force that his knuckles almost turned white. These women, who usually have exquisite makeup on, have now become tools in the mother's hands. They use their ridiculous prejudices against family backgrounds to poke at the people she brought with them. This is not only a humiliation to Lin Mo, but also a disgrace to her. "Auntie Wang." Su Qinghan spoke, his voice was not loud, but it made those women who were just so excited shut up. "He is my Su Qinghan's husband." She didn't say anything more, but just looked at them one by one. Her tone was calm, but it made those rich ladies lose their smiles. "As for his family background and work income, those are private matters between us, so please don't worry about them." She paused for a moment, enunciating each word clearly. "The future of our Su family has not yet reached the point where we need outsiders to dictate our decisions." As soon as these words were spoken, Mrs. Wang's hand holding the wineglass stopped in mid-air. Her face showed a variety of expressions. She wanted to say something, but couldn't squeeze out a single word. "Qinghan, don't worry, Auntie cares about you too." Care? Chapter 79, Our Su family does not support idle people. Su Qinghan interrupted her, and a very shallow curve appeared on his lips, without any warmth. "I think you ladies are more concerned about whether I can give you some new topics to talk about during your afternoon tea." Su Qinghan's hands were tense and his knuckles turned white. Lin Mo turned his hand and patted the back of her hand twice, neither lightly nor heavily. He took half a step forward, slightly blocking Su Qinghan behind him, still looking polite. "My dear aunties, Qinghan is just like that. He has a sharp tongue but a soft heart. He has no bad intentions. She was just afraid that it would be my first time at such a scene and I would be embarrassed if asked a few questions, so she was protecting me. We are all elders, so don't bother with her. He first found a way for Su Qinghan to back down, and then turned to Mrs. Wang, who had just launched the attack. Auntie Wang is right. For a man, career is the foundation. I won't hide it from you. I just graduated from Jiangzhou University. He was unnaturally frank. As for my family, it's just an ordinary working-class family, nothing to brag about. Standing next to a gifted girl like Qinghan, I am indeed a little inferior. As soon as he said this, the surroundings became quiet. No one expected that he would admit it so bluntly without even a fig leaf. Qin Yuehua held the goblet and scratched the wall with her nails, making a sharp sound. Just throw the jar away. However, Lin Mo's voice was not loud, but very clear. You have to take it out for a walk to know whether you are a mule or a horse in this life. What I am now does not mean what I will be like in the future. I may not be able to give Qinghan what others think, but I have hands and feet, and I will not let her follow me to starve. I also hope to help with the Su family's affairs, instead of just hindering them. Su Qinghan's tense shoulders relaxed imperceptibly at this moment. It's not enough to say something beautiful, but it's also necessary to do something beautiful. A deep voice came from not far away. Everyone looked over and saw Su Chun walking slowly towards them, holding a glass of wine. He didn't even look at Qin Yuehua's partners and walked straight to Lin Mo. Dad! Su Qinghan shouted. Su Chang waved his hand, signaling her not to speak. He looked Lin Mo up and down, as if he was examining an antique to be appraised. I heard what you said just now. A hero does not ask where he came from. This sounds good, but it is useless. We in the Su family do not support idlers, let alone people who can only say nice things. Su Chang's voice was not loud, but it was full of oppression. Let me ask you, what makes you think you are worthy of Qinghan? Because you just graduated? Or because of your saying you have hands and feet? Lin Mo faced his scrutiny and did not back down. Because I hope for her the best more than anyone else. And because you, Uncle Su, will not deny a person's future just by looking at his past. Su Chang was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter and patted Lin Mo's shoulder heavily. Good boy. Interesting. Qinghan's vision is not bad. He turned to Qin Yuehua. Did you hear me? Don't do those unnecessary things at home in the future. I am Su Chang's son-in-law, and it is not my turn for others to point fingers at me. Qin Yuehua held the wineglass and couldn't say a word. Those rich ladies wished they could find a hole to crawl into, so they quickly found an excuse and slipped away with a smile on their face. The storm has dissipated. Su Qinghan pulled Lin Mo and walked in front of several middle-aged men with extraordinary demeanor. Mr. Li, Mr. Wang, please introduce my husband, Lin Mo. Her introduction was simple and direct, but the word "sir" said it all. Mr. Li, you are in the new energy business, right? Lin Mo started talking without any polite words. My graduation thesis is about the technical barriers to the commercial application of graphene batteries. I have some ideas in it. I wonder if Mr. Li is interested in listening to them. Mr. Li had just nodded politely, but when he heard the words graphene battery, he immediately became interested. Oh? Tell me about it. After a few words, Mr. Li and Mr. Wang next to him looked at Lin Mo in a completely different way. They originally thought that this was just the son-in-law of the Su family, but they didn't expect that he really had something in his belly. Su Qinghan held the wineglass and stood quietly aside. The red wine in the glass swayed gently, reflecting Lin Mo's silhouette as he talked eloquently. The corners of her lips curved up in an arc that she herself didn't even notice. The atmosphere was just right, and Qin Yuehua's voice rang out again, her enthusiasm somewhat deliberate. Everyone, everyone! She signaled the waiter to bring out a decanter and walked to the center of the banquet hall. Today's meal is to welcome Qinghan and our new son-in-law. In order to let everyone enjoy the wine, I opened a bottle of 1982 Lafite that I have stored for nearly 20 years. Let's have a taste. Oh my God! Sister Yuehua, you are so arrogant. You can open a bottle of 1982 Lafite just like that. I'm so lucky to have a good meal today. The guests immediately gathered around, exclaiming in admiration. Qin Yuehua enjoyed this kind of admiration very much and deliberately glanced at Lin Mo. The waiter passed out glasses of amber liquor. When it was Lin Mo's turn, Xin Yuehua's voice floated over, neither too loud nor too low, just loud enough for everyone around to hear. "Hey, Xiaolin," she said slowly. "This wine is very expensive. It's not the same as the wine you usually drink outside of school that costs dozens of dollars a bottle. You have to sip it carefully. Don't puff it like you're drinking beer. That would be ridiculous." The noise all around seemed to have been muted, and everyone's attention was focused on it. There were many people who came to watch the fun and wait to see the joke. Lin Mo's hand holding the wineglass was as steady as a rock in the air. He didn't even look at Qin Yuehua, but just lowered his head and admired the gorgeous pomegranate red in the cup. He could ignore this clumsy provocation, but Su Qinghan couldn't. Every word Qin Yuehua said was like a slap in the face in public. This was no longer a humiliation to Lin Mo, but a way of telling everyone that the man Su Qinghan chose was a joke that was not presentable. "Mom!" Su Qinghan's voice was cold and hard. "Lin Mo is my husband. You say that because you think the Su family is not embarrassed enough?" Qin Yuehua didn't expect that her usually obedient daughter would contradict her in public. She felt embarrassed and immediately became angry. "What's wrong with me? What did I say wrong? He's a poor student, how could he have seen the world? I kindly reminded him, but now it's my fault?" The mother and daughter were on the verge of a fight, and the air in the entire banquet hall almost froze. Lin Mo raised his head and saw Su Qinghan's cheeks, which had turned pale with anger, and her lips, which were tightly pursed and trembling slightly. There was a crack in the calm that was maintained deliberately. He didn't care how he was viewed, but he couldn't tolerate her being put in such an embarrassing situation because of him. Chapter 80 is a miracle. Click. A soft sound. Lin Mo put the wineglass back on the waiter's tray. The bottom of the glass touched the silver plate. The sound was not loud, but it made everyone's heart skip a beat. "Aunt is right." Lin Mo glanced around, with a smile on his face. "This bottle of 1982 Lafite is indeed a rare fine wine. Thank you for the hospitality." He paused and finally looked at Qin Yuehua. "But since we are here to taste wine, it is impolite not to reciprocate. As the son-in-law of the Su family, I would also like to offer a bottle of wine to you uncles and aunts to taste. Just as a token of my appreciation." As soon as these words were spoken, the whole place fell into dead silence. Everyone looked at him as if he were a fool. After Qin Yuehua took out the 1982 Lafite, what could a poor student like him take out? A discounted red wine from the supermarket shelf? After a brief silence, the crowd burst into suppressed laughter, which quickly spread. Is this kid crazy? Showing off his skills in front of Madame Qin? What kind of alcohol can he come up with? It can't be ergwotu mixed with Sprite, huh? Alas, young man, you are so thin-skinned that you get provoked, but isn't this even more embarrassing? Qin Yuehua almost laughed out loud, with tears welling up in the corners of her eyes. She could almost see Lin Mo taking out a bottle of cheap stuff and being mercilessly ridiculed by everyone. "Okay." She raised her voice, fearing that Lin Mo would go back on his word. "We are all waiting to open our eyes. Let's see what surprises our good son-in-law of the Su family can bring." Lin Mo faced the ridicule from the crowd with a calm expression. He gave Su Qinghan a soothing look, then turned around and went straight up to the second floor. He walked into Su Qinghan's master bedroom. After a while, he came down from upstairs. In his hand, there was a dark wooden box. Everyone's discussions quieted down, and all eyes were focused on the ordinary-looking wooden box. Lin Mo walked to the long table in the middle of the banquet hall, put down the wooden box and slowly opened it. A bottle of wine lay quietly on the dark red velvet. The bottle is thicker than ordinary red wine bottles and has a deep dark green color, as if it has been drinking for a long time. The wine label is simple and elegant, with a line of handwritten French words in gold foil, winding and stretching, revealing an indescribable elegance. Most people present could not understand French, but just from the shape and packaging of this bottle of wine, it seemed to be a bit more exquisite than the bottle of Lafite just now. "Tisk, you're just playing tricks." Qin Yuehua curled her lips in disdain. What can a broken box prove? However, in the crowd, Mr. Wang, who was engaged in import and export trade and had been introduced by Su Cheng before, knocked the wineglass in his hand against the small table next to him with a loud bang the moment he saw the wine label clearly, and most of the wine spilled. He was completely unaware and just stared at the bottle of wine, making a ho-ho sound in his throat and was unable to utter a complete sentence for a long time. This is. His abnormal reaction immediately attracted everyone's attention. "Lao Wang, what's wrong? Do you know this wine?" Mr. Li next to him asked curiously. Director Wang did not answer. He rushed to the long table in 2 steps and almost lay on the table, examining the bottle of wine carefully. His breathing became more and more rapid, and his face was filled with a mixture of disbelief, fanaticism, and awe. Roman E. Conti. He read out the name on the wine label in a tone that was almost like a dream: Grand Cru, Monopole, 1982. When this name came out, although most people were still confused, the faces of the few wealthy people who really knew the business changed instantly. What? Roman A. Conti? And it's a special exclusive garden from 1982? Exclamations rang out one after another. The smile on Qin Yuehua's face completely froze. She knew a lot about red wine, but the 5 words Roman A. Conti made her mind go blank. The king of wine in the world. It is a legend built of money, a dream product that can only be occasionally touched by those at the top of the wealth pyramid. No. Impossible. A sharp scream broke the silence of the banquet hall. Qin Yuehua's voice was distorted by extreme jealousy and unwillingness, and her face became ferocious. It's fake. This is definitely fake. Where did he, a poor student, get this stuff? It's a counterfeit. He wants to fool all of us with a bottle of fake wine. She accused hysterically, trying to drown out the panic that was about to swallow her with a torrent of sound. Lin Mo's gaze fell on her calmly, and that calmness was more embarrassing than any rebuke. He didn't even bother to open his mouth to argue. He simply stretched out his hand, picked up the bottle of legend lying quietly in the velvet, lifted it up steadily, and then gently placed it in the middle of the long table. A pleased gesture, elegant and calm. True or false, you experts will know it once you test it. Mr. Wang had come back to his senses at this moment. He quickly stepped forward, took a pair of brand new white gloves from the waiter, and put them on very solemnly. Holding his breath and concentrating, he gently lifted the bottle of wine. Through the gloves, I can feel the unique texture of the bottle with my fingertips. His eyes moved from the rustic paper texture of the wine label, to every subtle stroke of the handwritten gold-stamped French text, to the color and completeness of the wax seal on the bottle, and finally, even to the unique groove and curvature of the bottom of the bottle. The air around them seemed to freeze, leaving only Mr. Wang's increasingly heavy breathing and the increasingly hot light in his eyes. Time passed by minute, and you could hear a pin drop in the entire banquet hall. Everyone held their breath, waiting for the final verdict. Finally, Mr. Wang let out a long sigh of relief. He put down the bottle of wine, took off his gloves, and looked at Lin Mo with an extremely complicated look. It's true. The bottle, the label, the wax seal, the year, everything matches. This is definitely the real thing. He turned to the crowd, his voice rising several pitches with excitement. Everyone, we are lucky enough to witness a miracle today. This is the 1982 Roman A. Conti Grand Cru exclusive vineyard. The global annual production is less than 5,000 bottles, and there are even fewer left in the world today. I have been in the wine business all my life, and I have only seen it in auction catalogs. I never thought that I would be able to see the real thing with my own eyes in this lifetime. And I would even have the opportunity to taste it. Boom! The whole audience was completely boiling. Everyone looked at Lin Mo as if he were a god. If Qin Yuehua, who took out the 1982 Lafite just now, was a sign of generosity, then Lin Mo, who took out the 1982 Roman A. Conti at this moment, was a miracle. There is simply no order of magnitude between the two. Qin Yuehua felt dizzy and her mind went blank. The weapon she used to show off and humiliate Lin Mo now became a backdrop to highlight the other party. Chapter 81. You are much smarter than I thought. Moreover, he was crushed and stepped on ruthlessly by the opponent. Her cheeks felt burning and instantly turned from pale to liver color. The global annual production is less than 500 bottles. It's rare. I can actually see the real thing with my own eyes in my lifetime. Fraud. They are all liars. Qin Yuehua bit her lips so hard that they almost drew blood. She didn't believe it, she absolutely didn't believe it. How could a poor boy who relied on her daughter to get to the top, a loser who couldn't even afford a decent suit, afford such a rare treasure that even her husband had to work so hard to get? But the facts were right in front of her, and she had no choice but to believe it. The crowd went completely wild. Oh my God, Roman A. Conti. Alive. I actually saw a living Roman A. Conti today. Mr. Lin is really a hidden talent. I just didn't recognize the great man. I will drink 3 cups as punishment. Yes, Mr. Lin's wine is truly a big deal. Compared to Mr. Lin's Chateau Conti, Lafite and Petrus are just mouthwash. What a perfect match. Mr. Lin and President Sue standing together are simply a match made in heaven. What is a talented man and a beautiful woman? What is a golden boy and a jade girl? Today I have witnessed it with my own eyes. The ability of the fence sitters to change their stance according to the situation has been brought to the extreme. One second he was praising Qin Yuehua for her vision and taste, and the next second he belittled her as worthless and instead heaped all the compliments on Lin Mo. Mr. Lin. My name is Wang Hai, and I work in New Energy. A slightly plump man squeezed out from the crowd. The business card in his hand was a little soft due to sweat, but he still handed it to Lin Mo stubbornly. In the future, please give me more support, more support. This sentence is like a switch. Mr. Lin, our company has a cultural tourism project with great prospects. Are you interested in learning more about it? Mr. Lin, when are you and President Sue going to get married? You have to treat us to a wedding drink. Countless enthusiastic faces, countless hands and business cards handed over almost overwhelmed Lin Mo. The air was filled with expensive perfume and even more expensive flattery. Su Qinghan was standing beside him, pushed back slightly by the heat of the crowd. She had a clear concept of money, but what Lin Mo took out at this moment was no longer something that could be measured by money. It was more like a key that even her father Su Chang had to work hard to grasp. And he just casually put it on the table. Who is this man? She looked at Lin Mo, who was surrounded by the crowd. He didn't seem to be flattered at all. He remained the same, calmly dealing with everyone's approach. This calmness made Su Qinghan's heart skip a beat. Cough. A cough that wasn't very loud was more effective than any command. The banquet hall suddenly became quiet, and the crowd automatically made way for each other. Su Chang came over. He didn't even glance in the direction of his wife. Qin Yuehua was so shocked by the silent neglect that her whole body stiffened and she lowered her head subconsciously. Su Chan walked to the long table, picked up the bottle of Romane Conti, and nodded at Lin Mo. Xiao Mo, you are thoughtful. He took the corkscrew himself and pulled out the cork with a swift movement. There was a soft pop sound. An indescribable aroma, a complex mixture of roses, berries and aged oak, instantly captured everyone's sense of smell. Good wine. Mr. Wang closed his eyes, his face full of an intoxicated expression. Su Chang did not let the waiter do it for him, but personally poured a small half-cup of wine for each important guest. Finally, he filled the glasses for himself, Lin Mo and Su Qinghan. He raised his glass, his voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard throughout the room. Today, let's celebrate that our Su family has found a good son-in-law. He looked at Lin Mo. Come on, let's give a toast to Xiao Mo. Respectfully, Mr. Lin. To Mr. Lin and President Sue, happy wedding, may you have a baby soon. The crisp clinking of glasses and warm congratulations completely ignited the atmosphere of the banquet. Qin Yuehua stood in the most inconspicuous corner. Those voices were like a tide, completely shattering her last bit of pitiful self-esteem. She lost, and lost without even a splash. The lights in the banquet hall were mostly dimmed and the people had all left. The air was still filled with the mixed aroma of wine and food, and the servants were quietly cleaning up the mess. Qin Yuehua had quietly gone upstairs and locked herself in the room without anyone knowing. Su Chang walked down from upstairs with a thick brown paper document bag in his hand. He walked straight up to Lin Mo. Xiao Mo, come to my study. His tone was calm, without any emotion. Dad. Su Qinghan immediately stood in front of Lin Mo, blocking her father's way. Su Chang glanced at her and spoke in a flat tone. Qinghan, go upstairs and rest first. It's a notification, not a discussion. Lin Mo gently pulled Su Qinghan's arm, signaling her to be at ease. It's okay. I'll chat with my uncle. Su Qinghan looked at his calm profile, and his tense body relaxed slightly. She stepped back and whispered, then I'll wait for you. The study door closed behind him. A scent mixed with old books and sandalwood wafts to my face. Su Chang did not walk towards the large desk. Instead, he sat down on the sofa in the guest reception area, picked up the purple clay teapot himself, and made a cup of tea for Lin Mo. Tonight, very good. He pushed the teacup in front of Lin Mo. Thank you for the compliment. Lin Mo took it with both hands, the cup wall was warm. He couldn't figure out the other party's approach. Su Chang looked at him, his eyes that had been immersed in the business world for many years could peel off any disguise. Don't be modest, and don't be nervous. He placed the brown paper bag next to him on the coffee table and gently pushed it over. I asked someone to check you out. With these simple words, the scent of sandalwood in the study froze. Lin Mo's hand holding the teacup did not move at all, but the bone china on his fingertips was rapidly draining away the warmth from his palm. At this moment, all the blood seemed to rush back to my heart, and the sound of my heavy heartbeat was heard in my ears. He lowered his eyes, picked up the teapot, and refilled Su Cheng's tea. The boiling water poured into the cup, and the rising hot steam just covered him. Uncle, what are you doing? Su Cheng did not answer immediately. He picked up the teacup, blew away the tea leaves, and took a sip slowly. Every second is stretched. Finally, the teacup fell back onto the table with a soft thump sound. You are much smarter than I thought. Su Cheng tapped the brown paper bag with his fingers, neither lightly nor heavily. I found out that you set up a charity fund in your personal name and cleverly tied it together with the alumni resources of Jiangzhou University and some official support projects. Chapter 82. You're talking nonsense. Use charity to build your reputation, use your reputation to leverage political and business resources, and then use these resources to feed back into your business. This combination of punches is very beautiful. Many old foxes who have been in the business world for half their lives may not have your vision and skills. Lin Mo's tense back relaxed a little after hearing these words. It turned out that these were what he found. The existence of the system is a secret that transcends all logic and technology in this world. All Su Cheng could find out was the chess game he set up in the real world using system resources. In the eyes of business giants like Su Cheng, although this chess game is ingenious, it is still within the scope of understanding. That kid named Zhao. Su Cheng changed the subject and tapped the coffee table with his fingers. You handled it a little roughly. Your hands and feet are not clean, and it's easy for people to catch you by the hair. He paused and picked up the teacup. However, it is a good thing for young people to be aggressive. Those who are hesitant and cautious will not achieve anything. He put the cup down with a soft thud. Let's balance the merits and demerits. Lin Mo's shoulders, which had been straight all the time, slumped down into an almost invisible arc the moment these words came out. He picked up the teapot and refilled Su Cheng's water. The sound of porcelain colliding was particularly clear. I'm sorry to have embarrassed you by playing house with my kids. I'll need your guidance in the future. Su Cheng looked at him and smiled. The laughter comes from the chest, it is refreshing and relaxing. He stood up, walked to Lin Mo, and patted his shoulder hard. Good boy. The laughter stopped abruptly, and the warmth on Su Cheng's face also disappeared. There is one thing that makes me feel uncomfortable. Lin Mo's heart skipped a beat. Please go ahead. My daughter has already obtained the marriage certificate with you, Su Cheng said in a low voice, each word clearly. What do you call me? The molecules in the air seemed to have stopped flowing. Lin Mo's throat tightened. He looked at Su Cheng, his face calmly waiting for an answer. After a few seconds, his lips moved and a dry syllable came out. Dad. After shouting, he himself felt a little dazed. Su Cheng was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter, and the whole study shook. Hey! Good. Good. He patted Lin Mo's shoulder hard. Okay, let's go back quickly. Qinghan must be waiting anxiously. Yes, Dad. Lin Mo responded and turned to leave the study. The door closed behind him, and he felt completely exhausted. He leaned against the cold wall of the corridor, and then he realized that the shirt on his back had been soaked with sweat and was sticking to his skin coldly. He let out a long breath. A circle of warm yellow light leaked through the crack of the bedroom door at the end of the corridor. He paused. When I opened the door, I found that Su Qinghan was not asleep. She was wearing a loose silk nightgown and huddled in a corner of the sofa with her knees hugged. When she heard the noise, she suddenly looked up and ran over barefoot. How is it? Did my dad give you a hard time? Her feet rested on the soft carpet, her toes curled up with nervousness. Lin Mo reached out, held her cold hand, and pulled her to his side. It's okay. His voice was very light. Your father didn't make things difficult for me. Really? Su Qinghan's eyelashes trembled. Lin Mo pulled her back to sit on the sofa, and took the pair of cold feet into his palms, covering them with the warmth of his palms. Su Qinghan's body tensed up and he tried to pull back, but he was held firmly by him. The warmth spread along the soles of her feet, making her struggle disappear. Really? Lin Mo looked up at her. We talked about my business. He noticed the incident with Zhao Mingchen, so he asked about it. He described the process as if it were nothing. He thought I handled it a little roughly, but I was still decisive. In the end, he recognized me. He paused and added. He asked me to call him Dad now. Dad? Su Qinghan repeated the word, his eyes slightly widening. Her tense shoulders finally relaxed at this moment. A long breath was exhaled from the chest, with a barely audible tremor. She did not pull her feet back, allowing Lin Mo to hold them, and even shrank back into his warm palm. The living room was very quiet, with only the sound of the two people's breathing. Lin Mo looked down at the pair of delicate feet in his arms, then looked up at the woman in front of him who had let down all her guard. She was not wearing any makeup, her face was as clean as a piece of jade, a few strands of slightly damp hair stuck to her cheeks, and the silky nightgown hung loosely on her body, outlining her undulating curves. This appearance is completely different from the queen who is decisive and ruthless in the business world. Lin Mo's heart skipped a beat and his Adam's apple rolled. The evil thoughts that had just been suppressed emerged silently again. The corner of his mouth curled up in a playful arc, and he held her ankle with his fingertips, rubbing it lightly, causing Su Qinghan's body to tremble slightly. Hello, Mr. Su. His voice was low and deliberately hoarse. There was still a hint of laziness in Su Qinghan's voice. After being pulled out of that relaxation, he was still a little dazed. Lin Mo didn't rush to speak. His gaze slid from her clean face to her slender collarbone, then to the undulations that even the silk nightgown could not cover, and finally returned to her watery eyes. Now, he lowered his voice, like sandpaper rubbing against the earlobe, I have a license to work. Su Qinghan's expression became even more confused. He didn't stop, and his fingertips stroked the most sensitive part of the inside of her ankle, neither lightly nor heavily. Su Qinghan's entire body trembled. Your father personally interviewed and stamped the interview himself, he said, emphasizing the last two words, your legitimate husband. These two words are more deadly than the touch just now. Su Qinghan's face suddenly became hot, and the heat spread from his neck to his ears, and his whole body tensed up again. This guy is becoming more and more out of control. You're talking nonsense. Her voice changed tone, she was angry and anxious, and she suddenly pulled her foot out of his palm. The palm of my hand suddenly felt empty, but the warm touch seemed to still be branded on my skin. I'm sleepy, I'm going to sleep. She threw down these words as if a ghost was chasing her. She didn't even bother to put on her slippers. She rushed to the bed barefoot, pulled back the quilt and covered herself tightly. Only a huddled back was left, silently announcing the owner's embarrassment. A low laugh escaped from Lin Mo's throat. He stood up and moved his stiff neck and shoulders, his joints making a slight sound. Having tea with my father-in-law is more tiring than having a fight with someone. The bathroom was steaming. Chapter 83, My Su Family. The scalding water washed over my body, washing away all my fatigue. In the mist, a cold voice that did not belong to this world sounded in his mind without warning. The recognition of key figure Su Chang has increased. Unlock hidden achievement, harmony between father-in-law and son-in-law. Reward, one opportunity to ask the system for help. Lin Mo stopped moving, and water drops dripped down the ends of his hair. Opportunity for help? The voice sounded again, flat and calm. The host can make requests within the scope of his capabilities at any time, and the system will provide decisive assistance. Note, this permission is only granted once, please use it with caution. He reached out and turned off the shower. The sound of water stopped abruptly, and the bathroom was so quiet that only his own breathing could be heard. When he came out wrapped in a bath towel, he did not walk towards the big bed, but lay down on the sofa, put his hands behind his head and closed his eyes. No words were spoken that night. The next day, when Lin Mo was awakened by the sunlight coming in through the gap in the curtains, his neck was still a little stiff. He subconsciously looked at the bed opposite. The quilt was still wrapped tightly, with only a handful of long black hair spread on the pillow like a pool of ink. He chuckled, got up, washed, changed his clothes, pushed the door and went downstairs. As soon as I reached the stairs, the sweet smell of rice porridge mixed with the aroma of fried dough sticks entered my nose. The scene in the restaurant made him stop. There were actually two people sitting at the long mahogany dining table. Su Chang was holding a cup of tea, looking calm and relaxed. Xin Yuehua, who was beside him, was holding a spoon and scraping the bottom of the white porcelain bowl again and again, making a harsh noise. The sun rises from the west? This couple who never had breakfast with them looked like they were waiting for someone today. Su Chang heard the noise and looked up, his eyes swept over him and he relaxed a little. Xiao Mo, are you awake? Come and sit down. Good. Lin Mo walked down the stairs as if nothing had happened, pulled out a chair next to where Su Qinghan usually sat, and sat down calmly. He first nodded to Su Chang, then turned to Qin Yuehua. His voice was neither too loud nor too soft, just loud enough for the two of them to hear clearly. Good morning, Dad and Mom. Yeah. Su Chang accepted the call of Dad calmly, and picked up the teacup and took a sip slowly. But the word Mom made the spoon in Qin Yuehua's hand hit the edge of the bowl with a clang. Oh. A cold snort came out of her nose. Some people climb this pole very quickly. She spoke slowly, her voice sharp. You call it so easily, aren't you afraid of shortening your life? With Su Chang, his newly certified ally, he was not idle enough to bother with a spoiled woman. Su Chang frowned slightly, and just as he was about to speak, Lin Mo spoke first, asking Su Chang in a relaxed tone, Dad, why did you get up so early today? Su Chang glanced at him and saw that he looked normal. He swallowed the rebuke that was about to come out of his mouth, and his impression of this young man improved a little. I have something to take care of, let's have dinner together. Su Chang put down his teacup and changed the topic, where's Qinghan? Hasn't he woken up yet? It should be soon. Lin Mo replied, when I came down, there was movement in the bathroom. There was the rustling sound of slippers coming down the stairs. As Su Qinghan reached the corner, he stopped. She was wearing a nightgown with her hair loose, and when she saw her parents sitting at the dining table, she froze. Dad, Mom. She walked down, her voice a little dry, and sat down in the empty seat next to Lin Mo. Su Chang frowned and knocked the table with his knuckles lightly. Qin Yuehua snorted and turned her head away, but the spoon in her hand hit the bottom of the bowl, scratching her teeth. For a moment, the only sounds on the dining table were Lin Mo's leisurely chewing and the scratching sound that could not be stopped. The noise stopped in Qin Yuehua's own hands. The spoon hit the bowl with a heavy clang and she finally spoke in a sharp and thin voice. Qinghan, Mom tells you that your identity is different now. You represent the face of our Su family. When making friends, you have to be more discerning. Don't bring home just any random person, or you'll make a fool of yourself and lower your self-esteem. Bang! Su Qinghan slammed the chopsticks in his hand on the table, making a crisp sound. Mom! Are you done yet? Her chest heaved and her voice trembled. Lin Mo is my husband. He is not the cat or dog you are talking about. Husband? Qin Yuehua laughed out loud, and that laugh was as unpleasant as it could be. We eat at our Su's house, we live at our Su's house, from head to toe. Is there anything that is not given by our Su's family? Is this also called a husband? It's more like calling him a pretty boy. Su Qinghan, have you been bewitched by him? You. Su Qinghan stood up suddenly, and the chair legs made a sharp sound when rubbing against the ground. Just as she was about to rush over, a warm hand grabbed her wrist. She turned around in surprise and met Lin Mo's calm eyes. There was no anger or embarrassment in those eyes, only a calmness as deep as a pool. He shook his head at her imperceptibly and his lips moved silently. Don't. Su Qinghan looked at him, and the raging anger in his heart was actually soothed by just one look and one gesture from him. She didn't understand why he could endure such humiliation, but she knew that he didn't want to make the relationship between her and her mother even more strained. During this brief confrontation, Su Chang, who had been silent all this time, finally exploded. That's enough. He slammed the chopsticks in his hand on the table. Qin Yuehua was so frightened that she trembled all over and looked at her husband in disbelief. Su Chang had never spoken to her in such a tone. Su Chang's face was so gloomy that water seemed to drip out of it. His shrewd eyes were burning with anger as he stared at Qin Yuehua. Qin Yuehua, I'm warning you, put away your street woman's face. Su Chang's voice was cold and hard. Lin Mo is the husband chosen by Qinghan himself, and he is my son-in-law recognized by Su Chang. He is now a member of our Su family. Do you understand? The last sentence was almost shouted. The sound of a pin drop could be heard throughout the restaurant. Qin Yuehua was completely frozen, her mouth half open, unable to utter a single word. She just couldn't understand why her husband, who had always been so accommodating to her, would yell at her in front of everyone just for a stranger? My face felt hot, as if I had been slapped countless times in public. I. She kept saying you for a long time, her eyes instantly turned red, and finally all her emotions turned into a scream. I'm stuffed. She pushed the chair away violently, the chair legs making a harsh noise as they rubbed against the floor, and she rushed out without looking back. The suffocating feeling of oppression finally dissipated a little. Chapter 84, God-Given Opportunity. There were only 3 silent people left at the table. Su Cheng exhaled heavily, as if all his strength was drained out. He leaned back in his chair and raised his hand to press his forehead. He looked at Lin Mo and Su Qinghan, his voice hoarse. Lin Mo, she has that kind of temper, don't take it to heart. Lin Mo put down his chopsticks and smiled calmly. Dad, it's okay. Su Qinghan turned his head and looked at Lin Mo. Every word Chinuethua said just now made her want to rush up and tear her mouth apart. She was even ready to have a complete break with her mother. But Lin Mo, the man who was pointed at and humiliated, was so calm from beginning to end. This man is completely different from what he appears to be. An indescribable emotion was stuck in my chest, a little stuffy and a little hot. Dad, we're done eating. She broke the silence by speaking, her voice much softer than before. I'll send Lin Mo to the company first, and then I'll have to go there too. Well, go ahead, work is important. Su Cheng nodded. Be careful on the road. The two stood up, Lin Mo nodded to Su Cheng, and walked out of the restaurant with Su Qinghan. The sun is shining outside the villa. Su Qinghan started the Cullinan and the car drove out of the Su family mansion smoothly. The cabin was quiet, with only the faint hum of the air conditioning system. She held the steering wheel, her eyes looking straight ahead, her voice low. Thank you just now. Just now. Su Qinghan's voice was dry, his eyes fixed on the road ahead, thank you. Lin Mo didn't ask what he was thanking for, he just made a very light nasal sound, and no emotion could be heard. The silence lasted for several intersections, so long that Su Qinghan thought he would not speak again. Don't you want me to suffer that kind of anger? He suddenly asked. Su Qinghan's knuckles gripping the steering wheel were tense. That doesn't count as being angry. He turned his head to look at the rapidly receding building outline outside the window, and said in a calm voice, it's really cheap to argue with someone who has already lost. These words were like a stone, thrown accurately into Su Qinghan's heart. She subconsciously increased the force on the accelerator, and the Cullinan's engine made a low response. The logo of Moshuan Technology appeared in the field of vision. The car stopped steadily on the side of the road. The sound of Lin Mo unbuckling his seatbelt was particularly clear in the quiet car. Su Qinghan almost blurted out when his hand touched the car door handle. I'll pick you up this afternoon? After she finished speaking, she wanted to bite off her tongue. Lin Mo stopped opening the door. He turned around. The light in the car was dim and Su Qinghan couldn't see his expression. He only heard a very light laugh. Okay, Mr. Su. At the same time, at the other end of Jiangcheng, a black Porsche 911 roared wildly on the road. Li Haotian's face turned pale, his eyes were bloodshot, and he stepped on the accelerator hard. In his mind, he kept echoing the curses his grandfather had said in the family ancestral hall that morning, when he had pointed his cane at his nose. You piece of trash. You and that Zhao Mingchen have brought shame upon our Li family. You fought with a kid of unknown origin and were defeated miserably. Now he is unscathed and you have become the laughingstock of the entire Jiangcheng. I'm telling you, from today on, stay here and behave yourself. If you dare to cause trouble again, I'll break your legs. He was kicked out of his home in disgrace and even his credit card was suspended. Who is responsible for all this? Lin Mo. Li Haotian gritted his teeth, and the steering wheel made a creaking sound in his hands. If it weren't for that bastard who suddenly appeared, Su Qinghan would have become his woman long ago, and the Su family's assets would have been passed down to the Li family sooner or later. He is still the eldest son of the Li family who was the center of attention, instead of the abandoned and despised dog of the family now. And that bitch Su Qinghan. How shameless. She didn't want a rich young man like him, but she wanted to stick with a poor guy who lived off her. The more he thought about it, the more hatred surged in Li Haotian's heart. He drove his car into the underground garage of a high-end apartment in the city center, which was his private place. As soon as I stopped the car, my cell phone rang suddenly. It's an unfamiliar number. Li Haotian was extremely annoyed. He picked up the phone impatiently and yelled, "Who is it? If you have anything to say, hurry up and stop bothering me." There was silence for 2 seconds on the other end of the phone, and then a cautious and low male voice came, "Excuse me, is this Mr. Li?" "It's me." "Who the hell are you?" Li Haotian asked unhappily. "Mr. Li, I was arranged by Mr. Zhao. Mr. Zhao? Li Haotian was stunned for a moment, then he reacted, which Mr. Zhao? Zhao Mingchen? Yes. The man replied, Master Zhao asked me to follow Su Qinghan and report to him at any time. But Master Zhao has gone abroad now, and I can't contact him, so. Before the man finished speaking, Li Haotian felt as if a bolt of lightning had struck his mind. Following Su Qinghan? That idiot Zhao Mingchen actually kept this secret from me? A sinister light flashed across Li Haotian's eyes, which were bloodshot due to anger. His brain, which was originally filled with anger and humiliation, became clearer than ever at this moment. Zhao Mingchen ran away and left the whole mess to him. The person who was following Su Qinghan couldn't contact Zhao Mingchen now, but found himself. This is simply a godsend. Lin Mo, don't you care about Su Qinghan? Zhao Mingchen, aren't you using me as a gun so you can just pat your butt and get away with it? Good, very good. Li Haotian had a ferocious smile on his face. May I have your name? My name is Scorpion. Very good, Scorpion. Li Haotian's voice was chillingly calm. You don't need to contact Zhao Mingchen anymore. From now on, you listen to me. The Scorpion on the other end of the phone was obviously a little hesitant. Mr. Li, this. Stop talking nonsense. Li Haotian shouted coldly. I will give you double what Zhao Mingchen can give you. However, if you dare to reveal even a word about today's phone call, I guarantee that there will be an unknown corpse floating at the bottom of Jiangqing's moat tomorrow. Scorpion was so frightened by the murderous intent in his words that he trembled all over and said quickly, Yes, yes, yes. Master Li, you give me your orders. I will obey you. Very good. Li Haotian smiled with satisfaction, and the laughter sounded particularly eerie in the empty underground garage. He leaned against the cold car door, looked at his distorted shadow on the wall in front of him, and said word by word. I'll give you a new task. Find an opportunity and tie up Su Qinghan for me. Kidnapping? Scorpion gasped. Stalking and kidnapping are two completely different crimes. Are you scared? Li Haotian sneered. Chapter 85 Progress. Don't worry, you don't have to do it. Find a few outlaws from other places, and after the job is done, give them money and let them go. It's a clean move. He paused, and continued in a tempting tone, after the matter is done, I will give you 1 million. And, I will make everyone think that it was Zhao Mingchen who did it. 1 million. Someone else is taking the blame. The fear in the Scorpion's heart was instantly replaced by greed, and his breathing became rapid. Mr. Li, where do you think we should take the person? The abandoned cement factory on Shishan Road, on the outskirts of the city. As I recall, that piece of land was owned by the Zhao family, right? Yes, yes. Mr. Li is very smart. Scorpion suddenly realized, his tone full of flattery. Tie the person up and take him to the Zhao family's territory, then spread the word that Zhao Mingchen turned love into hate and wanted to take revenge on Su Qinghan. This is a perfect plan. At that time, the police will only investigate Zhao Mingchen, who is far away abroad. Who would suspect Li Haotian? Remember, be quick and don't hurt anyone. I just want her to stay there quietly. Wait for my letter, and then pass the news to Lin Mo. Got it. Mr. Li, please come in. The call was rudely cut off by Li Haotian. The phone slipped out of his hand, hitting the leather passenger seat with a dull thud, and then bounced weakly. The pale light tubes from the ceiling of the underground garage shone vertically, dragging his shadow across the concrete floor, making it look elongated and strange. He leaned against the cold car door. At first it was just an uncontrollable twitching of the shoulder. Then, deep in the throat, some long-suppressed airflow rolled, squeezing out a hoarse, broken sound. The sound gradually broke free and grew from small to large. Finally, it turned into sharp, wild laughter, which repeatedly collided and echoed in this empty and silent concrete box. It feels like all my internal organs are going to burst out of my chest due to laughing. Lin Mo. Su Qinghan. No one can escape. The moment Lin Mo stepped into the company's door, he was gripped by an almost frozen silence. A silence that didn't belong at 9 o'clock on a Monday morning, a silence that was deliberately suppressed. In the corridor, colleagues passing by him would suddenly stop in their tracks. Their faces were filled with a mixture of awe and some unspeakable fanaticism. Their mouths opened and closed, but in the end, they just held back all the words they wanted to say, turning them into a forced, almost funny nod. Normally it was as noisy as the office area of a stock exchange, but today it was so quiet that you could hear the faint sound of airflow from the central air conditioner. He walked with a blank expression. What trouble is this? He didn't stop and walked straight to his office. As soon as he put his hand on the door handle, the door was slammed open from the inside. Xin Yu and Shen Yu were indeed there. When the two saw him, they jumped up with a bang. Mr. Lin. Xin Yu's voice was so loud that it seemed to overturn the ceiling, and the excitement was burning on her face. Shen Yu, who was standing next to him, adjusted his glasses that were about to fall off his nose, looked at him with an almost pilgrim look, and nodded desperately. Lin Mo closed the door with his backhand. With a bang, all the sticky gazes and whispers outside the door were completely blocked out. He took off his coat and draped it over the back of a chair. What's wrong? He walked to his desk and sank into the wide chair, his voice still slightly hoarse from not waking up yet. The company collectively won 50 million? It's 10,000 times more exciting than that. Mr. Lin, yesterday you weren't holding a press conference. You were performing a surgical beheading. Xin Yu's cheeks flushed with excitement and she took a big step forward. Lin Mo's eyebrows raised slightly. Really, Mr. Lin? Xin Yu almost stamped her feet in anxiety when she saw his nonchalant look. That ability to control the situation. And the pause in the last few sentences. Oh my god, we were watching the live broadcast and the company group server was almost blown up. Shen Yu finally found an opportunity to interrupt. His voice was much calmer, but the admiration that came from his bones did not diminish in the slightest. Boss Lin, there is no more noise in the entire company now. No one expected that you could use this method to get Zhao Mingchen out of the game so thoroughly. They all said privately that you were simply attacking him from a lower dimension. Lin Mo's shoulders had been tense all the way, and now they finally relaxed for a moment. He raised his hand and pressed hard on his swollen temple. I thought there was something wrong again. He chuckled softly, his smile revealing an obvious fatigue. Recent events have made a string in my head buzz all the time. Xin Yu's eyes almost burst into stars when she saw his effortless attitude. Mr. Lin, could you please stop being so Versailles? She moved closer. Shen Yu reviewed everything with me. Oh my god, my jaw almost dislocated after hearing that. He's the mayor. You changed the whole situation with just a few words? This is more exaggerated than any commercial blockbuster. He was amused by Xin Yu's inexperienced look and waved his hands helplessly. Okay, tone it down. The smile on his face faded, and his voice became steady again. Go out and spread the word, let everyone put their hearts back in their stomachs and work hard. The bonuses and benefits of future projects will be more than they imagine. Xin Yu almost jumped up from the spot, rubbing her hands together excitedly. Got it. Mr. Lin. I guarantee they will scream and go to work after hearing this. Yes. He nodded, and when she turned to leave, he stopped her again. The Qingshui River project has officially started, and you go and oversee it yourself. All the process documents that need to be connected with the government must be correct in every word and punctuation. Also, for the alternative plans for ecological restoration, organize an expert team to conduct a second evaluation as soon as possible. Speed must be fast, but quality must come first. Yes. Don't worry, Mr. Lin. Xin Yu instantly switched to work mode, his eyes sharp. He nodded heavily, and rushed out like a gust of wind. Only Lin Mo and Shen Yu were left in the office. Shen Yu, he turned his gaze to him. What's the progress of the technology introduction plan I asked you to prepare? Shen Yu immediately pulled out a report from the folder he was carrying, handed it to him, and began to report clearly. Boss Lin, according to your instructions, we have made preliminary contact with the German companies Aqua Peritas and Gruntech. Here are the technical parameters and preliminary quotations they sent. Once he entered the professional field, Shen Yu became like a different person, confident and focused. He listened quietly, occasionally asking one or two questions, each of which precisely hit the most vulnerable point in the plan. After more than 10 minutes, the report ended. Okay, keep following up. He waved his hand. Chapter 86, Her Husband. If you need any decision, come to me directly. Okay, Mr. Lin. The moment the door closed, silence returned to the office. Lin Mo sank into the wide back of the chair and raised his hand to press hard between his eyebrows. No one could have imagined that not long ago, he was just a college student worried about his livelihood. In the next few days, his office might just become the company's wartime headquarters. Boss Lin, the publicity plan for the first phase of Qingshui River has exceeded the budget by 10%. It's approved, But we can't save money on publicity. Boss Lin, next quarter's recruitment plan. For talents in environmental protection engineering, the salary package will increase by another 30%, and we will recruit them from leading enterprises. Boss Lin, the government's special funds. Leave the account documents here, I will handle it myself. Lin Mo didn't even raise his head, his brain was working rapidly. Now was the critical moment and he couldn't let it go. Until the last supervisor closed the door and left, the clock hand pointed exactly to 6 o'clock. Lin Mo let out a long sigh, and a feeling of being hollowed out came over him. When he thought of Su Qinghan's promise to pick him up after get off work, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. He packed up the documents neatly, stuffed a few important ones into his briefcase, grabbed his coat from the back of the chair and stood up. He was not going to work overtime today. Outside the office, only a few workstations still had lights on. "Hello, Mr. Lin." When they saw him come out, the employees who were working overtime stood up and greeted him. Lin Mo nodded in response and walked quickly towards the elevator. At the entrance of the company building, the early winter evening breeze blew on his face, making his confused mind clearer. Instead of going to the curb, he stood on the steps at the door of the building with his hands in his coat pockets. His eyes swept through the endless flow of traffic, searching for familiar car figures. He didn't know which car Su Qinghan would drive, nor did he know when she would arrive. But he was willing to wait. Time passes by every second. The streetlights cast long shadows under his feet. Lin Mo took out his cell phone, unlocked the screen, but paused. He wanted to ask her where she was, but put the phone back in his pocket. That woman hates being urged the most. He simply didn't think about anything and just watched the hustle and bustle of traffic in front of him. After an unknown amount of time, he took out his cell phone again to check the time. 6:30. Lin Mo's brows knitted unconsciously. It's not that he was impatient, but Su Qinghan's lateness made him feel inexplicably anxious. That woman's desire to control time was stronger than his, and the word late was not even in her dictionary. It's impossible to be half an hour late for no reason. Is there a traffic jam on the road? He could only comfort himself in this way. He cast his gaze towards the sea of red taillights again, but the irritation in his heart grew more and more serious. Something is wrong. Something must be wrong. He no longer hesitated, opened his phone and dialed Su Qinghan directly. Beep beep beep. There was only a series of mechanical and cold busy tones coming from the receiver. He waited another 15 minutes. The shorthand of the hour hand has slid steadily towards 7. The worst of the evening rush hour had passed, and the traffic on the road began to thin out, but the car he was familiar with, or any car that might belong to Su Qinghan, did not appear. The irritability in Lin Mo's heart had completely fermented at this moment, turning into a cold and sticky uneasiness that gripped his heart tightly. Something is wrong. This is so wrong. With Su Qinghan's style of doing things, even if she was delayed by something terrible, she would definitely call or send a message in advance to inform him briefly. It is impossible that he disappeared like this, leaving him waiting like a fool at the company gate for an hour. A chill ran up from the soles of his feet to the top of his head, and Lin Mo's heart sank suddenly. He could no longer stand here waiting, so he suddenly pulled out his cell phone from his pocket. His fingers were shaking uncontrollably, and he swiped the screen several times before he unlocked it. He found Su Qinghan's number and dialed it. "Sorry, the number you dialed is currently unanswered. Please call again later." A cold, emotionless female voice came from the receiver. Every word was like a red-hot needle, piercing Lin Mo's tense nerves. He hung up and redialed. Still no one answered. The third time, the fourth time. When he called for the fifth time and the damn recording was still coming from the receiver, Lin Mo's face had become extremely ugly. The feeling of uneasiness quickly grew, almost swallowing up his sanity. He forced himself to calm down, his mind working frantically. Home. Will she go straight home? As soon as this thought came to his mind, he immediately looked through his address book and found the phone number of the Su family's old housekeeper. The call was answered almost instantly. "Hello? Mr. Lin?" The butler's old and steady voice came. "It's me." Lin Mo forced himself to keep his voice flat, but his rapid speaking speed still gave away everything. "Qinghan, has she returned home?" "No, Mr. Lin. The young lady didn't say she would come back early today. According to her usual practice, she usually arrives home around 8 or 9 o'clock. She didn't go back." Lin Mo muttered to himself, his heart completely sinking into the bottomless abyss. Mr. Lin, what happened? What do you need me to do? It's okay, go ahead and do your work, I'm just asking. Lin Mo hung up the phone in a hurry and couldn't stand it anymore. He turned around suddenly and almost ran back to the company building, jumped into the elevator and headed straight for the underground garage. Fortunately, in order to deal with some emergencies, he had asked the company to leave him an inconspicuous black Volkswagen in the garage as a spare car. The car keys were kept in a drawer in his office. Lin Mo rushed into the elevator. At the moment the elevator door slowly closed, he looked at the face reflected in the metal mirror. It was pale and anxious, with panic surging in his eyes that he himself was unfamiliar with. Su Qinghan, nothing must happen to you. Squeak. The harsh sound of tire friction broke the tranquility in front of the Su Group headquarters. Lin Mo was almost ejected from the car. He didn't even have time to close the door. He staggered and rushed madly into the magnificent hall. Where's Su Qinghan? Lin Mo rushed into the building and slammed his hands on the marble countertop at the front desk with a bang, causing the entire countertop to shake. His chest heaved violently, frightening the receptionist so much that she trembled all over and subconsciously wanted to call security. After a while, she swallowed her words and managed to speak in a professional voice. Sir, do you have an appointment? My name is Lin Mo, and I'm her husband. Forrest. The receptionist's pupils shrank. She had heard of this name before. She didn't dare to ask another question. Seeing that Lin Mo looked like he might go berserk at any moment, she hurriedly grabbed the phone. Please wait a moment. I will ask the president's secretary for you right away. Chapter 87, Don't be impulsive. The call was connected quickly. The receptionist covered the microphone and spoke a few words quickly in a low voice. When she raised her head again, her expression became extremely strange. Mr. Lin, I'm sorry. Secretary Zhang said that President Su didn't come to the company this afternoon. What? Didn't you come to the company this afternoon? For so long, I haven't been back to the company or home, and my phone connection has completely gone blank. Something happened. The moment this thought came to Lin Mo's mind, he felt his eyes go dark and the whole world was spinning. He was completely panicked. At this moment, the cell phone in his pocket vibrated violently, which made him jump. The screen lit up, revealing a strange number with no place of origin. Lin Mo's breath hitched. He swiped the phone with trembling fingers to answer it, the phone almost pressing against his ear. Hello? There was silence on the other end of the phone for 2 seconds. Then, an electronic sound processed by a voice changer sounded, sharp and piercing. Hello, is this Mr. Lin? He. You can't find your wife. Are you anxious and helpless now? Crack. The veins on the back of Lin Mo's hand as he held the phone were bulging, and he was holding it with such force that even the phone casing made a mournful cry as it could not bear the weight. Who are you? Is Qinghan in your hands? TSK, it seems our President Lin is not that stupid. The strange voice laughed. Yes, your beautiful wife is visiting me now. She has a nice figure, but she has a bad temper and is not very obedient. Just try to touch her if you dare. The last string of reason in Lin Mo's mind broke completely with a bang, and a beast-like roar came out of his throat. I don't care who you are. Do you want money or life? If you dare to hurt her hair, I swear, I will chop you into pieces and feed you to the dogs. Oh my, what a rage. The other party seemed to be amused by his rage, and his laughter became even more shrill. Don't be so excited, Mr. Lin. It's so ugly. We are not murderers. We just want to discuss a business deal with you. Business? Lin Mo's voice suddenly turned cold. What business? Readily. The strange voice on the other end of the phone praised, its tone full of cold mockery. I heard that Mr. Lin's Kingsway project is going very well. I'm not interested in money, I just want to borrow your core technology from Mr. Lin for fun. It's complete, not a single byte can be missing. The core technology of the Qingshui River project. These few words made Lin Mo's blood run cold in an instant. That was the result of countless days and nights of hard work by him and Chen Yu's team. It was the lifeblood of the company and the cornerstone of the future. The value of this thing could not be measured by money at all. The other party's appetite is so big. How is it, Mr. Lin? The voice on the other end of the phone became more and more playful. Exchange your pile of broken data for the life of the woman you love. This deal is a good deal. I'll give you 1 day. I want to see something by this time tomorrow. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that your pure and innocent President Sue will encounter any interesting things. Lin Mo's brain was working rapidly at this moment. He forced himself to calm down, and his voice was so cold that ice chips could fall off. How do I know Ching Han is still alive? I want to hear her voice. You have no fucking right to negotiate with me. If you don't let me confirm her safety, you won't get a single word. Lin Mo's attitude was extremely tough and he refused to give in. Don't forget, the technology is in my hands, and the initiative is in my hands. If you dare to touch her, you will get nothing. I, Lin Mo, swear that even if I chase you to the ends of the earth, I will grind you to ashes. There was a sudden silence on the other end of the phone. Lin Mo tightly grasped the phone, his palms were full of sticky cold sweat, and his heart was beating wildly. He is gambling. Bet that the other party is just looking for money and dare not kill easily. Bet that Su Qinghan's chip is heavy enough. A few seconds seemed to last a century. Finally, that strange voice sounded again, with a hint of reluctance. Okay, you're cruel. Wait. There was immediately a rustling sound coming from the phone. Lin Mo held his breath instantly and pressed the phone tightly to his ear, afraid of missing any movement. But what he waited for was not Su Qinghan's voice, but a cold, busy tone. Beep, beep, beep. The other party hung up the phone. Hello? Hello? Lin Mo yelled into the disconnected phone, but all he got in response was dead silence. He suddenly pulled the phone away from his ear and looked at the unfamiliar number on the screen. He was instantly engulfed by a surge of rage and a feeling of desperate powerlessness, as if he had been fooled. He was fooled. The other party had never thought of asking him for confirmation from the beginning to the end. The silence of those few seconds just now was just toying with him. Hold. Lin Mo gathered all his anger and fear in his fist and punched it hard on the cold, hard marble countertop. Bang! There was a loud bang, and the whole hall was buzzing. The receptionist let out a short scream, then rolled and crawled under the table, trembling. Lin Mo didn't feel any pain at all. The back of his hand was instantly torn apart and blood flowed out from between his fingers, but he just looked down at his bloody fist without any reaction. The severe pain in my heart has completely overwhelmed the physical pain. He stood alone in the middle of the empty hall. The bright lights made his eyes sore. The whole world seemed to be twisting and sinking before his eyes, falling into endless coldness and darkness. Li Haotian. Although the other party used a voice changer, at this moment, there was only one name left in Lin Mo's mind. Apart from that lingering bastard, who else would know so much about him, Su Qinghan, and the Qingshui River project? That bastard. Lin Mo clenched his fists again, and his joints made crisp cracking sounds due to excessive force. Blood dripped onto the smooth floor, splashing little by little. Li Haotian. You'd better pray that Qinghan is okay. Otherwise, I will bury your entire family with you. A violent murderous intent exploded in Lin Mo's mind, and he felt that all the blood in his body rushed to his head in an instant. No, don't be impulsive. After a moment, Lin Mo smiled bitterly and shook his head. Su Qinghan is still in their hands, and any wrong move could lead to her irreparable destruction. Must calm down. With this thought in mind, he suddenly closed his eyes, took several deep breaths, and forced himself to clear his mind. After a while, he turned around and rushed out of the hotel lobby with big strides, leaving the frightened receptionist behind. I walked quickly into the car, and the narrow space made me feel anxious again. Bang! Chapter 88, found here. He slammed his fist on the steering wheel, making a dull thud. Call the police? Since the other party dares to do this, there is no way they will leave any evidence behind. If the police intervene, it will only alert the enemy. Hand over core technology? That's not just money, it's the hard work he and Shen Yu's team have put in for countless days and nights, and it is the foundation of the future business empire. Dream. What's more, how could he bow down to a group of scum who only knew how to use despicable means? After thinking it over, he was at a loss. Just as he put his hands in his hair, overwhelmed by despair, a cold, emotionless mechanical voice exploded in my mind without any warning. It is detected that the host is in extreme distress and has severe emotional fluctuations. Reward the host with Emergency Assistance Authority once. Do you want to use it immediately? System. Lin Mo's body shook violently. How could he have forgotten his biggest trump card? Use it. Use it now. Emergency assistance permission has been activated. Host, please describe the dilemma that needs to be solved. I want to know Su Qinghan's current location immediately. And I must have enough ability to rescue her. Lin Mo's voice trembled with excitement. Request received, analyzing. Analysis completed, generating solution for host. The solution was generated successfully. 1. The real-time positioning of the target person Su Qinghan has been activated and will be projected onto the host's retina in the form of a 3-dimensional map for 1 hour. 2. Temporary skill Grandmaster Combat Mastery has been loaded. In the next hour, the host will gain a Grandmaster's instinct for human body structure, force generation techniques, and battlefield reactions. Warning, this skill is a pure skill infusion, and the host's physical fitness has not been enhanced. Please handle it with caution. The moment the system finished speaking, the world in front of Lin Mo changed instantly. A translucent 3-dimensional city map with a faint blue glow unfolded out of thin air, and a dazzling red light spot was quietly flashing in the abandoned industrial area in the northeast corner of the city. At the same time, an indescribable flood of information rushed into his brain. Joints, vital points, lever arms, center of gravity. Countless of the purest and most efficient killing techniques were forcibly engraved into Lin Mo's mind and instantly formed muscle memory. He could even clearly feel that he could calculate hundreds of the most labor-saving and deadly attack methods in a single thought. An absolute power that comes from skill and transcends brute force. Buzz. The roar of the engine tore through the dead silence of the underground garage. The black car body turned into an arrow, following the bright red coordinate on the retina, and rushed towards the endless night. The abandoned third steel plant on the outskirts of Zhengzhou. The air was filled with a strange smell mixed with rust and mildew. The huge factory building cast a hideous black shadow in the moonlight, like a lurking steel behemoth. Damn, there are so many mosquitoes in this damn place. A yellow-haired gangster slapped himself on the arm suddenly, twisted his fingers, and a glaring stain of blood appeared. Okay, stop complaining. A bald man with a face full of flesh stretched out 5 thick and black fingers impatiently and shook them. After we finish this job, Brother Hao said that he will give us this amount each. 500,000? Huang Mao's breathing became heavy, his eyes widened. Fuck. Just kidnapping a woman, is it worth so much? Nonsense. This woman is the president of the Su Group, the Golden Phoenix. The bald man sneered, and his obscene eyes swept to the figure tied to the chair in the corner. Wait for that grandson surnamed Lin to bring money to redeem us, and then we can enjoy the rest of our lives. Su Qinghan was tied tightly to a rusty steel pillar, his mouth sealed with thick industrial tape, and his high-end custom-made white suit jacket was covered with mud and dust, looking extremely disheveled. But even in such an embarrassing situation, her back was still straight, without any fear. In her pupils, the figures of those thugs looked no different from dead people. Oh, this little girl is quite arrogant. The yellow-haired man noticed Su Qinghan's reaction and moved closer with an unhappy look on his face. What? Are you not convinced? Believe it or not, I will make you feel good right now. He grinned, stretched out the dirty hand that had just slapped a mosquito to death, and touched Su Qinghan's impeccable face directly. At this moment. Boom! With a terrifying noise that seemed to tear the eardrums apart, the heavy steel door of the factory was suddenly smashed apart from the outside by an irresistible force. The entire door panel flew inward with a sharp whistling sound, and slammed heavily on the concrete floor a few meters away, sparks flying everywhere. This sudden change made the thugs' hearts skip a beat. They suddenly picked up the steel pipes and machetes beside them and looked towards the door in horror. In the smoke and darkness at the door, a slender figure stood still, emitting a suffocating cold aura. There was no unnecessary expression on Lin Mo's face, and he was so calm that it made people feel uneasy. You, who the hell are you? The bald man roared in a timid voice, but his hands, which were tightly gripping the steel pipe, were shaking uncontrollably. Lin Mo didn't even bother to look at him. His footsteps, from beginning to end, were always in the direction of Su Qinghan. After confirming that her clothes were intact and she was just a little frightened, the murderous intent in Lin Mo's body that was about to burn the sky subsided a little. The moment Su Qinghan saw who was coming, he froze. Is it him? How come he is here? How dare he come? This thought raced wildly through her mind, shocking, absurd, and with a hint of peace of mind that she herself was unwilling to admit. It's the guy named Lin. How did he find this place? The yellow-haired man finally recognized Lin Mo, and his voice changed. Damn it, I don't care how he got here. The bald man had a fierce look on his face, and he made up his mind, if he comes here, don't even think about leaving upright. Brothers, come on. Chop him up. At the command, the four desperados roared like wild beasts, waving the weapons in their hands. From four directions, four weapons flashing with cold light, with the sound of wind, chopped towards Lin Mo's vitals at the same time. On the second floor, in the rusty steel corridor, Li Haotian gently shook the scarlet liquid in the cup, a cruel and playful smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. The corner of his mouth curled up in a cruel arc. Lin Mo, Lin Mo, you really don't know how to live or die. You actually dare to break in alone. That's perfect. It saves me the trouble of looking for you. Today, I will bury you and Su Qinghan here completely. He swirled the scarlet liquid in the glass, ready to enjoy a desperate show. However, the next second, the smile on his face completely froze. Facing the siege of four strong men, Lin Mo did not retreat but advanced, his body suddenly sinking. The yellow-haired man who was rushing in the front roared, and the machete in his hand swept with evil wind, chopping directly at Lin Mo's face. Chapter 89 Don't Talk. Su Qinghan's heart instantly rose to his throat. But Lin Mo only moved half a step to the left. It was just this insignificant half step, but the sharp blade narrowly brushed past the tip of his nose. A slight difference could mean life or death. Before the yellow-haired man could change his moves, Lin Mo's right hand had already stretched out, and his 5 fingers accurately grasped his knife-holding wrist and twisted it violently. Crack! The sound of bones breaking was extremely crisp. The yellow-haired man's scream was stuck in his throat. Lin Mo had already taken the machete and hit him hard on the back of his neck with the back of the knife. Bang! The yellow-haired man's eyes rolled back and his body turned limp into a puddle of mud. The whole process is extremely fast and neat. The other 3 thugs had just rushed halfway when their companion fell down. Damn it! Kill him! The bald man was shocked and angry. He swung the steel pipe across Lin Mo's waist, and the wind was howling. Another thug holding a dagger surrounded Lin Mo from the other side and stabbed him viciously in the ribs. Lin Mo's expression did not fluctuate at all. With the blessing of his master-level fighting skills, all the actions of these minions in front of him seemed full of flaws. Court death. He snorted coldly, and suddenly crouched down, allowing the steel pipe to sweep across his scalp. The next moment, he raised the handle of the machete in his hand directly upwards and accurately blocked the stabbing dagger. Bite! The buzzing sound of metal clashing was so loud that it hurt the eardrums. Lin Mo turned his wrist and disarmed the opponent's dagger in the blink of an eye. Then, he kicked the bald man right in the shin bone. Ouch! The bald man in front of him let out a shrill howl and fell to the ground like a wild dog whose tail was stepped on. Without any pause, Lin Mo turned around and elbowed the last thug in the chin. The gangster flew backwards, twitched twice on the ground, and then became motionless. In a flash, the 4 vicious kidnappers were all defeated. In the empty factory, there were only suppressed howls of pain and Lin Mo's steady breathing. On the second floor, the goblet in Li Haotian's hand slipped and shattered to the ground. He was completely dumbfounded. This was the poor student Lin Mo? This skill is even more terrifying than that of the fucking special forces. He is not here to die, he is here to take my life. A chill rushed from the soles of Li Haotian's feet to his forehead. He dared not stay any longer and turned around to escape through the passage behind. Just as he turned around, Lin Mo downstairs suddenly raised his head. A bone-chilling murderous aura seemed to have crossed space and nailed him in the back. Li Haotian was so frightened that he rushed into the darkness of the corridor, tumbling and crawling. Lin Mo didn't even look at the stray dog upstairs. He snorted coldly and walked straight towards the steel pillar. Now, nothing is more important than Su Qinghan. Su Qinghan, who witnessed everything, stared blankly at Lin Mo who was walking towards him, his mind going blank. The bloody scene just now completely shattered all her preconceived impressions of Lin Mo. This man was rogue, calm, and even a little sinister, but she had never seen him so powerful. That kind of ruthlessness and absolute power to control everything made her feel an unprecedented sense of security, mixed with a hint of fear. Don't be afraid, I'm coming. Looking at Su Qinghan who was a little dazed in front of him, Lin Mo naturally understood what the other person was thinking. But right now, this is obviously not the time to talk about this. He threw away the machete in his hand and was about to reach out to tear the tape on her mouth when something strange happened. The bald man who had just been kicked to the ground by him struggled to get up without him knowing when. His face was ferocious, and he used all his strength to swing the steel pipe on the ground and smash it hard at the back of Lin Mo's head. Careful! Su Qinghan, who had just peeled off the tape, suddenly had his pupils constricted and let out a heart-wrenching scream. The sound of the wind pierces my ears. Lin Mo's reaction was extremely fast, and his body was already in a dodging posture. But behind him is Su Qinghan. If he dodges, this barrel of force, filled with all his strength, will hit Su Qinghan hard on the head. In a split second, Lin Mo made the only choice. Instead of dodging, he suddenly took a step forward and used his back to protect Su Qinghan. Bang! The heavy steel pipe hit Lin Mo's left shoulder hard. The dull sound of bones breaking makes one's scalp tingle. Lin Mo let out a suppressed groan, his body shook violently, and a heart-wrenching pain exploded from his shoulder blade and instantly swept through his whole body. But he didn't fall. He turned around suddenly, his eyes, bloodshot, fixed on the bald man. The bald man was frightened out of his wits by his beast-like aura. The steel pipe in his hand dropped to the ground with a clang, and he turned around and tried to run away. How could Lin Mo give him a chance? He endured the severe pain, straightened his right leg, and gave a swift side kick, accurately hitting the bald man's temple. Boom! The bald man didn't even have time to groan. He rolled his eyes and fell straight down, completely silent. The factory finally returned to deathly silence. Lin Mo was breathing heavily. The severe pain in his left arm made his face pale, and cold sweat instantly soaked the clothes on the back. He forced himself to hold on, turned around, and used his only moving right hand to tremble as he tore off the tape on Su Qinghan's mouth, and then untied the ropes on her hands and feet. You! Su Qinghan's lips moved, but his throat felt like it was blocked by cotton and he couldn't utter a word. She looked at Lin Mo's pale face and his shirt whose left shoulder was quickly stained with blood. He took that blow in order to protect himself. As soon as the rope was untied, Su Qinghan staggered to his feet. The first thing he did was to rush over and hold tightly to the staggering Lin Mo. When her hand touched Lin Mo's hot body, Lin Mo could no longer hold on. His body softened and most of his weight fell on her. Lin Mo. How are you? Don't scare me. There was a cry tone in Su Qinghan's voice that she herself was not aware of. I want to die. Lin Mo forced a weak smile, his forehead covered with beads of cold sweat. It's just it hurts a little bit. Don't talk. Don't talk. Su Qinghan gritted his teeth, his eyes instantly turned red, and tears fell uncontrollably. She used all her strength to support the tall Lin Mo, and moved step by step, with difficulty, towards the outside of the factory. Car, keys. Lin Mo took out the keys of Cullinan from his pocket and put them in her hand. Su Qinghan took the key without saying a word, and stuffed Lin Mo into the passenger seat with great effort. He then quickly went around to the driver's seat and started the car. The engine roared, and the car rushed out of the abandoned factory and merged into the city's traffic like an angry beast. The car was silent, with only the sound of Lin Mo's increasingly heavy breathing and Su Qinghan's hands tightly gripping the steering wheel with white knuckles. Chapter 90 Secretary, Senior Schoolmate, Junior Schoolmate. Su Qinghan held the steering wheel tightly. She didn't dare to look at Lin Mo beside her. She could only glimpse him through the rearview mirror, leaning on the seat, his eyes closed, his face getting paler and paler. She stepped on the accelerator to the bottom and sped towards the nearest hospital. Squeak! The harsh sound of brakes broke the tranquility of the hospital, and Su Qinghan parked the car in front of the door of the emergency building. Doctor! Nurse! Help! The car door was pushed open suddenly, and Su Qinghan almost crawled out. She no longer cared about her demeanor as a president. Her hair was disheveled and her face was still pale from shock. She shouted at the top of her lungs towards the brightly lit emergency room. Soon, several nurses rushed out pushing a stretcher. Su Qinghan hurriedly helped them and lifted Lin Mo, who was already in a semi-comatose state, onto the flatbed. Her fingertips sank into a wet and sticky warmth, and the touch spread along her arm, making her chest feel stuffy. Quick! The patient is bleeding and has a severe blunt force trauma to his left shoulder. The nurse pushed the ambulance forward, and the sound of Su Qinghan's high heels stepping on the floor tiles was hurried and chaotic. Bang! The heavy door closed in front of her. Above, the three red words "in surgery" lit up, and the red light made her temple jump. Her strength was drained away, and she leaned against the wall, sliding down to the cold ground. The smell of disinfectant penetrated into the nose, so sharp that it made people feel sick. She just sat there, letting her body temperature be taken away by the hard tiles. The dull, unnerving sound seemed to ring in my ears again. Click! The lights went out and the door opened. The man in a white coat came out and was taking off his mask. She almost jumped up and rushed to the doctor. She swayed and had to hold on to the wall to keep her balance. His throat was dry and smoking. "Doctor, how is he?" "He's out of danger." The doctor took off his mask and said calmly, "2 ribs on the left side were fractured, and the wound on the shoulder blade was quite deep, so I had to get 12 stitches. He has a mild concussion, so he needs to be hospitalized for observation." Broken ribs, 12 stitches. Su Qinghan leaned against the wall, her knuckles turning white from the exertion. She lowered her head and it took a long time before she squeezed out a few words. "Thank you, doctor." Lin Mo was pushed into the VIP ward that she had arranged in advance. Everything finally returned to silence, with only the regular beeping sound of the ECG monitor echoing in the empty room. He was lying there, covered with a white sheet, his arms wrapped in thick bandages, his brows furrowed even in his sleep. Su Qinghan sat down beside the bed and looked at him quietly. She reached out her hand, trying to smooth his frown. The fingertips stopped in mid-air, just a hair's breadth away from his skin, but could no longer move forward. "This person is her husband by agreement. A few hours ago, it was this man who used his back to block a steel pipe for her." Buzz. On the bedside table, Lin Mo's cell phone vibrated, and the light from the screen cut through the darkness. A message popped up. "Qin Yu, Mr. Lin, are you okay? I heard that something happened to you and I'm worried. Please call me back if you see me. Qin Yu." Lin Mo's secretary. Su Qinghan reached out and held the phone. There is no password lock on the screen. With a swipe of your finger, you're logged into WeChat. Her name lay alone at the bottom of the list. And at the top is Qin Yu. She clicked in. The finger slid upwards mechanically, and the chat history flew by quickly. Besides work, there is also: "General Lin, the temperature has dropped, please put on more clothes. Mr. Lin, my mother made some snacks. Would you like to try some? Mr. Lin, you have a bad stomach, I ordered a stomach-nourishing lunch for you." Those gentle and considerate words, that meticulous care, silently penetrated into Su Qinghan's eyes. Su Qinghan's fingertips turned slightly white. She stepped back expressionlessly and clicked on the next one. "Senior Zhou Min, Lin Mo, I'm sorry. I was rude to you before. I apologize. Senior Zhou Min, and thank you for helping me out." "Senior?" Su Qinghan's eyes turned colder. This title sounds much more intimate than General Lin. She continued to scroll up and saw their earlier chat history. Most of the time, it was this woman named Zhou Min who was asking about his well-being and sharing some interesting things about school, and Lin Mo would occasionally reply with a word or two. There is a youthful and warm ambiguity between the lines. A nameless anger suddenly rose up from the bottom of Su Qinghan's heart, burning her whole limbs and making her feel cold. She suppressed her anger and clicked on the profile picture of the third frequent contact. "Tian Shui's junior schoolmate, Senior Lin Mo. You were so handsome when you spoke in the auditorium. Everyone admires you. Oh, by the way, I also watched the press conference that day. It was so amazing. Senior, you are my role model, starryeyes.jpg. Tian Shui's junior, senior, when will you come to school? I didn't have time to talk to you last time. Senior? Or other?" Those sticky words, coupled with the cartoon avatar with blinking eyes, made her feel physically nauseous. If the messages from the first 2 women ignited a nameless fire, then these few lines of coquettish and silly words were like an ice-hardened knife that accurately stabbed into the center of the fire. The burning anger was extinguished in an instant, and was replaced by a sharper, colder sourness that violently collided with her chest, knocking her internal organs out of place. A few hours ago, she was still standing outside the operating room, like a fool with her soul taken away, praying for him and crying for him. And what about him? Secretary, senior schoolmate, junior schoolmate. What a great skill. Su Qinghan tightly grasped the phone, the cold metal shell almost embedded in her palm, and her knuckles turned a frightening white due to excessive force. An impulse surged in her chest. She wanted to smash the phone hard on Lin Mo's pale face, grab his collar and ask him how many good sisters he had. Drip, drip. The regular sound of the ECG monitor was like an icy needle, accurately piercing her surging anger. The sound was not loud, but it echoed endlessly in the silent ward, reminding her of an irrefutable fact. Her gaze involuntarily fell back on the bed. The unconscious man still had a furrowed brow and chapped lips, and the gauze on his left shoulder was stained red by fresh blood. The red color stung her eyes. The steel pipes whizzing in the abandoned factory, his back as he turned around and protected her, his horse run as he fell. Frames of images exploded in my mind. He was lying here to save her. He used his body to protect her from disaster. What right did she have to disturb a wounded person because of such trivial matters? Chapter 91. What's wrong with you? Su Qinghan's chest heaved, and she forced the surging emotions back, again and again. She put the phone gently back on the bedside table, her movements stiff. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Mo's eyelashes trembled and a faint moan escaped from his throat. He slowly opened his eyes, his gaze stayed on the ceiling for a long time before slowly turning to the figure beside the bed. Su Qinghan? The voice was very dry. You're awake. Su Qinghan spoke in a flat voice. Lin Mo struggled to sit up. He felt a sharp pain in the wound on his shoulder and gasped. Don't move. Su Qinghan immediately stepped forward and held him down. The doctor said you have 2 cracked ribs. You need to rest. Lin Mo leaned against the raised headboard, the aftereffects of the anesthetic making him feel dizzy. He looked at Su Qinghan, and there was something wrong. There was only calm indifference on her face. What's wrong with you? Lin Mo asked, are you scared? Su Qinghan's gaze drifted to the side. I'm fine. She lowered her eyes. You just woke up. Are you hungry? I asked the nurse to prepare some food. She didn't give him a chance to ask further questions, but turned around and pressed the call bell. The nurse quickly brought warm rice porridge. Su Qinghan took it without saying a word, scooped it up with a spoon and handed it to Lin Mo's mouth. Lin Mo opened his mouth. I myself. You can't move your left hand, and your right hand is receiving in 4. Su Qinghan interrupted him, eat. He had no choice but to open his mouth obediently and swallow mechanically. The bowl of porridge was quickly finished. A strong feeling of fatigue came over him again, and Lin Mo's eyelids became heavier and heavier. I sleep a little longer, he said vaguely. Yeah. Su Qinghan responded and tucked the quilt for him. Lin Mo soon fell into a deep sleep. In the ward, there was only the monotonous sound of the monitor and the dark night outside the window. Su Qinghan sat quietly, looking at Lin Mo's sleeping profile. After a long while, her lips moved slightly and she uttered 2 words silently. Fraud. Bang. A priceless antique vase was swept to the ground, and the crisp sound of it breaking echoed in the empty living room. Lin Mo. Who the hell are you? Li Haotian was panting heavily, and his carefully tailored suit was all wrinkled while he was running away, looking very disheveled. How can a gigolo who relies on women to get to his position understand fighting? That clean and neat movement, that swift and decisive counterattack, is simply something an ordinary college student cannot do. He checked Lin Mo's background and found that his ancestors for 3 generations were farmers and his resume was as clean as a blank sheet of paper. The more this happened, the more aggrieved Li Haotian felt. Waste. A bunch of waste, he roared into the air. He paced back and forth, and the broken pieces of porcelain under his feet made a crunching sound. No, he can't swallow this. He whipped out his cell phone and made a call. Hey, help me find this person, Lin Mo. Yes, now. I don't care what method you use, just find out which hospital he is staying in. After hanging up the phone, Li Haotian lit a cigar. The pungent smoke made him cough, but the resentment in his eyes became more intense. Soon, the phone vibrated and an address was sent to me. Jiangzhou First People's Hospital, VIP ward. Li Haotian looked at the screen and sneered. Get ready, we're going to the hospital to visit our general manager Lin. He thought quickly in his mind. Should he just ask someone to go to the hospital to cause trouble? That was too low level and would easily leave room for suspicion. Suddenly, a name popped into his mind. Zhou Min. A perfect chess piece. A cruel arc appeared on Li Haotian's lips. He found another number and dialed it. The phone rang for a long time before it was picked up, and a drunken, slurred voice came from the other end. Hello? Who is this? Disturbing my fortune. Are you Zhou Deli? Li Haotian asked in a cold voice. You, who the hell are you? How do you know my name? The voice on the other end revealed a hint of vigilance. Li Haotian chuckled, his laughter full of disdain. It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is, do you want to make a fortune? Windfall? Zhou Deli's voice suddenly became much clearer, and his greedy nature was exposed. How big is the windfall? 500,000. Li Haotian spit out a number lightly. There was a gasp from the other end of the line, followed by rapid breathing. 500,000? You didn't lie to me, did you? What do you want me to do? It's very simple. Go to Jiangzhou First People's Hospital and find a patient named Lin Mo. I want you to tell them in front of everyone that Lin Mo played with your daughter's feelings, deceived her, and made her a mistress without knowing it. Remember, make the scene as big as possible and bring in reporters. When you're done, the full 500,000 will be deposited into your account. Joe Deli was silent for a moment, as if weighing the pros and cons. His daughter's reputation and 500,000 in cash, for a gambler like him, this was not a choice at all. Okay. I'll do it, he said, almost gritting his teeth, but how do I know you won't default on your debt? You are not qualified to bargain with me, Li Haotian said impatiently. You just need to do your job well. I'll have someone keep an eye on you, and if you dare to play tricks, you'll have to bear the consequences. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Hearing the busy tone on the phone, Li Haotian pressed the cigar hard into the ashtray, a ferocious and satisfied smile appearing on his face. In the chaos, there is sound. Sharp and noisy, like countless steel needles, piercing the thin membrane of sleep and pulling Lin Mo's consciousness out of the abyss. Shameless. A beast who deceived my daughter's feelings. I must give an explanation. The broken shouts and curses seeped in from outside the door, making his temples throb. His eyelids felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds, and he could barely keep them open a crack. All he could see was the pale ceiling and the lingering, cold smell of disinfectant. The moment I regained consciousness, severe pain surged from my shoulders and ribs like a tide. It was as if the broken bones were grinding against each other, and every breath was accompanied by a heart-wrenching pain. Cold sweat instantly soaked my forehead. He turned his neck and looked towards the bed as usual. The chair is empty. Su Qinghan is not here. An indescribable feeling of emptiness gripped him, making him more uneasy than the wounds on his body. The noise outside was getting louder and louder. There was even the dense clicking sound of camera shutters, like a group of greedy locusts gnawing at this moment of silence. Something happened. He gritted his teeth, used his good right arm to support the mattress, and tried to sit up. Just by raising his body, he felt a sharp pain in his ribs. The pain made his eyes go dark and cold sweat dripped along his jawline, leaving a small dark mark on the pillow. Chapter 92, is it the kind that you can just go to bed with? Fuck. He squeezed out a word from between his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead. He closed his eyes, then opened them suddenly, mobilizing all his remaining strength and pushing with all his might. Finally I sat up against the head of the bed. His chest heaved violently and he gasped for breath. He pulled out the infusion needle that was still connected to the back of his hand. A few drops of blood immediately gushed out and slid down the back of his hand. He couldn't take care of it. He lifted the quilt and stepped barefoot on the cold floor, with his body weight almost entirely on his uninjured side. He moved step by step towards the ward door that isolated him from the storm. Cold sweat soaked the thin hospital gown, which stuck to the body and was freezing cold. His hand finally touched the cold door handle. With a click, the door opened. The scene outside the door made his pupils suddenly shrink. The long and narrow corridor was blocked and crowded with people. At the front, countless cameras and microphones formed an impenetrable wall, and flashbulbs flashed wildly, making everyone's face pale and distorted. The patients and their families who were watching the excitement stretched their necks and pointed at this side. The moment he opened the door, all the cameras and all the eyes, like sharks smelling blood, instantly turned around and locked onto him. It's Lin Mo. He's out. Someone shouted, and the crowd suddenly became excited. Reporters swarmed over him like a flood that broke through a dam, drowning him. Dozens of microphones were pointed at his mouth, almost poking into it. Mr. Lin Mo. Excuse me, do you know Zhou Min? Is it true that you cheated on Ms. Zhou Min during your marriage and deceived her feelings, making her your mistress? Has your marriage with Su Qinghan, the president of the Su Corporation, already existed in name only? How do you explain this? The sharp questions came like bullets. Zhou Min? The third party? My brain went blank from the pain and blood loss, and all that was left in my ears was the buzzing and the popping of flashlights. He couldn't even form a complete sentence before a middle-aged man in ragged clothes and reeking of alcohol squeezed out of the crowd and rushed to him with tears and snot. You heartless beast. You finally came out. The man pointed at Lin Mo's nose and cried at the top of his lungs, my poor daughter. She loves you with all her heart. What about you? You are married to that rich CEO, and yet you still mess with her. Are you still a human being? What do you think of our Xiao Min? She doesn't even know you're married. If she knew, she would never be with you even if you kill her. You liar. You've ruined my daughter's life. He cried and beat his chest. His performance was so emotional, just like a tragic old father whose daughter was bullied by a bully. The reporter's flashlights went even crazier. Crack. 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 Lin Mo's retina was painful from the flash, but he still squinted and saw the face of the man in front of him clearly. Zhou Deli. Zhou Min's notorious gambling father. Lin Mo's mind suddenly became clear. He understood. This was a setup, a vicious and despicable setup specifically targeting him. He ignored the crazy reporters and Zhou Deli's poor performance. He looked at Zhou Deli coldly. When Zhou Deli was looked at like this, his heart suddenly skipped a beat, and his howling and wailing became subconsciously weaker. The hairs on his back stood up instantly, and a chill rushed from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. Lin Mo's eyes were terrifying, so terrifyingly calm. He subconsciously wanted to retreat and escape from this place. But at this moment, he thought of the 500,000 that Li Haotian promised. 500,000. With this money, he can pay off all his gambling debts and go back to the gambling den to make a killing. Huge greed overwhelmed fear in an instant. Zhou Deli was determined and his courage grew. He stiffened his neck and continued to accuse in his hoarse voice, which even carried a hint of real grief and indignation. What are you looking at? You little white face. Do you think you can do whatever you want just because you have a few bucks? I tell you, we poor people also have backbone. If you don't give my daughter an explanation today, I will fight you. He became more and more excited as he spoke, and even pretended to pounce on Lin Mo. The reporters around were so excited when they saw this. This was big news. The son-in-law of a wealthy family was cheating on 2 women, and the woman's family came to the door and confronted him on the spot. Mr. Lin Mo, please answer our questions directly. Are you feeling guilty? How far have you and Ms. Zhou Min progressed? The reporters were relentless and almost stuffed the microphone into Lin Mo's mouth. My stomach churned, and a nauseating feeling mixed with the smell of blood rushed straight into my throat. Lin Mo leaned against the doorframe and managed to stand firmly. He opened his mouth, and the sound that came out of his throat was dry and hoarse, almost drowned out by the shutter sound. Zhou Min. We are just friends. With every word he spoke, the wound in his chest hurt. The words were finally squeezed out, but they were as light as a feather and were instantly swallowed up by the noise. He took a breath and turned to Zhou Deli, who was still wiping tears. How much did you charge? Lin Mo's voice was not loud, but it made Zhou Deli's cry stuck in his throat. You are asked to sell your own daughter's reputation? Zhou Deli took a step back suddenly and almost tripped over himself. The grief and anger on his face froze. He was speechless. You are slandering me. But the reporters paid no attention to this brief interlude. They seemed to have finally gotten the answer they wanted and were instantly excited. He admitted it. He admitted that he knew Zhou Min. Just friends? Mr. Lin, do you think people will believe that? Mr. Zhou is so sad, is he just acting? Do you have any evidence to prove that he took the money? Please answer directly. What kind of friends are you and Zhou Min? Are you the kind of friends you can sleep with casually? In their eyes, Lin Mo's denial was a desperate struggle of guilt. Flies don't bite seamless eggs. If it weren't for his own misconduct, how could he have gotten into this mess? Lin Mo's lips were pressed into a bloodless line. It's impossible to reason with this group of people. Physical strength was rapidly draining away from his wounded body, the scenes in front of his eyes began to double, and the buzzing in his ears drowned out all other sounds. Just as his body swayed and he was about to fall, a voice as cold as ice, like a sharp blade, split the chaos. Get out of my way. This sound. Lin Mo's scattered gaze suddenly focused. At the end of the crowd, Su Qinghan was striding towards them. She was wearing a neatly tailored black suit and her long hair was neatly tied behind her head, revealing her smooth, full forehead and cold jawline. Chapter 93, Will you and he get divorced? Behind her, 4 burly security guards in black were like shadows. The reporters turned around subconsciously and met Su Qinghan's icy eyes. The noisy corridor became eerily quiet. Her aura is too strong. Even words are not needed, just a look is enough to strangle everyone by the throat. Su, Mr. Su. A reporter was tongue-tied. Su Qinghan didn't even look at them and walked straight through the crowd. When she saw Lin Mo, who was surrounded in the middle, looking pale and shaky, her brows knitted slightly. For security guards immediately stepped forward and, like bulldozers, violently pushed the reporters and Joe Deli who were blocking the way to the sides. "Hey! What are you doing? Don't push! My camera!" Amid the exclamations and complaints, a passage was forcibly opened up. Su Qinghan walked quickly to Lin Mo's side, and just before he fell, he reached out and held him firmly. Her hands were very cold, and even through the thin hospital gown, the coolness was like a sedative, instantly calming Lin Mo's racing heart. "What are you doing here?" Her voice was still cold, but it contained a hint of barely perceptible anger. "Do you think your injury is not serious enough?" Lin Mo leaned against her and smelled the fresh fragrance of her hair. His nerves, which had been stretched to the limit, finally broke. He forced a weak bitter smile. "I woke up and saw that you were not there." Su Qinghan's body stiffened slightly, and the hand holding his arm tightened subconsciously. She didn't say anything else, but with a cold face, she turned around and took Lin Mo to take him back to the ward. "Wait a minute." Joe Deli, who was pushed aside, saw the real owner Su Qinghan and shouted at the top of his voice as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw, "Boss Su, you've come at the right time. Look at your husband, what good things he has done. You can't be fooled by him." The reporters also woke up as if from a dream and pointed the camera at the two of them again. "Boss Su, are you aware of your husband's affair or are you being kept in the dark? Will you and he get divorced?" Su Qinghan paused. She supported Lin Mo and slowly turned around, not looking at Joe Deli who was jumping up and down, but facing the flashing cameras. "You said that my husband cheated on your daughter?" Her voice was flat, without any warmth in it. "Yes. It's him." Joe Deli thought he had found the backbone and his voice became louder. Su Qinghan suddenly laughed softly, and the laughter sounded particularly harsh in the noisy corridor. She lowered her head and straightened the messed-up collar of Lin Mo's hospital gown, her movements natural and intimate. When she raised her head again, she faced all the cameras, speaking word for word. "First, it's not your place to meddle in the private affairs between me and my husband. Secondly, defamation is a legal offense. Everyone present here is a cultured person and should know the law better than I do." Her words were not harsh, but they were like countless tiny needles, piercing the hearts of every reporter present. "Third." Su Qinghan changed the subject. "This is a hospital." Su Qinghan's voice was not loud, but it instantly drowned out all the noise. "The patient needs to rest. Are you guys making such a big scene trying to challenge the hospital's rules, or are you trying to challenge me?" She just stood there without any unnecessary movements, but the reporters were collectively speechless. Behind the camera, the emotions in the eyes changed from enthusiasm to fear. This is no longer just a public relations statement, but a clear warning from the head of the Su Group. To offend her in Jiangcheng is tantamount to ruining one's own future. Some people have begun to quietly pack up their equipment, and the crowd is dispersing silently like a receding tide. Joe Deli was almost suffocated by the invisible aura. He opened his mouth but couldn't utter a single word. Su Qinghan didn't look at them again. He tightened his arms, supported Lin Mo, and turned to walk towards the ward. Two security guards stepped forward and stood at the door like two walls, while the other two began to clear the area with quick and efficient movements. Bang! The door of the ward was closed, and all the noise, commotion, resentment and shouting outside were completely blocked by this door. The air in the room became a little cold after the door was closed. Su Qinghan supported Lin Mo and carefully let him lie back on the bed. Her movements were very light, but from beginning to end, her eyes were elsewhere, not meeting his. She tucked in the quilt for him, turned around and poured a cup of warm water and placed it on the bedside table. The whole process was skillful and quiet, without a trace of unnecessary emotion. Lin Mo leaned on the soft pillow, the weakness of his body mixed with the fatigue brought by the farce just now surged up together. He looked at Su Qinghan's cold profile, and an indescribable confusion spread in his heart. Just now outside, she stood in front of him. At that moment, he felt at ease and even a little warm. How come she became a different person once she entered this confined space? "Today, thanks." Lin Mo spoke first, his voice a little hoarse. Su Qinghan had his back to him and a very faint hum came out of his throat. Lin Mo frowned. This suffocating silence is more exhausting than any cold words. He would rather she would say a few harsh words to him like she used to than treat him like a piece of air like she did now. He guessed that she was still unhappy about Joe Deli's incident. After all, no woman can tolerate her husband being splashed with such dirty water in public. That Joe Deli is senior sister Jo Min's father. He tried to explain. He may have some misunderstandings about us. I will handle this matter and will not implicate you and the Su family. Su Qinghan finally responded. She turned around, and her cold eyes swept across his face, neither salty nor bland. Yeah? 2 words, light and airy, without any emotion in them. After that, she ignored him, walked straight to the sofa by the window, sat down, and took out the laptop from her bag. With a slight sound of powering on, her slender white fingers began tapping on the keyboard. Ta-da, ta-da, ta-da. The crisp, regular sound of the keyboard became the only sound in the ward, and it all struck Lin Mo's heart. He was completely ignored. This feeling is worse than having a fight. Lin Mo opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but when he saw her silhouette shrouded in the cold light of the screen, all the words were blocked again. He knew very well that disturbing her while she was working would be a sheer waste of time. The atmosphere was as stiff as ice. Lin Mo sighed helplessly and took out his cell phone. The screen lit up, and a string of messages from Chun Yu and company executives poured in, some asking about the patient's condition and some reporting on their work. He forced himself to shift his attention away from Su Qinghan and began to reply one by one. Chapter 94, one left, and the other left too. Then, a strange scene appeared in the ward. The 2 people were only a few meters apart, but they were separated by an invisible wall. One was shrouded in the cold light of a laptop computer, and the other's face was illuminated by the fluorescent light of a mobile phone screen. Only the cold sound of keyboards echoed in the silence, stubbornly reminding them of each other's existence. This silence is more disturbing than any noise. The next morning, the first ray of sunlight penetrated the gap in the blinds, casting mottled light and shadows in the ward. Lin Mo almost didn't sleep all night. All he could think about was Su Qinghan's cold look. He couldn't figure out how he had offended her again. There was a gentle knock on the door. Come in. Lin Mo thought it was a nurse and responded weakly. The door was pushed open, and the person who walked in startled him. It's Jo Min. She was wearing a washed-out dress, her hair was tied up in a mess, and she looked pale and haggard. Those eyes were so red and swollen that it was obvious that he had been crying all night. Lin Mo. As soon as she saw the person on the bed, her eyes instantly turned red again, and her voice was filled with a strong nasal tone and crying, I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. Before she finished her words, she bowed deeply in the direction of the bed. Lin Mo struggled to sit up. Senior, what are you doing? Get up. I won't get up. Jo Min bent over stubbornly, and a choking voice came from below. I saw the news. How could my dad? How could he come to the hospital and talk nonsense? He has caused you so much trouble. I really. Seeing her like this, Lin Mo's annoyance caused by her father disappeared, leaving only heartache and helplessness. Senior, you get up first. He slowed down his tone and soothed softly, this has nothing to do with you, you don't have to blame yourself, I don't blame you. Jo Min then slowly stood up, tears still falling. She raised the back of her hand and wiped her tears randomly, her eyes glanced inadvertently, and her movements suddenly paused. Su Qinghan had gotten up without knowing when, and just stood quietly by the side. Her long hair was loose, and even without any makeup on her face, her plain face was still eye-catching. She had a natural aura that made the entire ward become her foil. The moment Jo Min's gaze met her, he subconsciously dropped his eyes, and his hands nervously twisted the corners of his clothes. An indescribable feeling of embarrassment instantly overwhelmed her. She looked at Su Qinghan, then at herself. One is a brilliant business queen, and the other is an ordinary student who even his father cannot control. One is Lin Mo's legitimate wife, and the other is just a senior who brings him endless troubles. She suddenly felt that she shouldn't be here at all. People like Senior Lin Mo should stand with women like Su Qinghan. He and his family are like a stain in his glamorous life, a trouble that cannot be shaken off. Just then, Su Qinghan moved. Her eyes swept across Jo Min, and then glanced at Lin Mo lying on the hospital bed, her eyes still filled with that puzzling alienation. Her gaze passed from Jo Min and then fell back on Lin Mo lying on the hospital bed. Her eyes were as smooth as ice, reflecting no emotion. There was no questioning or argument. She just turned around and calmly picked up her coat and handbag from the sofa, as if she was just ending a meeting that had nothing to do with her. She took long steps and walked straight to the door of the ward. Qinghan. Lin Mo's voice was urgent and hoarse. He supported himself on the bed and tried to get up. The wound on his back caused a sharp pain, causing him to groan. Su Qinghan didn't pause at all, as if he didn't hear anything. Click. The door was closed gently. The sound was not loud, but it was like a gate that shut out the whole world. Zhou Min seemed to have lost all his strength due to the slight sound, and his face turned pale instantly. It's all my fault. Her voice was shaking and tears were pouring out again. Lin Mo, I'm sorry. I messed up your relationship with Miss Su. Don't talk nonsense. Lin Mo interrupted her, feeling a nameless anger in his chest. He had no idea what Su Qinghan was going crazy about. Based on his understanding of her, this woman would never throw a tantrum over some groundless rumor. Yesterday she was defending him strongly in front of the reporters, but today she is breaking up with him silently? This is illogical. There must be something he doesn't know. But he couldn't explain this to Zhou Min. This has nothing to do with yesterday. She's not that kind of person. Lin Mo's voice was a little dry. The company, maybe something happened to the company. Don't overthink it, and don't take everything on yourself. He felt unconfident when he said this. Zhou Min shook his head vigorously, as if trying to get rid of all those messy thoughts. She wiped her face roughly with the back of her hand, her movements were heavy and fierce. No, senior, please stop talking. Her voice was low but hard. My father caused this trouble, so I should take care of it. I promise that I won't let him bother you or Miss Su anymore. How did you end it? Lin Mo supported himself and almost pulled the wound again. Your father, will he listen to you? Don't worry about this matter, I'll find a way. No. Zhou Min's voice suddenly rose, but quickly dropped down, with a strong nasal tone. I can't cause you any more trouble. She almost ran away, bent down towards the bed, and without waiting for Lin Mo to say anything else, turned around and ran out. Senior. The only response he received was the sound of hurried footsteps gradually fading away in the corridor. The door of the ward was still ajar. One left, and the other left too. Empty. The fire in Lin Mo's chest burned even more fiercely. He held his strength and punched the mattress beside him. Puff. With a dull thud, the fist seemed to sink into cotton, draining away all the strength. He leaned back weakly, and the wound on his back was so painful that he gasped. This damn injury, this damn bed. He stared at the crack in the door, as if he wanted to poke a hole in it. What the hell is going on? He picked up the phone, his fingertips slid across the screen, and finally stopped at Qin Yu's number. The call was answered almost immediately, and Qin Yu's capable and calm voice came from the other end. Mr. Lin. Qin Yu, it's me. Lin Mo's voice was a little hoarse. There are two things you need to do right now. Please go ahead. First, you must suppress all the nonsense about me and senior sister Zhou Min on the internet as quickly as possible, regardless of the cost. Chapter 95, Resigning from the company and leaving Zhangzhou. I understand. Qin Yu said without any hesitation. Second, Lin Mo paused and his voice sank. Keep an eye on Zhou Min, the heroine in the news. She's not in a good mood, and I'm worried she'll do something stupid. Send someone to follow her, but don't let her find out. Just make sure she's safe. On the other end of the phone, Qin Yu was silent for less than a second before she regained her usual calm. Understood. I'll do it right away. She paused, and that layer of professionalism seemed to crack. Boss Lin, your health. You won't die. Lin Mo interrupted her unhappily. Do your work first. He hung up the call and threw the phone aside, bouncing on the sheets. Even when I closed my eyes, Su Qinghan's frozen face could not be erased. What on earth was that woman thinking? She left without even asking a question. Would she believe those unfounded rumors on the internet? No, that wasn't the Su Qinghan he knew. But if not, who was she showing that aloof expression to? His mind was in a mess and he opened his eyes irritably. Just at this moment, the door of the ward was pushed open, and the nurse walked in with a tray, her footsteps very light. Okay, today's fluid infusion is finished. Lin Mo stretched out his arm. The tape was torn off, causing the skin on the back of the hand to hurt slightly. The nurse's movements were very neat, and there was only a slight pricking sensation when the needle was pulled out, and a ball of cotton was then pressed hard on the small bleeding spot. Hold it, don't move. The clear hose was dropped into the tray with a slight thump. After giving instructions, the nurse closed the door and left. The only sound in the room was the regular hum of instruments, a room so empty that it made people feel uneasy. He stared at the small red spot on the back of his hand that was bleeding. He tried to move his wrist, and the joint made a slight sound. I can't lie like this anymore. He braced himself against the mattress with his good left arm and jerked himself toward the edge of the bed. The wounds on the ribs and back seemed to be torn apart in an instant, a sharp pain rushed straight to the top of the head, and everything in front of me shook. Cold sweat broke out all of a sudden, soaking my forehead hair. He gritted his teeth and swallowed back a curse, leaving only heavy breathing. He didn't stop. He just paused for a few breaths, waiting for the sharpest wave of pain to subside, and then exerted force again. His feet finally stepped on the cold floor, and the solid touch made him feel dazed for a moment. The process of standing up was even more of a torture. He held onto the bedside table, his body shaking uncontrollably, breathing heavily, beads of sweat rolling down his jawline, hitting the ground, leaving a small wet mark. He held onto the wall, taking one step at a time. The entire afternoon was stretched out in this tiring recovery and anxious waiting. The sky outside the window turned from bright to dark, and was finally dyed a rich orange by the afterglow of the setting sun. In this orange-red silence, the cell phone suddenly rang. It's Chinyu. The moment the call was connected, Chinyu's capable voice came over. Mr. Lin. How's it going? Public opinion has been controlled, and the negative news has been basically cleared up. Chinyu spoke very quickly, but Miss Jo Min has a problem. Lin Mo's chest tightened, causing him to breathe hard due to the pain. Did something happen to her? She is safe. Chinyu said immediately. Half an hour ago, she released a public statement on her personal account. What statement? She took all the responsibility on herself in her statement, saying that she had a one-sided crush on you and that her inappropriate behavior had caused trouble for you and President Xu. She publicly apologized and announced her resignation from the company and her departure from Jiangzhou. What? Lin Mo's hands that were supporting the bedside table suddenly tightened. He felt a sharp pain coming from his ribs, but he was completely unaware of it. Who the hell told her to do that? It seemed like she made the decision on her own. After the statement was issued, her phone was turned off. My people found that she took a taxi directly to the airport. Chinyu's voice also revealed a trace of anxiety. I checked the booking information. The flight to Suzhou is in 2 hours. Now. I should be boarding soon. Airport. These two words were like a bullet, hitting Lin Mo instantly. He understood everything. That silly girl thought that by using this almost self-destructive method, throwing all the dirty water on herself, she could calm the storm and make him and Su Qinghan reconcile as before. How naive, and yet so resolute. It was obvious that someone was behind the whole thing, and she was just a victim. Now, the culprit is hiding in the dark, and she, an innocent person, has to end up leaving her hometown? Why? If he watched her being forced to this point because of him, then who is he, Lin Mo? She knew. Lin Mo's voice was as tense as a string about to break. Where are you now? Downstairs in the hospital. Wait for me at the gate, now. To the airport. But your injury. Hurry up. Lin Mo hung up the phone after yelling. He ripped open the closet door and grabbed out the suit he was wearing when he arrived. The moment he put on the shirt, he felt a sharp protest from the injured ribs. He groaned and the veins on his forehead tensed. When I was changing my pants, my body swayed and I almost fell down. I managed to keep steady by holding on to the closet door with one hand. He rushed out of the ward and bumped into a nurse who was carrying a medicine tray. Hey, sir, where are you going? You can't be discharged from the hospital yet. The words seemed to come through a layer of water, blurry and unclear. He held onto the cold wall and almost half ran and half rushed towards the elevator, leaving the anxious shouts behind. Chinyu's black Mercedes was parked at the door. When she saw him coming out, she got out of the car without saying a word and opened the back door. Lin Mo plunged in and fell heavily on the back of the chair. His chest heaved violently like a broken bellows. Airport, fastest speed. Chinyu glanced at his pale face in the rearview mirror and said nothing more. The engine let out a low roar, and the car shot out like a black arrow. The traffic during the evening rush hour was jammed like a section of frozen arteries. Chinyu, however, managed to carve out a path through the steel jungle by taking advantage of every opportunity. Every time he braked suddenly and changed lanes, Lin Mo's wound tightened and he trembled with pain. When we arrived at the airport, there were less than 40 minutes left before our flight took off. Lin Mo pushed open the car door and rushed into the terminal with a chill. The Chinese and English flight information on the radio, the conversations of the crowd, and the noise of the suitcase wheels rolling over the ground all mixed together and gave him a splitting headache. He staggered and ran, dialing the number again, but the cold power-off tone still came from the receiver. Chapter 96: Emotional Resonance. Hold. On the big screen of departure information, the status of the line flying to Suzhou has turned red, boarding. Security checkpoint. He turned around and rushed towards Area A. The bright tile floor reflected his staggering figure, and when he bumped into someone he only had time to say sorry. Finally, at the end of the long line at the security checkpoint, the man in the beige windbreaker appeared. A thin figure, carrying a backpack, moved forward mechanically with the team. The sweet female voice on the radio announcing flight information drowned out her presence. "Zhou Min." The shout made his chest shake and the wound hurt. The figure froze suddenly and turned back in disbelief. Seeing the man gasping for breath with his hands on the railing not far away, Zhou Min almost dropped the plane ticket and passport in his hands. Lin Mo rushed to her, bent down, and coughed violently. He coughed so hard that his vision went dark and a taste of rust rose from his throat. "You?" Zhou Min's lips trembled, tears welled up in her eyes, but she just stood there. "Why are you here?" "Your injury." "Let me ask you." Lin Mo finally recovered. He raised his head and spoke in a hoarse voice. "Who told you to leave? Who the hell allowed you to leave?" His voice was not loud, but it made Zhou Min shrink back. She held the plane ticket and ID card tightly and lowered her head. "You issued that statement. Did you lose your mind? Run away? You took on all the responsibility and then ran away by yourself, leaving those who hid in the dark and harmed us to watch you laugh at me?" "I didn't." Zhou Min shook her head, tears falling down like a broken string. "Lin Mo, don't say anymore, please." Lin Mo's Adam's apple rolled, his chest heaved violently, and finally he deflated. He slowed his tone and held out his hand to her. "Senior, come back with me. This is not your fault. You don't have to use your life to clean up other people's messes. I'll take care of the rest. Trust me." His fingertips were about to touch her sleeve, but Zhou Min suddenly shrank back and dodged. She raised her head, tears streaking her eyes. "It's no use, Lin Mo." Her voice was very light, without any ripples. "I'm tired. I don't want to stay anymore." Zhou Min lowered her eyes, her voice so soft that it was almost swallowed by the airport broadcast. "I live in other people's mouths every day, living in. I don't want you and Miss Su to be unhappy because of me." Zhou Min raised his hand and wiped his face vigorously. "My dad, he won't let you go. I'll go far away so he can't find me and won't bother you anymore." She twitched the corners of her lips, the curve was stiffer than crying. "This is good for everyone." The emptiness in her words made Lin Mo's throat feel blocked. He opened his mouth, but no sound came out. He didn't say anything else. Zhou Min lowered his head and took a small step forward. There was only one step between the two of them, yet there was something invisible between them. "Lin Mo, take care of yourself. And Miss Su, be well." After saying this, she bent down deeply and bowed to him. When she stood up, she turned around without looking back and walked towards the long queue. The figure looked thin, but each step he took was firm. Lin Bo just stood there. The wound on my ribs didn't seem to hurt anymore, it was numb. He watched her line up, hand in her ID, go through the turnstile, and pick up her backpack. The series of movements were smooth, without any hesitation. She was about to turn in. Suddenly, she stopped and turned around. Across the noisy crowd, from a distance, she smiled at him. The next second, the person was gone. Completely disappeared at the end of the passage. The buzzing airport suddenly became quiet. Lin Mo's chest suddenly felt empty, as if something had been taken away from him, causing his body to sway. At this moment, a cold, familiar mechanical voice sounded in his mind without any warning. Ding! It is detected that the host's behavior is in line with the core of fraternity, respecting the choices of others, rather than forcibly interfering with their life trajectory. Special rewards are being distributed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a new skill, emotional resonance. Skill description: the host can passively or actively perceive the most authentic and unpretentious emotional fluctuations in the designated target's heart. His mind buzzed, and before he could figure out what these lines meant, something completely unfamiliar rushed in. He suddenly raised his head and the whole world was wrong. A man next to him was looking at his watch, and a burning sense of urgency suddenly burned his nerves. Not far away, a couple was crying, and the sadness that was enough to drown him made him breathless in an instant. A mother with her child, with a pure desire to have fun, turned into a stream of heat, making his skin swell. Happy, sad, anxious, angry, all kinds of emotions mixed together and clouded his mind. His five senses seemed to be forcibly stripped away, and countless things that did not belong to him rushed in. My brain was buzzing and felt like it was about to burst. He stumbled backwards, his back hitting the cold railing hard, his whole body went limp, and he slid down the railing. My chest felt incredibly stuffy, as if it was stuffed with a ball of wet cotton, and I couldn't breathe at all. What the hell? He squeezed out a few hoarse words from his throat. Hoo-ha! Lin Mo was breathing heavily, beads of sweat mixed with cold sweat on his forehead rolled down, soaking his collar. The wound on his ribs was torn painfully by the violent movement, but the sharp pain made his confused mind clear for a moment. He had to stop this. The thought is almost instinctive. System. Emotional resonance. Passive or active perception. Keywords popped up one by one. Passive. Now this is the damn passive. Take the initiative, take the initiative. Lin Mo forced himself to separate a bit of clarity from the chaotic quagmire. He closed his eyes, not wanting to look at the girl not far away who was about to cry because she missed her flight, and not wanting to listen to the reluctant farewell of the couple behind him. He focused all his attention on himself. Feel your heartbeat. Thump, thump. Feel your breath. In, out. Feel the pain in your ribs. Sharp, clear. After Zhou Min left, I felt the empty and chilly void in my chest. This was his feeling. Just his. Efficient. Lin Mo was delighted and continued to strengthen this mental barrier. He began to try to direct his consciousness towards a specific target. He looked at an airport security guard who was standing guard not far away. A mixture of boredom, heels are sore, what to eat tonight, and other bland emotions flowed over me like warm water. Very weak and non-aggressive. Lin Mo quickly cut off the connection and directed his aim at a cleaning lady who was mopping the floor. Chapter 97 Photos. Tired, sore waist, and a little bit missing my grandchildren at home. He snapped his eyes open. The roar in his head had subsided to a tolerable buzz. He leaned against the cold metal railing, looking as if he had just been pulled out of the water, soaked and exhausted. He succeeded. He turned the damn passive receiving mode into active asking mode. Although he is still very unskilled, at least he will no longer be overwhelmed by the emotions of the whole world. He took a last look at the security checkpoint where Zhou Min disappeared. People were still coming and going in that area, and no one stopped to see anyone leave. He dragged his exhausted body and limped towards the elevator. Xin Yu sent him back to the VIP ward. Without asking any questions, she told him to have a good rest and then turned and left. The ward was empty and cold. Lin Mo lay on the bed, closed his eyes, and for the first time felt the strangeness and loneliness of this world. In a dim rental house in Jiangzhou that was filled with the smell of cigarettes and alcohol. Zhou Deli was staring at the lawyer's letter from the Su Group legal department on the table. His eyes, which were bloodshot due to long-term gambling, were now as big as copper bells due to fear. Fraud, huge amount, prosecution of criminal responsibility. He didn't understand the complicated legal provisions, but he could understand the meaning behind the word jail. It's over. It's all over. The first person he thought of was Li Haotian. That young Master Li was his only lifeline. He grabbed the greasy phone in a panic, his fingers shaking so much that he could hardly press the screen. He finally found Li Haotian's number and dialed it. Sorry, the number you dialed is currently unavailable. Can't get through? Why can't I get through? Zhou Dikun did not give up and hit him again, over and over again. The voice coming from the receiver is always that cold female voice. At this moment, 10,000 meters above the sky, a passenger plane flying to Country M is climbing steadily. In the first-class cabin, Li Haotian leaned comfortably on the soft leather seat, shaking the golden champagne in the glass, feeling more relaxed than ever before. The phone screen lit up and the caller ID showed Gambler Lao Zhou. A sneer of contempt appeared on the corner of his mouth. Idiot. He pressed the reject button without thinking, and then turned on the airplane mode. He's just a gambler who throws away trash after using it. Do you really expect Li Haotian to be responsible for it? Now he is in a difficult situation and the situation in China is too tense. Who knows what that crazy woman from the Su family will do? It would be better for him to go abroad to avoid the limelight and wait until things calm down. As for the life or death of that old gambler, it's none of his business. The plane broke through the clouds, leaving the city far behind. Li Haotian closed his eyes and prepared to enjoy the rest of the journey. More than 10 hours later, the plane landed smoothly in country M. Li Haotian walked out of the airport, breathing the free air of a foreign country, and felt like he had come alive again. He turned on his phone and prepared to contact his friends here, but was attracted by a series of news pop-ups. He clicked on the news and quickly read Zhou Min's heartfelt statement. The leisure and comfort on his face disappeared in an instant, replaced by a betrayed and sinister anger. Fuck. This bitch. He cursed under his breath, his teeth chattering. In order to protect that poor guy Lin Mo, she actually threw all the dirty water on herself? Good, very good. You want to be a saint, you want to fulfill your lover's wish? A vicious light flashed in Li Haotian's eyes. If he doesn't live well, no one else can live well. Zhou Min, aren't you leaving? Before you go, let me use you one last time. I will nail you and your beloved Lin Mo to the pillar of shame, never to be able to turn over again. He immediately made a phone call. Hello, it's me. Do me a favor and find someone who is the best at photo editing? Yes, the kind that doesn't show any traces. I'll send you 2 photos, and you can Photoshop these 2 people together, as close as you want, with a cheap hotel room as the background. Yes, the bed should be a little messy, and the atmosphere should be ambiguous. Send it to me when you're done. After hanging up, he dialed another number, a friend in Europe. It's me, Li Haotian. I'll send you some photos later. Please help me find a place to print them in color. The quality must be the best. Then put them in a most ordinary envelope and send them to this address in China. Remember, send it from your side. Don't leave any sender information. Keep it clean. After doing all this, Li Haotian looked at the individual photos of Lin Mo and Zhou Min on his phone, and a ferocious and satisfied smile appeared on his face. Su Qinghan, Lin Mo. I hope you will like this wedding gift I prepared for you. A few days later, at the Su family's old house. Qin Yuehua was pruning a pot of precious orchid out of boredom when the housekeeper respectfully handed her a letter. Madam, there is an international letter for you. International letter? Qin Yuehua was a little surprised. She casually took the ordinary-looking craft paper envelope and took a look at the postmark. It seemed to be from a small country in Europe. She didn't care and just thought it was a promotional brochure for a luxury brand. She elegantly cut open the envelope with a silver paper cutter, and several photos slid out and scattered on the polished mahogany table. Qin Yuehua's eyes swept over casually, and the next second, her pupils suddenly contracted. The face in the photo was that of her cheap son-in-law Lin Mo. Next to him was a young girl she didn't know. She had a pretty face but a petty air. In the first photo, the girl leaned intimately on Lin Mo's shoulder, with one of Lin Mo's hands seemingly casually placed on her waist, and the background was a messy hotel bed. In the second photo, the 2 of them were even closer, almost face to face. The girl's eyes were blurry, and Lin Mo was tilting his head with his lips just a hair's breadth away from her cheek, as if he was whispering, or about to kiss her. The photos are of high resolution and look incredibly real. Bang! The scissors in Qin Yuehua's hand fell heavily on the table, making a sharp sound. Her face flushed red with anger and her well-maintained chest heaved violently. Bastard! This bastard! She was shaking with anger and grabbed the photos. I knew it. I knew what kind of person he is. A dog will always eat shit. Chapter 98. Let me think about it. A poor bastard, rotten to the core. How dare he cheat on us without telling us? She had always disliked Lin Mo and had always wanted to erase this stain from the Su family. Now, the evidence was right in front of her. This is a godsend. Qin Yuehua's heart was burning with anger. Without any thought, she immediately grabbed the phone and dialed Su Qinghan's number with trembling fingers. Zhangzhou First People's Hospital, VIP ward area. Su Qinghan was standing at the door of Ward 307, holding an exquisite fruit basket in one hand and a thermos bucket in the other, which contained a blood-replenishing soup that she had specially asked the chef to cook. After returning from the airport that day, she never saw Lin Mo again. The person sent to inquire said that he had been staying in the ward and rarely came out. An inexplicable emotion pulled her here, leading her here somehow. She stood at the door, hesitant. What expression should she put on when she went in? Cold as ice, or a little caring? Just as she raised her hand and was about to knock on the door, her cell phone suddenly rang and the word mom popped up on the screen. Su Qinghan frowned slightly and answered the phone. Mom? Qin Yue's sharp and uncontrollable roar came from the other end of the phone. Su Qinghan. Get back to the old house immediately. Right now. Now. What happened? Su Qinghan's voice was still cold, but a bad premonition had already arisen in his heart. What happened? You still have the nerve to ask me what happened? Qin Yue's voice seemed to pierce her eardrums. You'll know when you come back soon. Remember, come back alone and don't bring that rubbish named Lin Mo with you. Beep beep beep. The call was hung up rudely. Su Qinghan stood there holding the phone, with no expression on his face, but there was a deep coldness in his eyes. What is her mother doing? Outbursts of hysteria are the norm, but today's tone, mixed with gloating and deep hatred, is unusual. Lin Mo is not allowed to be brought along. Su Qinghan's gaze passed over the cold screen of his mobile phone and fell on the tightly closed door of the ward. Behind the door is Lin Mo. Open the door and ask the question face to face, and you may get the answer immediately. This is the most direct way to solve the problem. But that day downstairs in the hospital, the figure of another girl suddenly entered my mind. The girl named Zhou Min, the way she looked at Lin Mo. Su Qinghan's fingertips felt slightly cold. In the end, she didn't raise her hand. She turned around and handed the fruit basket and thermos bucket in her hands to a nurse not far away. Send her to Ward 307. Tell the people inside to drink the soup while it's hot. The nurse took it flattered and nodded repeatedly. Su Qinghan didn't even look at the door again, turned around and disappeared at the end of the corridor. She wanted to go back and see what evidence her mother had obtained that made her so ecstatic. An hour later, the atmosphere in the living room of the Su family's old house was so solemn that it seemed like water was about to drip out. As soon as Su Qinghan entered the room, Qin Yuehua rushed over and threw the photos on the coffee table in front of her with a sharp voice. Look for yourself. Take a good look at the good husband you found. Su Qinghan lowered his eyes and looked at the photos. The moment she saw the content of the photo clearly, even though she was always calm and composed, her heart suddenly contracted uncontrollably. A burning, unfamiliar rage coursed through my body like an electric current. Her hands unconsciously clenched into fists, her nails digging deeply into her palms. It's Lin Mo. It's the girl named Zhou Min. The scene is ambiguous and the posture is intimate. No woman would remain indifferent when seeing such photos of her husband with another woman. However, this anger only burned for a second before it was suppressed by her strong rationality. Anger doesn't solve anything. She picked up a photo and held it before her eyes, examining it carefully. The photo was taken very clearly, but I always felt something was wrong. Zhou Min came to see Lin Mo that day, and although she left, judging from the statement Zhou Min released later, the girl did not seem like someone who would do such a thing. Her behavior was full of the tragic feeling of self-sacrifice. How could she turn around and take such a photo with Lin Mo? It didn't make sense logically. And Lin Mo, does he have the energy and mood to go to a hotel and have a private meeting with someone? The most important thing is the light in the photo. The light and shadow on Lin Mo's face and the shadow cast by the table lamp in the background seemed to have a slight deviation in angle. There was also a strand of hair that Zhou Min had placed on his shoulder, the edges of which seemed a little too sharp, as if they had been cut. Ordinary people might not notice these details at all, but they would not escape Su Qinghan's eyes. Just as she was analyzing the situation rapidly in her mind, Qin Yuehua keenly caught the flash of anger that passed across her face. See? Are you angry? Qin Yuehua immediately came over and started to exaggerate. Qinghan, you finally see his true colors. I told you a long time ago that men from poor places like this are unreliable. He just wants to marry into our Su family's family because of their money. Now he's coaxing you while keeping a mistress outside. He's so shameless. Are you still going to keep this kind of man for the new year? You must divorce him immediately. Right now. Not even a minute can be wasted. Otherwise, our Su family will lose all face because of him. Su Qinghan slowly put down the photo and looked up at his emotional mother. She didn't refute or argue. She just showed a just right expression, a mixture of fatigue, disappointment, and hesitation. Mom. Her voice was soft, with a hoarseness that came from being shattered by reality. I didn't expect that he would be such a person. Hearing Su Qinghan showing weakness, Qin Yuehua's eyes lit up with ecstasy, and she immediately stepped forward and held her arm. It's not too late to see clearly now. Xinghan, listen to Mom, this kind of man is not worth it. Our Su family can't afford to lose this man. Divorce him immediately. Mom promises that I will find you another one who is 100 times or 1,000 times better than him. In terms of family background, character, and appearance, which one of them will not trample him under his feet? Su Qinghan did not pull his hand back and let her hold it. She just lowered her eyes, and her long eyelashes cast a shadow on her cheek, completely hiding all the emotions in her eyes. If she directly exposes the disguise of the photo, Xin Yuehua will not believe it. She will only think that she has been blinded by greed and will keep making excuses for Lin Mo, which will make things even more out of control. The only way is to go along with her and let her think that she has the whole situation under control. Let me think about it. Su Qinghan's voice was filled with exhaustion. This matter happened too suddenly. My mind is in a mess. Chapter 99, Must Leave. Xin Yuehua looked at her daughter's expression and was finally satisfied, and her tone softened. Okay, then you should think it over carefully. Anyway, my attitude is clear, this marriage must be divorced. After staying in the old house for a while and saying a few perfunctory words to Xin Yuehua, Su Qinghan left on the pretext of having something to do with the company. As she got into the car, the fragility and hesitation on her face disappeared in an instant, replaced by an icy coldness. Instead of going home, she drove straight to the headquarters building of Su Group. In the empty top-floor president's office, she made 2 calls. The first one was to call someone she absolutely trusted, a private detective with a strong background in all-powerful means. Help me check 2 things. Her voice was calm. First, I'll send you some photos and ask the best technical experts in the world to verify their authenticity. I want a definitive answer by tomorrow morning. Second, check on a person, Li Haotian. Where is he now? Who did he meet in the past 72 hours? What phone calls did he make? Any unusual movements of funds? I want all his whereabouts. No matter the cost. Understood, President Su. After hanging up the phone, Su Qinghan walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window and overlooked the lights of the city below. Her eyes were colder than the night outside the window. Li Haotian. She had already guessed about 70% of it. There is no one else to think of except him, as he can resort to such despicable means and has a grudge against both Lin Mo and Zhou Min. But he should never, ever set his sights on her. Did he think that these fake photos could alienate her and Lin Mo and make her lose her composure? Too naive. As for Xin Yuehua, the corner of Su Qinghan's mouth curled up in a mocking arc. Her mother was always so easily misled by appearances and swayed by emotions. These photos full of loopholes could keep her quiet for a while and stop bothering herself and Lin Mo. It was just right, as it would allow her to see with her own eyes what kind of person Li Haotian, her future son-in-law, whom she had carefully selected and was so proud of, was. A few days later, Zhangzhou First People's Hospital. The warm sunlight shines through the blinds, casting mottled shadows in the white ward. Lin Mo had changed into casual clothes, simple slacks, and a t-shirt, which made him look tall and straight, but his face still had a somewhat sickly paleness. He was carrying a simple suitcase with nothing in it except a few sets of clothes. But he did not leave immediately. Instead, he stood at the door of the ward, his eyes occasionally drifting to the end of the corridor, where the elevator was. The elevator door made a soft ding sound, which echoed in the empty corridor. Lin Mo subconsciously looked in that direction. The door opened and closed again, and some unfamiliar faces came in and out. I don't know how many times this has happened. Mr. Lin, all the procedures have been completed. Xin Yu's voice came from behind. Lin Mo withdrew his gaze and picked up the luggage bag at his feet. Are you waiting for someone? Xin Yu looked in the direction he had just been looking in and asked tentatively. No. His voice was flat and no emotion could be heard. Xin Yu took 2 quick steps to catch up with him and explained in a low voice, Boss Lin, don't blame Xin Yu. Lin Mo paused. His research has reached a critical juncture. These past 2 days, he has been like a welder in a laboratory. I didn't bother him about your discharge. So that's how it is. The thing blocking my heart seemed to loosen a little. Lin Mo shook his head and smiled, which was rare. Business is more important, let's go. Commercial vehicles merge into the congested city road. Lin Mo leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes. The hustle and bustle of the city outside the car window was isolated, becoming dull and distant. Su Qinghan said nothing about the kidnapping, and the police never called again. The matter was suppressed. But after being stabbed, he was not the type of person who could quietly wait for an explanation. The car stopped downstairs of Moshuan Technology. As soon as he entered the office, Lin Mo took off his coat and threw it on the sofa, then walked straight to the desk. Bring all the important documents that have been piled up in the past few days. Qin Yu immediately sorted the documents into categories and reported them concisely. The two of them worked in perfect harmony. Time slips away little by little amid the sound of typing on the keyboard and the rustling of papers. It was not until the afterglow of the setting sun dyed the entire office a warm golden color that Lin Mo stopped and rubbed his sore neck. There was a knock on the office door. Enter. Qin Yu pushed the door open, his expression more serious than usual. Mr. Lin, there is a project that may require your personal inspection. She placed a document on Lin Mo's desk. We need a new type of environmentally friendly biodegradable material. We previously contacted a local company. The company has the right technology and qualifications, and the price is very sincere. But their boss has a very strange attitude. Qin Yu frowned. Manager Wang from the purchasing department went 3 times, but the other party refused to give in and rejected his proposal in a bland way. It always felt like they didn't want to do business seriously. Lin Mo opened the file. The company is called Green Source New Materials. It is not large in scale, but it has several core patents in the field of environmentally friendly materials. Have you checked the background of this company? Lin Mo asked. I checked. Qin Yu pushed the file forward. The boss is called Wang Minglin. He comes from a grassroots background and has a bad temper. He said that companies like ours have too many rules and regulations and he is too lazy to serve them. Several companies wanted to buy the company before, but he refused to sell it. Interesting. Lin Mo tapped lightly on the table with his fingertips. After staying in the office all day, the wounds with stitches just removed and the stiff bones were crying out. He stood up and picked up his coat from the back of the chair. The movement moved the injured area, causing him to pause slightly. Arrange a car and go there now. Qin Yu went to do it immediately. This was the Mr. Lin she was used to following. Half an hour later, a black commercial vehicle drove into an industrial park on the outskirts of the city. The factory building of Green Source New Materials is quite old, the outer walls are mottled, and the words are almost falling off. Lin Mo and Qin Yu got out of the car and walked towards the 2-story building with a sign saying office area. The moment I pushed open the glass door, a mixture of ink, ozone, and hot air from the operation of machines hit me in the face. The entire office area was in a mess, with more than a dozen workstations crowded together. The sounds of ringing telephones, keyboards, and the roar of the workshop in the distance blended together. Not far from the door, next to a large printer, a thin girl had her back to them, her shoulders shaking as she tried hard to suppress her tears. She hurriedly pulled the still warm document from the paper outlet and wiped her face with the back of her hand, fearing that her tears would stain the paper. Chapter 100, Disdain. Lin Mo stopped. Tian Shui. He walked over. Tian Shui? The crying stopped. The girl's body stiffened suddenly, then slowly turned around. When she saw that the person was Lin Mo, the papers in her hand slid down a few times and she froze. She opened her mouth but couldn't utter a word and her tears fell even more violently. Before she could put away her embarrassed look, several men in blue work clothes came up from behind Lin Mo. The leader, a man with a crew cut, didn't even look at Lin Mo, but shouted directly at Tian Shui. Cry, cry, cry. You're here to attend a funeral. Have you finished typing the information? You're so slow. Can you afford to pay for the delay? Tian Shui shivered when he yelled at her, and subconsciously handed over the documents she had sorted out in her arms. Zhang, Brother Zhang, it's done. The man called Brother Zhang snatched the document and flipped it roughly. What the hell is this? The font size and margins are all wrong. Do you have a pig brain? You can't even do this shit. He slammed a stack of documents onto the printer, scattering the papers all over the floor. Hit hard. Another man with a pointed face and monkey chin came over and looked at Tian Shui with sidelong eyes. Hey, Xiao Shui is different now. Didn't you just climb up the ladder and even dare to reject Wang Xiao? Why, he got tired of you and kicked you out, so you come back to pretend to be a little white flower? When Tian Shui heard this, her face instantly turned red all the way to her ears. She glanced at Lin Mo quickly, then immediately lowered her head, her voice urgent and chaotic. I didn't. I have nothing to do with Mr. Lin. Don't talk nonsense. Hey! You dare to talk back. Brother Zhang couldn't hold back his expression, raised his hand and pushed Tian Shui's shoulder. I think you deserve to be punished. His hand was grabbed in mid-air. That hand was incredibly steady. Lin Mo had stood in front of Tian Shui without knowing when. Who the hell are you? How dare you meddle in my business? Brother Zhang was getting angry. He tried to pull his hand back while cursing and turning his head to look. As soon as the words came to his lips, they were blocked back. He struggled hard, but the hand seemed to be grown on his bones and he couldn't move it. Lin Mo just stopped him without saying anything. He just loosened his hand and helped him straighten his collar, which was pulled crooked. Brother Zhang took a step back suddenly, his pupils suddenly contracted, and the arrogance and anger on his face disappeared in an instant, replaced by a pale look of fear. Mr. Lin? The thugs following behind him were so frightened after seeing Lin Mo's face clearly that their legs went weak and the mocking expressions on their faces froze and turned into comical fear. The entire noisy office area seemed to have pressed the mute button. Apologize to her. No. No, Mr. Lin, it's a misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. Brother Zhang broke out in a cold sweat instantly. He tried to break free from Lin Mo's hand, but found that the other party's 5 fingers were like iron clamps and did not move at all. We were just playing a joke on Xiaoxue. Yes, a joke. There was no warmth in Lin Mo's eyes, and he was too lazy to even move the corners of his mouth. I'll say it again, his voice remained calm, but the strength of his grip on Zhang Ji's wrist suddenly increased a little. Give it to her and apologize. Ah! Brother Zhang screamed in pain. He felt like his wrist bones were about to be crushed. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Tian Shui, aunt, I was wrong. I was a bad mouth. I'm not a human being. He no longer cared about his face and begged for mercy from Tian Shui. Lin Mo then let go of his hand and swept his cold eyes over the other guys who were silent as a mouse. And you too. Those people were startled and hurriedly bent down and bowed 90 degrees to Tian Shui. Sorry. We were wrong. We were blind to the truth, and you are a great man who does not bear grudges against us. Lin Mo looked at their ugly appearance, and a trace of disgust flashed in his eyes. He turned to look at Tian Shui, who was still standing there in a daze, and his voice softened a little. Are you okay? Tian Shui stared blankly at the figure standing in front of her. He was tall and steady, as if he could shield her from all the wind, rain, and malice. My heart was beating uncontrollably and the new tears that welled up in my eyes were scalding hot. Lin Mo ignored those lost souls and just left the last sentence. The sound was soft, but loud enough for everyone in the office to hear clearly. Don't let me see or hear you bullying her again. He looked at the pale faces one by one, emphasizing each word. What you need to worry about is not retyping a document, but finding a new job. Those people crawled back to their workstations, wishing they could stick their heads into the monitors. The entire office area was silent. Only the printer was still humming tirelessly, making the silence even more eerie. The cold aura on Lin Mo's body quietly dissipated, and he returned to his usual calmness. He glanced at Tian Shui, whose face was red as if it was burning and whose tears were still wet, then turned to Qinyu, who was also a little dazed, and gestured to her. Qinyu, stay here with her for a while. Qinyu immediately understood. Okay, Mr. Lin. She took out a pack of tissues from her bag and handed it to Tian Shui. Miss Tian, it's okay. Come, wipe your tears first. Tian Shui was still trapped in the huge shock and some unfamiliar emotions. Her mind was empty. She subconsciously took the tissue and wiped it on her face twice, but her eyes were still fixed on Lin Mo's departing back. The man said nothing more. He just straightened his cuffs, which were wrinkled when he grabbed someone's wrist, and walked towards the office at the end of the corridor. Xinyu looked at Tian Shui's absent-minded appearance and sighed softly in her heart. She patted Tian Shui's shoulder and said softly, I won't dare to trouble you again with that kind of person. Tian Shui finally came back to her senses. She clenched the paper ball in her hand and nodded vigorously, her voice full of nasal intensity. Well, thank you, Secretary Qin, and thank you, President Lin. My cheeks are burning. The scene just now, Lin Mo's figure standing in front of her, and every word he said, were replayed over and over in her mind. On the other side, Lin Mo was already standing in front of the president's office. On the heavy mahogany door, a brass nameplate reflected the light President's office Wang Lihai. He raised his hand and was about to knock. The hand was suspended in the air, but suddenly stopped. The world around him did not change, but his five senses suddenly extended and clearly captured some invisible undercurrents. In the space behind the door, a man was slumped in a chair. A dark, sticky atmosphere representing irritability and resistance wrapped him layer by layer. This door cannot be opened. Any kind of conversation will lead to nothing. Really? Whether Mr. Wang was being instructed by someone or simply looked down on this upstart, the word rejection was written on his face. Chapter 101, No Looking Back. If that's the case, why bother yourself? It's just. I'm here now. Lin Mo suppressed all his outward emotions and put on a perfectly formal smile. Boom, boom, boom. He bent his fingers and knocked on the door. Come in. A hoarse and undisguisedly irritated voice came out. Lin Mo pushed the door open and saw the fat middle-aged man behind the desk. The man was leaning back in a large boss chair, holding a string of shiny Buddhist beads in his hands, too lazy to even lift his eyelids. Hello, Mr. Wang. Lin Mo took the initiative to extend his hand. I am Lin Mo from Mo Sun. I made an appointment with you before. Wang Lihai then slowly raised his head, glanced at him, then glanced at his hand hanging in the air. He had no intention of shaking it, and just nodded at the sofa opposite with his chin. Oh, Xiaolin, sit down. The condescending arrogance in his tone almost overflowed. Sorry, I was dealing with something just now and forgot about it. Lin Mo withdrew his hand as if nothing had happened, sat down calmly on the sofa, with an impeccable smile on his face. Mr. Wang is very busy. I am sorry for coming so abruptly. Xiaolin, what would you like to drink? Tea or coffee? Wang Lihai said as he pressed the intercom on the table, but without waiting for Lin Mo to answer, he gave instructions directly into the microphone. Xiao Zhang, bring me a glass of boiled water. He hung up the phone and threw the Buddhist beads on the table with a dull thump sound. Soon, the secretary brought a glass of bland water and carefully placed it in front of Lin Mo. Wang Lihai leaned back in his chair, folded his hands on his bulging beer belly, looked at Lin Mo as if he were examining a piece of merchandise, and spoke slowly. Xiaolin, your project. I heard about it from the people below. Yes, Mr. Wang. This time I mainly want to have in-depth cooperation with your company on environmentally friendly material technology. We. Before Lin Mo could finish his words, Wang Lihai raised his hand to interrupt him. Hey, Xiaolin. He sighed and had an I'm embarrassed expression on his face. It's not that I, old Wang, don't give you face. To be honest, you are a young man with drive and ideas, and I admire you very much. He expressed admiration on his face, but his hands showed impatience. But our company has recently adjusted its strategy. Your project has a good idea, but it doesn't quite match our future plans. Wang Lihai picked up the Buddhist beads on the table again, twisted one of them with his fingertips, and the sound became oily. So, I think we should put the cooperation on hold for now and talk about it later when there's a chance, okay? A most glib and insincere set of rhetoric. Lin Mo listened but didn't respond. He simply picked up the glass of cold water in front of him, took a sip, and then put the glass back in its place with a slight sound. I see. This reaction made Wang Lihai's prepared remarks come to an end. He thought the young man would continue to pester him, but he didn't expect the other party to admit it just like that. In that case, let's not disturb Mr. Wang's precious time. Lin Mo stood up, straightened the hem of his suit, and nodded slightly towards Wang Lihai. Goodbye. After saying that, he turned around, opened the door, and walked out. From in to out, it took less than 10 minutes. Wang Lihai looked at the door that was gently closed, stopped twisting the Buddhist beads, and frowned. This kid. After being treated so humiliatingly, he left without even saying a word. Either he is a coward, or he just doesn't take Wang Lihai seriously at all. He prefers the latter. The heavy door panels isolate everything in the office. As soon as Lin Mo came out, he saw Qinyu and Tianxue not far away. With Qinyu's comfort, Tianxue calmed down a lot, but her eyes were still red. She lowered her head and whispered something to Qinyu. Seeing Lin Mo coming, the two stopped talking. Qinyu gave him a look, and Lin Mo shook his head almost imperceptibly. Qinyu didn't ask any more questions and just stood aside quietly. Tianxue looked at him nervously, her hands twisted in front of her body until they turned white. I want to ask, but I don't dare. Lin Mo's gaze stayed on her for a moment, confirming that she was okay. Outside the window, the night gradually turns dark, the city's neon lights begin to come on, and the traffic during the evening rush hour merges into a golden river. It's time to go back. He opened his mouth and almost said, let's have dinner together. But when the words came to his lips, he swallowed them back. Some unpleasant images flashed through his mind, along with some groundless malice and some troubles caused by him. It is better to have less trouble than more. Tian Shui was looking at him expectantly. When she saw his lips move slightly, as if he wanted to say something to her, her heart rose to her throat. Mr. Lin, are you going to treat me to a meal? But what she waited for was his fleeting silence. Lin Mo finally just turned his gaze to Qin Yu and gave instructions in a calm tone. Secretary Qin, it's getting late, let's go. Then he turned to Tian Shui and gave a polite but distant nod. You should get off work early today too. After saying that, he walked straight towards the elevator without stopping. Qin Yu gave Tian Shui an apologetic look and quickly followed. Tian Shui stood there in a daze, watching the tall and straight figure walking further and further away without any reluctance. Together with his female secretary, they were completely locked out of her world by the slowly closing metal door. She twitched the corners of her mouth in self-mockery, and her eyes began to get hot again. But this time, she held back. Sniffing hard, she clenched her phone. His fingertips rubbed repeatedly over the blurry figure on the screen. The elevator door slowly closed, and the cold metal surface reflected Qin Yu's expression as she carefully observed him. In the underground parking lot, the footsteps sounded empty. Qin Yu opened the car door for him, sat in the driver's seat and started the engine. There was silence in the car. Boss Lin, where are you going? She asked softly through the rearview mirror, back to the company, or take you back to your apartment? Lin Mo leaned back in the back seat, closed his eyes, and did not answer immediately. The car slowly drove out of the basement and merged into the noisy traffic. He suddenly took out his cell phone, unlocked it, and slid his fingertips across the address book, stopping at the 3 words Su Qinghan. His thumb hovered over the dial key for a long time, but he didn't press it. He threw his phone onto the empty seat next to him, making a dull sound. Pull over. Qin Yu turned on the turn signal and the car slid silently to the side of the road. Mr. Lin, you go back to the company. The car door opened and closed. The night wind rushed in, but was blocked out with a bang. Qin Yu only saw a taxi stop with its empty lights on, and the figure got in and never looked back. The yellow roof of the car was soon submerged in the river of cars, leaving only a red dot, which flashed and disappeared. The seat next to her was already cold. Chapter 102 Public Opinion. In the taxi, the radio was blaring, playing a folk hit song whose lyrics were indistinct. The driver looked at the man in a suit in the rearview mirror. Where are you going, sir? The bizarre signs outside the window were blurred into blocks of color. Lin Mo didn't look out the window, nor did he look at the driver. After simply giving the address, he lowered his head and his facial expression could not be seen clearly. No matter what Su Qinghan was avoiding, no matter what happened in the Su family, he had to go and see for himself and ask. More than half an hour later, the taxi stopped in front of the familiar villa. Lin Mo paid the money, pushed open the heavy carved iron door and walked in. The light in the courtyard was soft, stretching the shadows of the flowers, plants, and trees. The lights in the living room were bright, and the sound of the TV could be heard faintly. As soon as he stepped onto the steps in front of the door to the living room was opened from the inside. Xin Yuehua was wearing a luxurious silk nightgown and holding a glass of red wine. When she saw Lin Mo standing at the door, the leisurely look on her face froze instantly. Oh, she said in a sarcastic tone, who did I think it was? Isn't this the great noble that our Su family can't even reach? How come you have the nerve to come back after you can't make it out there? Lin Mo's brows frowned slightly. Xin Yuehua never had a good face towards him, but today was the first time she had been so blatant and harsh towards him. He keenly felt that something was wrong. Is Xin Yuehua's attitude also related to Su Qinghan's abnormal behavior in the past few days? He suppressed his doubts, still maintained basic politeness on his face, and nodded slightly, Mum. Don't. Xin Yuehua immediately took a step back exaggeratedly, shaking the wineglass in her hand. I don't deserve your call of mother. Our Su family temple is small, and there is no room for a big Buddha like you. She looked Lin Mo up and down with contempt. I'm telling you, Lin Mo, you'd better get out of this house right now, right now, right now. She pointed the hand that wasn't holding the wineglass in the direction of the door. We in the Su family don't welcome ungrateful, fickle-minded people like you. Ungrateful? Fickle? This hat is too big and weird. Lin Mo ignored Xin Yuehua's sarcasm, nor did he refute the inexplicable hat. A steady male voice interrupted Qin Yuehua's shouting. Yuehua, what nonsense are you talking about? Su Cheng came out from behind the sofa in his home clothes. He first looked at his wife reproachfully, and then when he looked at Lin Mo, his usual majesty was mixed with something else. Lin Mo, don't listen to your aunt's nonsense. She just loves to get drunk and go crazy. Su Cheng's words sounded like a way to smooth things over, but those evasive eyes made these words carry no weight. Even Su Cheng's attitude has become like this. The answer seems to lie in this strange atmosphere. The little remaining warmth in Lin Mo's heart was slowly drained away. He nodded, without looking at the couple again, and walked straight past them towards the stairs. Behind him, Qin Yuehua's cold snort, which sounded like poison, pierced his ears clearly. He didn't stop. On the second floor, Su Qinghan's door was closed. He raised his hand and knocked on the door. Knock, knock. It was dead silent. He took out his cell phone, found the name, and dialed it. The phone rang for a long time, and just before my patience ran out, it was connected. Hello? Her voice sounded a little vague, and she was trying hard to remain calm. Not at home? Lin Mo asked. There was a 2-second pause on the other end of the line. Well, the company has an urgent meeting, so I have to work overtime, so it might be very late. Still the same excuse. Lin Mo pushed open the bedroom door, and there was no one inside. He walked straight in and sat down in front of her desk. The chair still smelled of her usual perfume. Really? He said into the microphone, then I'll wait for you. No need. Her voice suddenly tensed. I'm in a lot of trouble here. You should go to bed early and don't worry about me. That's it for now. I have to go into the venue. Beep beep beep. The busy tone made his eardrums numb. She was avoiding him. This thought made him feel a chill and weakness all over his body. What exactly happened? Lin Mo threw his phone on the table and ripped off his tie in annoyance. The mixture of fatigue and anxiety almost overwhelmed him. He walked into the bathroom and turned on the faucet. The cold water washed over his wrists, but it couldn't extinguish the fire in his heart. Feeling wet and heavy, he fell onto the bed. The physical weakness eventually overwhelmed the mental tension, and my consciousness sank almost as soon as it touched the pillow. When I opened my eyes again, I was awakened by a continuous buzzing sound. The sun is blinding. He reached out from under the quilt, fumbled for the vibrating phone on the bedside table, and without even opening his eyes fully, swiped to answer the call. Hello? The voice was hoarse. Boss Lin. Something big has happened. Xin Yu's voice on the other end of the phone was so sharp that it instantly cleared his confused mind. Lin Mo suddenly sat up from the bed. What's wrong? Look at the hot searches. Yesterday's video at Lvayuan was maliciously edited and posted online. Now the entire internet is scolding you, the square is in chaos, and the hot search is about to explode. The PR department has been trying to remove the trending search since this morning and contacted the platform to delete the post, but it's useless. The popularity is too high and it can't be suppressed. It seems that the other party has hired a large number of internet trolls to lead the trend. After hanging up the phone, Lin Mo immediately clicked on the video link sent by Qin Yu. The title of the video is very sensational shocking. The son-in-law of a wealthy family bullies others by taking advantage of his power, and the poor female in turn is forced to cry on the spot. The comments section has completely collapsed. Oh my god. Is this the Lin Mo who was very popular a while ago? So arrogant? Is it a big deal to be rich? Check him. Take his underwear off. What era is this still a bully like him? I feel sorry for the little sister. Seeing her cry makes my heart break. Don't be afraid. We will take care of it for you. Is this the ugly face of a capitalist? I am really sick of it. Adat, are you not going to take care of this kind of social scum? Lin Mo shook his still confused head. This is not an ordinary online revelation, but a carefully planned public opinion attack against him. He immediately exited the video app and opened the stock software. Sure enough, an ugly long green negative line appeared on the stock price chart of Moshuan Investment at the opening, and it was now continuing to fall at a speed visible to the naked eye. The capital market is more sensitive than ordinary people. Such major negative news involving the founder's character can be a fatal blow to the company. Clarify, we must find a way to clarify immediately. He suddenly threw back the quilt and stepped barefoot on the cold floor. The chillness of his body made him more awake. Rush to the bathroom as quickly as possible. Chapter 103. Why? The cold tap water hit his face hard, and the man in the mirror had bloodshot eyes. He grabbed a coat, put it on, grabbed his car keys and rushed out of the house. Lin Mo's face was so gloomy that water seemed to drip out of it as they drove at lightning speed. The radio in the car was broadcasting financial news. The female anchor read in a sweet and emotionless voice, affected by the negative news about the founder. The newly listed company Mashuan Investments suffered a heavy loss at the opening today, and market panic spread. Lin Mo punched the steering wheel and the horn honked shrilly. Damn it! When Cullinan braked suddenly and stopped steadily downstairs of the Merckson investment building, a slender figure immediately rushed down the stone steps at the entrance of the hall. It's Tian Shui. She looked like she hadn't slept all night, her eyes were red and swollen, her face was pale, and her clothes were wrinkled. Mr. Lin, Mr. Lin. She ran to the car door and without waiting for Lin Mo to get out, her voice already filled with tears. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's all my fault. I got you into trouble. She was incoherent and tears were falling. The door lock popped open with a click. Before Lin Mo came down, Tian Shui's crying voice came in first. He pushed open the car door and looked past her red eyes at the big words Emosun Investment on the outer wall of the building. The sunlight shining on it was a little dazzling. Will crying help? He spoke without any emotion. Go upstairs. These two words made Tian Shui swallow all her apologies and explanations. She didn't dare to say anything more. She wiped her face randomly, trotted after him, and watched his straight back walk into the exclusive elevator that she usually didn't dare to approach. The elevator door slowly closed, isolating everyone from outside. In the enclosed space, the only sounds were the slight hum of the elevator as it went up and her uncontrollable sobs. She lowered her head even more, and the only thing in her sight was her pair of flat shoes that had turned a little pale from washing. Bite. The elevator door slid open silently. Outside the door, there was a crowd of people standing. Xin Yu and a group of senior executives were all there, and the corridor was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. When the crowd saw Lin Mo, there was a slight commotion, which was then forcibly suppressed in an instant. Mr. Lin. Xin Yu walked over quickly, his voice full of anxiety. Lin Mo didn't stop, he walked straight past her and strode towards the office at the end of the corridor. The order came out of his mouth clearly and hit everyone. Xin Yu, come in. Marketing department, prepare all clarification materials, contact all media that can be contacted, and wait for my instructions. He walked to the door of the office, paused, and turned to glance at the legal director who was following the crowd. Lao Zhang, prepare the lawyer's letter now. Everyone responded in agreement and quickly dispersed. After closing the office door, Lin Mo threw his coat on the sofa and walked to his desk and sat down. He pointed to the chair opposite and said to Tian Shui, who was still standing there stupidly, sit down. Then, he looked at Xin Yu with sharp eyes. Tell me about the current situation. Mr. Lin, Xin Yu reported very quickly. Negative public opinion started to explode at 3 a.m. We traced the first few accounts that posted the video to be marketing accounts with huge numbers of fans, and there were professional promoters behind them. The PR department started emergency PR at 7 a.m., but the effect was minimal. The other party invested a lot of resources, and the hot search was locked. We couldn't remove it even if we spent money. The company's stock price. I've seen the stock price. Lin Mo interrupted her. I don't care what method you use, now, immediately, issue an emergency statement in the name of the company. Statement? Xin Yu was stunned. Yes, statement. Lin Mo's eyes swept across Xin Yu and fell on Tian Shui, who was sitting restlessly beside him. The title was, Strongly Condemn Malicious Editing, We Will Never Compromise with Online Violence. The content said that the video circulating on the internet had been maliciously edited and spliced, distorting the truth and causing serious damage to my personal and company reputation. At the same time, the legal department followed up and immediately sent a lawyer's letter to the marketing accounts that took the lead, telling them to see them in court. Yes. Xin Yu took the order, turned around and walked out quickly. The office fell silent again, leaving only Lin Mo and the bewildered Tian Shui. The heavy door closed behind Xin Yu. The office was eerily quiet. Tian Shui stood there, holding the straps of her canvas bag tightly with both hands. Lin Mo stood with his back to her in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, his shadow projected onto the smooth floor, stretching out very long. The silence almost overwhelmed her. Senior. She squeezed out 2 words, her voice so soft that it was almost inaudible. She didn't dare to speak again. She could only loosen the straps, unzip the canvas bag, and rummage inside. Her fingertips touched a cold, hard object and she quickly pulled it out. It's an old phone. Because her hands were shaking so badly, the phone almost flew out of her hand, and she hurriedly grabbed it with her other hand and held it in both hands. I have a video. She almost shouted. The complete video at that time. The figure in front of the window finally moved. Lin Mo turned around, and Tian Shui immediately lowered her head, not daring to face him. She hurriedly unlocked the door, opened the photo album, and handed over the phone. Look. Lin Mo took it. On the screen, a shaking picture appeared. A sharp female voice came from the poor quality speaker of the mobile phone, which was particularly harsh in the empty office. Hey, Tian Shui, can you help me with this report? And this PPT of mine has too many data problems. You have good eyesight, so help me check it. In the video, a blurry head kept nodding, accompanied by a faint response. Okay, Sister Zhang, okay, brotherly. Lin Mo's brows knitted together. Pa. A document was smashed onto the table in front of the camera, and rebukes came pouring down on him. What the hell is this? The data is all wrong. Do you have any brains? Did the company hire you to be a vase? Suppressed crying and apologies were heard. I'm sorry, I'll change it right away. Then, another voice cut in. It was his. The conversation in the video was exactly the same as he remembered. The cell phone fully recorded the workplace bullying and how he stepped in to stop it. After the video finished playing, the screen automatically dimmed. Lin Mo put the phone back on the table, making a very light sound. He leaned back into the large leather chair, sinking into it. After a long while, he finally spoke. Why do you want to record a video? Tian Shui's shoulders trembled again. She stared at the pair of washed-out flat shoes on her feet. Chapter 104, Careful Thoughts. They are always like that. The voice was soft, with a tiredness that had smoothed out all its edges. They pushed all the work onto me, scolded me when I made a mistake, and took away my credit. I told my supervisor, but no one cared. I just feel so wronged. What if I tell others and no one believes me, and they blame me for it? What should I do? She raised her head sharply, her jaw set tight, her eyes red but dry inside. So I just recorded it. She twisted the strap of her canvas bag around and around in her hands until her knuckles turned white. It's a piece of evidence. I really didn't expect to involve you, Mr. Lin. I'm sorry for causing you so much trouble. Lin Mo leaned back into the chair. For a moment, the only sound in the office was the slight sound of the leather chairs sinking under pressure. He looked at the schoolgirl in front of him. He only knew that she was weak and fragile. It turns out that she is not just good at imagining drama. You didn't cause any trouble. Lin Mo's voice was very calm, and no emotion could be heard. You helped the company and you helped me. Tian Shui loosened her grip on the straps and her whole body swayed, as if those words had taken away her tense strength. Lin Mo reached out and pressed the shortcut key for the intercom. Qin Yu, come in. The door opened and Qin Yu walked in hurriedly, looking very capable. Statement suspended. Lin Mo's instructions were crisp and clear. Qin Yu paused and put away her professional smile. Why? Mr. Lin, every second is crucial now. Lin Mo didn't explain much, just raised his chin towards Tian Shui's old phone. Because we have a trump card. Qin Yu first looked at Lin Mo, then at the nervous Tian Shui. After listening to Lin Mo's explanation, she took a breath. Oh my god. This is simply cutting off the firewood from under the cauldron. Qin Yu's hands were shaking with excitement, and he had already taken out his cell phone. I'll have the PR department release the video right away. No, I'll just promote it and spend money on it. Put the video directly on the faces of those haters. I wonder how they can put their faces after this. Wait a moment. The sound was not loud, but it caused Qin Yu's finger that was pressing on the screen to stop in mid-air. Lin Mo and Qin Yu both looked at her. Tian Shui held the old cell phone tightly, her nails digging into the plastic casing. She raised her head and did not dodge again. Boss Lin, she said, her breathing was a little rapid, but her words were very clear, can I post this video? Qin Yu didn't react. I am the party involved. Tian Shui's voice was not loud, but each word echoed in the silent office. I'll post it and tell everyone what happened that day. A clarification from a victim himself is more convincing than a cold company announcement, right? Okay. Lin Mo nodded in agreement. You post it. Have you thought about how to write the copy? I've thought about it. Tian Shui nodded heavily, then lowered her head and started typing quickly on her Weibo editing page. Her fingers jumped on the screen, trembling a little but unusually fast. A few minutes later, she showed the edited copy to Lin Mo. Hello everyone, I am Tian Shui, the intern in the video that has been hotly discussed online. I have always been very grateful to Senior Lin Mo for his care and help, but I also want to say that workplace bullying really exists. Several seniors in the video have been pushing their work to me since I started working, beating and scolding me at every turn, and even taking away the fruits of my labor. I have been cowardly and have endured it. Until yesterday, I could no longer bear it. I am very grateful to Mr. Lin. When I was most helpless, he stood up like a hero to help me out. I don't know what kind of person would have such a vicious mind to maliciously edit a beautiful story of a hero saving a beautiful woman into a heinous act of bullying. This is the complete video at that time, and the truth is in it. I hope everyone will not misunderstand a good person again, and do not let any bad person go. Thank you everyone. Video. Okay, send it. Lin Mo said concisely. Tian Shui took a deep breath and pressed the send button. Qinyu, Lin Mo immediately turned to Qinyu. Use all resources to push Tian Shui's Weibo post to the top of the trending searches. Contact all cooperating media and influencers to forward it for me. I want the entire internet to see this Weibo post within half an hour. Understood. Xinyu's eyes flashed with excitement, and he immediately turned around to carry out the order. The effect is immediate. When the complete video and the party's clarification blog post appeared in front of the public, online public opinion instantly took a 180-degree turn. It's a reversal. I said Mr. Lin is not that kind of person. This is the fucking truth. Those old idiots are nothing. Bullying an intern is nothing. I feel sorry for the little sister. She was bullied for so long. Fortunately, she met Mr. Lin. The person who edited this video is too vicious, isn't he? I suggest a thorough investigation. He must be caught and sentenced. At Green Source New Materials, come out and get beaten. Is this how your company treats interns? Is this your corporate culture? Boss Lin is so handsome. I'd become his fan. Give me a dozen bosses like him who stand up for their subordinates. The wind direction has completely changed. The previous comments attacking Lin Mo were completely washed away by angry netizens. The comment sections of several marketing accounts that posted maliciously edited videos were directly attacked, and various NMSL greetings filled the screen. The share price of Moshuan also rose in response, and from a position close to the limit down, it drew a sharp V-shaped reversal and rose strongly to turn positive. Tian Shui sat on the sofa in Lin Mo's office, holding her mobile phone, looking at the rapidly growing comments, likes and reposts on her Weibo. Her eyes moistened again. However, as I scrolled through the comments, the style of some of the comments started to become a little strange. Sisters, am I the only one who noticed the way the young lady looked at Mr. Lin? She was starry-eyed. The one in front. You're not alone. That look is full of admiration, gratitude, and full of love. I hit it. A hero saves a beautiful girl and gives himself to her. Isn't this 10,000 times better than industrial saccharine? Nonsense. If I were this girl, I would also fall in love with Mr. Lin, okay? He's handsome, rich, capable, and most importantly, he has such a strong sense of justice. This is simply the hero of a novel reflected in reality. Wow, I'll stand first to show my respect to this couple. Mr. Lin, please take a look at our treasure girl. Tian Shui's face turned red, spreading from her cheeks to her ears. Her little thoughts were exposed nakedly in front of hundreds of millions of netizens? Chapter 105, Moved. She subconsciously raised her eyes and quickly glanced at Lin Mo, who was on the phone handling official business behind his desk. Tian Shui's heart was pounding and she couldn't calm down. She felt uncomfortable all over, not knowing where to put her hands and feet. She kept moving her butt on the sofa, feeling very uncomfortable. Will he see these comments? What will he think if he sees them? Would I feel like a frivolous girl? Would I hate myself? Lin Mo hung up the phone, turned his head and his eyes naturally fell on her, just in time to catch her panic-stricken and restless look. Lin Mo's insight was so sharp that with just one glance and thinking about the most fermenting topics on the internet, he instantly understood about 70% of it. Looking at the girl's face that was about to bleed in her evasive eyes, Lin Mo's mouth corners unconsciously rose slightly, but he quickly returned to calm. He neither exposed nor ridiculed it. Just read the comments online, don't take them too seriously. The internet is a big melting pot. There are all kinds of people and they say all kinds of things. Don't let those messy things affect your mood. Tian Shui raised her head and looked at Lin Mo. The man had turned back to continue looking at the documents, and all she saw was his focused and steady back. He seemed to know everything, yet seemed to know nothing. Tian Shui's heartbeat slowly calmed down, replaced by a more violent throbbing. She looked at Lin Mo's back and quietly clenched the phone in her hand. At the same time, at the top of Jiangqing CBD, in the office of the president of Su Group. The air was filled with expensive and cool aromas, and the huge floor-to-ceiling windows offered a panoramic view of the prosperity of the entire city, but Su Qinghan had no intention of appreciating it at the moment. The bone china coffee cup beneath my fingertips was only slightly cool. Su Qinghan's finger hovered over the address book on the tablet. The number was so familiar that it seemed like it was engraved in his bones. With just a slight touch and a voice in the name of the Su family, this farce on the internet would disappear in an instant. The price is to admit to everyone that this relationship is so fragile that the Su family needs to step in to maintain it. But if it is left unchecked, the glaring title of Mrs. Lin will become a laughingstock on the entire internet along with the Su family. Knock, knock, knock. A rapid knock on the door broke the silence in the office. The assistant's voice came through the door, and he spoke so fast that he almost tripped. Boss Su. There's new news from Mo soon. She swiped the screen and saw that the direction of the comments section had undergone a tsunami-like reversal in just a few minutes. She didn't even have a chance to choose. That man ended everything in his own way, calmly and without making any noise. Su Qinghan put the empty coffee cup back on the table. The bone china collided with the shiny tabletop, making a light sound, crisp and sharp. The assistant outside the door was still asking, "Then our public relations department?" No need. The corners of Su Qinghan's mouth uncontrollably lifted up into an almost invisible arc. At this moment, the private cell phone on the table suddenly rang, and the word father jumped on the screen. Su Qinghan took a deep breath, suppressed all his chaotic emotions, returned to his usual cool and calm appearance, and pressed the answer button. Hello, Dad. Qinghan. What on earth is going on with all that mess on the internet? What on earth is Lin Mo doing? Su Cheng had obviously seen the news, and his tone was full of questioning. Is the photo of him and that woman named Zhou Min real? Why did this schoolgirl show up now? Su Qinghan's fingers holding the phone tightened slightly. Dad, don't be impatient. Let me explain. Those are all fake news based on hearsay. Fake news? Su Cheng snorted coldly, obviously not believing it. Qinghan, have you been deceived by that boy? Is he fooling around outside and hiding it from you? The photo is photoshopped. I've asked a friend to authenticate it. As for the person behind it, I'm also investigating and will have results soon. What about that schoolgirl? I've watched the video. The way that girl looked at him was not innocent. There's no smoke without fire. He's a married man, and he's entangled with these young girls all day long. What a shame. Su Cheng's voice was still stern. Su Qinghan's heart sank suddenly. She also saw Tian Shui's eyes in the video. A woman understands another woman's eyes best. She still explained it in a roundabout way. Dad, that girl is his junior schoolmate. It's only natural for Lin Mo to stand up for her when he sees her. There was silence on the other end of the line for a moment. Su Cheng knows his daughter well. She always puts interests first and hates trouble the most. According to her previous personality, when encountering such a thing, the most direct way to solve it is to cut the Gordian knot and cancel the ridiculous agreement directly, instead of going to great lengths to defend the man here. She protects Lin Mo too much. Su Cheng's tone softened. Qinghan, tell Dad the truth, are you really in love with that Lin Mo? Su Qinghan's mind went blank for a moment, and he subconsciously spoke to defend Lin Mo. Dad, he is my husband, I definitely trust him. Su Cheng on the other end of the phone let out a long sigh. Okay, Dad won't ask any more questions. Just know it yourself. But Qinghan, Dad still wants to remind you that people in our Su family can be smart and strong, but they must never be wronged. That Lin Mo, if he really behaves himself and treats you well, Dad can forgive him for what he did. But if he dares to do anything to let you down or embarrass you. Su Cheng's voice suddenly became sharp. This marriage, let's get a divorce. We in the Su family don't marry our daughters off to be bullied. Even if the sky falls, your father will hold it up for you. Su Qinghan's eyes suddenly felt hot and a sour feeling rose at the tip of his nose. From childhood to adulthood, her father had always been strict with her, teaching her business, strategies, and how to be a qualified heir. She hadn't heard such words full of warmth and protection for a long time. I understand, Dad. Her voice was a little hoarse. Thank you. Silly child, why are you being polite to your father? Su Cheng's voice became gentle again. Okay, go ahead and get busy. Call home anytime if you have anything. After hanging up the phone, silence returned to the office. Su Qinghan leaned back weakly on the large leather seat and raised his hand to rub his swollen temples. Are you really attracted to that Lin Mo? Are you interested? Su Qinghan curled the corners of his mouth in self-mockery. Chapter 106, Out of Place. At the same time, in Lin Mo's office. The atmosphere was somewhat subtle. Xinyu was holding a tablet and standing at the door, neither going in nor leaving. The silence almost made Tian Shui feel like she was drowning as she sat on the sofa. She could only hear her own heartbeat and the rustling sound of a pen scratching across paper not far away. Neither hurried nor slow, with a rhythm that seems to be in control of everything. Suddenly, the rustling stopped. Tian Shui's back straightened instantly. Qin Yu. Lin Mo spoke. Arrange a car to take Tian Shui back to school. And tell the school to let her take a few days off and not go to class. Okay, Mr. Lin. Qin Yu responded. Lin Mo put the signed document aside and looked at the girl who was almost curled up into a ball on the sofa. The online incidents have been dealt with. There will be no follow-up and it will not affect your graduation. All the panic and grievances found an outlet at this moment. Tian Shui stood up suddenly from the sofa. Her movement was so big that she didn't even feel any pain when her knee hit the armrest. She bent down towards the desk. Senior. As soon as she opened her mouth, her voice was hoarse and had a strong nasal tone. I'm sorry. Thank you. I really didn't mean to cause you so much trouble. Lin Mo waved his hand, indicating that she could leave. The door was pushed open from the outside almost immediately, and the assistant was already waiting on the side, bowing slightly and making a pleased gesture. Tian Shui was stunned by the smooth movements, and all the words of gratitude were stuck in her throat. The door closed. The remaining whimpering sound of the girl was completely blocked out. The office returned to its original order. Xinyu took 2 steps forward and placed the tablet computer in her hand on Lin Mo's desk. The screen was on, and the cold light reflected a small area of the desk. Boss Lin, we found the stuff. Lin Mo lifted the pen tip from the document. On the screen is a high-definition screenshot of a bank's electronic receipt. 3 days ago, a private bank account in the country transferred a sum of 200,000 yuan to the marketing account that was most popular in this incident. He tapped his fingers on the table. The technical department followed the payment paths of those marketing accounts and dug up layer by layer. Xinyu's tone was flat, just stating an established fact. The other party's methods were very sophisticated. They used the accounts of several shell companies to transfer money back and forth in an attempt to wipe out all traces. She stretched out her finger and tapped the screen to enlarge the account information. But no matter how you launder it, the source of all the funds points to this one account. Although the account holder used an unrelated identity, we found through cross-data comparison that the rarely used backup email address bound to this account was the same as the contact email address Zhao Mingchen left when he registered a shell company abroad. Zhao Mingchen? Lin Mo repeated softly. This lingering guy has already fled abroad, but he still wants to stretch his hands so far. He was humiliated at the cocktail party before, and was later forced to go abroad due to family pressure. It seems that he has not learned any lesson. Yes. Xinyu answered affirmatively. He probably thought he had done it perfectly and used puppet accounts in China to clear himself of any connection. But he underestimated us. Lin Mo returned the tablet to her, with a cold smile on his face. Well done. Keep investigating. Dig out all the financial transactions in this account and all the people involved in it. I want to see how many obedient dogs Zhao Mingchen has in China. I understand. Yu nodded. She added. By the way, Mr. Lin, the city is having a celebratory dinner for attracting investment at the International Convention and Exhibition Center at 7 o'clock tonight. Mayor Lee called you personally before, and you agreed to attend. Dinner party? Lin Mo frowned. Things had been happening one after another during this period of time, and he almost forgot about this. Now that I know Su Qinghan is going, I have to go on this trip. There was no response to the messages I sent her these days, and no one answered the phone calls I made. Even if she is the president now, is she so busy that she doesn't even have time to reply to messages? After a while, Lin Mo had just finished signing the last document, and Yu, who was standing next to him, was just hanging a neatly ironed suit on the hanger. Boss Lin, the clothes are ready. Leave it there. Lin Mo put down his pen and stood up, holding his suit jacket in his hand. Since you don't reply to messages or answer calls, I'll ask you personally. Under the cover of night, a Bugatti silently merged into the traffic leading to the International Convention and Exhibition Center and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Banquet Hall. Lin Mo parked the car at the door, turned off the engine and got out in one go. Welcome, sir. Lin Mo nodded, threw the key to the receptionist, and walked straight to the banquet hall. He didn't even wait for the stern-faced security guard in front of him to finish speaking, and directly took out the invitation letter and threw it. Please show me. Mr. Lin, please come in. After a while, he walked among the celebrities, holding a glass of wine, and watched their greetings coldly. After walking a few steps, a slightly greasy figure came up to him with a wineglass in hand and a smile on his face. Boss Lin. You are finally here. I have been waiting for you for a long time. The person who came was Mr. Wang from Honyuan Group. He was more or less dependent on the company and business. Now he was slightly bent over, keeping a very humble attitude. Lin Mo frowned and nodded, but his gaze did not linger for long. She casually took a glass of champagne from the waiter's tray and gently clinked the glass with that in Mr. Wang's hand, but she didn't even bother to glance at him. Seeing that he had no reaction, Mr. Wang was not embarrassed and continued, Mr. Lin, do you think we have a chance for the project in the new development zone in the south of the city? Send the information to Yu. Lin Mo finally spoke, his voice cold. After saying that, he walked straight past Mr. Wang. Mr. Wang, who was left alone, held up his wine glass. The smile on his face froze for a moment, but soon returned to normal. The extravagance and decadence around him did not arouse any emotion, and Lin Mo dinner parties were not usually on his preferred schedule. He scanned the noisy crowd, trying to find that cool and familiar figure among those hypocritical faces. Su Qinghan, where is she? Finally, behind a huge areca palm, Lin Mo saw the person he had been thinking about day and night. Wearing a moon-white dress, looking independent and aloof, who else could it be but Su Qinghan? At this moment, she was lowering her head and using a small fork to concentrate on a piece of strawberry mousse on the plate. She cut a small piece and put it into her mouth, her cheeks puffed up slightly. That completely relaxed look seemed out of place in this world of fame and fortune. Lin Mo didn't just stand by and watch, he just walked over with his long legs. Chapter 107 Teaser. Su Qinghan seemed to have noticed something as well. He stopped his fork in mid-air and slowly raised his head. The music and voices around seemed to be muted at this moment. She subconsciously wanted to hide the plate in her hand behind her back, but then she stopped herself from thinking this ridiculous idea. The man had walked in front of her, completely enveloping her in his presence. Su Qinghan pursed her lips and moved the plate aside. You're eating cake alone without calling me? Lin Mo spoke first. His voice was not loud, but it clearly penetrated the background noise. Su Qinghan didn't respond. There are too many people, it's a bit stuffy. So, the cake here is more interesting than the message I sent? Lin Mo's voice was very soft, almost touching hers, but there was no smile in the ending tone. He didn't look at her, but instead stared at the piece of mousse with a missing corner. Su Qinghan's hand trembled slightly. The cream on the fork almost fell on the skirt. She slammed the plate down on the small table next to her, with a soft clang of china and glass. What do you want to do? Can I look for you if there's nothing wrong? Lin Mo asked back. He took another half step forward. The distance was compressed in an instant, and Su Qinghan blushed instantly when he felt Lin Mo's presence so close to him. She stepped back subconsciously, but her back hit the cold pillar. The next second, she felt her wrist tighten, and Lin Mo's hand clasped her and dragged her towards the side door of the banquet hall. The sudden force caused her to stagger and she almost sprained her high heels. Come with me. Lin Mo, let go. Although there was some resistance in her words, the hand that was pulling her did not move at all, and she was forced to keep up. The sound of the violin and the conversation suddenly faded. She could even hear someone gasping not far away. The surprised looks from people around her made her feel uncomfortable all over. After a while, deep in the garden. It was not until they reached a dimly lit corner that Lin Mo finally let go. Lin Mo, you're crazy. Everyone in the audience is looking at the two of us, do you know that? Su Qinghan suddenly pulled his arm free and looked at the red mark on his wrist, his voice trembling slightly. I just saw it, so what? Lin Mo's expression was extremely calm, and he even took a step forward, as if he was not affected by the anger at all. I just want them to watch. You. Su Qinghan opened his mouth slightly, and a strange look appeared on his face. How could he say that? Now, no one is watching. Lin Mo locked his eyes firmly on hers and said in a deep voice, Can you tell me what you are hiding from me? You've been acting weird since I woke up. It's fine if you don't reply to messages, but you don't answer calls? Su Qinghan, are you busy? So busy that you don't even have time to check your phone? Faced with his straightforward questioning that was somewhat aggressive, the anger in Su Qinghan's heart was instantly extinguished. After all, my behavior these past few days seems a bit childish. Just because I saw those carrying messages on his phone, and because of the inexplicable bitterness and depression in my heart, I unilaterally sentenced him to death, started a cold war with him, and disappeared. This is totally unlike Su Qinghan's style. But, will you admit it? Admit that you were avoiding him like a little girl because you were jealous? No, absolutely not. Su Qinghan's pride wouldn't allow her to do this. I'm not avoiding you. There are a lot of things going on in the company, and I'm really busy. What about your WeChat? Seeing the keep making up expression on Lin Mo's face, she couldn't help feeling annoyed. Even if I have some free time. What did we say when we signed the agreement? She raised her chin, maintaining her final stubbornness. Although they are nominally husband and wife, they should still keep themselves clean. Although they should not interfere with each other's private lives, they should pay more attention to the influence of public opinion. Seeing Lin Mo remain silent, she continued with a cold face, those junior and senior students are all very caring towards you. Lin Mo, don't you think that you should give me an explanation first? As soon as the words came out, the garden suddenly became silent. Su Qinghan clenched his wrist, and the red mark left by his clenching was still glaring. She was ready for an argument, but Lin Mo didn't respond. The few seconds of silence seemed like a century. Just a light laugh was heard, and the previous aggressive momentum disappeared into thin air. Lin Mo was speechless for a moment as he looked at the girl in front of him who looked like a furry rabbit. So we've gone through so much trouble, with the Cold War, loss of contact, and even using the agreement as a shield, it turns out it's all for this. He took a step forward, and the little safe distance she had just opened was instantly swallowed up. But Su Qinghan still maintained a defensive posture, his shoulders tense. So, you ignored me these days, is this the reason? Lin Mo's voice softened, with a hint of gentle doting. Sensing his burning gaze, Su Qinghan felt a little uncomfortable, turned his head away, and said stubbornly, I'm just reminding you to abide by our agreement. Okay, then I'll explain it to you. Lin Mo took a step forward, almost getting close to her, looked down into her eyes, and said very seriously. Senior Jo Min has helped me a lot in school before. This time I was injured, so it's normal for her to show some concern as a friend. As for Tian Shui, you know that she was involved in the storm because of me. She is just apologizing and thanking me. I don't think of them, or any other woman, as anything more than friends. His breath was warm, with a faint scent of alcohol, brushing against Su Qinghan's face, causing her heart to skip a beat. Before she had time to digest his explanation, she heard him say word by word. Because I only like Su Qinghan. Boom. Time seemed to stand still at this moment, and Su Qinghan's mind was blank. The sound of the fountain disappeared, and the noise of the banquet hall also disappeared completely. In her world, the only thing left was Lin Mo's earth-shattering confession. He said he likes me? Su Qinghan's heart began to beat wildly uncontrollably, and his cheeks turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye. You. After a long while, she finally found her voice, but she stuttered a little because of excessive shock. What nonsense are you talking about? The scolding sounded soft, without any deterrent power, and instead sounded more like a coquettish expression. Lin Mo looked at her with a flushed face and a helpless look. I knew that the iceberg in Su Qinghan's heart had been completely shattered by my words. She is not angry anymore. Lin Mo also became bolder. He looked at her shy appearance and couldn't help wanting to tease her. Chapter 108, The Only One. He deliberately moved closer, almost feeling the heat coming from her face. He raised a wicked smile and whispered in her ear in a low voice. Where did I say that? I like my wife. Isn't this a natural and reasonable thing? Wife. Su Qinghan's defenses completely collapsed at this moment. All the agreements, promises, reason and restraint were burned to ashes by his righteous word wife. Seeing her cute face as she was choked by his words and couldn't speak, Lin Mo's smile deepened. Without giving her any chance to think or dodge, Lin Mo's arms had already wrapped around her, and he embraced this woman who looked as hard as ice on the outside but soft as a mess on the inside. Su Qinghan's body suddenly stiffened. She slammed into a warm and solid chest, and her nose was instantly filled with his refreshing and pleasant scent, which domineeringly dispelled all her thoughts. This time, she didn't struggle or push him away. She just let him hold her, absorbing the warmth that almost melted her. Are you still angry? Su Qinghan said nothing, just buried his face in his shoulder, silent and depressed. She didn't know what she was angry about. Was she angry that he was not clear with others, or was she angry that her calmness and self-control, which she was proud of, always collapsed easily in front of him? Seeing this, Lin Mo was not in a hurry, but just hugged her tighter. We started out as a deal, but once I've made up my mind, I never thought of changing it. Su Qinghan, in my heart, you are my Lin Mo's wife, the only one. So, please don't be mad at me anymore, okay? If you ignore me like this for a few more days, I'll really get sick. The last teasing sentence made Su Qinghan couldn't help but burst out laughing, and the atmosphere instantly became relaxed. Just as she was about to speak, the sound of footsteps not far away startled her and instantly woke her up from her daze. Oh, that's bad. Su Qinghan screamed, and only then did she realize that she was hugging and cuddling with a man in the hotel garden. The celebration banquet is about to begin. I'll go in first. She hurriedly broke free from Lin Mo's arms, and her face, which had just cooled down, suddenly became even hotter. He was frantically fixing his messy hair and collar, not daring to look at Lin Mo. He just said something hastily and fled towards the banquet hall. Looking at her fleeing back, Lin Mo was speechless for a moment. This girl is really hard to figure out. After a moment, he slowly straightened his suit and followed without haste. The two returned to the banquet hall one after the other. The mayor of Jiangzhou City was already standing on the podium, adjusting the microphone in front of him, preparing to begin official congratulations. Lin Mo glanced at Su Qinghan, who was sitting upright next to him, and subconsciously raised his eyebrows. Although this girl looked like she had returned to her cold and aloof CEO self, the blush on her cheeks that had not yet completely faded clearly showed that she was not so calm inside. He chuckled and shook his head. He stopped teasing the thin-skinned Su Qinghan. Instead, he nodded politely to the mayor on the stage, and the mayor responded with a subtle smile and nodded. Soon, the equipment was debugged. Dear guests, fellow entrepreneurs, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. The mayor cleared his throat, and his loud voice came through the microphone and was clearly transmitted to every corner of the banquet hall. The originally noisy scene immediately became quiet. Today, we gather together to celebrate the project's investment promotion. Lin Mo held the wineglass, listening absent-mindedly, his eyes casually sweeping over the guests in the room. After a while, his gaze paused slightly at a corner. Qin Yuehua? Why is she here? At this moment, Qin Yuehua was holding a glass of champagne, surrounded by several gorgeously dressed rich ladies, and they seemed to be having a very pleasant conversation. Lin Mo was about to look away when Qin Yuehua seemed to have noticed something and looked over at him across the crowd. Their eyes met, and an undisguised look of contempt instantly appeared on that well-maintained face, and then he turned his head away arrogantly, as if looking at him any longer would be an insult. Lin Mo curled his lips silently and looked away without caring. He is in a good mood now and is too lazy to bother with such people. The mayor's speech was not long and ended quickly amid warm applause. During the free communication time that followed, Lin Mo naturally held Su Qinghan's arm and walked among the guests. Boss Su, congratulations. You are the main reason why this project was successfully won. Su Qinghan picked up the wineglass and said, Mr. Wang, you are too polite. The success of the project depends on the support of every partner. As soon as the words fell, an inopportune voice rang out, suddenly attracting the attention of the entire audience. Oh, isn't this our Su family's great contributor, Mr. Lin? Lin Mo looked up and saw Qin Yuehua and a few other rich ladies walking towards them gracefully with a malicious smile on their faces. The smile on Mr. Wang's face, which was full of enthusiasm just now, froze. He glanced at Qin Yuehua, who was coming at him aggressively, and quickly raised his glass. "Oh, Mr. Su, Mr. Lin, you guys are busy. I have an old friend over there who I want to say hello to." "Excuse me." Several entrepreneurs who were about to exchange business cards with Su Qinghan immediately withdrew their hands and smiled awkwardly. I'm going to the bathroom, you guys chat. In the blink of an eye, the small circle that originally surrounded the two of them suddenly became deserted, and the surrounding guests also cast many glances in their direction. Su Qinghan's face instantly darkened, and his brows furrowed tightly. "Mom, what on earth are you going to do?" "What should I do? What else can I do?" Qin Yuehua smiled exaggeratedly, her eyes cold. "Qinghan, what are you talking about? Can't I come to such a big event?" Lin Mo's expression remained unchanged, still gentle and polite, and he said lightly, "Mom, of course we welcome you to come." "Don't." Qin Yuehua raised her hand and made a blocking gesture, her fingertips almost poking Lin Mo's nose. "I don't deserve to be called Mom by you. What kind of person is Mr. Lin now? He is a new rich man in Jiangzhou. He was on the social news a few days ago with a female student. An old woman like me can't afford to marry him." The wealthy ladies around her immediately chimed in, their voices neither too loud nor too soft, just loud enough for those around them to hear clearly. "Sister Qin, your son-in-law is really a talent. I don't know about his other abilities, but his skill in attracting bees and butterflies is first-rate." Chapter 109. I never thought of divorcing you. Young people nowadays are like this. Once they achieve a little success, they don't even know their own surnames. Qinghan has such good conditions, but you should keep your eyes open and don't let those who pretend to be human beings cheat you. Su Qinghan tightened her fingers around the wineglass, her knuckles turning white. Just as she was about to open her mouth, a warm hand grasped her wrist. Lin Mo secretly shook his head in his heart. His mother-in-law was really being unreasonable to the extreme, completely disregarding the occasion and not caring about the reputation of the Su family. However, judging from her posture, it was obvious that she was targeting herself. If that's the case, why should Qinghan quarrel with her in public and satisfy those who were waiting to see the show? He looked at Qin Yuehua, his tone calm and without a trace of emotion. "I have already publicly clarified the things on the internet. The media likes to exaggerate things, so don't take them seriously." "Clarify?" Qin Yuehua laughed as if she had heard a huge joke. "You have a big mouth. You can make black turn white." Lin Mo's stubborn attitude completely ignited the fire in Qin Yuehua's heart. She snorted coldly, with a fierce look in her eyes. "Okay. You said that's fake, then explain to me what these are." She suddenly grabbed a stack of photos from her Hermes bag and threw them at Lin Mo's face. The photos were like snowflakes, scattered all over the ground. There was a sound of gasps all around, and everyone's attention was drawn to the shiny pieces of paper on the floor. In the photo, Lin Mo and Zhou Min's figures overlap in the hotel corridor and in the dim car, with tricky angles and intimate postures. Those guests who were originally just there to watch the show now opened their eyes wide and whispered to each other. "Oh my god, this photo real? TSK, it turns out that what the news said is true. I thought some rival was deliberately slandering him, but I didn't expect that Lin Mo would be so extravagant in private. It's only been a short time since you got together with the Su family, and you dare to mess around like this outside. Isn't this just trampling on the Su family's face? Look at Mr. Su's face. Oh, it's really pitiful to have such a man. What's there to be pitted about? I think she's just blind. She chose this thing over so many young talents." A wealthy lady who was familiar with Qin Yuehua curled her lips, her tone full of contempt. "Now you've made a fool of yourself in public, you deserve it." Lin Mo's breathing stopped for a moment. He had never experienced these scenes. A crude and vicious trick. A chill ran up his spine. Seeing his expression change, Qin Yuehua thought she had caught his weak spot. She relaxed and raised her voice by 8 degrees. "Why don't you talk? Lin Mo, aren't you a good talker? Explain it to me again." She took a step forward, looking down at him, and her voice was so loud that the whole banquet hall was buzzing. "I'm telling you, Qinghan has seen these photos a long time ago. She has already decided to divorce you, a shameless liar." "Divorce?" These two words instantly caused the entire banquet hall to explode. "Are you leaving?" I said, this kind of gigolo is unreliable. TSK, the Su family has lost all face. Qin Yue's mouth almost turned up to the sky when she noticed the guests were enjoying the show. This was exactly the result she wanted. She wanted Lin Mo to be disgraced in public and get out of the Su family. She was just waiting for him to collapse and beg for mercy. However, things did not develop as she imagined. Lin Mo was silent for a moment, then his eyes passed Qin Yue and fell on Su Qinghan next to him. Su Qinghan met the gaze and shook his head very lightly. With one action, all the noise was blocked out. Lin Mo understood. The divorce is fake. He no longer looked at Qin Yue, but instead calmly took out his cell phone from the inside pocket of his suit, swiped his fingertips across the screen a few times, and then turned the screen to face everyone. Since my mother-in-law is so interested in my private life and has to hold a criticism meeting for me here. He looked around. His voice was not loud, but it drowned out all the noise. Then I can't let her work in vain. It just so happens that I have something here, so I'll show you something new. Everyone subconsciously moved closer and saw a clear surveillance video on the mobile phone screen. Looking at the place, it is the departure hall of Jiangzhou International Airport. In the video, Lin Mo and Zhou Min stood side by side and said a few words, then Zhou Min turned and left. From beginning to end, there was a distance of half a person between the two people, and the whole process was clear. I, Lin Mo, am not a big shot, but I can tell the difference between face and bottom line. Lin Mo's voice turned cold. He put away his phone, glanced around, and finally his eyes fell on Qin Yue's bloodless face. I am standing here today as Su Qinghan's legal husband. As long as this relationship lasts, I will not do anything to let her down. The scene was silent. A few seconds later, someone started clapping first. Well said. The applause exploded instantly, like thunder. The guests looked at Lin Mo with a look of contempt that turned into real appreciation. A man who can defend his marriage and dignity under such humiliation deserves respect for his responsibility. Qin Yue's face turned pale and blue, and she stood there frozen, like a joke. Lin Mo was too lazy to even glance at her. He ignored everyone around him and the deafening applause. He just turned around and looked at Su Qinghan deeply. The whole world became a background, and his voice was so soft that only she could hear it. So, what about you? He paused and asked the most important question. So, you really want to divorce me? The sound is very soft. It was so quiet that the thunderous applause and everyone's discussions around them became an out-of-focus background. Su Qinghan raised his head. He stood there, just looking at her, waiting for her verdict. There was a sudden pain in my chest without any warning. She couldn't stand anymore. Qin Yue's murderous gaze and the guests' inquiring eyes could no longer stop her at all. Su Qinghan lifted the hem of her skirt, and the sound of her high heels hitting the ground, step by step, was extremely clear. She walked up to him and stood still. No. She spoke these two words quietly, but they were loud enough for the people closest to her to hear clearly. She took a breath, as if trying to use all her strength to speak more clearly. I have never thought about divorcing you. The moment the words fell, Lin Mo's tense body suddenly relaxed. He took a step forward, wrapped his arms around her waist, and without giving her any time to react, he pressed her whole body into his arms. Chapter 1:10 You're too kind. The force was so great that Su Qinghan's screams were completely swallowed up by the suit fabric on his chest. The nose was filled with his scent, fresh and refreshing, making people feel at ease for no reason. She subconsciously clutched the fabric on his chest. Lin Mo lowered his head, pressed his hot lips against her earlobe, and his burning breath trembled uncontrollably. He asked her in an almost tuneless, hoarse voice. Then, can I kiss you? Su Qinghan's mind went blank for a moment. She looked up suddenly, looking at the handsome face so close to her in shock. Is he crazy? There are so many people watching here. Lin Mo didn't even give her a chance to answer. Under Su Qinghan's shocked gaze, he lowered his head slightly and kissed her cool and soft lips accurately. Boom! If the applause just now was thunder, then at this moment, the entire banquet hall was erupting with cheers and whistles like a tsunami. Everyone was ignited by this sudden and extremely romantic scene. Su Qinghan's brain completely shut down. The warm touch on her lips and his slightly aggressive breath made her feel weak all over and she could hardly stand. She could only lean on his strong arms and passively endure this sudden kiss. Amidst the warm applause and cheers, Qin Yue stood there, her face ashen, her hands tightly clenched around her handbag, her nails almost digging into her flesh. The rich ladies around her followed suit and applauded, but the applause sounded so harsh to Qin Yue's ears. She couldn't stay any longer, so she could only force a smile and clapped her hands twice, then turned around dejectedly and squeezed out of the crowd in embarrassment. At the same time, far away in country M. Inside a luxuriously decorated office, a huge LCD screen was broadcasting live footage of the Jiangzhou celebration banquet. Li Haotian saw Lin Mo take out the surveillance video, when he heard Su Qinghan's firm no, when he saw Lin Mo embrace Su Qinghan in his arms and kiss her deeply under the gaze of everyone. The calmness in his eyes was finally broken. Bang! There was a loud bang. The crystal glass in his hand was smashed hard against the display screen. The expensive screen shattered into pieces, flickered a few times, and the kissing scene fell completely into darkness. Lin Mo. Li Haotian squeezed out the name from between his teeth. Every syllable sounded as if it had been dipped in ice water. That kiss seemed to have no end. Lin Mo finally stepped back a little. Su Qinghan's cheeks were abnormally red, his breathing became disordered, and his whole body went limp in his arms, almost unable to stand. In the banquet hall, the applause and whistles continued. Lin Mo seemed to have heard nothing, just lowered his head to look at the woman in his arms. He liked the way she looked confused because of him. She was much more lively than the usual President Su, who kept people at a distance. Let's go home. His voice was close to her ear, a little hoarse from the kiss just now. Su Qinghan felt as if he was scalded, and then he came to his senses. He still held her tightly in his arms, exposed to everyone's sight. The heat rushed up from the base of her neck. She put her hand on his chest and pushed gently, her voice very low, "You, let go first." Lin Mo smiled and loosened his arm as he was told, but without giving her a chance to react, he took her hand and interlocked their fingers. Su Qinghan struggled but failed to break free. Feeling the warmth and strength of his palm, I just let him go. Under the gazes of countless people, the two bumped into Qin Yuehua as soon as they reached the door. "Mom!" Su Qinghan called out subconsciously. Qin Yuehua seemed not to hear her and didn't even look at her. She just stood next to a Rolls-Royce with a gloomy face, opened the door and got in with a cold face. With a bang, the car door was slammed loudly. Lin Mo keenly noticed the momentary stiffness of Su Qinghan's body. He didn't say anything, but just wrapped her 5 fingers into his palm with his backhand and drew soothing circles on the back of her slightly cold hand. After a moment, another Bentley from the Su family slid silently in front of them. On the way back, Su Qinghan stubbornly turned her face to the window, and only her tightly pursed lips revealed the turmoil in her heart. Lin Mo never spoke, nor did he loosen his clasped hands. At this moment, this silent support is better than thousands of excuses or consolations. Su family villa, living room. Su Chang sat upright on the sofa. Financial news was playing on the TV in front of him, but no one was watching. His eyes were as sharp as torches, and his gaze fell directly on the tightly held hands of the two people in front of him. A hint of approval appeared on his usually dignified face. "Dad, you haven't rested yet so late." Su Qinghan subconsciously tried to pull his hand away, but it was held even tighter. "I didn't make it to the celebration party. I have to wait for the protagonist to come home," Su Chang said, turning his gaze to Lin Mo and sizing him up carefully. "Lin Mo, you did a good job today. Your mother is old and confused, so don't bother with her." Lin Mo's heart skipped a beat. This evaluation was of great significance. "Dad, you're too kind. Okay, let's all go and rest. It looks tiring." Su Chang waved his hand, as if brushing away an insignificant matter. "Then you should rest early too." The bedroom door closed with a click, completely isolating the world downstairs belonging to Mr. Su. Su Qinghan walked to the dressing table and sat down. Her fingertips were cold. She tried to remove her makeup, but her heart was still beating rapidly. From the mirror, she could see Lin Mo's figure approaching her step by step, and finally stopping behind her. Just now in the banquet hall, there were too many people. His deep voice almost sounded against her hair. The next moment, a pair of strong arms passed through her armpits and gently but firmly wrapped around her waist. He leaned over slightly, resting his chin on her slender shoulder, and his hot breath sprayed accurately on the most sensitive skin on her neck. Su Qinghan's whole body was tense, and the fingers holding the makeup remover cotton stopped in mid-air, unable to move. "Don't. I'm still removing my makeup. I don't care." Instead of letting go, Lin Mo tightened his embrace, turned his face to the side, and his warm lips brushed against her earlobe. Su Qinghan felt as if the circuit in his brain was instantly burned out, leaving only a buzzing blank. In the mirror, she saw that her cheeks and ears were extremely red. His kiss, full of pity, first fell on the side of her face, then on her cheek, and finally, he gently turned her face and forced her to face him. Breaths entangled with each other and the air heated up rapidly. This time, there were no deafening cheers, no prying eyes. The only sound in the whole world was each other's out-of-control heartbeats, one louder than the other. Chapter 111, Mr. Lin, why are you here? There was a warm itch in my chest. It was Su Qinghan's breath. She was sleeping soundly, curled up in his arms, her long black hair covering his arms. A few strands of hair fell and stuck to her warm cheek. Lin Mo raised his hand, carefully brushed away the strands of hair with his fingertips, and tucked them behind her ear. He lowered his head and placed a light kiss on her smooth forehead. He quietly got up and got out of bed. During the whole process, the person in his arms just smacked his lips in satisfaction, turned over and continued to sleep. When Lin Mo finished taking a shower and changing his clothes, Su Qinghan woke up and was rubbing his eyes. What time is it? Her voice was still thick with sleepiness. 7:30, sleep a little longer? Lin Mo walked to the bed and sat down. No, there is a morning meeting at the company. Su Qinghan shook his head, propped himself up and sat up, and the quilt slipped from his shoulders. After breakfast, the two got into their cars at the door and rushed to the company. Lin Mo walked into the office and paused subconsciously. The person in the secretary position is not Chen Yu. A girl wearing black-framed glasses stood up suddenly, clutching the corners of her clothes with both hands, so nervous that she could not speak clearly. Hello, Mr. Lin. I'm Xiaoya, the new intern. Sister Yu. Sister Yu has asked for leave today. Lin Mo walked to his seat and sat down, casually draping his coat over the back of the chair. Ask for leave? Xiaoya quickly flipped open the handover record on the table, her voice trembling. Well, the leave application said that there was an urgent personal matter at home that needed to be dealt with. Urgent personal matter? Lin Mo frowned slightly and took out his cell phone. The screen lit up, and a WeChat message appeared at the top. Sender, Qin Yu. Time, 6:15 a.m. Boss Lin. Zhao Mingchen is making some moves. I found out that he has been frequently dealing with an account of an underground bank recently, and I got the address. I will go and stake him out today and must take photos of the evidence. Wait for my triumphant return. Below the message, there is also a location. Lin Mo clicked on the location, and when those place names popped up, he stood up from his chair abruptly. Jiangzhou Suburbs, Urban Village. A chaotic area that has long become a gathering place for all kinds of people due to demolition issues. Where did Qin Yu go alone? Give me the car keys. The light here is dim. Even at noon, the sunlight can only squeeze in through the narrow gaps between the buildings, casting mottled and strange light and shadows. Lin Mo's footsteps did not pause at all. His brain was working rapidly, analyzing every subtle sound he heard on the phone just now. The sounds of panting, struggling, the man's curses, and finally the crisp slap in the face. As he walked through the spider web-like alleys, he pricked up his ears to catch any suspicious sounds. Fuck. You're so arrogant. And you're so stubborn. Brother, why waste time talking to her? Young Master Zhao said that as long as the job is done, we will get the money. Hey, this girl is really pretty, isn't it a pity to just die like this? Do you want to die? How dare you mess with Mr. Zhao's affairs? Hurry up and take a few photos and send them over so we can get the money and leave. Intermittent, malicious voices floated over from the other side of a high wall on the wind. This is it. The obscene words coming from the other end of the alley were mixed with Qin Yu's suppressed sobs, which were covered tightly with her hands. A 2-meter-high wall blocked the way, with broken bottoms of beer bottles embedded in the top of the wall, reflecting a cold green light in the dim light. Lin Mo took a few steps back, took a running start, used his toes to gain leverage on the rough wall, and thrust his arms sharply upwards. He felt a sharp pain in the palm of his hand as if his flesh was cut and broken glass pierced into it, but he didn't even frown. He tightened his waist and abdomen, exerted force with his arms, and turned over silently and landed steadily. At the end of the alley, there is a dead end. Qin Yu was cornered by 3 men, her hair was disheveled, 2 buttons of her business suit were torn off, and her exposed arms were covered with red scratches. The sound of the falling body startled them, and several people looked towards Lin Mo immediately. When Qin Yu saw that it was him, the strength in her eyes collapsed instantly, and she was filled with deeper despair. Mr. Lin, why are you here? Go away! Go away! Her voice was hoarse and crying, and she shook her head at him desperately. These people are crazy, she would rather have something to do herself than drag him into it. Leave? The tattooed man was the first to come to his senses. He looked Lin Mo up and down, smiling so hard that his face was shaking. Hey, another one looking for death? Want to be a hero? Get away from me, or I'll kill you too. Lin Mo's eyes swept across the man and finally landed on Qin Yu's face. The clear red mark on her cheek made the blood in his body run cold. He ignored the man shouting and walked over step by step. I advise you to release her now and go to the police station yourself. He didn't stop and continued forward. I have called the police and they should be on their way. The words "call the police" made the three men look at each other in bewilderment, but the tattooed big man and the skinny guy looked at each other and became even more ferocious. Call the police? The big man spat on the ground. Damn it, there's a road to heaven but you don't take it, there's no door to hell but you break in. What if the cops come? By the time they find this place, you two will have already been drowned in the river. Brother, kill him. The skinny guy's eyes turned fierce and he swung out the switchblade. Before he could finish his words, three men pounced on him like hungry wolves. Lin Mo's pupils shrank and his body took a fighting stance. The moment he swung his fist, his heart sank. Something is wrong. That feeling of flowing smoothly, combining strength and skill, is gone. Now, he is just an ordinary person with good physical fitness. Bang! He punched the gangster holding a cell phone in front of him on the bridge of his nose. The gangster screamed, blood spurted from his nose, and the cell phone flew out. But almost at the same time, the tattooed man's fist as big as a casserole also hit him hard on the side of the face. Severe pain and dizziness exploded, and Lin Mo staggered back 2 steps. I'm in trouble. It was 1 against 3, and the opponent still had weapons in his hands, so he couldn't get any advantage at all. Boy, you're quite good at fighting. The tattooed man shook his numb hands. The skinny guy let out a strange cry and stabbed Lin Mo's lower abdomen with the switchblade. At that moment, Lin Mo didn't have time to think about it. He instinctively pushed Qin Yu behind him away and dodged sideways. Be careful! Qin Yu screamed. Puff! The cold blade cut through the flesh, and a sharp pain came from his left arm. Lin Mo groaned, and his whole arm became numb instantly. The warm liquid quickly soaked his sleeve. There was a cut on his left arm from which blood was oozing out. Mr. Lin! Qin Yu burst into tears and was completely stunned. Chapter 112 System Rewards. The knife missed, and Shizugan cursed something and pointed the tip of the knife at Lin Mo again. Lin Mo endured the severe pain in his left arm and kicked out with his right foot without warning, hitting the opponent's kneecap. Ah! The skinny guy uttered a scream that was not like a human voice, and fell to his knees. The switchblade in his hand fell to the ground with a clanking sound. But on the other side, the tattooed man's fist had already arrived. The fist went straight to his temple. Lin Mo gritted his teeth and without dodging, he turned around and rushed towards the tattooed man, as if he was going to die together with him. At this critical moment. Woo-woo! The sharp sound of sirens pierced the silence in the alley without warning, coming from far away and getting louder and louder. The 2 thugs who were still standing suddenly looked at each other and began to crawl towards the entrance of the alley. Lin Mo's tense body suddenly relaxed and he staggered forward a step. Qin Yu almost threw herself at him, using all her strength to barely hold up his shaky body. The strong smell of blood mixed with the smell of dust made people's throats tight. Her eyes fell on the deep wound on his arm that was visible to the bone, and tears fell without any control. Don't cry, you won't die. Lin Mo's voice was dry and hoarse. He pulled the corners of his mouth and tried to squeeze out a soothing expression. It's just a small problem. How can this be a small problem? Qin Yu tried frantically to tear the hem of her clothes, but her hands were shaking so much that she couldn't even hold on to the cloth. It was he who took the knife for himself a few minutes ago, and it was himself who dragged him into this quagmire. I'm sorry. Mr. Lin, I'm really sorry. I was wrong. I shouldn't have come here alone. After saying that, Lin Mo's eyes went dark and he fainted. He didn't know how long it had been before he vaguely heard a voice talking in intermittent crying sounds. Young man, you are lucky. If the blade had been off by 1 centimeter, your tendons would have been broken. The sound became clearer and clearer. When Lin Mo woke up completely, he found that the doctor was picking through his curled skin and flesh with tweezers in his hand without even raising his head. The wound is too deep and must be sutured. Don't touch water recently and don't even think about exerting any force. The doctor was operating as he spoke, and the scene in front of him made Lin Mo gasp. He watched helplessly as the curved needle pierced through his flesh, then came out from the other end, forcibly closing the open wound. Oh my god, it's too bloody. Lin Mo hoped that he had not woken up at all. Xinyu was standing next to him, her eyes were terribly red and her lips were almost bitten off by herself. Every time the suture needle pierced, her shoulders trembled violently. Half an hour later, the torture finally ended. Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin, Xinyu supported him, her voice hoarse. Okay, stop looking so sad. The sky won't fall. Lin Mo moved his left arm, which was hung in front of his chest with a white bandage, and pulled the corner of his mouth. I won't die. He raised his left hand, which was wrapped like a dumpling, and subconsciously pressed his ribs with his right hand. First it was the ribs, then the arm. Has I been in trouble recently? As soon as this thought came to my mind, a cold mechanical voice suddenly rang in my mind. Ding! The host has been detected to have triggered a hidden mission, Guardian's Medal. The mission has been completed, and the reward is being calculated. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Recovery Fluid Primary X1. Congratulations to the host for winning the cash reward, 10 million. Lin Mo's mind went blank for a moment. Recovery fluid? This stuff comes just in time. However, before Lin Mo could feel satisfied with the comfort brought by the system, the phone rang. Lin Mo picked up the phone with his good arm and took a look. He saw the 3 words jumping on the screen, which made his scalp tingle instantly. Oh my god, it's Su Qinghan. What I fear is bound to come true. The relationship with that cold-blooded president had just improved for a few days, but he was injured the next moment, all because of another woman. He looked down at the conspicuous white lump on his arm, and there was nowhere to hide it. Never mind, I have no choice but to accept it, just accept my fate. Hello? Lin Mo deliberately lowered his voice, trying to make his voice sound normal. Where are you? Lin Mo glanced at Xinyu, who was fidgeting beside him, then glanced at the white coat shuttling back and forth in the emergency room, and his throat became dry. Lie? How do you lie? After much thought, I finally told the truth. Hospital. As soon as Lin Mo said these 2 words, there was a dead silence on the other end of the phone. After a long time, Su Qinghan's cold voice was heard. An hour ago, a large amount of funds moved in one of Zhao Mingchen's domestic accounts. My people checked the surveillance camera at the alley entrance and saw you. Then, the police car arrived. Lin Mo, I need an explanation. Lin Mo's heart suddenly sank. It turned out that she knew everything. Not knowing how to respond, he just laughed a few times into the receiver. What a coincidence, President Su is also investigating this matter. Does this mean that we are in sync? As soon as the words came out of his mouth, Lin Mo wanted to slap himself. This joke of mine is too stiff. However, Su Qinghan ignored his joke and went straight to the point. Are you hurt? I'll be there now. When Lin Mo heard this, he quickly tried to dissuade him. Don't, it's really nothing, just a minor skin injury, just bandage it, you don't have to make a special trip. Wait for me at the hospital. The busy tone on the other end of the phone felt extremely rude. It's really vigorous and resolute. Lin Mo slowly put down his phone and sighed. The dim light of the screen reflected his pale face. Captain Lee from the City Bureau's criminal investigation team happened to come over and closed the notebook that contained the details of the case. The edges of the notebook were frayed. Mr. Lin, we have taken note of today's situation. Captain Lee's square face showed no expression. We will step up our pursuit of the one who was on the run and give you an explanation. Thank you. Lin Mo nodded politely, feeling the dull pain in his ribs again. Just as the police were about to leave, the sound of high heels suddenly pierced the chaotic sound field of the emergency room. A figure appeared there against the light. Su Qinghan. The neatly cut black windbreaker she was wearing seemed to still carry the coolness of the outdoors late at night. A few strands of her long hair, which was usually neatly tied behind her head, fell down and stuck to her sweaty temples. For the first time, a kind of anxiety that seemed close to cracks appeared on that face that was always as cold as ice. She ignored the crowd around her and rushed in. When her eyes fell on his left arm, which was bandaged on his chest, and on the thick gauze stained with a little blood, she seemed to have lost all her strength in an instant and froze in place. Su Qinghan slowly stretched out his hand. Her fingertips hovered about 3 centimeters away from the gauze. In that small space, the air seemed to become sticky and hot. How? She finally spoke, her voice soft, like a worn tape that had lost all resonance. Will it turn out like this? Xinyu, who had been huddled nearby, felt as if all the blood in her limbs had instantly drained away the moment Su Qinghan appeared. Chapter 113: The Legendary Wife. This is Mr. Lin's wife who only exists in legends. Her eyes moved back and forth between Su Qinghan's frozen expression and Lin Mo's injuries. A sense of guilt that almost drowned her suddenly gripped her heart. Xinyu almost staggered as he took a step forward. She bent down almost 90 degrees towards Su Qinghan, her voice filled with uncontrollable crying and trembling. I'm sorry, President Su. This is all my fault. It was me who insisted on going to that place, and it was me who caused President Lin to become like this. Su Qinghan's attention finally shifted from Lin Mo's arm, which was wrapped up in a shabby state, to Xinyu. She didn't say anything, but just looked at her with an extremely quiet look. Xinyu felt that she had nowhere to hide under such a gaze. My secretary, Xinyu. Lin Mo spoke at the right time, breaking the suffocating silence. Xinyu. Su Qinghan repeated the name in a flat voice without any emotional ups and downs. She looked at the girl in front of her whose eyes were crying like ripe peaches and whose whole body was shaking like a sieve of chaff. The mixed emotions of fear and inexplicable anger in her heart strangely calmed down a little. What happened today has nothing to do with you. You can go back. These words clearly drew an insurmountable line between them. Lin Mo looked at this scene and subconsciously pressed his temple with his right hand. Last time, because of the WeChat chat history incident, he experienced that feeling for several days. She is by your side, but you feel like there is a vacuum zone of a galaxy between you. He didn't want to do it again. I didn't want to make Xinyu, a little girl, feel uncomfortable being caught in the middle. He turned to Xinyu and said in a much slower voice, it's all right here. You were also scared. I'll ask the driver to take you back and give you a few days off so you can have a good sleep. But Mr. Lin, your injury. I'm fine. Lin Mo smiled at her, Boss Su is here. Xinyu bit her lip and swallowed back the rest of her words. If she stayed any longer, the situation would only become more awkward. She bowed to Su Qinghan again, whispered goodbye, President Su, and left quickly. Xinyu's figure disappeared at the end of the corridor. The only smell in the air was disinfectant and the cool scent of Su Qinghan mixed with high-end perfume. Su Qinghan's gaze lingered on the empty corridor for a moment before returning to Lin Mo. The cold aura seemed to soften a little. She walked to Lin Mo, stretched out the hand that was not supporting him, and gently and carefully supported the lower part of his injured arm. I'll help you, walk slowly. Her voice was very low, almost whispering into his ear. The warm breath brushed past him, making Lin Mo feel a little itchy. Lin Mo obediently leaned most of his body weight on her. Su Qinghan's shoulders looked thin, yet surprisingly strong. He could clearly smell the familiar cool fragrance emanating from her hair and neck. Hiss. Lin Mo deliberately took a breath of cold air and leaned towards her again. Does it hurt? Su Qinghan paused and subconsciously tightened the hand that was supporting him. Lin Mo's breath sprayed on her ear, warm and moist. He leaned forward, his voice filled with laughter. It doesn't hurt. He lowered his voice even lower, with a drawn-out ending in the hoarseness that comes from injury. It's just that my hair is dizzy and I can't stand steadily. The moment the last word fell, Lin Mo's eyelids closed, and the weight of his whole body fell on Su Qinghan without warning. Su Qinghan was knocked back a step, and her high heels made a harsh friction sound on the floor tiles. The man's body temperature came through the thin fabric of his windbreaker, mixed with hospital disinfectant and the faint smell of blood, instantly filling her nasal cavity. She froze and wrapped her arms around his waist, only to realize that he was much heavier than she had imagined. This person was easily dismissing his secretary 1 second, and pretending to be Lin Dayu in front of her the next? But his face leaning on her shoulder was indeed pale, and the gauze on his arm was incredibly thick, and the blood that had seeped out had already solidified into dark red. The breath she had just taken was stuck in her chest. Su Qinghan sighed resignedly, exerted all his strength, and almost carried him out. She staggered him to the parking lot, opened the back door of the Bentley, and stuffed him in with difficulty. The man slumped in the back seat with his eyes still closed. It was unclear whether he was really dizzy or just pretending. Su Qinghan slammed the car door, walked around to the other side and sat in the driver's seat. Before starting the car, she looked back. Lin Mo, if you keep pretending, I'll throw you back to the emergency room. The car door was locked, blocking out the empty echo of the parking lot. Su Qinghan didn't move, her hand still on the steering wheel. The car was so quiet that the only sound was her own suppressed breathing. Xing Han. Lin Mo suddenly spoke, and his voice was particularly clear in the small space. Her knuckles tightened around the steering wheel, turning white. I thought you weren't coming, he said. The anger that had been stuck in my chest since the hospital, mixed with worry, just hung there in the air, and finally turned into an indescribable bitterness. Su Qinghan started the car and the Bentley slid silently into the night. Go back and change the medicine on time. There was no emotion in her voice, she just stared at the moving car lights in front of her. Okay. Lin Mo responded, but he turned sideways and kept looking at her. He looked at her clenched jaw, the way she concentrated on driving, and the way her breathing rhythm was slightly disrupted by his gaze. Su Qinghan felt a little uncomfortable being stared at by him, so he stepped on the accelerator a little deeper. Watch the road. The listing celebration banquet of Moshuan Group was held at Zhangzhou International Convention and Exhibition Center. The business myth created by Lin Mo, with an almost barbaric attitude, entered the capital market in just a few months and became the hottest topic in Zhangzhou this year. When Lin Mo and Su Qinghan appeared at the entrance of the banquet hall, the whispers disappeared instantly. Chapter 114 I Like You. Everyone's eyes were glued to their clasped hands. The kiss that had once set off a wave of public opinion, at this moment, became an unspoken coronation of power for everyone present. The silence lasted only a moment, and then the compliments came back again, more enthusiastic and more cautious than before. Boss Lin, the future of Zhangzhou really belongs to you young people. It's time for us old bones to make room for you. Boss Su's vision is truly the Midas touch. This is not an investment, this is clearly an accurate prediction. Lin Mo had a decent smile on his face and nodded in response one by one. The muscles in his arms hidden under the sleeves of his straight suit were tightening slightly, reminding him of his injuries that had not yet healed. Su Qinghan was standing beside him, with a clear and pure temperament, forming a position of his own that was isolated from all the noise. The crowd automatically made way for a path, and Su Cheng walked in the middle with Qin Yuehua, his face beaming with excitement after all his assets had been revalued. He stopped in front of Lin Mo and spoke in a loud voice. Lin Mo. Well done, I was not disappointed. He stretched out his hand and patted Lin Mo's intact shoulder heavily, with such force that it almost pressed him into this world of fame and fortune. At this moment, Lin Mo was already able to take this respect in his stride. He spoke calmly. Dad. One word, like a seal, finalized the transfer of ownership at this feast. Good. Great. Su Cheng laughed out loud as if he had heard the most pleasant financial report summary. The most proud investment in my life is not the stock of Moshuan, but you, my son-in-law. The laughter reflected repeatedly under the crystal chandelier, and the guests present immediately decoded the meaning, and the voices of congratulations rose again. In this chorus of intertwined interests and emotions, only Qin Yuehua's silence is a harsh pause. Her gaze was fixed on the man surrounded by a halo, so sharp that it almost pierced the air. The foolish look of pride on her husband's face made her stomach churn. Why? The expensive leather of her handbag clearly showed the deep marks of her nails. A feeling of powerlessness and humiliation rose up from her spine. She even forgot that she should force a smile. Lin Mo's peripheral vision caught her momentary loss of composure. The curve of his lips did not change at all, but a cold, almost pity-like emotion flashed across his eyes. The banquet was reaching its climax, and Lin Mo, as the absolute protagonist, was raising his champagne glass, preparing to give a speech. Just before he opened his mouth, something unexpected happened. The huge LED screen at the front of the hall, a huge light body that was playing the highlights of the Moshuan Group in a loop, fell into darkness without warning. The passionate background symphony was cut off with a single blow. The entire space fell into an ominous silence, with only the faint hum of the air conditioning system remaining, like the opening scene of a doomsday movie. Thousands of eyes were sucked in by the huge, pure black hole. Lin Mo's hand, holding the glass, remained firmly in mid-air. He recalled how he had circled the process chart with a red pen in the office last Wednesday afternoon, but he hadn't drawn this circle. His gaze slashed through the crowd as accurately as a scalpel and landed on Qin Yu's pale face not far away. It was an extremely quick look, without any emotion, purely in order. Qin Yu's body reacted before her brain. After a start, she lifted her skirt and ran silently to the backstage, almost following the shadow of the wall. Just as her figure was swallowed up by the backstage entrance, the dark screen lit up again. This time, it is no longer a sophisticated commercial image, but a picture full of low pixel noise and distorted current sound. The scene is a KTV box with dim lighting, and the rotating colored lights drag out cheap blocks of color on the screen. A thinly dressed girl, with an abnormal flush on her cheeks, was hanging on a man's arm, crying incoherently. The camera shook violently, as if the voyeur was adjusting the focus, and then suddenly zoomed in. The girl and the man's profiles became clearly visible as they shook. There was an uncontrollable and intermittent gasp in the banquet hall. The girl was the famous campus beauty of Jiangzhou University, Tian Shui. And the man who let her hold his arms in an intimate manner was the only host of tonight's feast, Lin Mo. In the video, Tian Shui's drunken state was not disguised at all, and her whole body almost melted into that Lin Mo. Her muffled cries became sharp and piercing through the low-quality microphone. Senior Lin Mo. I like you, why? Why do you want to marry her? The Lin Mo in the video lowered his head, facing the camera sideways, patiently comforting her, and even reached out and gently patted her on the back. The whole scene is ambiguous to the extreme. Lin Mo's pupils suddenly shrank. His mind was racing. Tian Shui? He didn't even remember drinking alone with this schoolgirl. The last photo editing incident is still fresh in our memory. This time, the other party has even upgraded it and produced a video. These methods are really endless. The video didn't finish playing. The moment Tian Shui tried to kiss Lin Mo's cheek, the picture was suddenly cut off and the screen fell into darkness again. It should be Qin Yu who rushed to the control room. But it was too late. Everyone saw what should be seen and what should not be seen. After a brief silence, the entire banquet hall suddenly exploded. Oh my God. Is this true? Lin Mo is actually this kind of person? I can't tell. He looks like a decent person, but he's secretly having an affair with a female college student? TSK, hypocrite. It's just been released, and you can't hide your tail? Miss Sue's head. I'm afraid there's something green on it. I told you, how could a poor boy be so quiet? It's true that men become bad when they have money. Those faces that were full of smiles and flattery just now were now replaced with an expression of contempt and gloating as if they were watching a good show. Su Cheng's face was so dark that ink seemed to drip out. He glared at Lin Mo fiercely, his eyes filled with disappointment and anger. This is not only a problem of Lin Mo's personal morality, but also a slap in the face of Su Cheng in public. And after a brief moment of surprise, Qin Yue's face instantly showed an ecstatic look. She suddenly broke free from Su Cheng's hand. Like an enraged trapped beast, she rushed to Lin Mo in a few steps, her index finger almost poking his nose. Lin Mo. The voice was so sharp that the air in the entire banquet hall trembled. Chapter 115 Explanation. You shameless beast. Our Su family was so blind to marry Qinghan to a scum like you. Curses, more vicious than the last, were hurled at Lin Mo. How can we, the Su family, put our reputation aside when you did these dirty things in front of all the important people in Jiangzhou? I'm telling you, this marriage must be cancelled. Now, immediately, right now. Our Su family can't afford to lose this person. After Qin Yue's roar, the discussions in the audience disappeared. Dead silence. Everyone pinned Lin Mo to the spot with a look that was a mixture of contempt and watching the show. In this almost crushing silence, a voice rang out. The sound was not loud, but it fell clearly into everyone's ears. I don't agree. Everyone looked on in astonishment. Su Qinghan, who had been silent all this time, stood up at some point, walked through the guest aisle, went straight to Lin Mo, and stood shoulder to shoulder with him. Her appearance tore a hole in the filthy atmosphere surrounding Lin Mo. She didn't even look at the guests around her, but just looked calmly at her mother. Mom, things haven't been figured out yet, calm down first. Calm down? How can you ask me to calm down? Qin Yuehua screamed as if her tail was stepped on. The video is right in front of me, the evidence is irrefutable. You still want to protect this pretty boy? Did he drug you with some kind of drug? Ironclad evidence? Su Qinghan repeated these 4 words with a cold sarcasm in his tone. It's so poorly forged, it deserves to be called ironclad evidence? Before she finished speaking, she raised her hand. Everyone subconsciously looked at the big black screen. But her finger was pointed steadily at Lin Mo beside her. To be more precise, it was Lin Mo's right arm, the right arm that was hidden by the sleeve of the suit, but still looked a bit unnaturally stiff. Mom, please take a closer look. Su Qinghan's voice was very soft, but it carried an irrefutable force. Can the right hand of the person in the video move? First, Lin Mo has been with me almost 24 hours a day for the past month. I know better than anyone whether he has time to drink with other women. She turned her gaze to Lin Mo, with a hint of tenderness and trust in her eyes that others could not understand. The second and most important point. Her voice rose slightly, and her eyes swept across the room like a sword. A month ago, Lin Mo was trying to save someone and got his right arm cut by a knife. The wound was very deep and has not fully healed until now. But look at the man in the video, his two arms are intact. You didn't even notice such a crucial point, and you're wrongly accusing me. Everyone suddenly recalled the video footage just now. That Lin Mo did raise his two hands when comforting Tian Shui. Although Lin Mo's injury was not widely publicized, many people present had heard about it to some extent. As soon as Su Qinghan finished speaking, the buzz of people watching the fun in the banquet hall came to an abrupt end. The air froze. The wound on the arm? Yes, it seems that there is such a thing. It was said that he was saving someone. So, the video was photoshopped? My God, the technology is so scary nowadays. The face is exactly the same. The whispers began again, but this time, the wind direction had completely changed. The doubtful discussions just now were like invisible slaps in Qin Yuehua's face, and the expressions of many people when they looked at her changed. Qin Yuehua's lips trembled. She wanted to say something and subconsciously looked around, trying to seek some support. However, the guests seemed to have made an appointment. They lowered their heads to study their plates, or turned around to pretend to chat and laugh with others. No one looked at her again. She was isolated in the middle of embarrassment. In this awkward silence, Lin Mo finally moved. He turned his head and looked at Su Qinghan beside him. Under the light, the line of her jaw was cool and her eyes, which were always calm, only reflected his figure at this moment, without any hesitation. It is a trust that requires no words and is more important than any excuse. Lin Mo said nothing, but nodded lightly, then turned around and walked step by step towards the MC podium where the lights were focused. He picked up the microphone, and the cool metallic feeling came from his palm. The discussions in the audience disappeared instantly. You could hear a pin drop in the entire hall. I know that the video just now was very enjoyable for many people. Lin Mo's voice was clearly transmitted to every corner through the speakers. It was calm and without any ups and downs, but it made some people feel a chill down their spines. His eyes inadvertently swept over Qin Yuehua. Then, in front of everyone, he slowly and methodically unbuttoned the platinum cufflinks on his left cuff and rolled up the straight sleeves of his suit, one circle at a time. When his forearm was fully exposed to the bright light, there was a gasp from the whole audience. On the skin that should have been smooth, there was an ugly and hideous scar, winding all the way from the inside of the wrist and almost extending to the elbow. The wound has long since scabbed over, but you can still see the torn skin and flesh, and the dark red scar is particularly glaring under the light. This scar is more impactful than any words. It silently declared that the man in the video, hugging the girl with both arms intact, could not be him. Lin Mo raised his arm and faced the entire audience, so that the scar would be clearly imprinted on everyone's retina. Now, take another look. I was injured a month ago, and I haven't fully recovered yet. He paused, put down his arm, and adjusted his cuffs. So, the person in the video is not me. As for who it is, he went to such great lengths to use such despicable means to throw dirty water on me and ruin the reputation of the Su family. I promise everyone, I will definitely pull out this rat hiding in the gutter and make him give everyone an explanation in front of all the people in Jiangzhou. The corners of Lin Mo's mouth curled up in an icy arc, and his eyes suddenly became sharp. After he finished speaking, he put the microphone back to its place, turned around and walked off the stage. During the entire process, there was not a single unnecessary word or a trace of panic. That calm demeanor and the cruelty hidden in his eyes made everyone present feel a chill in their hearts. Su Chang, who was sitting in the main seat, slowly exhaled a breath, and his tense body finally relaxed. This kid is not only courageous and responsible, but also has the calmness and means to face crises. Xinghan's vision may be better than he thought. His expression visibly relaxed, and he even picked up the wine glass and raised it in Lin Mo's direction. The other guests also came to their senses at this moment. Chapter 116: Buying Hot Searches. What messy private life? What corrupt character? All bullshit. This is clearly a conspiracy against Lin Mo and the Su family. And, most importantly, Lin Mo's Mo Sun is already on the market. That's the biggest golden egg in the tech world this year. Anyone who offends Lin Mo at this time is just offending money, right? In an instant, the wind direction in the banquet hall changed completely. I said Mr. Lin wasn't that kind of person. He was framed. How vicious. Nowadays, people will do anything to bring down their competitors. Don't worry, Mr. Lin. We all believe in you. We support you in finding the mastermind behind this. Yes, Mr. Su, Miss Qinghan, you really found a good son-in-law. He is calm in times of crisis and has the demeanor of a great general. The person who had a look of disdain on his face just now put on a warm smile. The host almost crawled onto the stage, and the music on the speakers was instantly turned up to the maximum volume. He shouted some not-so-funny jokes at the top of his voice, trying to use the noise to erase everything that had just happened. The false respectability of the banquet hall was picked up again. The waiter carried a tray and walked among the well-dressed people. As for Qin Yuehua, she had disappeared long ago. Perhaps she was so ashamed and angry that she walked out of the venue on her own. Lin Mo ignored the wine glasses that were being stretched out to him in a flattering manner just now, as they wanted to eat him alive. He walked straight through the crowd and returned to Su Qinghan. Thank you. His voice was not high. Su Qinghan was holding a glass of champagne, his fingertips unconsciously sliding across the cold wall of the glass, just gently shaking the wine in the glass. The outline of his face looked a little cold under the light. She didn't respond, nor did she look at him. She said in a very calm voice, I'm not helping you. I just don't want my people to. Su Qinghan turned his head to look at Lin Mo, being wronged in public by a bunch of idiots. The three simple words my people were spoken very softly, but to Lin Mo's ears, they were louder than the noise of the entire banquet hall combined. The area where his heart was located felt like it had been hit hard by something, and it felt a little numb and a little hot. But when he wanted to say something else, Su Qinghan had turned her face away again and returned to her cold look that kept people at a distance, as if the words just now did not come from her at all. The next day, in the office of CEO Mo Sun, Lin Mo was sitting in a large boss chair, reading today's news on a tablet, laughing as he watched. It's really efficient. The public opinion storm that was raging last night has been completely suppressed by an official statement. The malicious defamation against the CEO of Moshuan has been quelled, and the relevant personnel have been handed over to legal authorities. The whole sentence is cold, but concise. Lin Mo smiled, swiped his finger, and started reading other news. A pop-up window of international science and technology news took up the entire screen, causing his sliding finger to pause suddenly. Chinese-American scientist Zhou Min published a major paper in Nature Energy, and his research in the field of solid-state batteries has made a breakthrough. In the picture accompanying the news, a woman is standing on the podium of an international academic forum. The suit was well-tailored and he looked confident and calm under the spotlight. But that face was clearly the senior sister Zhou Min in my memory, who always kept her head down and blushed when talking to others. Oh my god, is this really a senior? Lin Mo quickly sat up and picked up his phone. He opened the address book, found Zhou Min's name and called. The call was connected instantly. A female voice came from the receiver, with a hint of uncertainty in her surprise. Hello, is that Lin Mo? It's me, senior. Hearing the familiar voice, Lin Mo relaxed completely. I just saw your news and thought of calling you to congratulate you. Hearing this, there was a chuckle from the other end of the phone, with a hint of familiar shyness. Boss Lin, please stop joking with me. You are the real big shot in Jiangzhou now. My little achievement is nothing to show off. What you do is what can truly change the world. Lin Mo also smiled, I'm happy for you, really. Lin Mo's congratulations came from the bottom of his heart, and Senior Zhou Min's laughter brought him back to many years ago. It brings me back to the time when I would be so excited that I couldn't sleep all night because of a small technological breakthrough. How is Mr. Lin doing lately? Is he busy? It's okay, but there are a lot of messes. The two chatted for a while about family matters and then hung up the phone. But the smile on Lin Mo's lips did not completely disappear, because he thought of a new idea. Pick up the tablet again and click on the news. This technology is enough to subvert an era. Those who master this technology. Lin Mo picked up the intercom and dialed his assistant's number. Assistant Wang. Boss Lin, what do you want? Please help me check the research of Zhou Min's team, who just published a paper in Nature Energy, to see if they are short of money. Okay, Mr. Lin, I'll check it out now. After Lin Mo finished explaining, he thought for a moment and pressed the internal line again. Qinyu, come in. Okay, Mr. Lin. Soon, there was a knock on the office door and Shinyu, dressed in a professional suit, walked in. "Mr. Lin, you are looking for me." She gently placed a document on the table. Lin Mo didn't look at the document, but just looked up at Shinyu, last night's video. "The results are out." Shinyu immediately understood what Lin Mo meant, and quickly opened the tablet in her hand and handed it to him. The technical department worked with the country's top image analysis laboratory overnight, and the conclusion is that it is an AI deepfake. On the screen are densely packed data and analytical graphs. The level of forgery is extremely high, but AI synthesis will inevitably leave traces when reconstructing pixels. At the 17th and 43rd seconds of the video, there is a 0.02 second image distortion, which our algorithm picked up. Shinyu speaks very quickly and clearly. "Oh, it's really not surprising." Lin Mo crossed his fingers and placed them under his chin. "How's the project team I asked you to set up last time going?" "You mean Shield?" "Yes, Shield. What stage is it now?" Shinyu's body tensed for a moment, and he quickly replied, "The core algorithm has completed 3 rounds of internal testing, and the identification accuracy rate exceeds 99%. The final stress test and interface optimization are currently underway." Shinyu spoke quickly and steadily, without a single unnecessary word. "Very good." Lin Mo stood up. "Shinyu, do as I say. Put the fake video from last night online intact. By trending searches, push headlines, and let everyone see it." Shinyu's expression froze. Chapter 117, Recruiting People. "Boss Lin, isn't this just us throwing dirty water on ourselves?" "Dirty water?" Lin Mo's voice was calm, and he raised a finger. "No, this is bait. The video will be released for 1 hour. Just 1 hour. After that, the official account of Moshuan Technology will release the appraisal report, which is the one you just showed me. We must clearly lay out the evidence of AI forgery, one by one. And we must use the simplest and crudest way to tell everyone that what they see is fake. Then, the final step." His voice dropped. "While revealing the truth, we also announced to the whole society that in order to combat the increasingly rampant online rumors, the Aegis anti-counterfeiting system that Moshuan has spent months developing will be officially launched next week and will be open to the whole society for free trial." Shinyu's breathing paused for a moment, and she instantly understood Lin Mo's overall plan. First, expose yourself to make the fire burn to the utmost, attract the attention of the entire network, and then use technical evidence to make a shocking reversal in front of everyone. Finally, a malicious attack against an individual was turned into a phenomenal, positive marketing campaign for the Shield system. This combo is so fierce. "I understand, Mr. Lin." Shinyu nodded heavily, a warm current flowing in his chest. "I will arrange it right away." She turned around and walked away with swift steps. The office door closed and Lin Mo sat back in his chair. He picked up the cold coffee on the table and took a sip. An hour later, the internet exploded. The entry ## topped the hot search lists of major platforms in an overbearing manner, followed by a glaring scarlet word explosion. In the video, Lin Mo's face is clearly visible and the scene is disgraceful to watch. Countless netizens flocked in, and the abuse and ridicule flooded the official account of Moshuan Technology like a tide. "Fuck. His character has collapsed. I thought he was some young talent, but he ended up playing such a stunt? The Su family has lost all face this time, right? What kind of vision did they have in choosing a son-in-law? Is Moshuan stock going to hit the limit down? Sell it now." The carnival of public opinion continued to ferment at its peak. Then, at the agreed time, exactly to the second, the official account of Moshuan Technology released a long article. Solemn statement: "Let the truth run ahead of rumors." Technical analysis of the false video of Mr. Lin Mo circulated on the internet. The article not only contains a joint appraisal report from authoritative organizations, but also screenshots of the Aegis system analysis. Every flaw in the AI synthesis in the video, every patch of pixel distortion, is magnified by a red circle and accompanied by detailed technical instructions, as clear as a textbook. Then, at the end of the article, a paragraph in bold black font stood out. "The internet is not a place beyond the law, and technology should not be used as a tool for evil. In order to maintain a clear internet space and protect the reputation of every citizen, the Moshuan Shield system will be launched soon, making all forgeries invisible." This statement, like a surgical scalpel, instantly cut through the boiling public opinion. The netizens who were still criticizing the incident a second ago were stunned. The direction of the comments section reversed 180 degrees in just a few minutes. Oh my god. It's a reversal. It was actually AI that replaced the face? These rumor mongers are inhuman. Shit. I was so scared that I almost sold all my shares of Moshuan. Fortunately, I was slow. This technical analysis is amazing. It turns out the flaw is here. Moshuan technology has something. Support General Lin. The mastermind behind this must be found out and cut into pieces. This way of spreading rumors is too vicious. When will the shield system be released? I was threatened by my ex-boyfriend before. I need a reliable identification tool. Emosun Dad, please hurry up. Finally, a big company has stepped up to do this. The current internet environment is in a mess, and it's time to regulate it. CEO Lin is awesome. Moshuan technology is awesome. For a time, the entire network's sympathy for Lin Mo, anger towards the mastermind behind the scenes, and expectations for the shield system intertwined into an immeasurable torrent, which in turn overwhelmed all previous negative hot searches. Not only did the share price of Merxin Technology not fall, but it rose against the trend in the late trading session amid a chorus of applause and closed steadily in the green. Country M in a penthouse apartment with a panoramic view of Central Park. Bang! With a loud bang, the latest and most expensive tablet computer was smashed hard onto the mirror like marble floor, and the screen instantly shattered into a hideous spiderweb. Li Haotian's chest heaved violently, his eyes were bloodshot, and he stared at the ruins. Lin Mo. You fucking bastard. He was breathing heavily, and the veins on his forehead were throbbing. On the internet, comments that were originally intended to destroy Lin Mo have now turned into praises for him. What young talent, what technical responsibility, what social responsibility. Every word was like a loud slap in his face. What he couldn't stand the most was that damn technical analysis. From the moment the AI synthesized video appeared, he felt something was wrong. The team he hired at great expense sent the finished product directly to him after it was completed, and signed the most stringent confidentiality agreement. He himself is even more cautious and has never used any domestic internet channels to spread information. This is Lin Mo's self-directed and self-acted performance. This bastard took advantage of the situation and staged such a disgusting drama of the thief crying "Stop thief." He, Li Haotian, worked so hard and put in so much effort, but what was the result? In the end, it turned out to be a wedding dress for Lin Mo. He personally put him on the moral and technological high ground, and also gave that crappy shield system a wave of priceless free advertising. Ah! Li Haotian grabbed the crystal wine glass on the table and smashed it against the wall again, sending amber whiskey and glass fragments flying everywhere. Shame. An unprecedented shame. No, we can't just let this go. He forced himself to calm down. Li Haotian. He walked aside, picked up an encrypted satellite phone and dialed a number. It's me. His voice was hoarse and cold. I don't care what method you use, just find a few media outlets in Country M. The more unscrupulous gossip tabloids the better. A respectful voice came from the other end of the phone. Mr. Li, what do you want? Find me someone from Jiangzhou University, named Zhou Min. Li Haotian licked his cracked lips, a look of morbid pleasure appearing on his face. I remember she had some academic dodgy scandal before? Make it into something bigger. This. Young Master Li, it would be easy to be discovered if you spread such a rumor in the country. Chapter 118, Do a Favor. Who told you to stay in the country? Li Haotian interrupted impatiently. Publish it abroad. Use English. Then find someone to translate it and repost it back to China. I want everyone to see what kind of people are around Lin Mo, the so-called young talent. I want to bring disgrace to everyone around him. Understood, Master Li. I'll do it right away. After hanging up the phone, Li Haotian did not feel relieved at all. The mere attack of public opinion was too slow and too soft. He wanted to give Lin Mo something harder. He dialed another number again, a number he hadn't used for a long time. The phone rang for a long time before it was picked up. A hoarse male voice with a strong Eastern European accent came. Who? It's me, Li. Li Haotian said in a deep voice, I need you to do something for me. You name the price. Oh? Mr. Li, what kind of big business is it that would make you contact me personally? The other party's tone was somewhat playful. I want you to find someone, the best hacker in the world. Li Haotian's voice was flat, without any ups and downs. Attack a system, the Shield security system. The person on the other end of the phone was silent for a moment, as if assessing the weight of the name. I don't want any probing or harassment. Li Haotian walked to the window and looked down at the city lights below. I want you to take the system called Shield out of the server bit by bit and smash it to pieces. At Moshuan Technology, the door to the president's office was almost pushed open by someone's body. Technical Director Wang Ming rushed in. His hair was messy and the dark circles under his eyes made him look like he hadn't slept for several days, but he looked frighteningly excited. Boss Lin. It's done. The number of back-end applications for Shield exceeded 100,000 in 1 hour. Our advertising campaign is worth hundreds of millions of dollars. Wang Ming reported to Lin Mo excitedly. He was so excited. Seeing this, Lin Mo just curled the corners of his mouth, and his expression became even more serious than before. Can our back-end servers handle it? The other side is not a good one. Don't worry. Hearing this, Wang Ming put his notebook heavily on the table, 3 layers of encryption, real-time backup. And I have reinforced a few more logical points. Now even if a god descends to Earth. Before he could finish his words, an alarm sounded directly from the laptop speaker. Wang Ming quickly ran to the computer and found that a string of garbled characters appeared in the middle of the green data waterfall on the screen. Hold. Wang Ming cursed and typed frantically on the keyboard. No, this isn't a test, this is a saturation attack. These bastards are using their computing power to smash it. Wang Ming slammed the computer shut, cut the cable, picked up the machine and rushed out. Go back to the technical department. Lin Mo also felt that something was wrong and quickly followed. The two of them ran all the way, and the door of the technical department was kicked open by Wang Ming. There were dozens of people inside, no one was talking, only the crisp sound of keyboards. On the giant splicing screen directly in front, the blue shield model representing the Aegis system was shaking wildly. Countless scarlet data streams turned into the most ferocious mad dogs, rushing over from all directions and biting fiercely. With every impact, the halo on the outer layer of the shield dimmed a little. In a corner of the screen, the value representing the defense strength is dropping precipitously. 87%. 75%. 62%. Boss Wang. The first firewall was breached. They are not looking for loopholes. They are using server clusters and computing power to smash our wall to death. Stop talking nonsense. Start Hive immediately. Wang Ming smashed his laptop on the main console and roared, drowning out all the alarms. All computing power must be withdrawn. Abandon the periphery and defend the core data. Seeing this, Lin Mo knew that he couldn't panic, so he forced himself to stay calm and asked, "Can you hold it?" The typing sounds of all the keyboards in the room stopped, and the muscles in Wang Ming's back instantly tensed up, but he didn't respond. He just gritted his teeth and operated the computer. After a long while, Wang Ming smashed the keyboard in frustration. No. General Lin, the enemy here isn't just a bunch of people, it's the military. They're using computing power like artillery shells and smashing it in our faces. With this method, it will take 20 minutes, no, maybe 15 minutes. They will drill through the core area. If the core data is lost, Shield will really become a pile of scrap metal. We've worked for nothing these past few months. Once the core code is leaked, it will not only mean that hundreds of millions of investments will be wasted, but it will also mean that he will completely lose his foothold in the security field. Li Haotian. This name flashed through Lin Mo's mind instantly. No one except him would use such a crazy method that would not care about the cost and hurt both sides to deal with him. Damn it, this is going to torture me to death. At this critical moment, Wang Ming, who had his hands in his hair and was tearing them in pain, suddenly raised his head as if he was suddenly electrocuted. Sue's. That's right. Sue's group. Boss Sue. Their group has a subsidiary that specializes in enterprise-level network security defense, called Sky Shield Security. I heard about it when I attended a technical exchange meeting before. They just completed the research and development of a new defense architecture code named Rock some time ago. It is said that it can resist all known attack modes on the market. If we can get their Rock architecture, we may still have a chance. Way. If only there was a way. Lin Mo made the decision immediately without any hesitation. You and your team, hold on. Delay for time at all costs. He turned around and quickly locked his eyes on Qinyu in the crowd. She had followed him in at some point and was standing not far away with a worried look on her face. Shin Yu. Here, Mr. Lin. Shin Yu immediately stepped forward. As Lin Mo spoke, he took out his cell phone from his pocket. Now, immediately, right now. Drive to Tiandun Security under the Su Group. Check the address yourself. When you get there, someone will pick you up. Yes. Shin Yu didn't ask any extra questions. He answered simply and turned around and ran out. Shin Yu's figure had just disappeared at the door, and Lin Mo's call had already been made. The phone rang twice before being connected, and Su Qinghan's cold and familiar voice came from the receiver. Hello? Qinghan, I need your help, it's urgent. Su Qinghan on the other end of the phone seemed stunned for a moment. She rarely heard Lin Mo speak to her in this tone. Speak. She replied with only one word, without any emotion, very crisp and clear. Chapter 119. Take it back. My company is suffering from a devastating cyber attack. I need the core data of the latest rock defense architecture of your Sky Shield security, immediately. Lin Mo stared at the defense value on the big screen that had fallen below 40% and said in a deep voice, I have sent Shin Yu over there, you can arrange someone to pick her up. Su Qinghan fell into a brief silence, and Lin Mo could even hear her soft breathing. He knew that this rock system was definitely Su's core business secret and its value was immeasurable. It takes great courage and trust to entrust this level of secrets to an outsider, even a nominal husband. The silence on the other end of the phone was like a hand, strangling the noise of the entire technical department. The wailing of alarms and the crackling of keyboards became distant background noises. Lin Mo's entire world shrank into the moment of dead silence in the mobile phone receiver. His knuckles were turning white as he gripped the phone. Then, a cold voice came through, unspeakably calm. I'll ask the person in charge of Sky Shield to grant the highest level of authority. When your people arrive, report your name and go directly to the data center on the 16th floor. Everything will be ready for you. Lin Mo's back slammed into the main console behind him, making a dull sound. The weight that was about to crush him was instantly removed, and air filled into his lungs again, choking him and causing him to cough. He swallowed, his throat feeling dry and almost smoking. Thank you. Let's deal with your trouble first. There was a pause on the other end of the phone. What else is missing? That's enough. Lin Mo looked at the numbers jumping wildly on the screen, and said in a soft voice, but every word was very important, this is enough. With Su Qinghan's promise, he felt like he was pulled back from the brink of drowning. Now, the only thing to do is wait. And boil. The protection value on the big screen has fallen below the 10% warning line, and the number has turned into a glaring blood red. We can't hold on any longer. Mr. Wang. The second line of defense is about to be torn apart. The other party's traffic has doubled again. Damn. How many resources do they have? Server Group C is overheating and down. Desperate shouts came one after another. Wang Ming's eyes were bloodshot, his lips were cracked and chapped, and he felt like he had aged 10 years in an instant. He has tried every trick in the book, including backup plans, defensive traps, data disguise, all the methods he could think of. However, in the face of the opponent's absolute power that was unstoppable and unreasonable, everything he had learned and built throughout his life seemed so pale and powerless. It's over. It's all over. Lin Mo stood there, took out his cell phone, found the name, and pressed it decisively. The dial tone of the telephone suddenly rang in the depressing computer room, 1 ring, 2 rings, 3 rings, but no one answered. Just when Lin Mo was about to hang up and redial, the call was connected. The receiver was instantly filled with a piercing noise. Lin Mo held the phone and frowned instantly. Because he heard the sound of tires rubbing against the ground and glass breaking from the other end of the phone. After a long while, Shin Yu's voice came, but Lin Mo could hear that every word she said was accompanied by painful gasps. Mr. Lin. Shin Yu, where are you? His voice was so low that it was almost squeezed out from between his teeth. I got Mr. Lin. I got the data. Shin Yu's voice was broken, and a dull noise in the background cut her words off abruptly, followed by an uncontrollable groan of pain. On the way back, soon. How are you? Did something happen? Lin Mo suppressed his emotions and asked Shin Yu calmly. But even so, his slightly trembling hands betrayed his current mood. He was very worried about Shin Yu. No, there was just a traffic jam on the road, so I took a shortcut, and the car accidentally scratched. On the other end of the phone, Shinyu's every breath was accompanied by violent convulsions, and it seemed that it took all her strength to put together a complete sentence. Shinyu, listen carefully. Lin Mo spoke into the phone, word by word, you are more important than the things. You must come back safely. Did you understand? After hearing Shinyu's response, Lin Mo didn't think anymore and directly hung up the call, turning to look at Wang Ming. Hold on, she'll be here soon, and everything can turn around. After hearing Lin Mo's words, everyone present instantly felt a little hope and responded immediately. Okay, Mr. Lin. Understood. But even so, time still passes by every second. Lin Mo didn't know how much time had passed, maybe 20 minutes or maybe even longer. Finally, on the big screen, the protection value representing the lifeblood of the company finally solidified into a number. 1%. The sharp alarm sound stopped abruptly, replaced by a monotonous beeping sound. It's over. Upon seeing this, a young technician leaned back and collapsed completely in his chair, his hand sliding weakly from the keyboard. At this moment, the door of the technical department was suddenly pushed open from the outside, and a figure staggered in. He almost fell on the doorframe, barely able to keep his balance and not fall down. The person who came was Chinyu. Her professional dress was cut open with a huge hole, her skin and flesh were exposed, and the blood and bruises mixed with sand and gravel were shocking. The hem of her skirt was covered in dust, and one of her high heels was missing, making her unable to stand steadily. But in her right hand she was holding high a silver USB flash drive. General Lin. Where is General Lin? Shinyu's lips trembled, and her eyes passed over the frozen figures, looking for Lin Mo's figure. The data. I got the data, Mr. Lin. As soon as he finished speaking, Shinyu's strong body collapsed in an instant, and he fell straight to the cold floor. Shinyu. Lin Mo was concentrating on the screen, but he came to his senses when he heard these words. He quickly ran towards Shinyu and hugged her tightly before she fell. Are you okay, Shinyu, Shinyu? Lin Mo smelled a strong smell of blood on her body, and instantly suppressed all the violence churning in his chest. Mr. Lin, After saying this, Shinyu's hands dropped weakly, and the silver USB flash drive slipped from her fingers. Lin Mo quickly reached out to catch the USB drive. Her body temperature and sticky blood were still on the metal casing, but Shinyu had completely fainted at this moment. No, now is not the time to worry about her. Sorry, Shinyu. Lin Mo resisted the urge to look at the unconscious woman in his arms. He turned around abruptly and immediately slammed the USB drive into the stunned hands of Wang Ming. Yes. Get all the data back for me. Not a single byte can be lost. Yes. Mr. Lin. Wang Ming was shocked by the loud shout. He clenched the USB flash drive in his hand, turned around and rushed to the main console, not daring to delay for a second. Chapter 120. Have a good rest. Pancher access to the backup channel. Full authority. Quick. A roar tore through the deathly silence of the office. The sound of keyboards clacking became one and the whole place. Everyone rushed back to their workstations as if their buttocks were on fire. Lin Mo adjusted the position of the woman in his arms and held her sideways. The person in my arms is too light. Shinyu's brows were tightly knitted together, and even though she was unconscious she slept very restlessly. He held her in his arms and walked straight through the commotion he had caused, heading out of the office. Everything around him faded away in color and sound, leaving only the coolness of his arms through the fabric. At the elevator entrance, he took out his cell phone with one hand and dialed the number. It's me. The person on the other end of the phone just responded and said nothing more. Ambulance, downstairs at the company. Immediately. He held Shinyu in his arms and stepped into the elevator. The elevator door closed silently, and the reflection on the smooth metal door wall was terrifyingly strange. The line of his jaw was as tight as a rock. The elevator descended smoothly. In the small space, there was only his suppressed breathing and Shinyu's almost inaudible breath. Bite. First floor lobby. The two girls at the front desk were chatting about something when they saw Lin Mo carrying a dirty, unconscious woman out of the special elevator. Their conversation stopped abruptly and they froze in place. Lin Mo didn't even look at them, he strode forward and pushed open the heavy glass door. The night wind blew hot exhaust fumes towards me. At the company's entrance, the ambulance's red and blue lights flashed silently, and several medical staff were already waiting on the roadside pushing a stretcher. How is the patient? The doctor came forward quickly. Trauma, coma. Lin Mo spat out a few words, cold and hard. He bent down and gently placed Chinyu on the stretcher. His movements were so gentle that it was completely inconsistent with his character. The medical staff gathered around to check the fixation, and he stepped aside, looking at her pale face in silence. Do family members need to follow the car? And he ducked into the ambulance. The car door slammed shut, the shrill siren finally tore through the night, and the ambulance merged into the endless city traffic. Central Hospital, emergency room. The smell of disinfectant rushed into my nose, cold and choking. The red sign that said no trespassing was like a wall that kept him out. The corridor was empty, and the lights overhead were eerily white. In this silence, a cold mechanical voice sounded in his mind. Ding! Serious personal threats to the host's core stakeholders have been detected, and a crisis event has been triggered. System Crisis Outbreak Reward has been activated. Rewards are being distributed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the passive skill Eye of Heavenly Punishment. Eye of Heavenly Punishment. When the host encounters a malicious attack or conspiracy, the system will automatically lock the source of the attack and provide the host with detailed information and real-time dynamics of the other party. Note, the level of information detail is linked to the host's current wealth level. Lin Mo was startled. Eye of Punishment? Automatically lock the source of attack? Finally, with a creak, the door of the emergency room was pushed open from the inside. Lin Mo rushed over almost instantly, grabbed the doctor's arm, and asked in a hoarse voice, "How is she?" "Sir, please let go first." The doctor's tone was very impatient. His arm was squeezed so hard that it hurt. He struggled hard, but it didn't move at all. The patient is out of danger. The grip on his arm was finally released. Multiple soft tissue contusions, mild concussion, and coma are stress reactions caused by excessive shock and impact. The doctor rubbed his wrist and continued in a businesslike manner. The condition is stable. You will stay in the hospital for observation for a few days. Lin Mo didn't say anything, just turned around. Third floor, Ward 307. The doctor's voice came from behind him. The leather shoes stepped on the PVC floor, and each step made a dull echo in the empty corridor. There was no sound when I pushed open the door of Ward 307. In the room, the unique smell of hospital disinfectant became stronger. The woman on the bed had changed into a loose blue and white striped hospital gown. The newly wrapped gauze on her face and arms looked prickly white in the dim light. Lin Mo dragged a chair and sat down beside the bed. He didn't turn on the lights, but sat in silence, relying on the city's nightlight coming in through the window. I don't know how much time passed. The person on the bed let out a slight whimper in his throat, his eyelids trembled a few times, and finally he opened them with great effort. Her gaze paused on the ceiling for a few seconds, then she seemed to remember something and her breathing suddenly quickened. When she turned her head and saw the person sitting beside the bed, she shrank back suddenly. Mr. Lin. The sound was dry and hoarse, like a bellows with a hole in it. Lin Mo didn't respond. The ward was so quiet that you could hear the sound of medicine dripping from the 4-bottle, one drop at a time, hitting your heart. Chinyu was overwhelmed by the silence. She struggled to sit up, but pulled the wound, gasped in pain, and fell back. Lie down. 2 words, no ups and downs. Chinyu really didn't dare to move anymore. Lin Mo stood up, leaned over, pulled the quilt up, and tucked in the corners. His fingertips accidentally touched the exposed part of her arm, which was terribly cold. He sat down again, dragging the chair forward an inch, the metal legs rubbing against the ground, making a harsh noise. The chair was now closer to the bed. Explain. Chinyu's lips trembled. I was driving back to the company and a car followed me. Her voice was vague and had a slight tremor. Black, no license plate. I turned onto the South Ring Road to get rid of it. There were few cars on the road, it started to slam into my car, and it almost pushed me into the guardrail several times. She seemed to see the metal railing flying past again, and her breath stopped. Later, I found an opportunity to overtake him, and I thought everything was fine. It hit us straight from behind. The car lost control, there was a loud noise, and I don't know what happened next. I was terrified and the only thing I could think about was the USB drive. They must have come for it. I didn't care about anything else. I grabbed the USB drive on the passenger seat and jumped out of the car, running desperately towards the company. Lin Mo stood by the window, the light and shadow of the city stretched out behind him, with unclear light and dark. This is no accident. First, they use network attacks to paralyze the system, forcing them to go to the data center to get backups, then set up an ambush along the way and rob them using the most direct and violent means. One thing leads to another. The other party calculated every step accurately, acted quickly and ruthlessly, and left no room for maneuver. If Chinyu hadn't tried his best to protect the small USB flash drive, the SHIELD project would have been burned to ashes. Have a good rest. Lin Mo turned around, and the tense coldness in his voice dissipated a little. Chapter 121. I'll take care of the rest. I'll take care of the rest. Mr. Lin. Before he opened the door, Chinyu struggled to prop up half of her body and called him anxiously. Has the SHIELD system, data, been saved? She wanted to know the outcome of what she had exchanged her life for better than anyone else. Lin Mo stopped and looked back at her. That face was abnormally red due to anxiety, and his eyes were full of hope. Lin Mo's heart felt like it was stabbed by something neither light nor heavy. He was silent for a moment. Wang Ming called when you were unconscious. The SHIELD system is fine. The data you brought back was timely. None of the firewalls were breached, and not a single byte of the core data was lost. These words seemed to drain the last bit of strength from Chinyu's body. She completely relaxed, fell back softly onto the pillow, let out a long breath, and finally managed a weak laugh. That's good. That's good. Keeping your body healthy is more important than anything else. Lin Mo looked at her. I'll take care of the company's affairs. After saying that, he did not stay any longer, opened the door of the ward and walked out. The door was closed gently. In the corridor, the expression on Lin Mo's face was also locked behind the door, leaving only a grim look. The evening breeze blew in from the exit of the hospital building, but it could not blow away any of the hostility in him. The black Cullinan merged silently into the city's traffic. The vehicle drove smoothly into the asphalt road leading to the villa area halfway up the mountain. The streetlights stretched the shadows of the sycamore trees on both sides into long ones. When the familiar manor-style house appeared in front of him, Lin Mo stepped on the brakes. The main house, which used to be brightly lit, was now too quiet, with only a few wall lamps emitting dim light. Cullinan slowly stopped in front of the door. Before he got out of the car, an old man in a neat butler's uniform walked out quickly from the gatehouse. The Su family's old butler, Uncle Fu. Uncle. Uncle Fu's face showed professional respect, but his eyes were a little evasive and his tone was businesslike and distant. Lin Mo lowered the car window and looked at him quietly. Uncle Fu, open the door. Uncle Fu bowed slightly, looking embarrassed. Sir, I'm really sorry, today. I'm afraid you can't come in. Lin Mo's eyebrows moved. Can't go in? There was no emotion in his voice. Why? That's what Madam meant. Uncle Fu lowered his head, not daring to look him in the eye. Madam said that the Su family will hold a very important ancestor worship ceremony tonight. During the ceremony, it is inconvenient for outsiders to be present. Outsider? Lin Mo let out a very light laugh, without much warmth. His marriage certificate with Su Qinghan was still lying in the drawer. In a blink of an eye, he became an outsider in the Su family. This rhetoric is ridiculously clumsy. When did the Su family, a family that had long been westernized, start to pay attention to such traditional rituals? And on such an unexpected night. Okay. After a long while, Lin Mo uttered a word. He didn't say anything more. The car window slowly rose up, blocking out Uncle Fu's hesitant face. With a turn of the steering wheel, Cullinan drew a smooth arc on the spot and turned away cleanly. The car did not drive back to the school, but drove straight into the basement of the most luxurious house in the city center. The exclusive elevator goes directly to the top floor, unlocked by fingerprint, and the heavy solid wooden door opens. Lin Mo threw his coat on the sofa, untied his tie, walked to the bar, and poured himself a glass of iced whiskey. Outside the window, it started raining heavily without me noticing. The cold raindrops slammed wildly on the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, making a crackling sound that was terrifying. A flash of lightning tore through the night sky, briefly revealing his expressionless profile and the shattered reflection of the city in the rain. The next day, Lin Mo walked into the office, the aroma of coffee wafting in the air. He was a little surprised. A familiar figure was already sitting at the secretary's desk, concentrating on organizing documents. It's Chinyu. She changed into a neat beige business suit, her hair was neatly tied up behind her head, and her exposed face was still pale. Hearing the footsteps, Shinyu looked up, stood up immediately, and walked towards them quickly in high heels, holding a tablet in her hand. "Mr. Lin, good morning." Her voice was clear and steady, without any hint of weakness. "Today's schedule has been confirmed. At 9:30, on the east bank of the river, the city's Riverside New City project's groundbreaking ceremony will be held. The mayor will personally preside over it." Lin Mo stopped and looked at her wrist wrapped in gauze. "Who discharged you from the hospital?" The professional smile on Shinyu's lips froze for a moment, but soon returned to normal, even with a hint of relief. "It's healed a long time ago, Mr. Lin. It's just a superficial wound. If I lie down again, I'm afraid I'll be useless. With the company in this state, how can I stay in the hospital?" Shinyu's voice was not loud, but it was firm. "Boss Lin, I have to be here." The light in her eyes was familiar to Lin Mo, the kind of obsession to get things done. He didn't persuade her again. "It's useless." "Okay." Lin Mo nodded. "Get ready, call Chinyu, and go together." "Yes, Chinyu is already downstairs." Chinyu responded immediately and picked up her handbag neatly. East bank of the river. The newly paved asphalt road gleamed in the sun and steam rose from it. Chinyu tugged at his tie awkwardly. This was his first time to be in such a place full of celebrities and capital. The air was filled with the smell of money and power, making people dizzy. He moved closer to Lin Mo and spoke in a low voice. "Boss Lin, this security looks intimidating, but in fact, the signal shielding has loopholes. The frequency band for civilian drones is almost empty." Lin Mo didn't say anything, just looked around. The uniformed security guards stood straight, but their attention was focused on the big shots in the front row, not even glancing at the vast sky and riverbank outside. The music was so loud that it could cover up any unnecessary sounds. Everything was too intense, too perfect. The ceremony started on time at 9:30 in the morning. Mayor Jiang Zhou walked onto the podium, and after his passionate opening remarks, the scene fell silent. "Comrades, friends." The mayor's voice spread throughout the river beach through the microphone, loud and powerful. "Today, this piece of land under our feet will carry the hope for Jiangzhou's future. Here, we will build the most advanced science and technology innovation center and financial center. It will become a brand new and shining business card for our Jiangzhou." As the mayor finished speaking, the audience burst into thunderous applause that lasted for a long time. The mayor on the stage raised his lips, raised his hand slightly, and looked across the crowd at Lin Mo. Of course, the realization of this grand goal is also inseparable from national entrepreneurs like Mr. Lin Mo who have vision, courage, and social responsibility. On behalf of the people of Jiangzhou, I would like to express my most sincere gratitude to them. Chapter 122 Connected. The moment the mayor finished speaking, all the flashlights turned around. The rows of flashlights made it difficult for Lin Mo to open his eyes. Everything was going according to the previously written script. At the moment when the mayor raised his hand and was about to announce the official foundation of the project. "Oppose ecological destruction. Give us back our mother river." Suddenly, a sharp shout rang out among the crowd without any warning. With the first one, before the mayor on the stage could react, the second and third shots rang out simultaneously in every corner, as if they had been planned. "Binjiang New City, an ecological cemetery. Unscrupulous capital, get out of Jiangzhou. The stench of GDP cannot cover up the wailing of the ecology." Hundreds of protesters did not simply shout. Almost in an instant, the leaders broke through several weak security links and rushed into the venue, holding up banners with black letters on a white background. This farce at the press conference immediately made the atmosphere of this grand ceremony weird. The screams of the guests, the scolding of the security guards, and the slogans of the protesters were mixed together. It was a complete chaos. The reporters on one side who were originally taking pictures of Lin Mo were stunned for a moment. Then, with their keen media sense, they turned their cameras and excitedly took a lot of pictures of the protester. "What's going on?" the mayor yelled into the microphone on the podium. The security personnel were in chaos, trying to control the situation, but the protesters linked arms and formed a moving human wall, shouting slogans in unison and pressing forward step by step. Lin Mo's attention was not on those people who were shouting at the top of their lungs. He stared at a middle-aged man wearing glasses in the protesting crowd. The man did not shout slogans, but calmly held up a megaphone. His voice was not hoarse, but very penetrating, and he was clearly targeting the media area. "Dear media friends, we are not a mob. Please turn to the Environmental Impact Assessment Report in your hands, page 73, paragraph 3. It clearly states that the construction of the project will permanently change the underground hydrological structure of the area. But the report only mentions the 4 words, "The impact is controllable." May I ask, how is it controllable? Where is the plan? Why should a project that will sacrifice the living environment of our future generations be launched? These words were like a bomb, exploding in all the live broadcast rooms. The barrage went crazy. What the hell? Is this true? A permanent change? My home is just downstream. They are trying to make us extinct. Support the heroes. This must be investigated thoroughly. The direction of public opinion completely reversed within a few tens of seconds. The TV station director in charge of the live broadcast screamed into the headset, "Cut off the signal. Quick! Cut off all live broadcasts immediately." On the screen, the mayor's embarrassed face and the chaotic scene disappeared instantly. Instead, a promotional video of Jiangzhou's peaceful city scenery appeared. This was definitely planned by someone. Xinyu had stood beside Lin Mo without knowing when. Her voice was very low, with a hint of panting as if she had just escaped from the chaos. The music on the podium had stopped long ago, leaving only the loudspeaker thrown on the ground, with the occasional electrical noise like a dying whimper. Those people retreated as quickly as they came, leaving behind a mess of banners and leaflets. Lin Mo did not look at the slogans shouted at the top of their lungs, but focused on some details. The seemingly scattered positions of those people, the gestures of covering each other, and the precise rhythm when inciting the crowd. This was not an ordinary mob. This was an ambush. Lin Mo turned to Chunyu, who had been concentrating on his tablet. "Any findings?" "Yes." Chunyu didn't even raise his head, his finger left a trail of shadows on the screen. "I traced the earliest IDs that posted online, and all the information and mobilization pointed to an NGO called Green Source Foundation." On the screen was the foundation's profile. It was clean, had been established for many years, had an impeccable reputation, and was the type that would least arouse suspicion. The accounts are clean, and they are all maintained by scattered donations. Chunyu opened the interface, called up a data chart, and pointed to a peak on it. But half a month ago, there was a sudden anonymous donation of 5 million in the account. The source of the funds was a domestic trading company, and the purpose was written very carefully, called the Urban Environment Supervision Project. Half a month ago. This point in time is like a thorn, stuck at the vital point before the project starts. 5 million, Lin Mo said softly, "It's more than enough to buy today's show." "Yes." Chen Yu's fingertips stopped on a line of small characters. "I checked the trading company. It was a shell company registered just last month. Apart from this transfer, it didn't have any business at all. As soon as the money arrived, it immediately applied for cancellation. The clue ends here. On the surface, it's broken. In the open." Lin Mo repeated these 3 words, "Then go secretly." After returning to the company, Lin Mo locked himself in the office. He didn't turn on the light, but just drew the curtains. The room was as dark as a deep well. He leaned back into the wide chair and closed his eyes. Crisis breaks out, start. The world around me suddenly faded and became silent. The hum of the computer fan and the traffic outside the window disappeared. In their place, countless invisible lines stretched out in all directions from the deregistered shell company. He did not try to force his way through the seemingly solid financial firewall. He went around. The legal representative of the shell company, a farmer in a small town in the northwest, reported his ID card lost a month ago. The person who opened the bank account resigned 3 days ago and is now missing. Information fragments collided rapidly in his mind and reorganized into a new path. The flow of funds, like an undercurrent in the deep sea, was illuminated by him inch by inch. My temples were throbbing and a feeling of weakness as if being hollowed out rose from my bones. An hour later, he suddenly opened his eyes, held the edge of the table and retched, with a rusty taste in his throat. The funding chain that was deliberately cut off was reconnected. The money from the shell company in China comes from the shell company in Hong Kong. The money from the company in Hong Kong comes from the underground bank in a Southeast Asian country. Going further up, the source points to an offshore investment company registered in the Cayman Islands. A perfect closed loop. In the maze of legal and financial rules, the true owner of this company is encrypted layer by layer, making it almost impossible to find. But Lin Mo found a breakthrough in the information of an inconspicuous director agent. He used this as a springboard and slipped into a business information database that was not open to the public like a ghost. At the top of the complex equity structure chart that was like a spider web, he saw a name. Qin Shengyang. Su Qinghan's uncle and Qin Yue's brother. The man who had been fighting openly and secretly with Su Qinghan's father within the Su group for more than 10 years. The thought made his heart tighten. He grabbed his cell phone, almost instinctively flipped through the number and dialed it. There was a monotonous waiting tone in the receiver, 1 tone, 2 tones, it was extremely long. Nearly a minute later, the call was automatically hung up. Lin Mo frowned and immediately dialed again. Chapter 123 Trillion. This time, the receiver no longer emitted a busy tone, but instead a cold system prompt tone. Hello, the user you dialed is currently on the phone. On a call? Lin Mo hung up the phone, his brows furrowed even more. At this critical moment, the phone call just can't get through? After thinking for a moment, he did not sit still and wait for death. He directly picked up the phone and pressed the internal line. Xinyu, meeting room number 1. Over a cup of tea, the atmosphere in the bright conference room became solemn. Xinyu opened a report and slapped it directly on the table. The PR department can't take it anymore. There's a master behind those bastards. We send out a clarification article, and within 3 minutes they can come up with 10 pieces of negative information. Not only are the angles tricky, but they also take advantage of people's opposing emotions. It's extremely inflammatory. What with capital laundering and bloody GDP? The accusations are bigger and bigger. She opened her phone and pushed it in front of Lin Mo. We occupied 3 of the top 5 trending searches, and they were all insults. The project department's phone has been flooded with calls, and partners have also been trying to find out more in a roundabout way. Boss Lin, every day the project is suspended, our capital costs and liquidated damages are increasing exponentially. Lin Mo didn't read the report, but turned his gaze to Chen Yu on the side. At the moment, Chen Yu looked like he had just been pulled out of the computer room. Not only did he have 2 big dark circles under his eyes, but his hair was messy and it was obvious that he hadn't slept for several days. Chen Yu. Lin Mo spoke softly, his voice was not loud, but it instantly quieted down the meeting room that was already filled with whispers. Your side. Everyone stopped moving and looked over here. Chen Yu pushed up his black-framed glasses and didn't rush to speak. Instead, he hurriedly connected his laptop to the projector. The curtain lit up, revealing a geological map of Jiangzhou, with the Qingshui River basin outlined by a red line. The project was stuck, and I was thinking. Aren't they obsessed with the environmental issue? If we can solve this problem better than anyone else, can we slap them in the face? Qin Yu nodded subconsciously. This made sense. But implementing this would probably be harder than climbing to the sky. Comparing the two, it is obviously easier to calm down public opinion. I'm an environmental engineer. Shen Yu tapped the screen. I've turned over all the geological and hydrological reports and exploration records around Qingshui River, and even the piles of old papers in the city archives. I want to come up with a top-notch ecological restoration plan and turn the river into a 5A-level scenic spot. Lin Mo leaned back in his chair, said nothing, and motioned for the other party to continue. Shen Yu took a deep breath and switched to the next slide. A yellowed scanned copy with words printed out by an old dot matrix printer. Preliminary report on geological exploration in the eastern suburbs of Jiangzhou 1987. This is an old thing from more than 30 years ago. Shen Yu pointed to a circled text in the report. The exploration team at that time said that they detected significant geophysical anomalies in the lower reaches of the Qingshui River. But the technology was not good at that time, so they finally treated it as instrument failure and there was no further news on this matter. Qin Yu, who was listening on the side, couldn't sit still. A wrong report that resulted in a death sentence? Shen Yu ignored her frown and cut another picture. It was a colorful remote sensing image, covered with dense spectral analysis marks. I got the latest high-precision remote sensing data from my classmates at the space agency. Shen Yu's voice trembled slightly. I used the new data and the coordinates of the anomaly in the old report to build a model. He paused, then hit the enter key, and a 3-dimensional model filled the entire screen. Deep underground in the Qingshui development zone, a huge, winding blood-red vein, like a blood vessel piercing the Earth's crust, savagely entrenched. The astonishing range and thickness make the whole picture exude a kind of heart-pounding oppression. This is fucking. Xin Yu lost her voice, jumped up from the chair, and the pen in her hand fell to the ground. As Chen Yu spoke, he adjusted his glasses, and behind the lenses was a kind of fanaticism. He spoke each word with emphasis. It's a mine. Boss Lin, Manager Chin, underneath here are strategic level rare metals. According to model estimates, there are massive amounts of scandium, germanium, and gallium, all of which are vital to making chips, aircraft engines, and cutting-edge weapons. Its reserves, its value. He swallowed hard, as if he was choking on the number he had calculated. The most conservative estimate is that it is 100 times the total value of our entire Qingshui River real estate project. Qin Yu's mind buzzed and went blank. 100 times the 10 billion project. That SA trillion? What an international joke. In the main seat, Lin Mo's reaction was completely different. When the blood-red mineral vein appeared, Qin Zhengyang, Hong Kong, Southeast Asian money houses, and the Qin family's unrelated layout in Jiangzhou, all the clues were instantly connected into a straight line in his mind. All the public opinion attacks and all the environmental protection banners have become crude sleight of hand. Their goal has never been that real estate project. It's this land. Qin Yu. Lin Mo's voice was low and he tapped on the table. Let's put aside the issue of public opinion for now. Immediately retrieve all the records of the Qin family's land transactions around Jiangzhou that we have previously monitored. Although Qin Yu was still in great shock, when she heard Lin Mo's instructions, she subconsciously opened her laptop and tapped on the keyboard quickly. A few minutes later, a map of Jiangzhou appeared on the projection, with blue dots marking the large tracts of land around the Qingshui River project that the Qin family had acquired through various shell companies in the past 6 months. Most of these lands are wastelands and mountains with little development value, and there are even abandoned quarries. Previously, these actions seemed to have no business logic and seemed like they were just wasting money. But at this moment, when this land acquisition map overlapped with Chen Yu's underground mineral vein map, a horrible truth came to light. The buzzing sound from the air conditioning outlet was infinitely amplified, drilling into the ears and making people dizzy. On the screen, those blue spots of light, the wastelands and abandoned mountains acquired by the Qin family, now formed a huge pair of shackles, locking the winding blood-red dragon vein underground in the center. Every doubt and every confrontation before now had an answer. Qin Yu opened her mouth, her throat was very dry, and the sound she squeezed out was light and hoarse. They came here for this in the first place? Lin Mo leaned back in his chair, and the chair creaked under the weight. He didn't look at the picture again, but just continued talking to himself, as if he was counting off a list. Capital in Hong Kong, money houses in Southeast Asia. Chapter 124, The Grace of Raising. And the Qin family's messy and irrelevant investments in Jiangzhou. He spoke slowly, but every word made the atmosphere in the conference room heavier. It's all strung together. All the strength in Qin Yu's body was drained away, and she almost slipped off the chair. So our 10 billion project. She paused, unable to utter the next word. Lin Mo said it for her. A cover. The so-called environmental issues and the so-called real estate disputes are, from beginning to end, nothing more than a few insignificant waves stirred up by this giant beast before it emerges from the water. In other words, suppressing Su Qinghan was just a small part of his huge plan. His real goal from the very beginning was this underground mineral vein worth trillions. I'm afraid they were the ones who pushed for the Qingshui River project from the very beginning. Lin Mo's voice seemed to come from an ice cellar. They learned about the existence of the mineral in advance through secret channels. But the mining rights of this strategic mineral are strictly controlled by the state, and they can't get it through normal channels. So, they need a cover that allows them to legitimately intervene in this land. Qin Yu raised his head suddenly and said in a lost voice, Qingshui Real Estate Project. Yes. Lin Mo nodded, with a flash of mockery in his eyes. They pushed for the project to be approved and may have even helped us clear some obstacles behind the scenes, just to ensure the smooth implementation of the project. Because once the project starts, the nature of the land will change. Then they created a so-called environmental crisis themselves, plunging the project into a huge whirlpool of public opinion and legal disputes. When the project is forced to stop, the company's stock price plummets, the capital chain is broken, and it even faces bankruptcy liquidation. They can play the role of savior and legally acquire the entire project from us at a floor price, along with the land and everything underneath the land. Every word Lin Mo said was like a heavy hammer, hitting Qin Yu and Shen Yu's hearts hard. He clearly analyzed a shocking conspiracy that was interconnected and extremely sinister. First they praise to death, then they strangle to death. They push the project to create chaos. They create chaos to gobble it up at a low price. Those jumping up and down environmentalists, those internet trolls fanning the flames, those bribed local petty bureaucrats, all of them are just pawns in this huge plan. and he and the entire Moshu and company, from beginning to end, were just the most pitiful scapegoat carefully selected and put on the table by Qin Zhenyang in order to steal this mineral vein. These beasts. Qin Yu slammed his fist on the table, shaking with anger. Shen Yu was also stunned. He was just a simple technician and had never seen such dirty and sinister business practices. He thought he had discovered a treasure that could bring the company back to life, but he didn't expect that behind the treasure was a hunting trap that had already opened its bloody mouth. Mr. Lin, what should we do now? Shen Yu's voice was a little dry. Faced with an opponent with such terrifying power and such a far-reaching strategy, he felt for the first time the powerlessness from the bottom of his heart. This is no longer a business competition, this is a war. Lin Mo did not answer immediately. Lin Mo stood up. The chair legs rubbed against the ground, making a sharp scream, which startled Qin Yu and Shen Yu from their trance. He walked to the window, put his hands in his trouser pockets, and left us silent back to the two people behind him. The sight passed over the rows of buildings and finally stopped at the tallest building at the end of the skyline, the headquarters of Su Group. She should be in there. She was surrounded by her so-called family members and was being tortured by the man she called uncle with an invisible knife. How could a man who could even use his own niece as a stepping stone care about an insignificant scapegoat like him? What a great show! He turned around. The suffocating depression in the conference room seemed to be taken away by his simple action. In its place, there was something sharper and colder. Qin Yu and Shen Yu stared at him in a daze, like two drowning men grabbing at the only piece of driftwood. Lin Mo's voice was flat, and no emotion could be heard. Then, let's take advantage of their situation. The old house of the Su family in the suburbs of Jiangzhou. Squeak! The heavy door was pushed open, and the groaning of the door hinges tore through the silence in the room. Su Qinghan didn't look back. She was barefoot, stepping on the cold wooden floor, and her toes curled up subconsciously because of the cold. The thin silk nightgown outlined her overly thin shoulder blades. Outside the window, there was a perfectly trimmed lawn and garden, and every leaf looked as if it had been measured with a ruler. In the shade of the trees in the distance, two bodyguards in black suits stood out like two black dots in this perfect scenery, motionless. On the small round table behind her, a bowl of bird's nest porridge had already cooled down, with a layer of white film forming on the surface. This is the third day. The footsteps stopped behind her, and the sound of the tray being placed on the table was particularly clear. Qinghan. It's the voice of Sioux City. You're not eating. Who are you trying to be angry with? He placed the tray on the table, on which was a cup of warm milk and a few pieces of osmanthus cake, which Su Qinghan had loved to eat since childhood. He glanced at the untouched food on the table, frowned slightly, but quickly relaxed. Qinghan, don't be hard on your body when you are angry with your father. His voice was as calm as always, without much emotion. Eat a little. Su Qinghan didn't look back, his voice was as cold as the winter snow outside the window. If you are here to persuade me to marry that bastard Li Haotian, then you can go. If you are afraid that I will starve to death here and pollute your feng shui treasure land, then you can rest assured that I will not die before I achieve my goal. Nonsense. Su Cheng's voice suddenly became stern. Is this how you talk to your father? I raised you with great difficulty, sent you abroad to study, and handed the Su group over to you, just for you to talk back to me like this today? Su Qinghan finally turned around slowly, with a hint of sneer on his pale face. The grace of raising me? So, your raising me is just to treat me as a commodity today, package and sell me to the Li family in exchange for your so-called family survival? She walked step by step to Su Chang, looking directly into his deep eyes, trying to find a trace of guilt or reluctance in them.